Chapter 1. A Second Chance. Jiangdong Province is situated in the central eastern part of Huaguo, within the governmental office of Caidong City. Wang Zhijiang gazed at the bold red letters on the calendar marking July 12, 2025, his heart a tumult of emotions. Clutching his medication for heart disease, he found himself coughing increasingly, his health deteriorating with each passing day. At the age of 51, after many years of service in the municipal government office, he remained stagnant at the rank of a regular section chief, perpetually unable to ascend to the deputy section chief position. For nearly 25 years, he had been trapped at the subsection level, and for the past 5 years, he had held the regular section chief title. Yet again, he faced disappointment as he perused the newly published list of deputy section chief appointments. Realizing he had once more failed, with a heavy sigh, memories flooded back to him. He recalled his ambitious self upon entering the workplace, filled with aspirations, believing that his talent and diligence would surely propel him to success. However, the harshness of reality had proven otherwise over the years. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and his daughter's WeChat profile picture flashed incessantly. She stood before the Eiffel Tower in a shoulder-bearing evening gown, adorned with the latest LV handbag. Last year, during the Spring Festival, she had sent a similar message, requesting $500,000 for an investment in a guest house. Wang Zhijiang picked up the paternity test on his desk, his face etched with disappointment. All the money he had embezzled had been spent on his daughter's extravagant lifestyle abroad, ultimately leaving him to support someone else's child. It was all too clear now why Chu Jing had remained so composed during their divorce. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing several stern-faced discipline inspection comrades in their formal uniforms. Section Chief Wang, "We need you to accompany us for a discussion," they announced. He was taken aback, as he had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Regret gnawed at him had he not embarked on that misguided path. Perhaps he would not find himself in such dire circumstances now. As he attempted to rise, a sudden grip tightened around his heart, and he found himself struggling to breathe. Slowly, Wang Zhijiang collapsed. "Quick, call for an ambulance," one of the inspectors urged in a frantic voice. On the playground of Jiangdong University, a gentle hand brushed past his vision, and a pure expression adorned Chu Jing's face as she gazed at him. Wang Zhijiang jolted awake, realizing he was staring at the youthful Chu Jing from years past, having inexplicably been reborn back to June 1st, 1997, the day of his graduation. Observing Chu Jing before him, he understood much more than he had then at this moment. She was already pregnant, though not with his child, as he had pursued her fervently for 3 years. Just 2 days ago, she had suddenly agreed to be together, yet they had not yet consummated their relationship. In his previous life, it was that unexpected joy that had clouded his judgment, preventing him from contemplating the implications. "Zhijiang, once the job allocation notice is announced tomorrow, we should get married. My parents are away tonight, visiting my grandfather, and I would love to prepare a meal for you. Would you like to join me?" Chu Jing said, her face flushed with shyness. "Chu Jing, let's break up," Wang Zhijiang replied calmly. What did you say?" She stammered, her surprise palpable. "I said, let's break up," he reiterated, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the woman before him, his tone remarkably serene. Chu Jing stared at him in disbelief, never expecting to hear such words from him. Her expression darkened in an instant. "What you have done is something you should be well aware of." Wang Zhijiang inhaled deeply and continued, "I do not wish to unveil all of your secrets, for that would only serve to further your embarrassment." Despite the profound anguish within, Wang Zhijiang exhibited remarkable composure. In his past life, he had weathered countless storms over the years, gaining a profound understanding of the tumultuous nature of relationships. Even in the face of the crushing betrayal of a beloved, he managed to maintain a sense of rationality and forgiveness. Though his present form was merely 23 years old, brimming with youthful vigor, his heart had attained a level of maturity that transcended his age. He recognized that succumbing to anger in this moment would only exacerbate the situation, and after a moment of contemplation, he understood that Chu Jing's transgressions had yet to inflict any tangible harm upon him. Moreover, he considered that the man responsible for getting Chu Jing pregnant was someone of significance, someone who wished to keep their liaison hidden otherwise. Why would she attempt to deceive him? Wang Zhijiang, having been granted a second chance at life, had many endeavors to pursue and wished to avoid complicating his career path, even regretting his pursuit of Chu Jing. Altogether, are you investigating me? The tone was sharp and jarring. Wang Zhijiang replied with a mild smile. There is no need for investigation. Your actions are far too suspicious. After pursuing you for 3 years, you suddenly agreed to be my girlfriend just the day before yesterday, and are now hastily talking about marriage. A flicker of panic crossed Chu Jing's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Wang Zhijiang, do not slander me. If you dare to speak recklessly, you shall have your share of suffering in the future. Wang Zhijiang crossed his arms, unfazed. Do you think I still fear you? I merely wish to avoid escalating matters out of respect for our past. But if you persist in your meddling, do not blame me for being unkind. Chu Jing bit her lip, her voice laced with hostility. What do you want? Wang Zhijiang replied placidly. From this moment forth, you shall follow your own path, and I shall tread mine. As for your secrets, as long as you do not provoke me, I shall remain silent. Chu Jing's expression settled into tranquility as she responded with a simple, all right, before turning to leave. Wang Zhijiang took a deep breath, feeling as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart, and he sensed a newfound lightness within himself. He gazed skyward, the azure expanse seeming to herald a brighter future in his past life. Due to Chu Jing's domineering and overbearing nature, his parents had endured a life of misery, constantly subjected to her whims and demands, suffering immense distress and torment. Their familial relations had reached a breaking point, ultimately leading to their untimely demise due to illness. Witnessing this turmoil, his younger siblings had grown utterly disillusioned with their fractured home, severing ties in anger and vanishing without a trace. Later, he learned that his siblings had been unable to afford college, dropping out high school to work. His brother became disabled due to an accident on a construction site, while his sister, forced to care for him, married into a rural family, where they both spent the remainder of their lives. Some may wonder why a woman behaves in such a manner. Yet, if all individuals in this world were virtuous, what need would there be for laws? This is the essence of human nature. At this moment, everything can begin anew. Chapter 2. Family and Schemes. Wang Zhijiang sat quietly on the bus, gazing at the familiar route leading home, his heart a tumult of emotions. Jiangzhou, the capital of Jiangdong Province, stands as the epicenter of the region's economy, culture, and education. Among its institutions, Jiangdong University is unquestionably the pinnacle of academic excellence. Boasting a stellar reputation nationwide, truly a first-rate institution of higher learning. In this particular era, university students are a rare and invaluable resource. Although the year is now 1997 and the government no longer enforces a policy of guaranteed job placement for graduates, the exceptional talents nurtured by top-tier universities like Jiangdong University remain highly sought after and esteemed by governmental bodies. Wang Zhijiang's residence is situated in Kaidong City, a mere 50 kilometers from Jiangzhou. He slowly disembarked from the bus, dragging an old suitcase as he made his way home. Upon entering the textile factory's staff quarters, he ascended the stairs and was greeted by the cheerful laughter of his younger siblings. Stepping through the door, he found his mother, Qi Mei, bustling in the kitchen, while his father, Wang Ligua, sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. Upon noticing his son's return, he set the paper aside to glance at Wang Zhijiang. His younger siblings immediately rushed to embrace him, chattering excitedly about amusing incidents from school, their curiosity piqued by their elder brother's university experiences. His younger brother, Wang Zhijiang, was adopted by their father during his time of rural poverty alleviation work when he discovered the child in an orphanage, coinciding with the end of a tumultuous era where many children had lost their parents. Wang Zhijiang, captivated by the 3-year-old boy who had just begun to speak, fervently pleaded with his father to bring him home, naming him Wang Zhijiang. Years have passed without anyone seeking to reclaim the boy, and given the absence of any such inquiries in the decades that followed, Wang Zhijiang surmised that his brother's biological parents had likely passed away. The only remnant of his origins was a military-style green tag that hung around Wang Zhijiang's neck, adorned with a clover pattern. As Wang Zhijiang gazed at this token, he pondered whether he might assist his brother in discovering his true father in this lifetime. He understood that, at times, his brother might yearn for his biological parents, though the memories from before the age of 3 had grown hazy. Wang Zhijiang has always depended on his elder brother, while also caring for their younger sister, Wang Zhijiang, both of whom are now in their second year of high school. In his former life, Wang Zhijiang was assigned to the office of the Landong County government in Kaidong City. However, his fate took a turn due to the influence of a man named Chu Jing. The entanglement of their grievances thrust him into a vortex of emotional and professional turmoil. Furthermore, Wang Zhijiang's inherent aversion to the sycophancy and politicking of the officialdom exacerbated his predicament. As time progressed, familial pressures began to steer his decisions, particularly the relentless encouragement from his daughter, prompting him to test the boundaries of his previously unwavering ethical standards. Ultimately, he could not evade the repercussions of the law. Concurrently, Wang Zhijiang discovered an astonishingly sharp memory, enabling him to recall events and individuals from his past life. As he had spent nearly 3 decades navigating the labyrinthine archives of his former bureaucratic existence. Thus, I find myself drawn to the exploration of the illustrious families of Huagua, their members, their trajectories, and their destinies, as well as the prominent figures in the business world, anyone of notable repute, their origins, and so forth. The Li family of the capital, featuring the esteemed Li Lao, who governs the state, alongside other family members. The Zhou family of the capital, comprising its own members. In this lifetime, I am determined to ascend the ranks and contribute to the well-being of the populace and the nation. Chapter 3. Report. Wang Zhijiang contemplated for a moment, then began to meticulously compose a proposal regarding institutional reform and its practical implementation. Phase 1. The crux of institutional reform lies in revamping the government's economic management departments, adjusting the specialized and comprehensive departments, abolishing certain ministries, and establishing new ones. The reform will also entail adjustments to the macro control and supervisory departments, dissolving several ministries and forming new ones. By next year, significant reforms should be enacted within the specialized economic management sector, transforming departments such as coal, metallurgy, and machinery into national bureaus managed by the National Economic and Trade Commission. Looking ahead, in order to align with the requirements of joining the World Trade Organization, we will focus on advancing reforms in relevant economic and financial management institutions, dissolving the Economic and Trade Commission and the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation, while establishing the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission and the China Banking Regulatory Commission, among others. Phase 2. Phase 3. Phase 4. Phase 5. Drawing from the institutional reform processes of the past and my own understanding, Wang Zhijiang meticulously crafted this article, organizing it for printing and intended submission to the magazine Xiaoshi. This publication, affiliated with central authorities, features the nation's premier political journals, where only individuals of ministerial rank or higher typically have the opportunity to publish. Naturally, anyone may submit, yet such occurrences are rare. Without considerable experience and high-level bureaucratic insight, one cannot hope to produce a commendable article. The 1997 institutional reform can be regarded as a seismic shift in the political landscape, affecting the power dynamics of millions of officials across the nation. The proposal I have developed, based on insights gleaned from subsequent eras, is undoubtedly the optimal solution for Huagua. On the morning of June 2, 1997, at 6:30, with the sun just beginning to rise, Wang Zhijiang arose early, moving with purpose into the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his grooming, he returned to his bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and retrieved a shirt as white as snow, along with a pair of impeccably pressed trousers. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. His height of 180 centimeters lent him an air of distinction, complemented by a handsome visage, rendering him quite presentable. The adage clothes make the man holds true both within and outside the system. Personal image is of utmost importance, as first impressions often dictate whether others are inclined to explore one's capabilities further, simultaneously conveying respect towards others. Since encountering Chu Jing, his heart has wholly belonged to that extraordinary girl, leaving little room for any other affections. Yet at that moment, for reasons unknown, another girl, Qinlan, began to surface in his mind. Her gentle smile resembled a soft breeze on a spring day, caressing the heart with warmth. Landing County is situated at the westernmost edge of Kaidong City, bordering Jiangzhou City, with a resident population of approximately 700,000, reflecting a relatively modest economic standing. Wang Zhijiang arrived at the organization department of the county committee and gently knocked on the door, which was met with an invitation to enter. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by Zhang Cheng, a staff member of the department. Zhang set down his pen, rose with a smile, and shook hands with Wang Zhijiang, saying, "You must be Comrade Wang Zhijiang. Greetings. I am Zhang Cheng from the organization department. The deputy minister specifically instructed me to welcome you this morning." He gestured for Wang to take a seat. Zhang appeared to be in his late 20s, dressed in a checkered shirt typical of the era and wearing glasses, exuding an academic aura. In his previous life, Wang had not paid much attention to his appearance when he first came to the organization department. Arriving in a rather casual manner, he noted that Minister Zhang held him in high regard, which only served to amplify his own sense of superiority. Failing to show any respect for authority, believing himself to be a standout graduate from Jiangdong University, rare in Landing County. Consequently, Minister Zhang had been disappointed and instructed him to report to the county government office alone. Reflecting on this now, Wang recognized his arrogance and naivety. What leader would wish to employ someone so oblivious to the rules of any environment? Chapter 4. County Government Office. Zhang Cheng remarked, "Please wait a moment. The deputy minister will be here shortly to meet with you." "All right, Director Zhang. Please go ahead with your tasks. I shall wait here," Wang replied. Before long, the previously shut door was gently pushed open, revealing a man who appeared to be around 40 years old. Time had seemingly left few visible marks on his face, yet his composed demeanor and profound gaze conveyed the weight of experience. Clad in exceedingly simple attire devoid of ostentatious embellishments or prominent brand logos, he nevertheless emanated an air of authority. At this moment, Zhang Cheng, who had been seated, promptly stood up and, smiling, introduced the new arrival. "Minister, this is Comrade Wang Zhijiang from the Finance Department of Jiangdong University, here to report for duty today." He then turned to Wang, saying, "Comrade Wang Zhijiang, this gentleman is our county committee's deputy minister, Yang Guoqiang." Upon hearing Zhang's introduction, Wang promptly responded, "Hello, Minister Yang. I am Wang Zhijiang, here to report today." Yang Guoqiang appraised Wang Zhijiang, noting his handsome demeanor and appropriate attire, which aligned well with the expectations of the institutional environment, leading to an immediate increase in his favorable impression. "Very good. This young man appears quite spirited. I have advocated for the need for talented individuals like you within our county system this year. High-quality talents, such as yourself, especially from a prestigious institution like Jiangdong University, are essential. The higher authorities are also emphasizing the need for a younger cadre. I hope you will work diligently under the guidance of the party and the organization, utilizing your talents to better serve the people." Yang Guoqiang was fully aware that most outstanding graduates from Jiangdong University, typically with connections or backgrounds, would secure positions in Jiangzhou's municipal or provincial government, leaving individuals like Wang Zhijiang, lacking such connections, to find their paths in places like Landing County. Yang Guoqiang also reviewed the political background of Wang Zhijiang and was well aware of his family circumstances. Nevertheless, Yang Guoqiang held Wang Zhijiang in high regard, considering him a distinguished talent. After all, he had proactively sought out this individual from higher authorities, which could be regarded as a notable achievement in his role. Should Wang Zhijiang's future prospects continue to flourish, it would reflect positively on the effectiveness of the organizational department, marking a significant accomplishment in his duties. A conversation with Wang Zhijiang ignited Yang Guoqiang's appreciation for talent, especially given that this young man was merely 23 years of age, yet spoke with the poise of someone seasoned in the bureaucratic arena, which was somewhat intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Guoqiang instructed, "Very well, familiarize yourself with the county government office. Remember to work diligently. I have high hopes for you." Zhang Cheng escorted Wang Zhijiang to the county government office, noting Yang's evident satisfaction with Wang. He resolved to keep a close watch on Wang's development to ensure he was well informed when the minister inquired, lest he appear an incompetent subordinate. The absence of a mention from leadership did not grant him the luxury of ignorance. Zhao Wan slightly lifted her head upon seeing Zhang Cheng enter the organizational department, instantly transforming her previously focused expression into a warm smile. She promptly set aside her documents, rose, and hastened toward him, extending her hands to grasp his. With exuberance, she exclaimed, "Ah, Chief Zhang, it appears you have brought us a promising talent." Chapter 5. Qian Kuin's thoughts. Zhao Wan's cordiality toward Zhang Cheng was not without reason. Any cadre aspiring to advance in their career ultimately required the scrutiny of the organizational department. Zhang Cheng politely responded, "Director Zhao is correct. I have indeed brought talent for your office." Zhao Wan's smile grew even brighter. If Chief Zhang personally delivers this talent, it must be exceptional. "Oh, Director Zhao, you are too kind," Zhang Cheng replied. "Allow me to introduce this individual. This is Wang Zhijiang, a comrade whom Minister Yang of our organizational department specifically requested from the city. He is a recent graduate from the finance department of Jiangdong University in our province. How fortunate we are to have Minister Yang's discerning eye," Zhao Wan remarked with a slight smile. After delivering Wang Zhijiang, Zhang Cheng returned. Wang Zhijiang politely shook Zhao Wan's hand, smiling as he said, "Director Zhao, as a newcomer, I have much to learn from you." Zhao Wan guided Wang Zhijiang to his workstation and briefly introduced him to the office colleagues. She then invited him into her office to provide an overview of the office's operations. Through their interactions, Zhao Wan discerned that this young man possessed a commendable demeanor and interpersonal skills. Having encountered numerous young officials, she found it rare to meet someone of such caliber. Zhao Wan's perception of him seemed poised to shift, especially with the endorsement from Deputy Minister Yang, leading Wang Zhijiang to believe that Zhao Wan would not treat him as she had in his previous life. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Chu Jing's partner still harbored intentions to pursue him. In the evening hours around 7 p.m., within a luxurious hotel room in the city center of Jiangzhou, Chu Jing, clad in a delicate silk nightgown, nestled contentedly in the man's embrace. Her cheeks flushed with joy. She gently lifted her head, her voice imbued with a sweet softness. "Kuan-gu, what should we do about Wang Zhijiang, who is so oblivious to his own status? How dare he treat me with such indifference? It truly infuriates me." She continued, "Moreover, Kuan-gu, I aspire to secure a position in a reputable department within the Jiangzhou municipal government. Given your extensive connections and formidable capabilities, could you assist me in arranging this?" Upon hearing Chu Jing's words, Qian Kuin felt a flicker of irritation. His brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure crossed his gaze, though he quickly regained his composure. Their time together had been relatively pleasant. Indeed, Chu Jing possessed a certain charm and was a distinguished student from Jiangdong University. However, an unexpected complication had arisen. She was pregnant. With her father being a bureaucrat, if this matter came to light, it would undoubtedly have dire repercussions, potentially obstructing his father's career advancement. Consequently, Qian Kuan devised what he believed to be a mutually beneficial solution. He suggested that Chu Jing marry Wang Zhijiang. In Qian Kuan's estimation, Wang Zhijiang was on the verge of entering the bureaucratic system and lacked a significant family background, likely to become a mere grassroots clerk. Such a person would be easily managed within the system. Qian Kuan calculated that if Wang Zhijiang married Chu Jing, he could extricate himself from the complications of her pregnancy while maintaining control over the situation when necessary. Gently patting Chu Jing's back, he reassured her, "Rest assured, I will handle matters with Wang Zhijiang. As for your aspirations to join a government unit, I will find a way to assist you." Chapter 6. The call to Chunming: just be obedient and refrain from worrying excessively. However, it would be wise for you to find someone akin to Wang Zhijiang to marry soon. Otherwise, it may become quite unsightly as your pregnancy progresses. Chu Jing smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this, though irritation simmered within her. Yet, she acknowledged the reality of her situation. Her father was merely an associate director in the Education Bureau, not a significant power player. To advance her family's position, they would have to rely on Qian Kuan. Subsequently, Qian Kuan rose and retreated to the adjacent study, closing the door behind him. He picked up his phone and called Chun Ming, the deputy mayor of Landon County, who was responsible for the county government office and administrative affairs. "Hello, Uncle Ming, it's Xiao Kuan. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." Qian Kuan spoke with courtesy. "Ah, Xiao Kuan, not a bother at all. What prompted your call?" Chun Ming pondered, slightly perplexed. Qian Kuan often caused him considerable vexation. His ascension to the role of deputy mayor was not without the aid of Qian Kuan's father, Qian Hai, the deputy minister of the Jiangzhou Municipal Organization Department. Qian Hai wielded substantial influence in the provincial capital and sought to cultivate connections at lower municipal and county levels. However, Landon County, governed by Kaidong City, did not enjoy the same status as Jiangzhou, and Qian Kuan, a notorious spendthrift, left Chun Ming questioning how he could be of assistance from such a distance. As Chun Ming pondered in silence, he received a call from Qian Kuan, who stated, "Uncle Ming, a talented student from Jiangdong University named Wang Zhijiang has crossed me, and I wish for him to remain a mere clerk in your county government for the entirety of his career." Though Qian Kuan maintained a veneer of politeness, his haughty disposition was unmistakable, yet he refrained from overstepping bounds. The privileged offspring within the system may indulge in their excesses, but that does not imply a lack of intelligence. They are unlikely to engage in actions that would blatantly breach the law. Not a problem. As long as I am in Landon County, even if I am no longer here in the future, I will ensure he is looked after. After all, a distinguished graduate from Jiangdong University should immerse himself in grassroots governance to better serve the people. Chun Ming felt considerably reassured. Perceiving this as a trivial matter, preventing a low-ranking clerk from ascending the ranks was hardly a daunting task and did not weigh heavily on his mind. Meanwhile, after arranging all the necessary onboarding matters, Wang Zhijiang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. However, he suddenly recalled a pressing desire to purchase a mobile phone. In this era, owning a mobile phone was still a rarity, and the exorbitant prices were staggering. The predominant brands circulating in the market were Nokia and Motorola. Without a phone, it was inconvenient to communicate with family and colleagues. Thus, Wang Zhijiang utilized a landline at the county government to call his father, Wang Ligua, requesting him to buy a phone and have it delivered the following day. Although Wang Ligua found the cost steep, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase for his son's new job. Seated quietly in his room, Wang Zhijiang's thoughts turned to a more pressing issue: money. He contemplated his aspirations for a political career, a path that appeared dazzling at first glance. Yet the temptations that lay ahead were formidable. He needed substantial financial backing. Frowning slightly, he fell into deep thought. In his previous life, he had closely monitored the stock market, often studying trends and market conditions during his leisure time. However, the prospect of amassing wealth through stocks seemed daunting now. With time having elapsed, he could only vaguely recall the general trends of certain blue-chip stocks, which typically experienced slow fluctuations. Just as anxiety began to overwhelm him, a sudden spark illuminated his mind. A crucial piece of information flashed through his consciousness: the Asian financial crisis of July 1997. A knowing smile slowly emerged at the corners of his mouth. Supporting his chin with his hand, he began to calculate meticulously, recalling his childhood friend, Chao Bing, and considering whether he could borrow some funds from him. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Vowing to seize this rare opportunity to resolutely resolve his financial woes and establish a solid economic foundation for his political ambitions, ensuring that money would no longer be an obstacle on his path forward. Chapter 7. Chun Ming's initiative in the office of Chun Ming, the deputy county head of Landon County. The clock struck 9 a.m. At this moment, Chun Ming scrutinized the political background materials regarding Wang Zhijiang, prepared by his secretary, Wu Bing. As the deputy county head responsible for the government office and agencies, Wang Zhijiang fell well within his jurisdiction, being his subordinate. Wu Bing, observing Chun Ming's contemplation, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "County head, I would like to inform you about Wang Zhijiang. He is a highly talented individual who was brought over by Deputy Minister Yang of the Organization Department from the city this year. I heard from Zhao Wan in the office that Zhang Cheng from the Organization Department personally delivered Wang Zhijiang to us yesterday. Zhang Cheng specifically emphasized to Zhao Wan that Deputy Minister Yang holds Wang Zhijiang in high regard. Chen Ming was aware that Yang Guoqiang, the deputy minister, was likely a person of considerable influence, yet he did not dwell on it too much, considering him merely a deputy minister. If he were an upright individual, his authority would surpass that of Chen Ming, who had yet to gain full standing. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ming remarked, "Xiao Wu, although Wang Zhijiang is a distinguished graduate from Jiangdong University, he is still rather young. Youth requires extensive grassroots experience to mature. Therefore, instruct Zhao Wan to assign him to the second secretary section, primarily to manage the county's archives. Let him not engage in anything beyond that." "Understood, county head. I will relay your instructions to Zhao Wan immediately," Wu Bing replied, turning to leave the office. Perplexed by how Wang Zhijiang had offended Deputy County Head Chen so soon after starting his job, seemingly without any prior connection. It seemed he was merely acting on someone else's behalf. Zhao Wan sat at her desk, filled with skepticism. The seemingly arbitrary task assigned to her was perplexing. After all, Wang Zhijiang was a high-caliber recruit sought after by Deputy Minister Yang Guoqiang from the city. Was it truly appropriate to place him in the archives? Nevertheless, it was a directive from leadership, and she dared not show any negligence. Rising from her chair, Zhao Wan approached Wang Zhijiang and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Wang Zhijiang, please follow me to my office." Wang Zhijiang lifted his head, a hint of confusion on his face, and followed Zhao Wan into her office. She gestured for him to sit down and fixed her gaze upon him. "Do you have any prior connection with Deputy County Head Chen Ming?" After posing the question, she scrutinized Wang Zhijiang's expression intently. Seated in the chair, Wang Zhijiang sighed softly at Zhao Wan's inquiry, his mind momentarily conjuring the sinister visage of Qian Kun. However, his demeanor remained unruffled. With a tranquil expression and steady gaze, he replied, "Director Zhao, I have never met Deputy County Head Chen, let alone have any connection with him." Zhao Wan meticulously observed Wang Zhijiang's consistently calm demeanor. Internally, she pondered, is it true that Wang Zhijiang has no connection with Deputy County Head Chen? Or is he deliberately concealing something? "Xiao Wang, I have something to discuss with you. The higher-ups have finalized your specific job assignment. You will report to the archives in the second section this afternoon." Zhao Wan inhaled slightly, continuing, "Xiao Wang, you are still young, and there are certain truths you must grasp early on. As the saying goes, to untie a knot, one must be the one who tied it. Some matters need to be resolved at their source. I shall say no more. I trust you are astute enough to comprehend the implications of my words." Zhao Wan harbored a favorable opinion of Wang Zhijiang in her heart. Wang Zhijiang displayed an extraordinary calmness, a quality not easily possessed by the average individual. Based on this alone, Zhao Wan felt compelled to offer him a subtle hint. "Sister Zhao, I understand," Wang Zhijiang replied, raising his head and meeting her gaze with unwavering determination. He recognized that Zhao Wan was indeed guiding him. In his previous life, Wang Zhijiang had been assigned to the archives, where he was inundated with work, leaving him perpetually occupied. Had it not been for a chance encounter where he submitted a work report to his superior, he would not have even had the opportunity for a promotion. As he walked toward the archives, he began to contemplate that a breakthrough opportunity lay within the week, particularly with the current secretary of the Lando County Committee, Han Peng. He mused about the article he had sent to Seeking Truth magazine and wondered what kind of reaction it would elicit. This was an endeavor he had never embarked upon in either of his lives, stirring a blend of anxiety and anticipation within him. Chapter 8. The Li family of the capital Beijing, the unequivocal political and cultural epicenter of Huaguo. Amidst the bustling city, the Li family stands as one of the foremost red families in both the capital and the nation. At the age of 74, Elder Li has become the pillar of the family. He presides over the Huaguo government as one of the members of the top-level 7-member group, preparing to step back into a secondary role next year. Elder Li has devoted considerable effort to the family's development, for the family to achieve enduring prosperity. It must continually grow and expand. What brings Elder Li solace is the emergence of the second generation, which has gradually become the backbone of the family. His 2 sons are exceptionally talented. The eldest son, Li Guokai, 51 years old, is tall and resolute, serving as the executive vice governor of Sichuan province. The younger son, Li Guocheng, 49 years old, possesses a keen intellect and sharp decision-making abilities, currently holding the position of Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Public Security. Additionally, the third-generation core member, Li Xiuming, 27 years old, is also beginning to shine in his role as Vice County Chief in Anhui Province. Thanks to these outstanding family members, the Li family's influence in Beijing and throughout Huagua is undeniably substantial. No family dares to underestimate the Li family's strength, for they are well aware that it stems from generations of hard work and dedication. As the youngest daughter, Li Mei, is cherished by elder Li, her humility is noteworthy. While she may not wield the same power as her two older brothers, she is a distinguished graduate of the Chinese department at Beijing University and a political scholar. Due to her passions, the 45-year-old Li Mei serves as the deputy editor of Seeking Truth magazine. On the morning of June 4th, 1997, Li Mei's secretary, Wei Min, knocked on the office door. "Editor Li, I have an article submitted to the magazine that is quite impressive. I believe you should take an interest in it." "Is that so? Let me see it quickly. This is your first time showing me a submitted article. I'm curious to see how well it is written." Li Mei believed that Seeking Truth magazine was the pinnacle of political publications in the country, primarily featuring articles from officials at or above the ministerial level. Upon opening the article and reading the title, she felt that the author was indeed audacious, as institutional reform is a matter of national significance. It is not only ordinary officials at the ministerial level who refrain from discussing such matters publicly. Even prominent families like the Lees would hesitate to utter a word. This pertains to the promotion and power shifts of millions of officials across the nation, where any misstep could potentially offend multiple factions. In fact, the Lee family has convened several meetings to deliberate on this issue, yet no satisfactory conclusion has emerged. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The complexity of institutional reform is beyond imagination. Although the reform process has been underway since the 13th Party Congress, it has been largely superficial, lacking substantial impact due to the absence of influential leaders taking the helm. This predicament has caused considerable concern for the Lee family, especially with the elderly poised to step back from the forefront next year. The family's inherent strength is formidable. Yet if the higher echelons truly intend to implement sweeping reforms, achieving this without the backing of several top families would prove exceedingly challenging. Should the Lee family fail to make a decisive choice and align themselves appropriately, they risk being sidelined post-reform, a matter of great significance for their future development. This precarious position is precisely why those in high office tread lightly. Non-participation could be the very reason for their downfall. Li Mei, upon reading the article by Wang Zhijiang, found herself increasingly astonished. This piece not only elucidated the reasons behind previous reforms and their implementation strategies, but also laid out detailed plans for the upcoming years, including timelines for completion. It is noteworthy that such insights typically require the perspective of high-ranking officials. From a national standpoint, the article demonstrates remarkable foresight. Furthermore, Li Mei became increasingly convinced that if this plan were followed, the pace of institutional reform could be realized in merely 2 to 3 years, without any adverse effects. Wang Zhijiang had meticulously excluded all elements likely to cause side effect from the reform proposals, rendering this plan the most optimal. Unable to contain her urgency, Li Mei hurriedly left with the article in hand and called her father's secretary to inquire about his availability. Given her father's elevated position, he was often ensnared by time constraints, making it impossible for even his daughter to approach him directly at his office. After waiting for half an hour outside her father's office, Li Lao's secretary finally permitted her entry. "Father, I have a piece of writing that arrived at our magazine, and I feel it is of utmost importance. Please take a look." "Is that so? You seldom visit my office," he replied curiously. "Let me see." Li Lao was intrigued. As his daughter rarely came to his office, issues were typically discussed at home after work. What could be so pressing that she hurried to his office at noon? Adjusting his glasses and settling onto a nearby sofa, he began to read. The more he delved into the article, the more engrossed he became. After a solid half hour of silent contemplation, he abruptly stood, his eyes fixed on his daughter with conviction. Who authored this article? Why did it arrive at the magazine so unexpectedly? His initial reaction upon reading the article was one of anger. Why? Because many families in the capital and across the provinces were approaching institutional reform with great caution, although a few families had already made their choices, either in support or opposition. However, sending such an article to the magazine office where my daughter works, what does this imply? This reform proposal is undeniably flawless, leaving even Mr. Lee speechless. Is this a coercion for the Lee family to make a choice? A provocation against the Lee family? Upon observing her father's furrowed brow, Lee Mei realized that her father had misunderstood the situation. She quickly reassured him, "Dad, please don't be upset. While I was waiting outside, I found out that the author of this proposal is named Wang Zhijiang, a grassroots official in the government office of Landong County, Kaidong City, Jiangdong Province. He is a top graduate from the finance department of Jiangdong University, having just completed his studies this year. I also investigated, and it appears that Wang Zhijiang has no connections. Both of his parents are ordinary individuals, and he does not belong to any influential family." Mr. Lee's expression turned quizzical. "Are you telling me that this article was written by a young graduate in his early 20s from Jiangdong University? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have assumed it was the brainchild of some think tank or high-ranking official, given the caliber required to produce such a document." Mr. Lee, being a meticulous individual, speculated that Wang Zhijiang would not limit his submission to just one magazine. He promptly addressed Lee Mei at 7 this evening. "Everyone who can return home should do so for a meeting. Please inform the others." "Understood, Dad. I'll let you get back to your work," Lee Mei replied. Recognizing her father's busy schedule, she returned to the magazine office, requested her secretary to print several more copies of the document, and then called her elder brothers, urging them to come home for the evening meeting. Chapter 9. The decision of the Lee family. The Lee family resided in a villa located in the heart of the capital, and Mr. Lee was among the few remaining notable figures of Huagua, naturally guarded by armed security, except for his youngest son, Li Guochang, who lived with his father and wife due to work in the capital. Li Mei had married and moved out early, and most of the other siblings also resided elsewhere. At 7 in the evening, the atmosphere in the living room was rather solemn. Li Guochang, the eldest brother, had just returned from Sichuan province for the meeting, ensuring that both he and the second brother were present. Several third-generation relatives were also in attendance, although some had not entered politics. They deemed the matter significant enough to participate. The occasions for a Lee family meeting were rare, and Li Mei distributed the printed articles to everyone present. Mr. Lee sat at the head of the conference table, his hand firmly resting on the reform proposal as if it were a document of monumental importance. His gaze slowly traversed each individual in attendance, scrutinizing their expressions and reactions. As Mr. Lee's gaze lingered, the demeanor of the attendees grew increasingly astonished. Some mouths slightly parted, seemingly eager to voice their thoughts yet at a loss for words. Others knitted their brows, evidently deep in contemplation, while a few displayed incredulous expressions, as if this proposal had completely surpassed their expectations. In that moment, Li Guoqiang broke the silence, his voice tinged with excitement. "Dad, I believe this proposal is absolutely perfect. If we implement it as outlined, I am confident that we can successfully complete the institutional reform within 2 to 3 years." His words sparked a ripple of commotion, with others beginning to murmur and exchange opinions. Li Guoqing nodded, signifying his agreement with his elder brother's viewpoint. The institutional reform undoubtedly represents a significant national initiative, encompassing a vast range of areas, including dozens of central departments and the civil service across various administrative levels. The most critical challenges, as Li Guoqiang pointed out, lie within these central departments, where the number of ministerial officials exceeds 100. The familial powers they represent, along with the immense effort and resources they have invested to ascend to such high positions, make the prospect of facing dismissal due to reform measures an exceedingly sensitive and complex issue. Therefore, it is imperative that any reform plans are crafted with utmost caution, thoroughly considering the potential adverse impacts and striving to minimize them to the greatest extent possible. Additionally, it is crucial to determine who will spearhead this institutional reform, as this decision not only influences the smooth execution of the reform, but also concerns the stability and development of the entire national administrative system. The attendees expressed their opinions. And after listening, Elderly remarked, "The matter of institutional reform has been a topic of considerable discussion within the Li family. Firstly, we have yet to identify a suitable plan. Secondly, none from our group has stepped forward. However, the situation has changed. I am responsible for government affairs and am second in line." Elder Jiang has consistently supported institutional reform over the past 2 years, but has lacked a viable plan, which is why he has remained inactive. Moreover, Elder Jiang was personally promoted to the 7th group by Lord Bai, and I recently learned that he is set to succeed me in governance next year. The crowd was taken aback by Elder Li's words, as they had not anticipated Lord Bai's backing, which changed the entire dynamic. Although Lord Bai is now over 80 and retired, he remains a unique figure, holding the highest status among the living. While the Li family may be considered one of the premier families in Huagua, they still pale in comparison to Lord Bai. Despite his retirement, his influence has not waned. A significant portion of senior officials at the ministerial level and above have connections with him. Elderly continued, "There is also another matter. The proposal was drafted by a comrade named Wang Zhijiang and sent to Xiaomei's magazine. There is no need for concern. It has been verified that Wang Zhijiang is merely a grassroots official from the government office of Landong County in Jiangdong Province, who graduated this year from the finance department of Jiangdong University without any familial background." The assembly was once again astonished. They could hardly believe that such a proposal originated from a fresh graduate. It is remarkable to possess such high political acumen to consider institutional reform from a national perspective. Truly extraordinary. Li Mei interjected, "At present, we do not know whether this reform proposal has been sent to other magazines. My suggestion is to expedite the review of the proposal by Elder Jiang and to have our Li family publicly support him in executing the institutional reform until its completion. I have great confidence in this proposal." As a scholar in party governance, Li Mei is always eager to engage in endeavors that benefit the nation. Li Guiqiang said, "Father, I believe my younger sister's perspective is quite valid. Ultimately, this matter brings tremendous benefits to both the nation and the people, with no detriment whatsoever. Our previous hesitation stemmed from the absence of a flawless plan. At this juncture, we must publicly support Elder Jiang in executing institutional reforms to address the current bloated organizational structure. You are aware that in a small county, there are often 8 or 9 deputy county heads, each accompanied by a secretary, managing minuscule portfolios and coupled with the intrigues of the political arena. This has indeed stymied the nation's progress." Elder Li sighed softly. The country remains impoverished and in need of development. Such a situation necessitates bold measures. Therefore, I shall meet with Elder Jiang first thing tomorrow morning. You all must remember, the rise and fall of individuals and families pales in comparison to the paramount importance of our nation and its people, no matter what position one attains in the future. This principle must be upheld. Everyone nodded in agreement, when suddenly Li Guoqiang interjected, "Father, what about Wang Zhijiang?" Elderly had already contemplated this matter and expressed his interest in the young man, saying, "Comrade, Wang Zhijiang possesses remarkable political acumen. It would be challenging to find someone of such talent and courage among the families in the capital. As a grassroots individual with no background, he has crafted such a flawless proposal and dared to submit it directly to the Pragmatism magazine. It is worth noting that even our Li family refrains from discussing institutional reforms in public due to the sensitivity of the issue, and some families have already begun to voice their opposition. He is merely a newly appointed grassroots official, yet he risks jeopardizing his career before it even begins. This is why I regard him as a commendable comrade. He dares to act despite knowing the potential consequences, which demonstrates his profound concern for the nation and its people." The assembly was taken aback by Elder Li's high praise. At such a distinguished level, his standards for evaluating individuals and their actions are exceedingly stringent. Even his 2 sons, who have reached ministerial ranks, have seldom received their father's commendation, as he believes that the essence of governance lies in prioritizing the nation and its people, a notion that many have unfortunately forgotten. Li Guiqiang sensed his father's keen interest in Wang Zhijiang, understanding that the Li family could indeed provide support, albeit with certain prerequisites. The minimum requirement would be the mayor of a county-level city, with a position at least at the deputy level, and age considerations would also play a role. Individuals at the deputy provincial level are often already self-sufficient and less reliant on families like theirs, and it is crucial that there are no affiliations with other families. Thus, the pool of candidates eligible to join the Li family is quite limited, and the standards for such candidates are notably high. At this point, Li Guochang suggested, "Father, how about I have Shuoyang reach out to comrade Wang Zhijiang? Shuoyang is not part of the system and is of a similar age to Wang Zhijiang. Let him first assess the veracity of this individual." Those present might also doubt that this institutional reform proposal was indeed penned by him. We should approach this individual with caution, as competition among families in the capital is quite fierce. There is no denying that in Huagua, the number of positions of power diminishes as one ascends the ranks. There are millions of section-level officials, but only a few tens of thousands at the department level, meaning that it takes 10 section-level officials to yield a single department-level position. As one ascends, the challenges become unfathomable. Competition exists not only overtly, but also covertly, all within the bounds of legality and compliance. Li Shuoyang, the son of Li Guochang, diverges from his cousin Li Shueming, who has entered the system. Instead, he has ventured into business, leveraging his family's legacy. Within the permissible confines, he has accumulated some capital and now operates a financial firm known as Qiming Capital. A distinguished graduate from the finance department of a prestigious university in the capital, he manages his enterprise with considerable flair. Although he is part of the third generation of the Li family and not particularly favored by the elderly, he still garners respect from the outside world. Li Shuoyang harbors a profound fear of his grandfather, who holds a high-ranking position and is known for his stern demeanor towards his descendants. The elderly perceives Li Shuoyang's foray into business as lacking substantial benefit to the nation and its people, thus treating him with a degree of strictness. The elderly slightly raised his head to regard his grandson, Li Shuoyang, and said, "Very well, Shaoyang, you are to travel to Jiangdong province. Remember, do not be overly conspicuous. You are not a part of the system, and Wang Zhijiang cannot possibly know you are from the Li family. First, ascertain whether this proposal is indeed authored by him, and second, investigate whether there are other families involved. Depart tomorrow morning. The meeting is adjourned." Li Shuoyang, facing his grandfather's unquestionable directive, felt an immense sense of frustration. Being outside the system, he aspired to make a mark in the business realm to assist his family. However, his company's capabilities were still modest, having only recently begun its journey. Despite his dissatisfaction, he held a blend of respect and trepidation for his grandfather. Early the next morning, Li Shuoyang boarded a flight to Jiangzhou in Jiangdong province, unaware that this journey to engage with Wang Zhijiang would lead him to earn an unimaginable fortune, positioning him as the most illustrious figure among the third generation of the capital's elite. In Chapter 10, we find ourselves with his childhood friend, Chao Bing. In the bustling heart of Landong County, within a private room of the Donglai Hotel, Wang Zhijiang dined with his childhood companion, Chao Bing, reminiscing about their school days. Chao Bing and Wang Zhijiang had been classmates from elementary through high school. Chao Bing pursued his studies at a university in Guanghai province. In their previous lives, they shared a strong bond, characterized by infrequent contact, yet unwavering camaraderie. Chao Bing's family had historically been involved in the textile industry, with both parents in managerial roles. Later, when Chao Bing's parents successfully ventured into business in Guanghai province, they relocated and seldom returned to Kaidong City. This time, Chao Bing managed to obtain Wang Zhijiang's number through his father. Coincidentally passing through Landong County, he thought it an opportune moment to reconnect, especially since Wang Zhijiang had matters to discuss with him. Bing, had you not been passing through Landong County, I would have intended to reach out to you. Wang Zhijiang remarked. Is that so? I wonder why you seem different. You weren't like this before. I only discovered you had entered the system after contacting Uncle Wang. This seems entirely out of character for you. Have you encountered difficulties? Just let me know. There's no need for formality between us. Chao Bing expressed, puzzled. He understood Wang Zhijiang's character well. The system seemed ill-suited for him. Yet today, he sensed a significant change in his childhood friend, a maturity that felt somewhat unbefitting of a young man. Wang Zhijiang glanced at Chao Bing and smiled. Ah, look at our young master Chow, so affluent. I have indeed been contemplating a venture lately, but I lack the capital. I would like to borrow 50,000 yuan from you, and I assure you, I shall repay it within 2 months. In an era where the average salary barely reached 600 yuan, such a sum was indeed considerable. Fortunately, Chow Bing's family had been in business for over a decade, and he had the means to lend. However, he was somewhat puzzled about what Wang Zhijiang intended to do, especially since he had just graduated. Nevertheless, knowing that Wang was not one to act recklessly, Chow Bing refrained from overthinking it and curiously inquired, "No problem. But I'm somewhat intrigued. You were always so low profile in school. Are you planning to start a business? Although civil servants are allowed to engage in business, I presume you won't have much time." Wang Zhijiang did not elaborate. "I do have a lucrative opportunity in the coming 2 months, but I cannot disclose the details. Rest assured, it is entirely legal. You know me. I would never indulge in illegal activities. It's not that I don't want you to be involved, but you may only contribute the capital. No further inquiries, please." Wang Zhijiang felt somewhat helpless, although Chow Bing was a childhood friend and someone he trusted. The impending Asian financial crisis was a monumental matter. He doubted that Chow Bing would take him seriously, especially since he was not a finance major. However, he had no qualms about allowing Chow Bing to profit from it. Chow Bing was a generous individual, and once he had chosen a friend, he placed his full trust in them. After some consideration, he replied, "All right, I'll 1T pry further. But you must ensure I earn some money from this. I will invest another 50,000 yuan and await your good news in 2 months." With that, they raised their glasses and continued discussing Wang Zhijiang's future aspirations in the civil service, not placing too much importance on the 50,000 yuan, as Chow Bing could hardly fathom the potential returns it could yield. Wang Zhijiang then recalled the looming Asian financial crisis next month, which would significantly impact foreign trade exports, particularly affecting the financial market in Gangwon City. He shared his thoughts with Chow Bing. "Although your family's business in Guanghai province is not directly involved in exports, the nation will eventually open up. By year-end, many export trading companies will collapse. You should prepare some funds to acquire quality assets at a bargain. And once the storm passes, you can resell them for substantial gains." Chow Bing's eyes brightened at Wang Zhijiang's words, but he was still puzzled. "How do you know that many trading companies will go under? You've never even been to Guanghai province, have you?" Wang Zhijiang shot him a glance. "Don't concern yourself with the details. You'll understand in due time. If such an event occurs, seize the opportunity to acquire quality assets. Such chances to make quick money are rare. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. I have shared everything I needed to say. You must decide how to proceed." Chow Bing, reassured by Wang Zhijiang's confident demeanor, replied, "All right, I will follow your lead. You become quite the different person now, you know? I used to be oblivious to the nuances of the system. Although we run a business and manage a company, dealing with the institutional framework has consumed considerable time and energy, often leading to quite a headache. The preceding policy rendered much of our efforts futile, resulting in losses that seem inconsequential. In the future, should I encounter challenges, I will at least have someone to consult, for I truly lack an understanding of the internal regulations of the system. Rest assured, I am aware that the current framework is far from perfect, with numerous irregularities within the government, particularly in Guanghai province. Nonetheless, I advise you to consider that Guanghai province is the nation's initial point of openness, holding considerable significance. Thus, diligent cultivation here will undoubtedly yield fruitful returns. Wang Zhijiang is also cognizant that Guanghai province is poised to become a leading region in domestic development and a vital hub for international trade. While some regulations may seem absurd, they are, in fact, designed to prevent larger issues from arising. The state's considerations cannot be equated with those of the common populace. After their meal, the two proceeded to the bank, where Chow Bing transferred 100,000 yuan to Wang Zhijiang before bidding farewell. Upon returning to the archives, Wang Zhijiang called Teacher Jiang from Jiangdong University, as Teacher Jiang had also been a mentor to Wei Tao, who was the secretary to County Party Secretary Han Peng, thereby making him a senior to Wang Zhijiang. In the future, Han Peng's public opposition to institutional reforms next week would draw the attention of certain families that had already voiced their dissent. However, not long after, following Jiang Lao's completion of the institutional reform, influential figures like Han Peng would gradually find themselves marginalized, retreating to the sidelines. Wei Tao, as Han Peng's secretary, would also face exclusion. Who would wish to promote a secretary of a sideline county party secretary in light of such significant reforms? Ultimately, he would be reassigned to a township, effectively ending his political career. At 37, Han Peng had already spent 4 years in the position of county party secretary. With his father having stepped back from his political role, Han Peng found himself lacking a powerful background. Thus, he sought to attract attention by voicing opposition to institutional reform, hoping to garner the interest of influential families or leaders to secure his ascent. Wang Zhijiang, on the other hand, aimed to leverage his connection with Wei Tao to alter Han Peng's marginalized fate while simultaneously securing a powerful ally. With the support of the county party secretary, he believed he could swiftly attain a position of influence to fulfill his aspirations. Chapter 11. The actions of Li Shuoyang unbeknownst to Wang Zhijiang. In a room at the Donglai Hotel, Li Shuoyang, from the third generation of the Li family, received a call from his uncle, Li Gukai. Xiaoyang, I have a contact for you, Kong Wensheng, the deputy secretary of the Wuchang City Party Committee in Jiangdong Province. He was my secretary previously and has worked in Jiangdong for many years, so his network should be quite substantial. I recall he has experience in Landong County. So if you need assistance, feel free to reach out to him. With that, the call ended. In an office within the Wuchang City Party Committee, Kong Wensheng's phone rang. Hello, who is this? At 43 years of age, having reached the rank of deputy department head, he met the Li family's expectations, being relatively youthful. Hello, Secretary Kong. This is Li Shuoyang. I received a number from my uncle, Li Gukai. I am currently in Landong County for some matters and would like to request your assistance. Li Shuoyang courteously initiated the conversation, mindful that he was representing the Li family and should act with due diligence in his dealings. Greetings, esteemed young Master Li. I trust that our venerable leader is faring well. Please, do share your concerns. I shall endeavor to assist you with utmost dedication. Kong Wensheng found it rather curious that he had long been associated with the Li family, yet had only engaged in infrequent conversations with the esteemed leader, Li Gukai. Everyone is rather occupied, and unless there is pressing business, they refrain from troubling the old leader. Apart from customary exchanges during festive seasons or when seeking counsel on significant work-related matters, Kong was acutely aware of the Li family's formidable stature and recognized that his position as deputy secretary of the municipal committee was somewhat modest in comparison. Secretary Kong, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Do you have acquaintances within the Lantong County government? I wish to gather some information, he inquired. Certainly, I understand. I previously worked in Lantong County, and Jin Hui, the minister of the organization department, was once under my supervision. He is a reliable comrade. If you require my presence, I can head over immediately and invite him to join us for a meal. Kong Wensheng's intent was clear. Jin Hui was trustworthy, and any matters could be entrusted to him. In Lantong County, a member of the standing committee and the minister of the organization department would suffice for such tasks. That will not be necessary, Secretary Kong. You are quite busy, and I would feel remiss to impose on you for such a minor issue. Please instruct Jin Hui to come to room 302 at the Donglai Hotel to meet me. Kindly ensure he is unaware of my identity, and ask him to come at once. I merely wish for him to assist me in investigating a few matters. It is not overly complicated. My uncle mentioned your prior work here, so I reached out directly. My apologies for the trouble. Li Shuoyang intended to approach Wang Zhijiang under the guise of a reporter for Chioshi magazine. Yet he deemed it prudent to first ascertain specific details regarding Wang Zhijiang before making contact, as this was a matter entrusted by his grandfather, warranting careful consideration. Kong Wensheng promptly concluded the call and immediately reached out to Jin Hui. It was midday, and Jin Hui was on the verge of heading to the county committee canteen when he received the call from the venerable leader. Jin Hui, I have an urgent task for you. Proceed to room 302 at the Donglai Hotel to meet a young man. Remember, whatever he requires of you, as long as it is lawful, you must endeavor to fulfill it to the best of your ability. Strive to exceed expectations, and do not inquire into his identity. This could greatly benefit your future career. Though Jin Hui found the request peculiar, He understood that the old leader, now the deputy secretary of the municipal committee, would not issue such instructions lightly. The young man in question was likely a scion of a prominent family, and with the old leader as his only support, this could prove to be a favorable opportunity. Upon entering room 302 at the Donglai Hotel, Jin Hui was greeted by a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, whose demeanor was strikingly distinct. At 36, Jin Hui held only the rank of deputy division chief, and apart from Kong Wensheng, he had no other affiliations. Thus, he cherished every opportunity that arose. Although he was unaware of the young man's identity, he resolved to maintain a respectful demeanor. As he entered, Jin Hui took the initiative to greet him. "Good day. I am Jin Hui, the minister of the organization department of this county. Secretary Kong has sent me to assist you." Jin Hui slightly inclined his body, extending his hand in a gesture of utmost respect, which left Li Shuiliang somewhat moved. Within the bureaucratic framework, one could hardly find a fool amongst the mid-level officials in positions of real power. "Ah, greetings, Minister Jin. My surname is Li. I just arrived here today and wish to inquire about a few matters. Time is rather pressing, and I happen to be acquainted with Secretary Kong. Hence, I called you over. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I've reserved a private room downstairs. Shall we dine while we converse?" Li Shuiliang stood, shaking hands with Jin Hui as he spoke. "Ah, so you're a young Master Li," Jin Hui replied. "Given your recent arrival in Landong County, I should indeed treat you to a meal. Otherwise, Secretary Kong might say, I have not been hospitable." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jin Hui accompanied Li Shuiliang to the private room downstairs, allowing him to take the seat of honor while he sat beside him. As Li Shuiliang likely had matters to discuss, they opted not to indulge in any alcohol. "Minister Jin, my primary purpose for visiting this time is to inquire about an individual named Wang Zhijiang, who should be a grassroots worker within your county government," Li Shuiliang stated directly. "Oh, young Master Li, I am familiar with Wang Zhijiang. He was recruited by my subordinate, Deputy Minister Yang from the city. I am well acquainted with his background. The state has consistently advocated for the development of younger officials. He is a distinguished graduate of the finance department at Jiangdong University, just 23 years old. His father is the director of a textile factory in Kaidong City, and his mother is a teacher. He has a younger brother and sister, both in their second year of high school, and they perform commendably in their studies." Jin Hui hesitated, unsure of how to proceed further. He was uncertain of Li Shuiliang's stance towards Wang Zhijiang, and thus found himself at a loss. Earlier that morning, Yang Wuqiang had mentioned to him that Wang Zhijiang had been assigned to the archives by Deputy County Head Chun, which had incited considerable displeasure for both of them. "I am sending you a talent, and you send him to the archives in return. What does this signify?" However, the reasons behind this decision remained unclear, prompting him to summon Kong Wensheng to discuss the matter. "Minister Jin, it's quite all right. We are merely discussing Wang Zhijiang's situation. Please feel free to share any details you have. I do not know him personally. I simply wish to understand his circumstances. Indeed, just this morning, Deputy Minister Yang mentioned to me that Deputy County Head Chen assigned Wang Zhijiang to the archives of the 2nd Division. Jin Hui was aware that Wang Zhijiang must possess no connections to have been placed in Landong County. If he were indeed known to young Master Li, there would be no need for him to seek information from Jin Hui. Upon hearing this, Li Shuiliang comprehended the situation. It seemed that Wang Zhijiang truly lacked any influential background. According to Jin Hui, those with connections had generally moved on to the city. In this era, exceptional graduates were indeed a rarity, and for one to be suppressed by a deputy county head upon arrival suggested he had likely offended someone. Though Li Shuiliang had not entered the bureaucratic realm, his family's influence had made him aware of the fierce competition at the grassroots level. Afterward, Li Shuiliang instructed Jin Hui to obtain Wang Zhijiang's mobile number, and after their meal, they parted ways. Jin Hui returned to his office to report the situation to Kong Wensheng. Kong Wensheng urged Jin Hui to pay close attention to the development and circumstances of comrade Wang Zhijiang, while also reminding him that Li Shuiliang poses no threat to Wang Zhijiang. He understands the position of the Li family and thus sees the necessity of aligning with Wang Zhijiang, suggesting that it would be prudent for Jin Hui to offer support to Wang, even recommending a direct transfer to the organizational department under his supervision. Upon receiving the elder leader's counsel, Jin Hui felt that his own thoughts were somewhat lacking in foresight. He had only conceived of the first step, while others had already progressed to the third, and they were much more forthright. Chapter 12. Wei Tao's choice. On the morning of June 6th, Wang Zhijiang, who was in the county government's archives, contemplated for a moment before stepping outside and dialing Wei Tao's number. "Hello, who is this?" Wei Tao, 27 years old and a graduate of Jiangdong University, had worked in the office of Landong County for a few years. Due to his exceptional writing skills, he had once caught the attention of Han Peng. Later, Han Peng learned that Wei Tao came from humble background, being a local from Landong County with both parents as farmers, which led him to appoint Wei as his secretary. "Greetings, Section Chief Wei. This is Wang Zhijiang, who just graduated from Jiangdong University this month and has been assigned to the Landong County Government Office. I received your number from Teacher Jiang," Wang Zhijiang said politely. "Oh, it's you, my junior. How is Teacher Jiang?" "I haven't visited him in over a year," Wei Tao replied. In this era, the student-teacher relationship was quite pure, and many esteemed university professors later ascended to leadership positions within the government, which prompted Wei Tao to hold his teachers in high regard. "The teacher is doing well, senior. I am new here and would like to invite you to lunch at Donglai Restaurant. I hope you can honor me with your presence," Wang Zhijiang said earnestly, knowing that with Secretary Han's public statement approaching next week, he would soon miss his chance. "My junior, you know that I am Secretary Han's secretary, and I am indeed quite busy and unable to spare the time," Wei Tao replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Wang Zhijiang, having arrived in Landong County without any connections, was not in a position to expect such an audience. As the secretary to the county party secretary, Wei Tao was well aware that even heads of departments rarely invited him for meals. Why would he make an exception for someone he barely knew? Wei Tao was acutely aware that everyone sought favor with the secretary, and his own fortunes were intertwined with Han's. He needed to maintain his position. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhijiang boldly stated, "Senior, I truly should not intrude upon your time, but I have a matter of great significance that requires an in-person discussion. This concerns both your and Secretary Han's future. I realize this may sound presumptuous, but the matter is indeed crucial. I will be waiting for you at 11 a.m. in private room 103 at Donglai Hotel." After speaking, Wang Zhijiang hung up after a brief pause. On the other end, Wei Tao's expression darkened as he heard Wang Zhijiang's words, his brow furrowing slightly. However, upon further reflection, he began to feel that something was amiss. Within the system, such directness was uncommon, as most communication was typically more nuanced. He and Wang Zhijiang were strangers after all, and in this world, all were driven by self-interest. In the absence of any conflicts of interest, Wang Zhijiang had no compelling reason to assert his position as Secretary Han's secretary, given that Secretary Han occupies the pinnacle of power in Landong County. It would be inconceivable for a newly assigned grassroots worker to unwarrantedly offend the county party secretary. Wei Tao gently tapped on the door of Secretary Han's office. Upon entering, he found Secretary Han engrossed in various documents, acutely aware that the latter was anxious about the impending institutional reforms scheduled for next week. This matter was pivotal for Han Peng's career, and he undoubtedly aspired to achieve perfection. Approaching the desk, Wei Tao softly spoke, "Secretary, I just received a call from Wang Zhijiang, a new recruit from the county government office, who is also a graduate of Jiangdong University. He is my junior and mentioned that he has something of great significance to discuss with me over lunch at Donglai Restaurant, which pertains to your career, secretary." Han Peng slightly lifted his gaze, tapping his pen against the desk. He directed his attention to his secretary, Wei Tao. A sudden chuckle escaped him, followed by genuine interest. "How intriguing. A mere deputy-level official, yet claims to have a bearing on my career as county party secretary? Go ahead and meet him at noon. Let us see what this matter entails and how it could possibly pertain to my future. Additionally, bring me Wang Zhijiang's profile." Having served as county party secretary for 4 years, Han Peng's mindset had transcended that of the ordinary individual. He approached every situation with a sense of calm. The path of political advancement is inherently precarious. Until the details were clarified, he would refrain from jumping to conclusions. However, should Wang Zhijiang's claims prove unfounded. He would ensure that the young man grasped the authority of a county party secretary. At 11 a.m., within the private dining room of Donglai Hotel, Wang Zhijiang had just ordered his meal, anxiously awaiting Wei Tao's arrival. This was a crucial step in his pursuit of a political career. Though he understood that failure bore no dire consequences and that other opportunities would arise, this chance was indeed rare, particularly for someone who had not yet secured a permanent position as a deputy official. Should he gain the favor of County Party Secretary Han Peng, it would significantly ease his ascent to a position of power within Lantan County. After a few minutes, the door to the private room slowly opened, and Wang Zhijiang spotted a slender man in a white shirt carrying a briefcase. Wang Zhijiang immediately rose, slightly bowing with a smile and extending his hand. "Hello, Wei Section Chief. I am Wang Zhijiang, a new recruit at the county government office this year. As this is our first meeting and with Secretary Han absent, it is best to keep things formal. Do not stand on ceremony, my junior. We are all students of Teacher Jiang," Wei Tao replied warmly. "I reported your call to Secretary Han this morning, and he sent me to meet you. Let us dispense with the formalities and take a seat." Wang Zhijiang gestured for Wei Tao to take the prominent seat before sitting down himself. "Brother, this matter is indeed of great importance. I will be direct with you. Please take a look at this." He produced the institutional reform proposal he had meticulously prepared and presented it to Wei Tao. Upon glancing at the title, Wei Tao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly began to scrutinize the document earnestly. The proposal mirrored the one Wang Zhijiang had submitted to Chiosha magazine. As the server commenced to bring forth the dishes, Wang Zhijiang remained composed, patiently waiting for Wei Tao to finish reviewing the proposal. Wei Tao, a man of exceptional literary talent, had been working in the government for several years and possessed an in-depth understanding of governmental reform plans and reports. He immediately discerned that if the proposed plan were to be implemented, institutional reform could indeed be accomplished, and he found the plan to be impeccably crafted, surpassing any he had previously encountered. He scrutinized it for over 10 minutes, then turned to Wang Zhijiang with a look of curiosity. "Did you write this plan?" Although Wei Tao posed the question, he was internally convinced that Wang Zhijiang had indeed authored it. Recently, he had assisted Secretary Han in gathering extensive materials regarding institutional reform. Yet he had never come across this particular plan, and Wang Zhijiang had no external forces backing him. With a serious demeanor, Wang Zhijiang replied, "Indeed, I wrote it, and I have already submitted it to the Seeking Truth magazine. I believe we will receive results soon." He took a deep breath and added, "I have learned that Secretary Han intends to publicly oppose institutional reform next week, which is why I sought to meet with you today, senior brother. Reform is imperative. Even if I had not written this plan, the national leadership will undoubtedly initiate sweeping changes by the end of this year or early next year. Just look at a county with 7 or 8 deputy county heads, each with their own secretary, and the scope of their responsibilities is woefully limited. This is merely a fraction of the institution. Do you genuinely believe this benefits the nation and its people?" Wei Tao was astonished by Wang Zhijiang's audacity. Despite not yet being officially appointed as a deputy section chief, he had the courage to submit such a proposal supporting institutional reform to Seeking Truth magazine. In the bureaucratic environment, one is expected to proceed with caution, and to overturn established norms so boldly was a considerable risk. Seeking Truth magazine was directly affiliated with central authorities, not just any ordinary publication. Although Wei Tao personally believed in the necessity for substantial reform, the discussions in recent years had merely skimmed the surface, yielding little in terms of tangible results. The absence of decisive action from the national leadership and a flawless implementation plan meant that Wang Zhijiang's proposal was merely the result of gradual exploration over time. Implementing the plan hastily, if the negative repercussions outweighed the positive, would be untenable. Hence, waiting for a more opportune moment was essential, which also explained Secretary Han's hesitations. A look of astonishment adorned Wei Tao's face. "I did not anticipate such high political acumen from you. This plan is not something just anyone could compose. It requires a perspective that encompasses all levels of government from the vantage point of the national leadership. Since you have already submitted it to Seeking Truth, what feedback have you received?" Although Wei Tao was still cautious, he recognized the necessity of preventing Secretary Han from publicly opposing institutional reform. Wang Zhijiang, displaying a hint of resignation, replied, "There has been no feedback yet, but I am confident in the feasibility of my proposal. Should the magazine provide any response in the coming days, I will inform you immediately." "Very well. I will report this plan and our discussion today to the Secretary. I believe that if there is feedback, Secretary Han will meet with you." Wei Tao was aware that Wang Zhijiang hoped to gain Secretary Han's favor through this initiative. After their meal, Wei Tao graciously took care of the bill, recognizing that Wang Zhijiang was merely a recent graduate and likely not well off. Together, they walked into the lobby. Although it was a weekday, the Donglai Hotel was bustling with guests, thriving in business. This was the only hotel of notable stature in Landong County, conveniently located near government offices. In these times, there were no stringent regulations to contend with. Chapter 13. The astonishment of Li Shiweyang as Wei Tao strolled. He unexpectedly drifted to the side and spotted an acquaintance, Jin Hui, a member of the county committee and the minister of the organization department. However, his secretary was waiting at a distance. Wei Tao paused, observing Jin Hui engaged in conversation with a young man, seemingly an old friend. It was apparent that Jin Hui was exceedingly courteous, which piqued Wei Tao's curiosity. Jin Hui was indeed one of the standing committee members, a genuine figure of power in Landong County, in the county town, who among the various officials from towns and villages did not aspire for promotion. The organization department was responsible for evaluating officials, and Jin Hui, as a committee member, wielded more influence than a deputy county head who had not yet entered the committee. At that moment, Jin Hui also caught sight of Wei Tao, but even more unexpectedly, he noticed Wang Zhijiang standing beside him, offering a slight smile. Recognizing that Minister Jin had seen him, Wei Tao understood he should greet him. Even Secretary Han treated Minister Jin with great respect. The young man beside Jin Hui was none other than Li Shiweyang. Today he had sought out Jin Hui to arrange a meeting with Wang Zhijiang, approaching him in the capacity of a reporter for a practical magazine. However, Wang Zhijiang was unfortunately absent, likely preoccupied with other matters, prompting Li Shiweyang to seek him out first. Upon noticing this, Wei Tao hurriedly stepped forward with enthusiasm, a warm smile gracing his face as he said, "Minister Jin, good day. What a delightful coincidence to encounter you here. Are you also here for lunch with friends?" Jin Hui, slightly plump in stature, exuded a sense of calmness and old-world charm. A subtle smile curved his lips in response. "Ah, it's Secretary Wei. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Are you here for a meal as well? I wonder which private room Secretary Han is in. I plan to raise a toast to him shortly." As he spoke, Jin Hui's gaze shifted towards Wang Zhijiang beside Wei Tao. Despite having only seen his political vetting photo, he recognized him instantly. Simultaneously, Li Shiweyang, standing on Wei Tao's other side, also noted Wang Zhijiang, having a vivid memory of his profile picture, thus recognizing him as well. However, Jin Hui was somewhat curious. After all, Wei Tao was Secretary Han Peng's aide, and what merit did Wang Zhijiang possess to be so close to him? Actually, the secretary is not here right now. This is my junior, a distinguished graduate of Jiangdong University. He has just been assigned to our county government office. We had some matters to attend to at noon, so we decided to dine together, Wei Tao explained with a smile, warmly introducing Wang Zhijiang to Jin Hui. Understanding the cue, Wang Zhijiang promptly smiled and slightly inclined his body towards Jin Hui, politely saying, "Minister Jin, greetings. My name is Wang Zhijiang, and I have just joined the county government office. It is a great honor to meet you here." A couple of days ago, when I reported to the organization department, Deputy Minister Yang spoke to me as well. Jin Hui took a keen interest in observing Wang Zhijiang. He noted that Wang was tall, approximately 1.8 meters in height, dressed appropriately and impeccably groomed, exuding a charming, sunny handsomeness. Moreover, his demeanor and conversation reflected a refined upbringing, leaving a remarkably positive first impression. Upon noticing that Wang Zhijiang was present, Wei Tao slightly turned to the side, smiling as he introduced Li Shiweyang beside him. "Indeed, journalistly, this is Mr. Wang Zhijiang, the person you are seeking. As you can see, I have reserved the private room early this morning in room 106. Xiao Wang, This is a reporter from Qiushi magazine, who has matters to discuss with you. Coincidentally, I am friends with him, and I had my secretary check your office, only to find you were not there. I never anticipated encountering you here." Just as Wei Tao finished speaking, a look of shock suddenly froze on his face, his expression filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that the part of the situation he had yet to verify would materialize so swiftly. At that moment, he realized the urgency of the situation and understood he must find Secretary Han immediately. With Minister Jin present, the identity of this journalist Li was, without a doubt, beyond question. "Junior brother, please converse with journalist Li at length. I must take my leave, as Secretary Han has matters to discuss with me." After exchanging polite farewells with Minister Jin, Wei Tao discreetly departed, followed by Minister Jin. After bidding farewell to Wei Tao and Minister Jin, Wang Zhijiang turned his gaze to journalist Li, a faint smile gracing his features, for he had recognized at first glance that this individual was not merely a reporter. Wang approached with a smile, extending his hand to Li Shuoyang. "Hello, journalist Li. I am Wang Zhijiang. Shall we proceed to the private room for a discussion? I believe we both have numerous inquiries for one another." Wang Zhijiang's words carried an enigmatic weight, causing Li Shuoyang to feel puzzled. He had not revealed his identity. It seemed Wang Zhijiang had already discerned his true role. Upon entering the private room and closing the door, Wang Zhijiang invited Li Shuoyang to take the seat of honor while he settled into the chair beside it. Almost immediately, Li Shuoyang heard a statement that left him astounded. Wang Zhijiang smiled slightly. "Young Master Li, now that we are alone, I must reveal that I am the one who submitted the reform proposal to Qiushi magazine. What brings you to the modest Lando County? It appears that Elder Li has indeed reviewed my proposal. Has he entrusted you with any specific matters to discuss?" Wang Zhijiang's acknowledgement of Li Shuoyang's presence confirmed his suspicion that Elder Li had already perused the institutional reform proposal. However, he was perplexed as to why something he had sent to Qiushi magazine would concern the Li family. Li Shuoyang, hailing from a prominent family, felt a surge of astonishment, though his countenance remained largely unchanged. Finally, he sighed, "My aunt is the deputy editor of Qiushi magazine. It was she who presented it to my grandfather." This response took Wang Zhijiang by surprise, as Li Mei was a notably low-profile individual who had never appeared on television or in newspapers, and the decline of the Li family in his past life had rendered them almost invisible. "I understand now. In that case, I shall speak plainly. The institutional reform proposal was indeed penned by me," Wang Zhijiang stated with unwavering conviction. "As for my background, I trust you have conducted a thorough investigation. I do not possess any influential connections or family support. I am merely an ordinary individual." He paused momentarily. "Yet there is one crucial point I must articulate with utmost seriousness. Mr. Li is the person I hold in the highest esteem. His entire life has been dedicated to the welfare of our nation and its people, and he has made remarkable contributions to the burgeoning strength of our country. I absolutely do not wish to see the Li family marginalized. Thus, I hope the Li family can support this reform and collaborate with Mr. Jiang." Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Li Shuoyang found himself momentarily dazed. Was this individual truly a grassroots cadre, freshly graduated and assigned to the county government office? His words mirrored those of my grandfather perfectly. It appears my grandfather was not mistaken. This individual's political acumen is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Once Li Shuoyang regained his focus, he engaged in a detailed discussion with Wang Zhijiang regarding the reform proposal, becoming increasingly convinced that it was indeed authored by Wang Zhijiang. As he elaborated on certain details of the proposal, Li Shuoyang then retrieved a notebook from his briefcase. Chapter 14. The Asian Financial Crisis in the Private Room. Li Shuoyang stepped outside to make a phone call, while Wang Zhijiang's thoughts drifted elsewhere. In May 1997, just 2 months prior, 2 major American foundations collaborated to lend the Siamese Bank in the southern region of our nation, subsequently flooding the foreign exchange market with Siamese bought to acquire U.S. dollars, which caused turbulence in the Siamese financial market, necessitating the use of foreign exchange reserves to stabilize the exchange rate. The 2 foundations continued to invest heavily in speculating on the Siamese baht, igniting the fuse for the outbreak of the Asian financial crisis. The Siamese government intervened to stabilize the market, but was unable to halt the decline of the baht. Subsequently, the Siamese Ministry of Finance and the central bank announced the abandonment of the pegged exchange rate with the U.S. dollar that had been in place since 1984, transitioning to a floating exchange rate system, which led to a dramatic drop of the baht by 15 to 20, marking the lowest point in history. At that time, the external debt of Siam reached 90 billion U.S. dollars, accounting for 49% of its GDP, far exceeding the international warning threshold. In our nation, the impact was minimal, as we were still in the early stages of opening up. The most significant effects were the wave of bankruptcies among exporting enterprises in Guangdong province and the turmoil in the stock market of Harbor City. A smile crept across Wang Zhijiang's lips. It was as if someone had handed him a pillow while he was dozing off. This was 1997, and it was quite challenging to engage in short selling without a specialized institution. Unlike future times when various intermediaries abound, our nation's openness was still not sufficiently robust. With Li Shuoyang's resources, coupled with the mediation of Qiming Capital, participating in short selling the Siamese baht felt akin to picking up money. Moreover, it was entirely legal. Even if the Discipline Inspection Commission were to investigate later, there would be no fear. Outside the private room, Dad, I have already met with Wang Zhijiang here, under the guise of a reporter for the magazine Seeking Truth, but it differs significantly from what I had imagined. Li Shuoyang inhaled deeply. In an office of the Li family in the capital, Li Guochang stood by his desk, gazing out the window while holding the phone, listening to Li Shuoyang's words, and slightly furrowing his brow. Your grandfather indeed hold a high opinion of this young comrade Wang Zhijiang. But what do you mean by differences? Wang Zhijiang astonishingly discerned my identity at a glance, and he candidly stated that the proposal for institutional reform was crafted solely by him, devoid of any familial or external influences. Furthermore, he directly suggested that my grandfather collaborate with Elder Jiang to execute the reform, expressing deep respect for my grandfather and a desire to prevent the Li family from being marginalized by the upper echelons. Li Shuoyang spoke slowly, and on the other end of the line, Li Guochang was taken aback. The fact that Wang Zhijiang could empathize with the Li family's predicament, contemplating both the proposal and the collaboration between his father and Elder Jiang, was somewhat daunting, almost prodigious. He was merely a 23-year-old recent graduate, yet such profound awareness cannot be cultivated overnight. In light of this, please convey our gratitude to him. Without his proposal, the Li family would indeed face considerable challenges. Additionally, inform him that the Li family will remember this act of kindness, and, should he require assistance in his career, we will support him within reasonable and legal bounds. After finishing his call, Li Guochang reported the interaction between Li Shuoyang and Wang Zhijiang to Elder Li. Elder Li remained remarkably composed, finding it unsurprising that such a highly regarded young man could make these astute observations. Upon concluding the call, Li Shuoyang returned to the private room and took a seat. With a wry smile, he looked at Wang Zhijiang and said, I just spoke with my father, and he mentioned that the Li family owes you a favor this time. In the future, we will assist you within reasonable and legal limits. Wang Zhijiang responded nonchalantly, Thank you, but for now, I don't require assistance. My current standing doesn't necessitate the Li family's help. However, I do have a matter of great importance that I wish to discuss with you. Do you need help so soon? You don't seem the type. Li Shuoyang thought it unlikely that Wang Zhijiang would require assistance at this early stage. How much capital can you mobilize? Wang Zhijiang inquired directly. Li Shuoyang looked at him with a puzzled expression, as Wang Zhijiang had not specified an amount but rather inquired about capital. It suddenly occurred to him that Wang Zhijiang was a graduate of the finance department at Jiangdong University. You're not suggesting you want to borrow money to speculate in the stock market, are you? Li Shuoyang asked in astonishment. He was quite familiar with the stock market and had participated in it extensively, but he could only describe it with 4 words. Unfathomably complex. Wang Zhijiang sat up straight, his demeanor serious. Although today marks our first meeting, I genuinely wish to propose a significant collaboration. I believe we can jointly short the Thai baht next month, leveraging 200 times. Li Shuoyang stared at Wang Zhijiang in shock before breaking into a slight smile. Looking at Wang Zhijiang, he said, I know you are a top student from Jiangdong University's finance department, but do you grasp the magnitude of the Thai baht? How much capital do I possess? The domestic stock market is fraught with volatility, let alone the international arena. Chapter 15. Wang Zhijiang's thoughts. Wang Zhijiang's demeanor remained unchanged as he quietly observed Li Shuoyang from his seat, then rose and gazed out the window of the private room, slowly stating, "I understand that you find this hard to fathom, but I assure you, I am not without justification. I believe your Qiming capital possesses numerous channels, and you are capable of uncovering many intricate details." Turning to Li Shuoyang, he remarked, "You may wish to investigate the recent 2 months, during which 2 prominent American foundations collaborated to lend Thai baht from the Siam Commercial Bank, subsequently flooding the Thai foreign exchange market with baht to acquire U.S. dollars. This maneuver has caused turbulence in the Thai financial market, prompting the utilization of foreign reserves to stabilize the exchange rate. These 2 colossal funds continue to speculate on the baht. What do you believe the Thai government will do? Or do you think that, given Thailand's national strength, it could possibly contend against these 2 leading American foundations?" Li Shuoyang's hand trembled slightly as he grasped his teacup, astonished by Wang Zhijiang's profound understanding of the international market. His Qiming capital indeed had channels for international information. If what he said were true, shorting the Thai baht could yield a 100-fold profit, and it would be entirely legal and compliant. Taking a deep breath, Li stepped outside the private room to call his assistant, instructing them to ascertain the accuracy of Wang Zhijiang's information at any cost. The assistant estimated it would take approximately 2 days. "Wang Zhijiang, I am committed to this friendship. However, I will require time to verify the information. What do you need me to do?" At that moment, Li Shuoyang's attitude towards Wang Zhijiang began to shift. Recognizing that there was no reason for Wang Zhijiang to deceive him, respect was due to those who assist one. A confident smile graced Wang Zhijiang's lips as he quietly stated, "Through a friend, I have secured a capital of 100,000. I require the strength of your Qiming capital to short the Thai baht." His voice conveyed a sense of determination and decisiveness, as though he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. He continued, "I intend to leverage this 100,000 at 200 times to short the Thai baht. This is an exceedingly high-risk gamble. Yet if we can validate the information, the returns will be astonishing." Wang Zhijiang's gaze remained fixed on Li Shuoyang, seemingly assessing his reaction. After a brief pause, he continued, "Given your wealth, I believe you can mobilize even more funds. Thus, I hope you can borrow additional money from your acquaintances, putting it all on the line." Finally, Wang Zhijiang's tone grew increasingly earnest. "Once this gamble concludes, we shall undoubtedly emerge triumphant. At that point, you, Li Shuoyang, will not only shine as the most illustrious among Beijing's elite, but will also possess staggering wealth. Confirm the information first. Next week presents the optimal opportunity, as I anticipate a significant drop in the Thai baht by early next month. Moreover, confidentiality is paramount. Should you borrow funds, you must not disclose their purpose. Such matters must be conducted discreetly. Rest assured, even if you manage to raise several million, shorting the Thai baht will not attract the attention of those international titans. The financial storm at hand involves funds in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Our modest amounts will go unnoticed." Li Shuoyang pondered for a moment. "With my own capital and what I can borrow, I might gather a few million at most. I will begin raising funds immediately. Within 2 days, the information should be confirmed." It was merely a fortunate coincidence that Li Shuoyang encountered this situation, for such matters are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, regardless of their financial means. A person lacking any official background, wielding millions and managing to accrue billions, would undoubtedly attract attention upon returning to the homeland, and danger would surely follow. Wang Zhijiang gazed intently at Li Shuoyang, his expression grave as he solemnly remarked, "I must caution you on one point. Should you indeed secure such a substantial fortune, it will undoubtedly raise suspicions. Such a vast sum is not insignificant, and it is inevitable that people will realize it is you, Li Shuoyang, who has profited. However, with the Li family lending their support, typical factions or families would likely refrain from making any rash moves against you." He paused momentarily. "Nevertheless, once the higher echelons of Huagua become aware of this matter, they may harbor ulterior motives. Our nation still grapples with relative poverty, while you possess such a considerable fortune, which may provoke certain thoughts among them. Therefore, once you attain your profits, you must take measures to silence these individuals, especially those within the upper echelons of Huagua. I shall elaborate on the specifics later. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, a wry smile tugged at the corners of Li Shuoyang's mouth. Internally, he marveled at Wang Zhijiang's remarkable acumen, recognizing that he had the foresight to consider even the most minute details, which explained the brilliance of his institutional reform proposals. Li Shuoyang regarded Wang Zhijiang with admiration and respect, feeling that not only was he exceptionally intelligent, but also possessed a commendable demeanor, making him a worthy friend to cultivate. Very well, Zhijiang, Li Shuoyang said with a smile. I am a few years your senior, so you may call me Brother Liang from now on. Fostering a sense of closeness. Do not stand on ceremony. If there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it remains within legal bounds, I shall not be ambiguous. After their meal, and upon exchanging contact information, Wang Zhijiang returned to the county government's archives. Meanwhile, Li Shuoyang found himself in a quandary. While acquiring funds was relatively easy due to his lineage as a third-generation member of the Li family and the backing of Qiming Capital, the amount he could mobilize was limited, capping at around 5 million. He also needed to consider the risks involved. Even if the information were confirmed, he would have to seek additional funding. However, reflecting on Wang Zhijiang's reputation as assessed by his grandfather and unable to conceive any rationale for betraying the Li family, Li Shuoyang resolved to take action. He picked up his phone and made a flurry of calls before boarding the next flight back to the capital, determined to secure funding as swiftly as possible. Such was Li Shuoyang's nature. Once he set his sights on a person or matter, he pursued it without hesitation. Chapter 16. Conversation with the county party secretary at the entrance of the Landong County Government Archives. He Won, the secretary of the organization department, stood conversing with Wei Tao. This scene was rather unusual, as the archives were seldom frequented. Yet here were two secretaries, one to the county party secretary and the other to the organization department minister. It was a mere coincidence that both leaders had instructed that upon Wang Zhijiang's return from his meal, he should be summoned to the leadership office without delay. It was curious, however, why Wang Zhijiang had been assigned to work in the archives. After all, being a distinguished graduate from Jiangdong University, one is qualified for a promotion to a deputy level within a month, with the minimum expectation of a position in the county government office. Comrade Wuqiang, you mentioned previously that Deputy County Head Chen Ming transferred Wang Zhijiang from the office to the archives. Jin Hui furrowed his brow slightly. In the office of Jin Hui, the minister of the county committee organization department, he and Yang Wuqiang were seated on a sofa, sipping tea. Upon learning of Wang Zhijiang's situation, Yang Wuqiang felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed that Chen Ming held little regard for him as a deputy minister. However, there was little that could be done, as there remained a disparity in their ranks. A few days prior, he reported to Jin Hui, hoping for his intervention, but there had been no response, prompting his return today. Jin Hui, who had achieved the position of a member of the county committee and minister of the organization department, perceived the situation with clarity. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with Wang Zhijiang. Such opportunities were rare. The former leader appeared to be exceedingly discreet regarding the identity of this young gentleman. And given Jin Hui's current position, ascending further would be quite challenging. With these thoughts in mind, Jin Hui directly addressed Yang Wuqiang. I shall arrange for Wang Zhijiang to be transferred to our organization department. He is also a distinguished graduate from Jiangdong University. Talents like him are highly valued by both the city and province, and in our Landong County, it would be preferable to nurture him under our guidance. At that moment, a soft knock echoed, followed by the slow opening of the door as Secretary Hewen entered. Curiously, Wang Zhijiang, who should have accompanied him, was conspicuously absent. Both leaders. Wang Zhijiang has been summoned to the office by Secretary Han. He appeared quite anxious, suggesting there is an important matter at hand, Hewen stated hurriedly upon entering. Upon hearing this, the two leaders exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise in the other's eyes. They recalled the scene from a few days prior when Wang Zhijiang dined with Wei Tao. However, upon reflection, something seemed amiss. A midday meal was unusual. Typically, Such meetings would occur after work in the evening. If Secretary Han had matters to attend to, it was odd that his secretary was not present. Furthermore, Wang Zhijiang had only just arrived, and it seemed implausible that Wei Tao, as the chief secretary, would have established a rapport so swiftly. After all, one's connections often stem from mutual benefit. Jean Hui glanced down at his teacup, contemplating that Secretary Han Peng likely instructed his secretary to have lunch with Wang Zhijiang. Xiao He, please wait a while before inviting Wang Zhijiang over. You may return to your duties for now, Jean Hui said, lifting his gaze slowly. He turned to Yang Guoqiang. Comrade Guoqiang, I will ensure that Wang Zhijiang is transferred to our organization department, as he is a talented individual you have sought from the city and deserves proper cultivation. Meanwhile, in the office of the county committee secretary, Wang Zhijiang sat upright on the sofa, the tea before him having grown cold, untouched. Han Peng perused Wang Zhijiang's documents and the reform proposal for about 5 minutes, then looked up at Wang Zhijiang, setting his pen down and moving to the side of the sofa. Wang Zhijiang immediately rose to his feet, and Han Peng smiled, raising his hand. Xiao Wang, please take a seat. There is no need to be overly formal. Han Peng, a recent university graduate, possesses a scholarly appearance and a somewhat slender frame, standing just shy of 1.7 meters. His character is resolute, yet he exhibits wisdom and humility. Upon hearing from Xiao Wei that you could influence my career path, I initially found it preposterous, even slightly amusing, which piqued my curiosity about you. However, after listening to Xiao Wei's report and meticulously reviewing the reform proposal you crafted, I must admit I was profoundly astonished. With a serious expression, Han Peng's gaze was firmly fixed on Wang Zhijiang, as if seeking to penetrate beyond his exterior. Observing this, Wang Zhijiang quickly stood up with humility, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. Secretary Han, you flatter me. I am merely a novice, just stepping into my role as a junior official. In terms of experience and capability, I have vast room for improvement. In contrast, you are the true exemplar from whom I aspire to learn. If my efforts can be of any assistance to you, it would indeed be an honor. Wang Zhijiang was acutely aware that there are only over 2,000 county party secretaries in Huagua, and Han Peng's position as a county party secretary signifies a level of competence and understanding of the political arena that far surpasses his own. Thus, his humility was genuine. Han Peng waved his hand again. Please have a seat. I just heard from Xiao Wei that a reporter from the magazine Seeking Truth has already approached you regarding this proposal, Secretary Han. The reporter from Seeking Truth has taken a copy of the proposal. I cannot ascertain whether it will be forwarded to the higher echelons of the central government. However, I suggest we publicly advocate for institutional reform. If my estimations are correct, the state should soon issue policies that are quite assertive. At this moment, Wang Zhijiang was aware that Elder Jiang had privately discussed with leaders from dozens of ministries last month, urging them to consider resigning or submitting applications to retire. Some departmental leaders were also facing reductions in their authority, yet persuading them proved challenging, as none agreed. This was merely Elder Jiang's preliminary probe. Chapter 17. Mayor of Shisong Town Han Peng pondered briefly before responding thoughtfully, I understand. By the way, you will be officially promoted to Deputy Section Chief next month. What are your specific thoughts on this matter? As he spoke, Han Peng scrutinized Wang Zhijiang closely. Wang Zhijiang understood Han Peng's implications, but realized that it would be best not to place the leadership in a difficult position. The county party secretary must consider various factors. Thus, he replied earnestly, I will adhere to the arrangements made by the leadership and organization. A smile crept on Han Peng's lips as he nodded in acknowledgement of Wang Zhijiang's words. Rising, he approached the desk to review the materials. The mayor of Shisong Town has retired, and the county has yet to appoint a successor. I will propose this at the standing committee meeting, so await the news. Upon hearing Secretary Han's words, Wang Zhijiang felt a slight tremor in his hands, his heart racing with astonishment. Was the coveted position of real power he had long desired about to materialize so swiftly? Although the role of mayor is not of the highest rank, it certainly holds considerable authority. Most importantly, in the future political landscape of Huagua, possessing governance experience at the grassroots level, such as in townships and counties, is paramount for securing better promotions, even if it may not be apparent at present. Wang Zhijiang slightly inclined his body in response and expressed, "Thank you for your guidance, Secretary. If I am indeed appointed as the town mayor this time, I will prioritize the welfare of the people and strive to live up to your trust." Upon exiting Han Peng's office, he spotted Wei Tao seated at a desk outside. As soon as Wei noticed Wang Zhijiang, he approached with enthusiasm. "Director Wei, I see you're busy. I shall take my leave and return to work," Wang said, adhering to the appropriate formalities within the county committee. "Junior brother, must we be so formal? Remember, when no one else is around, call me senior brother. Did you hear that?" Wei Tao understood that Secretary Han had taken a liking to Wang Zhijiang and aimed to cultivate a good relationship with him, considering their brotherhood. "All right, senior brother, I understand. I still need to visit Minister Jean at the organization department. I couldn't make it earlier," Wang Zhijiang contemplated aloud. Inside the organization department, Minister Jean Hui welcomed Wang Zhijiang as his secretary ushered him in. Rising to greet him, he extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Young Wang, you should have informed us about your assignment to the archives. I only found out today. No need to worry. I will support you in any matters that arise. Coolme, have a seat. Xiao He, remember, when Xiao Wang comes, there's no need for a report. He can come directly." Jean Hui, devoid of any ministerial pretense, showcased a contrast to his serious demeanor. Although slightly portly, he was personable and well-connected within the county, with many eager to extend him favors. Wang Zhijiang felt a sense of helplessness. Who didn't he know about being assigned to the archives? Although Deputy Minister Yang had high hopes for him, seeking out Deputy Minister Yang would create a dilemma for the leadership. After all, Chun Ming, the deputy county head, inherently held a higher rank than Yang Wuqiang. How could one expect him to approach a deputy county head for the sake of a fledgling like himself? It was a different time indeed. Wang Zhijiang forced a smile and remarked, "Minister Jean, you are my superior. Please take a seat. How could I trouble you with such a trivial matter? I am merely a grassroots cadre. My role is to serve the people. I couldn't possibly waste your time. Besides, as you can see, I am here now." Jean Hui, reflecting on Wang's maturity beyond his years, responded, "You see, you are a high-caliber talent that our organization department has sought from the city. We must nurture you well. Therefore, I propose that you take a position within our department." Wang Zhijiang softly replied, "Leader, it is this way. Secretary Han just informed me that the mayor of Shisong Town has retired, and they have yet to decide on a successor." Upon hearing this, Jean Hui pondered briefly before affirming, "I understand. Rest assured, this matter will be brought before the standing committee, and I will support you. Moreover, I will personally accompany you to your appointment, which will facilitate your future work. After the standing committee concludes, I will discuss the situation further." Wang Zhijiang was taken aback with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, leader." He recognized that the minister of the organization department was treating him with kindness, likely due to his awareness of Li Shuoyang's distinguished status, thus fostering a favorable rapport with him. With his personal endorsement, Wang Zhijiang would undoubtedly earn the respect of the people of Shisong Town. Wang Zhijiang himself reflected on the matter, recognizing that those who attain positions of real power are invariably astute individuals, each a person of remarkable capability. Jean Hui was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that Secretary Han would so wholeheartedly support Wang Zhijiang, seeking to appoint him directly as the mayor of Shisong Town. Yet, a profound sense of doubt lingered within Jean Hui. He could not fathom what Wang Zhijiang had done to merit such esteem from Secretary Han. It was evident that Secretary Han was unaware of the situation regarding young Master Li, and Jean Hui himself discerned that the so-called young Master Li was, in fact, no journalist at all. Chapter 18. The girl in his heart. Upon returning to his office, Wang Zhijiang dedicated the afternoon to work. And just as the day was drawing to a close, his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he casually answered, "Hello, who is this?" On the other end, a girl held the phone with a slightly trembling hand. "Hello, is this Wang Zhijiang, classmate?" Hearing her voice caused Wang Zhijiang's own hands to tremble. The girl had taken the initiative to call him. He had resolved not to let her down in this life. In his previous existence, due to his marriage to Chu Jing, she remained unmarried. having once sought help for his career. Unfortunately, his pride had prevented him from accepting her assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Zhijiang smiled and replied, "Qin Lan, it's me. How did you get my number?" Qin Lan was a courageous girl, albeit traditional, determined to pursue what she believed in without hesitation. Yet, the nature of her inquiry made her feel exceedingly bashful, causing her cheeks to flush. I didn't have it originally. I just heard that you broke up with Chu Jing and were assigned to work in Landon County, so I asked someone for your number. Moreover, I happen to have business in Landon County today." Though Qin Lan was quite brave, girls of that era tended to be innocent and straightforward, often speaking their minds. However, her claim of having business in Landon County was a blatant fib, as it was far too embarrassing to admit otherwise. "Where are you now?" Wang Zhijiang inquired without hesitation. "I'm at the entrance of the shopping mall in the county center. Wait for me, I'll be there shortly." Wang Zhijiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had intended to seek out Qin Lan that weekend to remedy the regrets of his previous life. Qin Lan had harbored feelings for Wang Zhijiang during their school days. However, his infatuation with Chu Jing had forced Qin Lan to maintain merely a friendship. Recently, having heard from classmates about Wang Zhijiang's sudden breakup with Chu Jing, Qin Lan found herself unable to remain idle, having admired him for over 3 years. Wang Zhijiang's appearance was precisely to her taste. As a figure of renown in school with his good looks and academic prowess, he had garnered the affection of many female classmates, despite not being in the same department. Through family connections, Qin Lan had managed to obtain Wang Zhijiang's number, eagerly wanting to see him. Such was the nature of women in that era. While they might harbor affection, they would exercise restraint if someone else was interested, yet would seize any opportunity without hesitation, unlike the complexities of later generations. At the entrance of the Central Mall in Landon County, a girl stood there, approximately 165 centimeters tall, with fair skin and a sweet, charming demeanor at the age of 22. Her white dress, paired with sneakers, epitomized the contemporary style. Qin Lan's beauty was equally remarkable, embodying the essence of a modest, neighborly girl, and she was also one of the campus beauties at Jiangdong University. Upon noticing Wang Zhijiang approaching, Qin Lan smiled and waved, igniting an unprecedented thrill within him since his rebirth. You, they both exclaimed simultaneously, which made them share a knowing smile. This time, Wang Zhijiang silently gazed at Qin Lan, causing a shy blush to bloom on her cheeks, enhancing her allure. With a playful tap of her right fist against Wang Zhijiang's arm, she teased, "Have you had enough of looking?" Together, they strolled forward. The ancient city of Kaidong not only boasts a rich cultural heritage, but also features the exquisite culinary delights of Landon County. Delicacies such as soup dumplings, lamb buns, and stir-fried cold noodles tantalize the taste buds, leaving a lasting impression. They chose a well-known restaurant to savor the local specialties, seated by a window. "Qin Lan, I had intended to see you this Saturday, but I've been quite busy these past few days," Wang Zhijiang said earnestly. "Find me? For what?" Qin Lan's initial response made her a bit anxious and shy, her right hand fidgeting nervously with her left. I don't know. I just wanted to see you," Wang Zhijiang admitted, his own nerves palpable, despite Qin Lan's initiative to approach him. He worried whether she might harbor any resentment regarding his past with Chu Jing. Having recently broken up and now developing feelings for Qin Lan, he feared she might view him as fickle. Unbeknownst to Wang Zhijiang, Qin Lan felt an overwhelming joy upon learning about his breakup. She had lost interest even in shopping with her best friend, eager only to meet him. Wang Zhijiang's sudden anxiety amused Qin Lan, prompting her to cover her mouth as she laughed, easing the tension between them. Girls can be peculiar creatures, often seeking clarity and reassurance. "Why did you break up with Chu Jing? Wasn't it just 2 days after you got together?" Qin Lan asked with a serious expression. Wang Zhijiang replied with a wry smile, "She was pregnant with someone else's child and merely wanted me to take over, as that someone else is already married with children." This revelation shocked Qin Lan, leaving her flabbergasted. In this relatively conservative era, such a situation was difficult for her to comprehend. How could she be that kind of person? This is absurd. How could she treat you like that?" she exclaimed, her face flushing as she struggled to find the right words. Resolving to shed the timidity of his past life, Wang Zhijiang decided he would embrace love wholeheartedly in this new existence. "Qinlan, I like you. I want you to be my girlfriend for a lifetime." He looked at her with sincere determination, his voice firm yet gentle. After uttering these words, Wang Zhijiang seemed to summon all his courage and boldly reached out, firmly grasping Qinlan's hands. His palms were slightly clammy, yet exuded warmth, as if they could convey the fervor within his heart. Qinlan was completely unprepared for such directness from Wang Zhijiang. Her eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at his face, so close to her own, leaving her momentarily at a loss, especially when she beheld his large, glistening eyes. Her heart raced as if a little deer were bounding within her chest. Her face flushed crimson, akin to a ripened apple, and she hastily lowered her gaze, too timid to meet Wang Zhijiang's eyes again. A mix of shyness and indignation welled up within her. How could Wang Zhijiang be so audacious to profess his feelings so openly before so many people, and even hold her hand? How utterly brazen. "Let go of my hand. There's so many people around." Qinlan's voice was somewhat feeble as she protested, attempting to free herself from his grasp. However, Wang Zhijiang's grip was as steadfast as a vice, refusing to relent. Panic began to swell within Qinlan. She was uncertain how to navigate this unforeseen situation. In truth, she harbored feelings for Wang Zhijiang. Yet his sudden declaration caught her off guard. "If you don't agree to be with me, I want to let go. I will hold your hand all day." Wang Zhijiang remarked playfully, his gaze fixed on her. "Fine, I agree. Ascent, that's sufficient?" Qinlan retorted, rolling her eyes and shooting him an exasperated look. Chapter 19. An unexpected confrontation. After finishing their meal, the two strolled about as the sun dipped below the horizon, their hands intertwined, casting a reflection against the evening sky. A picturesque scene of youthful innocence in the vibrant town of Lankuan County, filled with the essence of life. "You scoundrel. You said you wouldn't hold my hand if I agreed," Qinlan muttered playfully, although her heart was already brimming with joy, the blush on her cheeks surpassing all the time she had blushed in the last 2 decades combined. "Having agreed to be my girlfriend, isn't holding your hand the duty of a boyfriend?" Wang Zhijiang replied with a charming smile. Qinlan was taken aback. She had come today merely to ascertain whether Wang Zhijiang had truly broken up with Chu Jing. Back in school, she had often harbored feelings for him, boldly writing love letters and offering gifts, yet all of her actions had remained superficial. At that time, Wang Zhijiang was always preoccupied with Chu Jing, and she had never envisioned a day when they would walk hand in hand beneath the setting sun, as if she were glimpsing the happiness she had long yearned for. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Lankuan County, Qian Kun was leading Chu Jing after their meeting with Deputy County Chief Chen Ming. After sharing a meal together, Chen Ming returned home, while Qian Kun and Chu Jing meandered through the county town. Qian Kun had put Chu Jing in a delicate situation, yet he still desired a son. His wife had struggled after giving birth to a daughter, making it impossible for him to have a son. This was partly why Qian Kun, despite his flirtatious nature, devoted a bit more attention to Chu Jing. However, he could not arrange for him to be stationed in Zhangzhou City, as the proximity might lead to unforeseen complications. Despite Qian Kun's carefree demeanor, he preferred to keep his wife and father-in-law unaware of certain matters. Thus, he entrusted Chen Ming with the task of securing a position for him in the Landong County government office, primarily to keep an eye on Wang Zhijiang. Chen Ming had no objections. Chu Jing, a graduate of Jiangdong University and a talented individual, would find it relatively easy to secure a government position in this era, and he agreed to facilitate her employment the following day. As for the nature of their relationship, Chen Ming chose not to pry in the realm of politics. Ignorance often proved to be a blessing. Soon after, Qian Kun and Chu Jing strolled through the bustling shopping center in the heart of the county. Upon entering, Chu Jing's expression darkened as she turned to Qian Kun and said, "Kun Gu, there he is, Wang Zhijiang." Qian Kun's gaze took on a mischievous glint as he glanced in Wang Zhijiang's direction. He noticed Wang Zhijiang engaged in conversation with a girl who was equally as beautiful as Chu Jing, sharing laughter and banter. Qian Kun's flirtatious nature resurfaced, a smirk playing on his lips as he took Chu Jing's arm and approached Wang Zhijiang. So you're Wang Zhijiang. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. This young lady here is not a suitable match for you. You pursued my younger sister for years, only to part ways at a whim. Wouldn't you agree this is rather inappropriate? Qian Kuan referred to Chu Jing as his younger sister to obscure their true relationship. He cast a glance at Wang Zhijiang and then directed his attention to the girl beside him, Qin Lan. Qin Lon, visibly irritated, ignored Qian Kuan. Upon seeing Chu Jing, she instinctively retreated, realizing that this slender man was indeed the one Wang Zhijiang had mentioned. Wang Zhijiang furrowed his brow, immediately recognizing Qian Kuan as the man responsible for Chu Jing's predicament. Qian Kuan, the son of Qian Hai, deputy minister of the Jiangzhou Municipal Organization Department. At around 30 years of age, Qian Kuan bore an unremarkable face, his physique slender and somewhat disheveled, embodying a life of indulgence. Chu Jing, we're no longer involved. I hope we can refrain from disturbing one another, Wang Zhijiang responded with calmness, glancing at Chu Jing beside Qian Kuan. He was no longer the newcomer he once was. He now possessed the backing of both the county party secretary and the head of the organization department, which instilled confidence in his words and actions. Although Qian Kuan's father held a significant position, Wang Zhijiang believed he would not intervene for the sake of a trivial matter concerning his son. The political landscape was already treacherous, and as long as he did not offend the true power players, the situation could be dismissed as mere youthful disputes. Incapable of escalating further, Qian Kuan, incensed, had never been so blatantly disregarded. Wang Zhijiang, I've heard about you from Chu Jing, and I must say I'm puzzled. How could someone as young and beautiful as my younger sister not be worthy of your commitment? It seems you've swiftly found a new companion, he declared, pride radiating from him. So it's you, Qin Lan. How quickly you've moved on, eager to associate with Wang Zhijiang. You truly have a talent for stealing men. Upon witnessing that the girl before her was indeed Qin Lan, Chu Jing's anger intensified. Qin Lan's physique and appearance were no less striking than her own. She had always been the most beautiful among those who pursued Wang Zhijiang during their school days. A surge of jealousy welled up within her. You're speaking nonsense. I only just arrived today. Moreover, you know very well why Zhijiang broke up with you. I feel embarrassed even mentioning it. Don't go too far. Qin Lan furrowed her brows. Having been indulged by her family since childhood, she was unafraid of any confrontation. At Qin Lan's retort, Chu Jing erupted in fury, suddenly raising her hand to strike Qin Lan's face. Wang Zhijiang swiftly intervened, knocking Chu Jing's hand away, causing her to stumble back a couple of steps before regaining her balance. Nearby, Qian Kuan was equally incensed, especially since Chu Jing was carrying his child. He arrogantly declared, "You have some nerve. Today, I will ensure your disgrace." To his surprise, Wang Zhijiang dared to defend Qin Lan, presenting an opportunity for him to act. He picked up his phone and called, "Uncle Ming, I'm at the Central Mall in the county. Someone has assaulted my sister, Chu Jing. Here's what happened." Chun Ming, already home, chuckled upon receiving Qian Kuan's call. This Wang Zhijiang truly was a naive young man. One must always consider their identity when navigating the bureaucratic landscape. Once involved with the police, a record could easily serve as ammunition for adversaries in the political arena. After pondering for a moment, Chun Ming dialed another number. At the Central Mall in Landong County, Qian Kuan's arrogant demeanor was evident, while Wang Zhijiang felt vexed. He had thought the matter with Chu Jing was settled, considering the pressure she had already exerted upon him. He never anticipated encountering her again. Just then, several police officers approached, the lead officer speaking politely. "Which of you is Qian Kuan, young Master Qian?" Qian Kuan stepped forward. "That would be me." The lead officer was none other than Xie Chong, the deputy director of the West District Police Station, called in by Chun Ming. Although Xie Chong was typically not involved in Chun Ming's affairs, he recognized the significance of the moment. After all, he had been in his position for many years. Chun Ming had mentioned that this young Master Qian was the son of the deputy director of the Jiangzhou Municipal Organization Department, prompting Xie Chong to hasten his arrival without a second thought. Often, grassroots officials yearn for advancement, but lack the necessary connections or the ability to navigate the intricate dynamics of power. Indeed, the art of flattery is a skill that, while seemingly straightforward, is quite challenging to master. How many individuals can flawlessly maintain a 100 satisfaction rate with their superiors in any professional or bureaucratic setting? Perhaps not even 1%. Therefore, dismissing the importance of flattery is misguided. It is a competency that can outweigh the mere content of one's work. Thus, individuals like Xie Chong, seeing an opportunity, often disregard morality, focusing solely on their own gain. Even if they err, they might simply be deemed negligent, but if they succeed, the rewards are plentiful. Xie Chong exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. "We just received a report of an assault. It must be you too. Take them away." Without a moment's pause, he acted after witnessing Qian Kuan comforting Chu Jing. Wang Zhijiang glanced at Qin Lan and quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, everything will be all right." He felt a quiet relief, having already sent a message to his senior brother Wei Tao, confident that he would soon arrive to address the situation. However, what Wang Zhijiang did not anticipate was that, upon hearing his words of comfort, Qin Lan not only failed to calm down, but shot him an indignant glare, her demeanor brimming with outrage as she muttered defiantly, "Oomph, I'm not afraid." Wang Zhijiang found himself at a loss, both amused and exasperated. Internally, he mused about Qin Lan's spirited personality. In truth, Qin Lan had also messaged her father, informing him that she was being bullied at the Central Mall of Landong County and had been taken away by the police. Meanwhile, Qian Kuan and Xie Chong were engrossed in animated conversation, seemingly oblivious to everyone else around them. Qian Kuan clandestinely whispered to Xie Chong, "Director Xie, remember to make Wang Zhijiang suffer a bit. It would be best if he had a criminal record. As for Qin Lan, well, let me have a word with her first." Xie Chong replied, "Young Master Qian, law enforcement has its protocols. A criminal record is warranted only if he has truly committed an offense, but this notion of making him suffer is rather excessive." Xie Chong, being a principled individual, understood that resorting to violence would only lead to personal repercussions. He was not foolish enough to engage in such actions. "Fear not, should anything arise. I will take the blame," Qian Kuan proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Very well, I shall know how to proceed." Xie Chong, feeling somewhat reassured by Qian Kuan's confidence, contemplated the possibility of placing Wang Zhijiang in a holding cell with some delinquents, offering them a small incentive to give him a beating. This way, he could avoid legal issues, a common tactic in this era. Upon arriving at the police station, Wang Zhijiang found himself seated in an interrogation room. Xie Chong, with a stern expression, conducted the questioning, effectively clarifying Wang Zhijiang's alleged offenses while allowing him little opportunity to speak. Wang Zhijiang's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware that grassroots law enforcement in this age often operated outside of regulations, yet he had not expected the absurdity to reach such heights. Thankfully, he believed his brother would arrive shortly. Subsequently, Wang Zhijiang was placed in a holding cell, awaiting the company of 3 delinquents. Xie Chong, wishing to keep the situation from escalating, decided to charge him with disorderly conduct, intending to negotiate a settlement after Wang Zhijiang had been dealt with. A plan also suggested by Qian Kuan, who was no fool and understood that in such circumstances, Wang Zhijiang would likely face dismissal from his position. Meanwhile, Qin Lan was taken to a different mediation room, her anger palpable. Having never visited a police station before, she was astonished by the indiscriminate actions of local officials. Across from her sat Qian Kuan and Chu Jing, with Qian Kuan expressing mock sympathy. "My dear, your boyfriend is on the verge of being convicted. With a blemish on his record, he will likely be dismissed soon. Perhaps it's best you distance yourself from him. Wouldn't you agree? Let us be friends, and you will soon understand my capabilities." Qian Kuan spoke with an air of arrogance, much to Chu Jing's annoyance. As Qin Lan observed the scene without casting a glance at the 2 individuals, she glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Turning confidently to the side, she addressed Xie Chong, stating, "It would be prudent for you to handle this matter in accordance with the law. Otherwise, you shall soon learn what national law entails." At the entrance of the West District Police Station, Wei Tao hurriedly alighted from a taxi, having already contacted the station chief, Yi Chengli. Upon seeing Wei Tao, Yi Chengli promptly approached him, extending a courteous handshake. "Chief Wei, You mentioned an urgent matter over the phone. Fortuitously, I am here at the station today. Chief Yi, my junior colleague, Wang Zhijiang, who also serves in our county government's office, has just messaged me, stating that he has been apprehended by your station. I am unaware of the reasons, Wei Tao explained. He is a commendable individual, and I cannot fathom him engaging in any unlawful activities. He lowered his voice, adding, moreover, he met with Secretary Han just yesterday, and Secretary Han holds him in high regard, intending to entrust him with significant responsibilities. Yi Chengli's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. He had been preoccupied with office work and had not anticipated any cases arising at this late hour. Wei Tao was the secretary to the county party committee, and given that he was a favored candidate for future responsibilities, the arrest of such an individual without the knowledge of the station chief was troubling. Chief Wei, I understand. Rest assured, I assure you that we will not overlook any individual who violates the law, Yi Chengli declared with a serious countenance. He was acutely aware that the situation involved an individual connected to the county party secretary, as long as Wang Zhijiang had committed no infractions. It implied that others were at fault. For those who dared to disrupt order, he would not hesitate to enforce strict legal measures. The authority of the law, especially before the county party secretary, was not to be trifled with. Chief Wei, please take a seat in my office for a moment while I investigate this matter. Yi Chengli invited Wei Tao into his office before seeking out Deputy Chief Xie Chang. Chapter 21. Yi Chengli's mediation. Yi Chengli hurriedly made his way to the office area, promptly requesting that Xie Chang be brought to him. Having worked together for many years, their relationship was amicable. Old Xie, regardless of the case you are handling this evening, you must bring in an individual named Wang Zhijiang. We cannot afford any complications involving him, Yi Chengli stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Xie Chang. Chief, what is Wang Zhijiang's background? I have detained him in a holding cell, Xie Chang replied, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Upon hearing Xie Chang's response, Yi Chengli grasped the gravity of the situation. You truly possess audacity to detain someone connected to Secretary Han. Let us hurry and release him. Succinctly explain the circumstances. Rushing toward the holding cell, Yi Chengli was relieved to find Wang Zhijiang unharmed, though the situation puzzled both men, particularly Xie Chang, who gestured for the few ruffians to take good care of Wang Zhijiang. Wang Zhijiang remained remarkably composed, having trained in combat and self-defense in his previous life. He found that this younger body was more than capable of dealing with 3 petty thugs. However, a frown crossed his face as he realized the extent to which law enforcement in this county had deviated from proper standards. However, Wang Zhijiang did not display his anger on his face. This lifetime has taught him that impulsive actions are no longer an option. The path of officialdom is long and winding, and when faced with challenges, one must remain composed, for anger resolves nothing. Yi Chengli felt a tinge of gloom from Xie Chang's description. Wang Zhijiang was a person of influence, being the secretary of the county committee, and Secretary Han had even sent Secretary Wei. Yet, Xie Chang spoke highly of Qian Cohen, whose background could not be underestimated. He was the son of the deputy minister of the Jiangzhou Municipal Organization Department, with the backing of County Chief Chen Ming. This left Yi Chengli somewhat vexed. Nonetheless, Wang Zhijiang must not falter. In his view, a county official is less significant than one currently in power, as Secretary Han could directly influence his career trajectory. County Chief Chen was merely a transient figure, lacking substantial authority, and Jiangzhou City was still a considerable distance from him. Promptly, he ordered the door of the detention room to be opened. Yi Chengli courteously invited Wang Zhijiang into his office before closing the door behind him. Junior brother, are you all right? Wei Tao inquired, his concern evident as he studied Wang Zhijiang's expression. I am fine, thank you, senior brother. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Wang Zhijiang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chengli turned to the two and said, Director Wei, Director Wang, I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding this incident. My suggestion is that since Secretary Han is still unaware of this matter, it would be prudent for both parties to conclude this here. Director Wang will not have a record left against him, and if neither side pursues this further, what do you think? In Yi Qingli's view, it would be best for both parties to minimize the issue and avoid offending anyone, thus making his own position easier. However, Wei Tao found it peculiar why Yi Qingli would take such a stance, as he had made it clear that Wang Zhijiang was affiliated with Secretary Han Peng, who then was the other party that prompted Yi Qingli to speak in such a manner. His expression reflected his astonishment as he studied Yi Qingli. Wang Zhijiang let out a subtle sigh. It seemed Yi Qingli was already aware of Qian Kuen's identity. Both sides were in a delicate position, leaving him with no choice but to swallow his pride and act as if nothing had occurred, relieved that Qin Lan was unharmed. Yi Qingli, noticing Wei Tao's confusion, sighed and candidly revealed, "The other party is Qian Hai's son, the deputy minister of the Jiangzhou Municipal Organization Department." Wei Tao was taken aback by Yi Qingli's revelation. Realizing why Yi Qingli was so reticent, Lan County fell under the jurisdiction of Caidong City, and Caidong City was of a lower rank compared to Jiangzhou City, the provincial capital. Although Qian Hai was merely a deputy minister, both he and the county committee secretary held equivalent positions, making it difficult to ascertain who held the upper hand. Wei Tao also learned about the circumstances from Wang Zhijiang, leading him to deduce that Wang Zhijiang's reassignment to the archives was likely at the behest of Qian Kuen, under the influence of Deputy County Chief Chen Ming. Given the current situation, where neither party had faced any repercussions, Yi Qingli considered it best to bring the matter to a close to avoid any complications. In this era, there were no formal assessments of injuries. Judgments were largely left to the discretion of the local police. However, the atmosphere in the mediation room was far from calm. With Xie Chong present earlier, Qian Kuen had been relatively restrained, but after Xie Chong was summoned away by Yi Qingli, Qian Kuen's flamboyant nature began to surface unchecked. "My dear, it has come to my attention that your boyfriend may not be able to emerge from his predicament. How about this? Accompany me for dinner tonight, and we can engage in conversation. I might consider persuading Director Xie Chong to release him." Huh. Qian Kuen's words grew increasingly audacious, bordering on the shameless. Qin Lan was infuriated by Qian Kuen's repulsive demeanor, her face swelling with indignation. However, Qian Kuen mistakenly believed she was contemplating his proposal, and he brazenly extended his hand to touch hers. To his astonishment, Qin Lan, disinclined to tolerate his advances, swiftly raised her right hand and delivered a resounding slap, leaving Qian Kuen stunned. Having relied on familial power all his life, he was accustomed to being addressed as young Master Qian, and was now tempted to rise and reprimand Qin Lan. Meanwhile, Chu Jing stood by astonished. She had not anticipated Qin Lan's audacity in striking Qian Kuen, and her heart brimmed with delight at the thought of Qin Lan's impending misfortune. At that moment, the door swung open, and Wang Zhijiang, witnessing Qian Kuen poised to strike Qin Lan, immediately positioned himself protectively in front of her. "Qian Kuen, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. "What am I doing? This vile woman dared to hit me. I shall teach her a lesson. Director Xie, I will charge her with intentional harm. I want her imprisoned." Qian Kuen, noticing Deputy Director Xie Chong entering, directed his ire toward him. Yecheng Li, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. It would have been ideal for both parties to have concluded the matter amicably, yet here they were, embroiled in further complications. Thus he stepped forward. "Young Master Qian, greetings. I am Yecheng Li, the head of the Xiqing police station. Deputy Director Xie has already briefed me on the situation. Please do not be agitated. Would you be amenable to stepping outside for a private discussion?" Qian Kuen glanced at Yecheng Li. Though he was seething with anger, he felt a tinge of curiosity. Upon noticing the unfamiliar young man beside Yecheng Li, he sensed a shift in circumstances. As the head of the station, Yecheng Li must have something significant to convey. So he acquiesced and exited with him. Wang Zhijiang offered Qin Lan a comforting glance, and she sighed with relief upon seeing him unharmed. "Young Master Qian, the young man you encountered earlier is Wei Tao, the secretary to the county party secretary of Landong. He came to the police station to assist Wang Zhijiang and informed me that Wang Zhijiang is affiliated with Secretary Han. I am aware that your father serves as the deputy minister of the organization department of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. However, others possess their own merits. Therefore, I suggest we downplay this incident. I will arrange for the girl who slapped you to apologize and acknowledge her mistake. Let us conclude the matter amicably, if you agree. Chapter 22. The arrival of Qin Limin. Indeed, Ye Qingli found himself speechless. Qian Kun seemed to be nothing more than a frivolous young man. Why would a girl strike you without cause? It was inconceivable. Internally, he held disdain for Qian Kun, yet he recognized that the latter's father was a powerful official. Thus, he felt compelled to extend a measure of respect. Qian Kun, too, was taken aback. Wang Zhijiang, appearing to hail from an ordinary family, had garnered the attention of the county party secretary. The county party secretary's stature was comparable to that of his own father, the deputy minister of the Jiangzhou Municipal Organization Department, both holding equivalent ranks. Nevertheless, the authority of the county party secretary surpassed that of a mere deputy, as they governed an entire county. Qian Kun is not a fool. Very well. Let's proceed as Director Yi suggested. Meanwhile, Yi Qingli remained vigilant, summoning Xie Chong to take the lead, while he himself refrained from any involvement. Should complications arise between the two parties in the future, the primary responsibility would fall upon Xie Chong, not him, as he had merely facilitated the police intervention, especially in favor of young Master Qian. Upon returning to the mediation room, Wang Zhijiang offered words of comfort to Qin Lan, who was still visibly agitated upon seeing Qian Kun enter. Xie Chong, feeling helpless, addressed her. Miss Qin, how about this? You slapped young Master Qian earlier, so if you could offer an apology and acknowledge your mistake, we could consider this matter settled. What do you think? He believed this proposition to be quite reasonable, but Qin Lan was immediately resistant. He wants to act like a rogue, and I am supposed to apologize? You're Xie Chong, the deputy director, right? Fine, I will remember this. If you continue to serve in your position, I shall no longer bear the surname Qin. Having been pampered by her father since childhood, Qin Lan had never endured such indignities, causing her hands to tremble with anger. At that moment, Xie Chong was taken aback by her words, thinking that this young woman was utterly lacking in self-awareness and rather audacious. Just then, a police officer entered and whispered something into Yi Qingli's ear. Yi Qingli instructed Xie Chong to maintain order and resolve the situation amicably before stepping out. Hua Weitao also received a call and left, leaving everyone puzzled. It was now past 8 p.m. outside the police station, where Han Peng, the county party secretary, Su Hu, the police chief, Yi Qingli, and Han Peng's secretary stood waiting. A government vehicle slowly pulled up beside them, from which the secretary, Lu He, emerged first, opening the back door for a man around 50 years old to disembark. Han Peng was visibly anxious. He never anticipated receiving a call so late, only to find himself face-to-face with Qin Liming, the current member of the Jiangdong Provincial Standing Committee and secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. Qin Liming, in his 50s, had a well-proportioned figure and pronounced features, wearing glasses that lent him the air of an academic. He held a high position with immense power. Han Peng aspired to be promoted to deputy mayor, a matter that could hinge upon a single word from Qin Liming, who could influence resource allocation and major decisions across the province. Uncertain of the reason for Qin Liming's visit, he learned that the secretary had called Su Hu, the county police chief, to come as well. I have come at this late hour to find my daughter. She has not returned home after work and texted me that she was taken away by the police at your central mall. Qin Liming's voice was low but laced with displeasure, his furrowed brow betraying his frustration. Qin Lan was his cherished daughter, his pride and joy, and he typically treated her with utmost care. At that moment, he was simply a concerned father. Han Peng and Su Hu were taken aback by Qin Liming's words, feeling as if the sky had fallen upon them, inwardly praying that the officers in the station would not engage in any unlawful or improper conduct. Otherwise, they would bear the brunt of the blame, jeopardizing their careers. Qin Limin immediately instructed his secretary, Lu He, and the police chief, Su Hu, to bring Qin Lan out, as his daughter's safety was his utmost concern. Everyone gathered in the director's office to await her arrival. The atmosphere in the mediation room was somewhat subdued, and the abrupt summons of the director and secretary Wei left deputy director Xie Chong at a loss. When the door swung open, Qin Lan spotted Lu He, realizing that her father must have arrived. Uncle Lu, you're here. Qianlan exclaimed with excitement. Chief Su, what brings you here? Xie Chang queried, puzzled by the police chief's presence at such a late hour. Lu He, choosing not to elaborate, reassured her, Little Lan, it's good to see you unharmed. The leaders are waiting to meet you. Please come with me. How dare you? That wretched person slapped me without an apology and thinks he can leave. Qian Kuan, feeling overlooked, displayed arrogance that was evident on his face. Lu He regarded Qian Kuan with a calm demeanor, akin to observing a fool, while Su Hu, after gathering background information from Xie Chang, was somewhat taken aback by the complexity of the situation. Nevertheless, he dismissed any further contemplation, recognizing that all schemes appear trivial in the face of strength. Secretary Lu, it is imperative that you escort Miss Qin to meet the leaders. Do not concern yourself with others, Su Hu said slowly. Consequently, Lu He took Qianlan outside, where she also pulled Wang Zhijiang along. Lu He, intrigued, noted that Qianlan was holding Wang Zhijiang's hand as they exited. He chose to remain silent, understanding without voicing his thoughts. In the director's office, Qin Limin sat on the sofa, while Han Peng and the others dared not breathe too heavily. Just moments ago, Wei Tao had briefed them on the situation, revealing that fortunately, Qianlan had not been harmed, yet some individuals were surely to face serious consequences. Daddy, you're here. Qianlan Gu, wrapping her arms around her father's arm in a display of affection. Why haven't you gone home so late? How'd you end up here? Qin Limin was perplexed, as his daughter was typically low-key, cheerful, and rarely encountered conflicts. Thus, he surmised that her being brought to the police station must have stemmed from someone else's actions. It was that Qian Kuan, the so-called money prince. He tried to bully me, and I slapped him back. But the deputy director here actually wanted me to apologize to him. Thankfully, Zhijiang protected me. As Qianlan expressed her anger, a hint of shyness crept in when she mentioned Wang Zhijiang, recalling the events of their first day as a couple. Upon hearing this, Qin Limin understood the situation and felt a wave of anger. For he knew his daughter would never provoke others without reason. He furrowed his brow and addressed Han Peng. Is this how you manage affairs in Landong County? Secretary Qin, rest assured, I will ensure that Miss Qin receive justice, and those involved will be dealt with severely, Han Peng replied, bowing slightly, his expression serious. Beads of sweat forming in his palms. Chapter 23. The farce comes to an end. I noticed you earlier today when you publicly expressed support for government reform. Although your rank is modest, your awareness of the significance of such matters for the country and its people is commendable. I have high hopes for you. However, I sincerely hope that incidents like today will not recur. The social atmosphere in Landong County still requires purification, Qin Limin stated slowly. He understood that as a local official, it was impossible to attend to every detail, and the most crucial matter was that his daughter had remained unharmed. Moreover, he felt a sense of relief seeing Han Peng's support for institutional reform. There were indeed few officials as bold as Han Peng. You flatter me, Secretary Qin. As a party member and state official, the welfare of a nation and its people is always paramount, Han Peng replied. If institutional reform can enhance the government's service to the people and the nation, then I wholeheartedly support it. Han Peng felt a surge of excitement, surprised that Wang Zhijiang had prompted him to support the reform so rapidly, catching Qin Limin's attention. In the lobby of the police station, Wang Zhijiang awaited his girlfriend Qianlan's arrival. Although puzzled, he had already made up his mind about Qianlan, and he felt a calmness within. Yet, upon seeing Qianlan emerge with others, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qianlan's father was none other than Qin Limin, a member of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee and the secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Party Committee. Qianlan had always been low-key during her time at school, with few friends. Dad, allow me to introduce you to my university classmate and senior, Wang Zhijiang, who currently works in the Landong County Government Office, and he is also my boyfriend. Qianlan happily introduced her boyfriend to her father, growing slightly shy by the end. Wang Zhijiang was astonished that Qianlan would so directly introduce him to her father on their first day of confirming their relationship. He felt a bit flustered, but managed to compose himself, looking at Qin Limin. Secretary Qin, it is an honor to meet you. I am Wang Zhijiang. At that moment, Qin Limin scrutinized Wang Zhijiang with keen eyes, assessing him. Observing Wang's composed demeanor an unchanging expression. He noted that the young man was indeed quite handsome and had a commendable stature, which explained why his daughter was enamored with him. However, this was the first time his daughter had introduced a boyfriend, leaving even the municipal secretary at a loss for how to respond. Just then, Han Peng remarked softly, "Secretary Qin, this young man, Wang Zhijiang, is someone I hold in high regard. He is a top student we specially recruited from Jiangdong University this year. Furthermore, the nation advocates for the youthfulness of its cadre. Our county standing committee just approved this afternoon the appointment of Comrade Wang Zhijiang as the mayor of Shisong Town." Su Hu and the others were taken aback by Han Peng's words. They were surprised that Wang Zhijiang, so young, could directly assume the position of mayor. "Oh, is that so? Young Wang seems promising. He should work diligently to seek the well-being of the grassroots people and serve the community well." Qin Limin expressed mild surprise, recognizing that the mayor was a position of substantial power at the grassroots level. It was indeed rare for someone so young to be favored by the county party secretary. "Moreover, our little Lan is still young. I do not oppose your relationship, but you must exercise discretion," Qin Limin reminded them. "The implication is that you are free to pursue a romantic relationship with my daughter, and I shall not interfere. However, you have yet to pass my scrutiny. Should you mistreat her, I will not stand idly by." "I understand. Rest assured, Secretary Qin." Wang Zhijiang has also noticed that Secretary Qin dotes on Qin Lan quite a bit. Subsequently, Qin Lan and her father boarded the car to return home. Once inside, Qin Limin instructed his secretary to deliver Wang Zhijiang's dossier the following day. In the mediation room, Qian Kuan sat angrily on a chair, the marks of a slap still faintly visible on his face. He was on the phone with his father, Qian Hai, while Xie Chong sensed something was amiss. Such matters typically would not involve the police chief. At that moment, Han Peng, Wang Zhijiang, and others entered, and upon noticing that even the county party secretary had arrived, Xie Chong immediately stood up, while Qian Kuan remained seated. Han Peng glanced at Qian Kuan and asked the nearby Su Hu, "What charge does Qian Kuan face?" "Secretary Han, Qian Kuan did not physically assault Miss Qin, thus failing to constitute an act of forced indecency. Therefore, it is categorized as sexual harassment, which by law merits a 15-day administrative detention and a fine." Su Hu also appeared regretful. "Proceed with the execution. Additionally, ensure a written report is prepared for me promptly," Han Peng stated matter-of-factly. This provoked Qian Kuan to erupt in fury. "Who are you?" "My father is the deputy minister of the organization department of Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. What do you intend to do?" As Qian Kuan activated the speakerphone, Qian Hai's voice resonated. "I am Qian Hai, deputy minister of the organization department of Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. Why are you detaining my son?" Han Peng disregarded Qian Kuan's outburst and directly addressed Qian Kuan's phone. "Deputy Minister Qian, I am Han Peng, County Party Secretary of Landong. Your son has harassed the daughter of Secretary Qin of your municipal committee. Just moments ago, Secretary Qin personally came to escort his daughter away. He did not inquire about the connection between you and Qian Kuan, so I shall remain uninformed. Should you require timely updates, I can accommodate that." Upon hearing Han Peng's words, Qian Hai was taken aback. Secretary Qin's daughter. His demeanor shifted instantly. "Secretary Han, you are absolutely correct. Qian Kuan must undergo proper reformation. I will remember this favor." Qian Hai, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that mishandling this matter could jeopardize his career, with his son having disrespected Secretary Qin's daughter. Who would dare associate with him in Jiangzhou's political arena? Simply refraining from exacerbating the situation was already a considerable mercy. After Han Peng and Wang Zhijiang exited the police station, Han Peng turned to Wang Zhijiang. "Young Wang, do you grasp why I refrained from mentioning to Secretary Qin that Qian Hai is Qian Kuan's father?" Wang Zhijiang's expression revealed confusion. Logically, if Han Peng did not disclose this, what if Secretary Qin learned of it later and held him accountable? Young Wang, in the realm of politics, one must not hastily create adversaries. At any moment, fostering enmity is simple, yet transforming foes into friends is quite the challenge. Ultimately, this is a matter concerning Qian Kuan, who has already faced punishment. How can you ensure that Qian Hai is indeed a problematic official? If you reveal Qian Hai's identity, Secretary Qin may not hold you accountable, which would undermine the authority expected of a municipal committee secretary. Conversely, if he does assign blame, it would appear unkind, thus presenting a dilemma for the leader. Wang Zhijiang listened to Han Peng's words, experiencing a myriad of emotions. Indeed, while it is easy to despise evil, transforming an enemy into a friend is far more challenging. In that moment, Wang Zhijiang truly grasped the wisdom of this county party secretary navigating the intricate political landscape. He slightly bowed and said, "Secretary Han, I have learned from you." Qian Kun ultimately received a stable administrative detention of 15 days. Justice was served. Xie Chong was also reverted back to an ordinary police officer, while Chen Ming faced a stern reprimand from Han Peng. Thus, this farce reached a temporary conclusion. Chapter 24. Preparations beforehand. The following morning, in the office of County Party Secretary Han Peng, Jin Hui sat nearby as Wang Zhijiang was summoned. The appointment had been announced, and so the two leaders called Wang Zhijiang for a discussion. "Xiao Wang, your upcoming assignment in Shisong Town requires your utmost seriousness. You're still quite young, and during the standing committee meeting, some members expressed skepticism regarding your capabilities. Therefore, we hope you can achieve results." Justifying the support we both provided against the majority opinion at the meeting, Han Peng advised earnestly. Wang Zhijiang understood that he had only recently entered his position. Although he was a graduate of Jiangdong University, many perceived his youth as a hindrance to his competence. He recognized the weight of the leader's expectations. Only through his capabilities could he prove himself. Jin Hui looked at Wang Zhijiang with a serious expression. "Xiao Wang, grassroots work is challenging, and the overall quality of the cadre is not high. Thus, at times, you must adopt a firmer approach. Once you establish authority, many matters will become easier to manage. Rest assured, I will personally see you off to your new post. Thank you both for your concern. I will not disappoint your expectations." Wang Zhijiang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. In an ancient-style courtyard in the capital, within an exclusive private dining room, 3 young men gathered for a meal. Li Shuoyang occupied the main seat, with Su Qin to his right and Gu Fan beside him. The 3 had grown up together, all hailing from prominent families in the capital. Yet none had entered the political system, which fostered a particularly close bond among them. The latter 2 were slightly younger than Li Shuoyang. "Li Gu, I heard you traveled out of town recently. Upon returning to the capital, you immediately summoned us for lunch. Is there some collective activity planned, or are we going somewhere?" Su Qin inquired, shaking the ash from his cigarette while looking at Li Shuoyang. Su Qin's family was primarily active in the military, with his elder being one of the last of the prominent figures. The Su family was not overly large. Gu Fan's family, on the other hand, was well populated, with his elder being a core figure in Huagua, and the second generation holding significant positions, such as the provincial secretary in Hanghu province. Li Shuoyang held some thoughts in his mind. Ever since meeting Wang Zhijiang, he contemplated whether to inform the Li family about the prospect of shorting the Siamese bot. After much deliberation, he decided against it. This was a commercial matter, not a political one, and his family would likely have little interest. Moreover, he dreaded the possibility of being reprimanded by his grandfather for being unproductive, which would only complicate matters further. Furthermore, his secretary had already confirmed that Wang Zhijiang's information was entirely accurate. Indeed, 2 top American foundations were targeting the Siamese bot. However, many were astonished by the foolishness of Siam's policies. Yet, given the country's limited size, it was understandable that many ambitions could not be realized, a reality far removed from that of a powerful nation like Huagua. Li Shuoyang pondered deeply and ultimately decided to consult his childhood friends, hoping they could collaborate on a significant endeavor. "Listen to me, both of you," he said with utmost seriousness. "I have a matter of great importance at hand, and I'm contemplating whether to involve you in it." Su Qin and Gu Fan exchanged puzzled glances. They had never witnessed such gravity in Li Shuoyang's demeanor before. The trio often engaged in lucrative ventures together, benefiting mutually, and they were well aware of Li Shuoyang's formidable capabilities, having graduated from a prestigious university in the capital. "Brother Liang, if there is something you wish to discuss, you need not be so solemn," Gu Fan remarked, intrigued by the situation. "What could possibly warrant such seriousness?" "This matter is sensitive due to industry regulations, and I cannot disclose too much, Li Shuoyang replied with a sigh. Even if I did, you might not fully grasp it, and I myself am uncertain of its success. However, I must stake my entire fortune on it, approximately 8 million. In an era where the average monthly salary barely reached a few hundred, 8 million was an astronomical sum, one that Li Shuoyang had painstakingly gathered, even borrowing significantly from his aunt abroad. Su Qin and Gu Fan were momentarily taken aback by the magnitude of the business proposition. Their instinct was to question the legality of the venture, mindful of their family's 3 generations of reputation. Brother Liang, our bond is undeniable. But I must inquire, are you certain this is legitimate? You wouldn't be falling victim to a scam, would you? Su Qin asked, his uncertainty palpable. Li Shuoyang rolled his eyes in response. Do you think my grandfather would let me off the hook if this were illegal? Rest assured, we are not ordinary individuals. How many dare to deceive me, let alone my family? Upon reflection, Su Qin and Gu Fan recognized the truth in Li Shuoyang's words. The trio's collective strength was indeed formidable. Few dared to cross them in the realm of business. Trusting Li Shuoyang, they set aside their reservations and agreed to invest, each contributing 5 million, without inquiring about potential profits, as Li Shuoyang had not disclosed them either. In his mind, he resolved that even if he faced losses, he could always start anew. The 3 then visited the bank to arrange the transfer, and by afternoon, after completing the transactions, Li Shuoyang planned to visit Wang Zhijiang in Landong County. Wang had been granted 2 days off to prepare for his new role as the town mayor of Shisong. In a private room at the Donglai Hotel in Landong County, Li Shuoyang once again found himself in the company of Wang Zhijiang. Zhijiang, I hear you have been appointed as the town mayor. Congratulations. Li Shuoyang expressed sincerely, genuinely surprised by the significance of this influential position at the grassroots level. This is indeed a fortunate turn, largely due to your influence, Wang Zhijiang replied. Though the minister of the county organization department, Jin Hui, may not fully comprehend my background, he has shown me preferential treatment out of respect for you. Without his assistance during the county committee meeting, I doubt everything would have proceeded so smoothly. Of course, it was primarily Secretary Han who advocated for my appointment to Shisong. Wang Zhijiang also expressed his gratitude towards Li Shuoyang, acknowledging Jin Hui, who is also a member of the standing committee, for supporting him and for arranging his journey to take office in a few days. All of this was done out of respect for Brother Liang. Hence, it is imperative to clarify in front of Li Shuoyang that he indeed provided assistance. Li Shuoyang, feeling reflective, remarked that individuals in the political arena possess wisdom. The unknown does not equate to inaction, and kindness towards others is invariably commendable. I understand, and rest assured, I shall express my gratitude when the opportunity arises. Li Shuoyang made his intentions clear as well, indicating that he too would reciprocate Jin Hui's support when the occasion presents itself. After a brief pause, Li Shuoyang stated, my secretary has already investigated the matter you mentioned, and it is indeed as you described. However, I have 2 childhood friends who will also contribute financially. They are unaware of my intentions, and I prefer not to disclose this to avoid complications. I will be investing 8 million, with each of them contributing 5 million, along with your 100,000, totaling 18,100,000. This sum is substantial. Do you think it will impact the overall situation? The financial market is tumultuous, and I fear our involvement may attract the attention of the 2 major American funds, which would complicate matters. Wang Zhijiang smiled slightly. Do not worry. This amount is merely a drop in the ocean in the grand scheme of things. After all, we are leveraging at 200 times short selling. By the time they realize we have made billions, it will be too late. Li Shuoyang, unaware of the foolish countermeasures taken by the Siamese, felt a tinge of concern, which was quite natural. After their meal, they proceeded to the bank, where Wang Zhijiang transferred the 100,000 to Li Shuoyang and instructed him to return to the capital immediately, informing him of the operational timeline. Chapter 25. Taking office in Shisong Town, June 11th. 1997. Shisong Town lies to the west of Landong County, bordering Jiangzhou, with a population of approximately 70,000. It remains relatively impoverished, primarily due to its northern location, characterized by aridity and reliance on basic agriculture. Additionally, being a mere 30 kilometers from Jiangzhou, the youth predominantly seek employment there, resulting in a scarcity of young locals and, consequently, a lackluster economy. En route to Shisong town, Wang Zhijiang and Jin Hui sat in the backseat of the car. Young Wang, Jin Hui began, the former town mayor has retired. The town party secretary, Yulin Xiang, is a local who has served in this role for several years. There is a deputy mayor, Kai Fu, who was once my subordinate, and you can trust him. Jin Hui earnestly conveyed the situation regarding Shisong town. In truth, Kai Fu is qualified to compete for the mayoral position. However, as he stands alone, his influence in the standing committee is weak, rendering his ambitions unfeasible. Thank you, Minister Jin. Upon my arrival in Shisong town, I shall not be entirely alone. Just a few days ago, I had dinner with Reporter Li, and I mentioned that your assistance was crucial in my appointment as mayor. Reporter Li assured me he would remember. Jin Hui, upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, grew increasingly optimistic about the young man, recognizing his dedication and appreciation for others' kindness, marking him as someone worthy of a deeper connection. Upon arriving at the town government building, it was evident that many were already awaiting their arrival. Minister Jin, what an honor to have you here. Welcome. Your personal visit to send talent to Shisong town is truly commendable. You must have had a challenging journey. Town party secretary Yulin Xiang smiled warmly as he extended his hand to greet Jin Hui. Jin Hui smiled gently and remarked, "It has indeed been a while since I last visited Shisong. The position of mayor in your town has been vacant for some time, and this time the county has selected a commendable candidate for you. This is Wang Zhijiang, a distinguished graduate from Jiangdong University this year. He is a remarkable young man, highly regarded by our county committee secretary Han, which is why he's been promptly dispatched here." Jin Hui made sure to clarify everything necessary to dispel any notions that Wang Zhijiang lacked support. Wang Zhijiang, taking the initiative, extended his hand to Yulin Chang, saying, "Secretary Yu, greetings. I am Wang Zhijiang. As a senior and a leader, I have much to learn from you. I hope for your support in my future endeavors." Yulin Chang, around 40 years of age, possessed a slender physique and exuded an air of ordinariness. With education only at a high school level, a common background among grassroots officials in this era, he had gradually risen through the ranks as a local from Shisong. Standing beside Yulin Chang was Kai Fu, also a local. He understood well that the mayor's position could not also be held by a local, as this would lead to an excessive concentration of local power detrimental to regional development. Moreover, the mayor's appointment required the consent of the county's standing committee, and a veteran like Jin Hui could not single-handedly influence such decisions. Kai Fu, age 32 and slightly plump, possessed a highly adaptable personality, skillfully managing relationships in Shisong. He was emotionally astute and recognized his own limitations, often delegating tasks to those more capable. After the customary handshakes, they entered the town government conference room, where Jin Hui announced the county committee's appointment, followed by Wang Zhijiang's speech. In that moment, myriad thoughts raced through the minds of those present. Yulin Chang gazed at Wang Zhijiang, feeling a sense of astonishment. He had initially considered appointing someone from his own circle as mayor, but understood that such a choice would not be sanctioned from above. He never expected a mere 23-year-old would be sent over. And even more astonishing was that this young man had been personally delivered by Minister Jin from the county's organization department. According to Jin Hui, Wang Zhijiang was aligned with County Secretary Han Peng, making him a favored candidate among the two powerful standing committee members, an unprecedented situation. Yulin Chang had already reviewed Wang Zhijiang's profile and found that he hailed from an ordinary family without any notable connections, having only joined the county government office a little over a week ago. What had this young man accomplished in such a brief period to earn the favor of such influential figures? After the meeting, Jin Hui pulled Kai Fu aside into the corridor. "Old Kai, I am aware of your thoughts, but I must clarify that Secretary Han places significant importance on Wang Zhijiang, though I do not fully understand the reasons behind it. My involvement with him is due to the potential connections he may possess. In any case, Wang Zhijiang is not to be underestimated. You must collaborate well with him, as it will yield rewards in the future." Jin Wei candidly explained Wang Zhijiang's situation to Kai Fu, who was a trusted ally and a commendable person. After their conversation, Jin Wei returned to the county town. In the evening, at Shisong Town, within a restaurant adjacent to the reception center, the principal leaders of the town government had gathered to welcome the arrival of town mayor Wang Zhijiang, a customary practice. Among them were the town party secretary Yu Linxiang, along with 4 deputy mayors, including Kai Fu. Indeed, during this era, the institutions remained relatively bloated, accompanied by the director and deputy director of the party and government office. Everyone raised their glasses in unison, proclaiming, "Let us extend our warm welcome to Comrade Wang Zhijiang, our new town mayor." Yu Linxiang wore a courteous demeanor, smiling and gesturing for everyone to raise their glasses in honor of Wang Zhijiang, who reciprocated with equal politeness. Yu Linxiang speculated that Wang Zhijiang, having garnered the attention of the 2 prominent members of the Lantong County Standing Committee, must possess a substantial background, likely not from his parents, but rather from other esteemed relatives within the city. Amidst the dining, a man abruptly entered, appearing quite disheveled, and approached Deputy Director Wu Li. "Li, come outside with me." Wu Li's face turned anxious, almost to the point of tears. She had just stepped out moments ago. Her husband had come seeking money, which she had refused to give, displaying an unwilling demeanor. However, in such a setting, a public altercation seemed rather inappropriate. Those present were already aware of Wu Li's husband, known for his idleness and indulgence in vice, never expecting him to show up at such a gathering. At that moment, with an air of uncertainty enveloping the room, Kai Fu stepped forward. "Comrade Xiao Li, your distress here is certainly not conducive, and your husband's presence is equally unhelpful. To resolve this matter, it would be best for you to step outside and address it promptly. While we cannot meddle in your family affairs, rest assured that this unit serves as your familial support. If anyone oversteps, we will not stand idly by. You are aware of Secretary Yu's commitment to our families. Setting an example for us all, he is genuinely concerned about the welfare of every employee's home and work. Should you face insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to bring them to the Secretary's attention. As a caring patriarch, he will undoubtedly assist you." Chapter 26. The inauguration of the town mayor Wang Zhijiang looked at Kai Fu, astonished. Truly, within this system, there are individuals of remarkable capability. Such an awkward situation was deftly resolved by Kai Fu's few words. He not only supported Wu Li, but also publicly praised Secretary Yu Linxiang, garnering admiration from all. Wu Li's husband, Yu Jian, lowered his gaze towards Yu Linxiang, saying, No, I will just speak with Li for a moment and then leave." Wu Li followed him outside. The attendees regarded Deputy Mayor Kai Fu with appreciative glances, fully aware that he was a favored associate of the town party secretary. However, Kai Fu did not overreach. He maintained cordial relationships while meticulously managing his own responsibilities. Although he held the position of deputy mayor, he never sought the limelight, referring to everyone, even younger individuals without any official title, as brothers. His keen ability to cater to leadership while simultaneously nurturing grassroots connections was impeccably balanced. In the course of daily affairs, one often seeks the assistance of those capable when faced with personal limitations, graciously stepping aside to allow others to shine. While the accolades rightfully belong to the competent, with a knack for socializing, one cultivates friendships over libations, displaying commendable character in the process. Wang Zhijiang, recognizing Kai Fu as a remarkable talent, particularly given the endorsement from Minister Jin, found him to be genuinely trustworthy. The following morning, Liang Haitao, the director of the party and government office, ensured all arrangements were made for Wang Zhijiang's accommodation, even refurbishing the former mayor's office to present a refreshed appearance. "Mayor Wang, would you like me to arrange a few contacts for you to consider? Please prepare to for now. I'd like to review the materials before making a decision." Wang Zhijiang replied, recalling that, at this juncture, national regulations prohibit the appointment of secretaries. Hence, the town employs liaison officers instead, while policies from above dictate the framework. The practical realities at the grassroots level often necessitate flexibility. Many leadership roles are exceedingly demanding, and without the assistance of a secretary, accomplishing tasks becomes quite challenging. Seated in the mayor's office, Wang Zhijiang felt a swirl of emotions. In a previous life, he had never ascended to a position of real power, yet here he was, having only recently commenced his duties, already serving as mayor. Traditionally, the position is classified as a formal rank, but as a distinguished graduate from Jiangdong University. He is set to attain a deputy rank next month. Should he achieve notable accomplishments within a year, he could be elevated to a full rank by next year. His strategy became increasingly clear. He must firmly grasp the mayoral authority. Without effective communication and delegation, his aspirations for establishing an industrial park would remain elusive. This era is not post-2000, and the prevailing mindset has yet to evolve significantly. Moreover, the foundation for creating an industrial park hinges on infrastructure development, a complex challenge, primarily due to funding constraints. Nevertheless, plans must unfold gradually. He needs to assess the stance of the town party secretary, Yu Linxiang, towards him. Just then, a knock echoed through the office. Guomin. The door creaked open. Mayor Wang. Good day. On your first day in office, I'm here to report on some matters. Kai Fu entered, wearing a warm smile. Deputy Mayor Kai. Please, take a seat. No need for formality. Wang Zhijiang expressed, pleasantly surprised. Having just arrived in Shisong town, he was still unfamiliar with the circumstances, and it was indeed fortuitous to have someone like Kai Fu to enlighten him. As they settled in, Kai Fu discreetly assessed the remarkably youthful mayor, while Wang Zhijiang reciprocated the scrutiny. Deputy Mayor Kai, I shall be direct. We are all on the same team. During my journey yesterday, Minister Ji mentioned that you were his subordinate and a highly capable official, emphasizing your trustworthiness. Wang Zhijiang conveyed with sincerity. Indeed, Mayor Wang. The former leader has always looked out for me and has expressed his unwavering support for your endeavors. You can place your complete trust in me. Chai Fu responded straightforwardly. That is reassuring. I would like to familiarize myself with the general situation of all officials in Shisong town. As a newcomer, it is somewhat awkward for me to inquire of others. Your timely presence is indeed a blessing. Kai Fu and Wang Zhijiang discussed the personnel situation of most key positions in the town and provided an overview of each individual. Fan Zheng serves as the deputy mayor, overseeing market regulation, food and drug safety, medical insurance, and social security. Ma Wusheng, another deputy mayor, is responsible for finance, auditing, and agricultural electricity. Yuan Kemming, also a deputy mayor, manages the construction and administration of the town center, rural living environment improvements, and the development of beautiful countryside initiatives. Presently, Kai Fu is in charge of the party and government office, as well as logistics. He briefly outlined the conditions of various departments below, offering Wang Zhijiang a fundamental understanding. Once Kai Fu departed, Wang Zhijiang reflected on the discussion, letting out a slight sigh. He was aware that the town's party secretary, Yu Linxiang, was around 40 years old. At this age, ascending the ranks becomes increasingly challenging, rendering significant achievements in his current position unlikely. However, Wang Zhijiang was eager to collaborate with this leader, as he aspired to develop an industrial park, which would necessitate the support of the party secretary, especially considering the many officials who rallied behind him. Historically, in the annals of China spanning 5 millennia, the issue of inaction among officials has been prevalent. It is a facet of human nature. Many in the political arena often perceive that taking initiative could lead to errors. Thus, they hesitate to risk their political careers, knowing that accountability follows any misstep. Wang Zhijiang's ultimate goal is to liberate Shisong town from poverty and elevate the quality of life for its citizens, which represents the pinnacle of his ambitions in this lifetime. Throughout the morning, Wang Zhijiang remained in his office, anticipating someone would come to report on their work, as is customary for newly appointed deputy mayors. However, after waiting all morning without a visitor, he furrowed his brow and sighed before leaving the office, feeling the need to gauge Yu Linxiang's true attitude towards him. Chapter 27. Testing the waters. Wang Zhijiang arrived at the office of Party Secretary Yu Linxiang. Secretary Luo Cheng noticed him and approached. Mayor Wang, are you here to see Secretary Yu? Deputy Mayor Ma is currently in a meeting with him. Luo Cheng's words were polite, yet his eyes revealed little about his attitude towards Wang Zhijiang. Just then, the door opened, and Ma Guosheng emerged, spotting Wang Zhijiang. "My dear Wang, are you here to see Secretary Yu? I apologize. We have been quite busy with work matters today, and I haven't had the chance to report to you." Ma Guosheng spoke courteously, but it was clear that he held Wang Zhijiang in low regard, viewing him as merely someone seeking to enhance his credentials. "Not a problem. It's my first day on the job. I certainly need to pay my respects to Secretary Yu to facilitate my work." Wang Zhijiang responded graciously. As Ma Guosheng managed the finance department, the most crucial sector, every matter in the town surely required the attention of this financial maestro. After seeking permission from Yu Linxiang, Luo Cheng invited Wang Zhijiang inside. Yu Linxiang's office was even larger than Wang Zhijiang's, and the decor was quite exquisite. "Comrade Zhijiang, today marks your first official day of work, yet you still find the time to visit me. Is there no one to report on your duties? It seems you are becoming a tad negligent. Rest assured, I shall properly discipline these individuals." Though Yu Linxiang spoke with a serious demeanor, Wang Zhijiang discerned that this was merely an attempt to establish authority. This is characteristic of the grassroots political arena in our era, where one's grip on power is paramount, leaving Wang Zhijiang at a loss for words. Seated upon the sofa, Wang Zhijiang's temperament had evolved from his previous life. He no longer experienced tumultuous emotions. Moreover, Deputy Mayor Kai has just briefed me and provided a comprehensive overview of our town situation. "However, you are my superior. As I am still youthful, I wish to learn much from you," he replied earnestly. Yu Linxiang's stern expression softened, recognizing that despite Wang Zhijiang's youth, he possessed a remarkable composure that belied his age. A seasoned veteran in the political sphere, Yu Linxiang had a keen eye for assessing character, which is an essential skill in politics. He had not anticipated that Kai Fu would align with Wang Zhijiang so swiftly. Although he was aware that Kai Fu's former superior was Minister Jin, perhaps it was Minister Jin's directive, yet it seemed that Kai Fu needed to deliberate further. The rapidity of his alignment surprised Yu Linxiang. Indeed, Kai Fu has always been an exemplary individual, a commendable asset to our Shisong town. You are also a talent highly recommended by County Committee Secretary Han and Minister Jin. Is there something in particular you wish to discuss with me? Yu Linxiang understood well that Wang Zhijiang had not come without purpose. "Secretary Yu, I shall speak candidly. My intention in Shisong town is to achieve noteworthy accomplishments, thereby justifying the trust placed in me by both leaders. Thus, I hope to receive your support in my future endeavors. Moreover, any achievements will be shared among us. Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Zhijiang stated earnestly, meeting Yu Linxiang's gaze. "Ah, Comrade Zhijiang, as the mayor of Shisong town, who would dare not to support your endeavors? Yet, you are aware that our town is quite impoverished. I am curious to know what accomplishments you envision." Yu Linxiang thought to himself, fully aware of the challenges in developing Shisong town. Everyone aspires to political success, and while he initially viewed Wang Zhijiang as someone seeking personal gain, he was surprised to discover genuine ambition in him. "Secretary Yu, my vision is to first construct roads, followed by establishing an industrial park specific to Shisong town." "An industrial park? What is that precisely, and what purpose does it serve?" Yu Linxiang admitted to being unfamiliar with the concept, as there were only a handful across the nation at that time. An industrial park is a designated area within Shisong town where we build infrastructure to attract distinguished enterprises or even local businesses with potential. The government would need to provide these companies with policy incentives and tax benefits. Once these enterprises flourish, they will in turn support Shisong town, stimulate employment, and ultimately alleviate our poverty, leading to an increase in per capita income. Wang Zhijiang succinctly articulated the concept of the industrial park. Yu Linxiang listened to Wang Zhijiang's words and understood the situation. However, a pressing issue arose. Constructing an industrial park requires substantial financial resources. And where would Shisong town procure such funds? Even if the park were built, what would happen if no enterprises were attracted to settle there? It was evident that Wang Zhijiang was still too young. His ideas, though commendable, seemed highly improbable to succeed. If the initiative failed, he would also bear the consequences. Supporting him in this venture might ultimately reflect poorly on Yu Linxiang, who had held his position for many years while Shisong Town remained impoverished. Such an outcome would serve only to highlight his inadequacies compared to a fledgling in the political arena. This scenario would hold no advantages for him whatsoever. "Comrade Zhijiang," he said, "you are indeed quite young. Your thoughts are admirable, but our town is inherently poor, and our finances are quite strained. How can we allocate funds for the construction of an industrial park? Furthermore, if the park is completed without any businesses moving in, wouldn't that render our government's resources wasted? We must proceed with caution. Yet I still have some hope for you. Please draft a detailed proposal for me to review. If necessary, we can discuss it further at the party committee meeting." Yu Linxiang spoke earnestly. At that moment, Wang Zhijiang realized that gaining the support of the town's party secretary was unlikely. Officials like Yu Linxiang were prevalent across the nation, cautious, inactive, and focused on maintaining their positions. Additionally, the establishment of an industrial park indeed required a significant investment of manpower and resources, which was the crux of Yu Linxiang's reluctance. If the construction did not require government funding or demanded minimal investment, Wang Zhijiang believed Yu Linxiang would be more inclined to support it. If successful, it would reflect positively on Yu Linxiang's leadership, while failure would not impact him directly. "I understand, Secretary Yu. I will conduct further research into our town's actual circumstances. If we can proceed without government funding, I am confident you will support us." Wang Zhijiang took a step back. "That would certainly be no problem. You are new here and may not realize that Shisong Town is indeed quite impoverished. We simply cannot afford to allocate funds. However, if government investment is unnecessary, I will undoubtedly support the initiative, as I, too, wish to contribute to the development of our town. Unfortunately, the circumstances do not permit it." Yu Linxiang's opinion of Wang Zhijiang had already solidified. Despite Wang Zhijiang being recommended by two prominent members of the county committee, Yu Linxiang was willing to grant him some leeway for the sake of appearances, as he did not wish to offend county leaders. Nevertheless, when it came to matters of tangible benefit, he was unwilling to sacrifice his own interests for Wang Zhijiang's political gains. As long as there was no financial commitment, Wang Zhijiang was free to pursue his ambitions, and once he had achieved his goals, he could depart swiftly. Chapter 28. Visiting Professor due upon returning to his office. Wang Zhijiang lowered his head in contemplation. It was clear that the idea of directly constructing an industrial park was unfeasible without Yu Linxiang's support, which was essential for the collaboration of all departments. Without complete backing, any efforts would merely result in wasted time. Thus, Wang Zhijiang devised an alternative strategy, seeking an indirect approach. Only by instilling hope in others could the successful establishment of the industrial park be realized. Having made his decision, he hesitated not a moment longer and promptly picked up his phone to make a call. "Hello, Xiaolan. Are you in the provincial capital? Ah, you mischievous rascal. Have you forgotten about your newly acquired girlfriend after all these days? Qin Lan, though still a young girl, has already embarked on her career. Yet Wang Zhijiang remains her cherished memory. My apologies. I beg for your forgiveness, as I have just commenced my work in Shisong Town." Wang Zhijiang reminisced about Qin Lan's visage, a smile creeping upon his lips. "How are you faring in Shisong Town?" he inquired playfully. "Everything is well, but I find myself yearning for Miss Qin." Wang Zhijiang responded with a hint of mischief. "Enough of the banter. You must have called me for a reason. Do share. I am quite curious about what assistance I might offer, but let us agree beforehand that it is unrelated to my father." Qin Lan pondered what matter could possibly necessitate her aid, for she believed Wang Zhijiang's character would not lead him to seek help from her father. "Rest assured, I merely wish to connect with a professor from the Jiangdong Agricultural Academy. I am unfamiliar with him, and since you are well-versed and currently in Jiangzhou, I would appreciate your assistance in introducing us. I require his help regarding a work-related matter." Wang Zhijiang was aware that Qin Lan had graduated from the journalism department of Jiangdong University and had recently begun her internship at the Jiangdong newspaper group. At this juncture, the nation was placing significant emphasis on agriculture, resulting in a plethora of agricultural news coverage. "Oh, what a coincidence. I recently interviewed Professor Zhang from the Agricultural Academy. When will you be arriving in the provincial city? I shall arrange the meeting for you." "Really? That would be splendid. I am on my way to find you now. Please set up the appointment with Professor Zhang for the afternoon, and I would be delighted to treat you to lunch." Wang Zhijiang felt a surge of excitement, grateful for the serendipity of their situation, as he would have faced considerable difficulty had Qinlan not possessed any connections. Jiangzhou, as the capital of Jiangdong Province, hold a significant position in northern Huagua. Within a mutton noodle restaurant, Wang Zhijiang indulged heartily in a dish he had long adored, savoring the familiar flavors that evoked nostalgic memories. Did you skip breakfast? Eat slowly. Are you that famished? Be careful not to burn yourself. Qinlan observed Wang Zhijiang's ravenous demeanor with a touch of compassion, questioning if being the town mayor was indeed such a strenuous task. Not at all. I simply have not enjoyed such authentic noodles in ages. It brings back fond memories, Wang Zhijiang replied with a smile. As he gazed at Qinlan, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped him, an emotion he had never experienced in his previous life, filled with a comforting assurance. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qinlan's face. Jiangdong is a province renowned for its agricultural bounty, standing as Huagua's most stable and reliable granary, consistently ranking second in grain production nationwide. Thus, it is only fitting that the nation established such a vital institution as the Agricultural Academy within Jiangdong Province, contributing immensely to the study of grains and housing numerous talented individuals, including esteemed academicians. At 2:30 p.m., Qinlan escorted Wang Zhijiang to Professor Zhang's office at the Jiangdong Agricultural Academy. "Please come in," came the voice of Professor Zhang from within. "Professor Zhang, it is a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, who urged me to reach out to you regarding a matter. Qinlan, too, sought your insight after the Academy of Sciences developed a new high-yield variety of wheat. Greetings. I am Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County. It was I who asked Xiaolan to contact you." Professor Zhang regarded Wang Zhijiang, noting his youthful handsomeness. To hold the position of mayor at such a young age is quite remarkable. The Academy of Sciences possesses its own titles. One could say he is somewhat familiar with the system. "Oh, a young mayor indeed. Greetings. Young comrade, what brings you to me?" "Well, our Shisong town is still quite impoverished, yet I believe the climatic conditions are suitable for fruit cultivation. I would like to request your assistance in introducing an expert from your academy who can conduct an on-site investigation," Wang Zhijiang explained earnestly. "If we can indeed cultivate viable fruit, it could develop into an industry that would enhance the income of our local populace and ultimately contribute to their well-being." "Indeed, you speak wisely. It is no surprise that you have ascended to the position of mayor at such a young age. You possess both vision and capability," Professor Zhang responded. "A dear friend of mine, Professor Du Mingli, is an expert in the field of fruit cultivation. He is in the office adjacent to mine. Allow me to fetch him." In this era, professors are exceptionally principled, and they are moved by the earnestness of Wang Zhijiang's request. Furthermore, it falls within their professional purview, as experts frequently conduct field investigations to provide insights and recommendations to the state and local governments. A few minutes later, Professor Zhang entered with Professor Du, who was of a similar age. "This is Comrade Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town." Professor Zhang introduced him to Du Mingli. "Greetings, I am Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town. It is a pleasure to meet you." Wang Zhijiang extended his hand warmly. "So young? Greetings, young comrade. You assert that the climatic conditions in your town are suitable for fruit cultivation? How did you come to know this?" Professeur du inquired, intrigued, as he had never before encountered a local leader seeking expert advice from the academy. Wang Zhijiang was prepared. "Professor Du, I graduated this year from Jiangdong University, where I minored in relevant foundational knowledge, which has provided me with some understanding. I am aware of the climatic conditions in Shisong Town, and I have observed that the soil in our village is slightly alkaline, sandy soil, particularly suitable for fruit cultivation." "Oh, you are informed. It seems you came well prepared." "You are correct. If the soil is indeed slightly alkaline, sandy soil, it could be conducive to growing melons. Such fruits are relatively rare in the Central Plains, yet they have a vast market potential in the Northwest." Professor Du realized that Mayor Wang was not merely seeking a lucky chance. There were indeed favorable conditions. "Would you be available in the next few days? I would like to invite Professor Du to conduct an on-site investigation in Shisong Town. If it proves suitable for melon cultivation, Establishing an industry would be tremendously beneficial, significantly improving the income of our residents and helping us escape poverty. Wang Zhijiang extended an enthusiastic invitation to Professor Du. Certainly. We frequently visit rural areas for investigations and research. It is indeed our professional duty. Professor Du remarked softly as the two exchanged contact information. Wang Zhijiang requested that Professor Du notify him in advance when he planned to visit. In Chapter 29, titled Secretary, Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan did not linger in Jiangzhou City for long. Wang Zhijiang returned to Shisong Town, needing to prepare for Professor Du's arrival. Years later, it was discovered that the climatic conditions and slightly alkaline sandy soil of Shisong Town were particularly conducive to cultivating a newly developed melon variety. This melon eventually became a hallmark of Shisong Town and even the entire Landong County. By 2025, the yield soared to hundreds of thousands of tons, catapulting it into the top 5 melon producers in China, distributing nationwide. It is easy to imagine the prosperity it brought to Landong County. Wang Zhijiang merely expedited this burgeoning industry by a few years and, through his efforts, elevated the reputation of Shisong melons ahead of schedule. Early the next morning, as Wang Zhijiang arrived at the office, he found a considerable number of individuals waiting at the entrance, primarily the deputy town mayor and heads of various departments, including the Land Management Bureau, Finance Bureau, and the police station. Liang Haitao, the director of the party and government office, approached him. Mayor Wang. They intended to report on their work yesterday, but since you were unavailable, they decided to wait until this morning. When Wang Zhijiang first arrived, most department heads were absent, and without Yu Linxiang's directive, the staff hesitated to approach him directly. However, word had spread in recent days about Wang Zhijiang's considerable backing from the county party secretary and minister of the organization department, prompting them to take him seriously. It was prudent to meet him and become acquainted. After all, with such esteemed figures present, it was wise to make a favorable impression. Wang Zhijiang welcomed each individual into his office for discussions. Through these conversations, he gained a deeper understanding of the actual conditions in Shisong Town. His dialogue with Meng Hui, the head of the agricultural station, further confirmed that the soil was indeed suitable for melon cultivation. After lunch, he summoned Kai Fu to finalize the arrangements for a liaison officer, as he felt overwhelmed managing the melon initiative alone. The individual recommended by the office director certainly lacked the reliability of Kai Fu. Lao Kai, you're here. Please, have a seat, Wang Zhijiang said with a courteous demeanor, treating Kai Fu as one of his own. Mayor, I heard you visited the provincial capital. Was there a particular matter at hand? Kai Fu inquired, intrigued by Wang Zhijiang's trip, knowing the mayor's connections with the prominent county committee members. Indeed, I handle a matter, but I won't have results for a couple of days. I will update you then, Wang Zhijiang replied, deciding to withhold information about Professor Du's impending confirmation, as the concept of transitioning to melon cultivation without the endorsement of the Agricultural Academy's professor Du lacked sufficient persuasive power. I would like your assistance in recommending a secretary. Otherwise, I truly cannot manage the workload, Wang Zhijiang expressed. It would be best if this person has no entanglements, if you understand my meaning. He recognized that Kai Fu was well informed about various matters in the town, making it more suitable to find someone without any background ties. After a moment of contemplation, Kai Fu responded, If you're looking for someone fitting your criteria, I believe I have the perfect candidate, Song Guangming, the retired town mayor's secretary. The former mayor, lacking influential connections, was unable to secure a position for his secretary upon retirement. This individual, hailing from a modest background and devoid of any notable affiliations, was well acquainted with various aspects of the town and possessed considerable capability. Indeed, he seemed quite suitable for the role. However, where is he now? He has been relegated to the archives, a rather unfortunate circumstance, yet I find myself without an appropriate position to offer him. Hence the situation remains unchanged. Coincidentally, you are in need of a secretary, and I believe he would be an excellent fit. I must mention, however, that he was previously employed by the former mayor, which may raise some concerns for you. Kai Fu believes that Song Guangming is quite suitable, being a person of integrity and having maintained a commendable sense of propriety during his tenure as the mayor's secretary. Very well, I shall meet him, and if he proves to be suitable, he will be the one. Wang Zhijiang considered that this seemed fitting. After all, the fact that he was employed by the former mayor was inconsequential to him, particularly as there were no significant issues of corruption or misconduct associated with him. Additionally, they shared similarities, both having spent time in the archives. However, upon arriving at the archives, he discovered that Song Guangming was absent, reportedly on leave due to his father's illness at the town's health clinic. Thus, he made his way to the clinic, which in this era was vastly different from those of later years. Today's health clinics boast hundreds of doctors and comprehensive departments, with few individuals opting to visit the provincial hospitals. Wang Zhijiang inquired with several people before locating Song Guangming's father's ward. Most clinics now are 3 to 5 stories high, and the influx of patients is substantial. Just as Wang Zhijiang approached the ward, he overheard a heated exchange within. Song Guangming, you must divorce my daughter. I do not wish to repeat myself. You are nothing more than a waste of space, idling away in the archives. His mother-in-law exclaimed with disdain, while his father-in-law remained silent, evidently cowed. Mom, please stop. I will not divorce Guangming, Chui Li replied, her face a mask of helplessness. Song Guangming, a distinguished graduate of the Chinese department at Jiangdong Normal University, was once regarded as a prodigy. After graduation, he aspired to contribute to his hometown and was subsequently assigned to work at the town government. With his mother deceased and his father merely farming, he was recognized for his eloquence and interpersonal skills, which led the former mayor to appoint him as his secretary at the young age of 26. Song Guangming and his wife, Chui Li, were college classmates and had grown up alongside each other. It was only when his mother-in-law witnessed Song Guangming's elevation to the role of secretary that she consented to their marriage. However, less than a year later, with the mayor's retirement, Song Guangming found himself marginalized to the archives, and the world had changed dramatically. Since they had yet to have children, his mother-in-law's ambitions began to shift. Mother-in-law, although Guangming is currently working in the archives, he is a man of talent and will undoubtedly achieve success in the future. Song Guangming's father, Song Lei, lay in his hospital bed, his expression one of desperation. Being an uneducated farmer, he felt powerless to assist his son. He had sustained a leg injury and was hospitalized for 2 days, causing his son to take leave from work. I do not wish to hear your trivialities. Look at this young master, Yuan. He is accomplished at a young age. His father is Vice Mayor Yuan, who in Shisong Town would dare to disrespect him. It is a stroke of fortune for my daughter that young Master Yuan has taken an interest in her, Jiang Wan proclaimed proudly, introducing Yuan Tian, the esteemed young master, to those present. In truth, Yuan Tian is nothing but a rogue, capitalizing on his father's position to establish a construction team that secures contracts for profit. Upon encountering the youthful and beautiful Chui Li, he finds himself consumed by the desire to marry her. Song Guangming, witnessing Chui Li's plight, feels a profound sense of sorrow, lamenting that his circumstances have rendered his wife's life so arduous. Song Guangming, I caution you, if you wish to continue your employment at the archive, you must obediently divorce Chui Li. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Yuan Tian's face bore an expression of fierce determination. Chapter 30. Entangled at that moment, Wang Zhijiang entered with a basket of fruit, approaching Song Guangming. Comrade Song Guangming? Both father and son inquired simultaneously, as they had never before encountered Wang Zhijiang. Setting down the fruit basket, Wang Zhijiang replied, I am here to visit your father and, in passing, to discuss a matter with you. Yuan Tian furrowed his brow at the sight of Wang Zhijiang's handsome visage, questioning why anyone would visit the rather unremarkable Song Guangming, who had no relatives and had now been relegated to the archives. Who are you? Song Guangming is merely a small figure in the archives, and yet you come to see him? Yuan Tian felt a growing disdain towards the more attractive Wang Zhijiang. Wang Zhijiang was equally perplexed by Yuan Tian's attitude. Earlier that morning, he had found Yuan coming to be accommodating, yet here was his son exhibiting such indulgence. You need not concern yourself with my identity. However, I overheard your conversation just now. In this day and age, still attempting to wield power for personal gain and coercing someone into divorce is utterly laughable. Wang Zhijiang's cold expression conveyed a sense of amusement. Mother, look over here. Guangming, I still have matters to attend to. Father S. injury has yet to heal. Let us discuss your concerns later. Could you all please leave for today? Kuili, Kaoshosi Nerton. Feared that her own actions might jeopardize Song Guangming's position at the archives, as he was, after all, the deputy town head. Discuss later? What more is there to discuss? You must be out of your mind. What does Yuan Tian have to offer that you find so appealing? Jiang Wan exclaimed in anger. In this world, not everything hinges on family background. I truly cannot fathom how someone like you can claim to be a mother, fixating solely on wealth and status. Wang Zhijiang, witnessing a father who regarded his daughter as a mere commodity to be obediently molded to his whims, pondered the futility of such existence. It was no wonder many young women succumbed to depression. With parents like these, life was an unending trial. Who are you to instruct me on motherhood? This is our family matter, so kindly remove yourself from our presence. Jiang Wan erupted, feeling flustered by Wang Zhijiang's candid remarks. Wang Zhijiang retorted with a cold smile. As I stated, I have significant matters to discuss with Song Guangming. I advise you to vacate the premises before you further deceive yourselves. Oh, significant matters? What could be important regarding that useless man? I shan't waste words with you. Chuili must divorce this good-for-nothing today and dine with Yuan Tian. Jiang Wan, a seasoned clerk at the town police station, had developed a domineering attitude at home, ruling over her husband and children with an iron fist. Mother, I refuse to go. I have no intention of divorcing Guangming. If you cause Guangming to lose his job, my resolve to stay will only strengthen. Our relationship is so strong. How can you bear to do this? Chuili is also determined, and she will absolutely not divorce Song Guangming. Jiang Wan, in her fury, attempted to strike her daughter, but Song Guangming swiftly intervened. Mark my words, if you do not divorce today, I will ensure that Song Guangming is dismissed from the archives by tomorrow. Jiang Wan's fierce gaze warned the two. Standing nearby, Yuan Tian could not help but chuckle. Haha, Song Guangming, your wife is quite commendable with a fine figure boot. It would be a pity for you to agree to a divorce. Do not blame me if I see you kicked out of the archives by tomorrow. Wang Zhijiang, unable to tolerate this any longer, thought it best to resolve the matter quickly, as there were many more pressing issues at hand. He picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Deputy Mayor Yuan? This is Wang Zhijiang. I am in room 301 of the health clinic. Your son is indeed audacious, openly threatening others with divorce in my presence and even suggesting that our officials be dismissed by tomorrow. One might think he is the town party secretary. Wang Zhijiang was unyielding. Since he was unwilling to maintain decorum, he would assist him in preserving it. Apologies, Mayor Wang. Give me a few minutes. I will be there shortly. Yuan Kemming sprang from his chair, realizing that his son, often busy and neglectful in discipline, had unwittingly provoked the new town mayor. In the hospital room, everyone was taken aback upon hearing Wang Zhijiang in the call. This young man had the audacity to speak to Deputy Mayor Yuan in such a tone. However, Song Guangming understood well. Having heard that the new town mayor was indeed Wang Zhijiang, it seemed that this individual was indeed the new mayor. Kid, what are you pretending to be? How dare you speak to my father in such a manner? You must be prepared to face the consequences. Yuan Tian could hardly believe that this seemingly younger man held a higher position than his father. Before he could finish his thought, Yuan Tian's phone rang. Puzzled, he answered it. You little rascal, what on earth have you done? You better explain every detail of what you did to provoke Mayor Wang into calling me so angrily. As Yuan Kemming hurried to the health clinic, he was genuinely furious. With Wang Zhijiang being so young and supported by two prominent officials, the county party secretary and the minister of the organization department, even the town party secretary, Yu Linxiang, would have to show him respect. Yuan Tian had never seen his father so incensed and cautiously recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kemming grew even angrier. What a disgrace. His son was shameless, and the situation was far from honorable. Although he held the position of deputy mayor, even Yu Linxiang would not assist him if he learned of this, as it was beneath consideration. The fact that he could not even discipline his own son would cast doubt on his capabilities. Wang Zhijiang paid him no mind and instead conversed with Song Guangming about his situation. Within 10 minutes, Yuan Kemming hurriedly arrived, leaving everyone astonished. Ah, Mayor, are you here for inspection? My son has relayed the earlier events to me. Rest assured, I will discipline him properly from now on. Yuan Tian, swiftly come over and apologize to the mayor and everyone. Yuan Tian, too, took the initiative to shake hands with Wang Zhijiang. With a look of helplessness, Yuan Tian offered his apologies to Wang Zhijiang, Song Guangming, and Chui Li, assuring them that he would never cause trouble again. His sudden display of flattery revealed the allure of power. "Oh, Mayor Wang, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your esteemed position. Have you and our Song Guangming known each other for a long time? It seems like a flood has washed over the Dragon King Temple." At that moment, Jiang Wan also donned a different demeanor, making one forget her earlier arrogance. "All right, I hope this matter concludes here. I would like Comrade Song Guangming to serve as my liaison. We have discussed most of it already. Deputy Mayor Yuan, please step outside with me." After speaking, Wang Zhijiang turned to bid farewell to Song Guangming and his father before leaving the hospital with Yuan Kemming. Chapter 31. The plan unfolds. Wang Zhijiang understood that Yuan Tian had not committed any grave offense. He was simply accustomed to arrogance. However, he felt it necessary to advise Yuan Kemming that, in the realm of politics, unless faced with significant moral dilemmas, it is prudent to cultivate goodwill and forge broad connections. At the entrance of the health center, Wang Zhijiang spoke earnestly. "Old Yuan, you must also keep your son in check during your work. We navigate the political arena, and every action could influence our careers. Today, your son encountered me, but what if he had met someone else? There are many in this world wielding greater power than us. Don't wait until you can no longer intervene before you decide to discipline him. By then, it would be too late." Yuan Kemming recognized the sincerity in Wang Zhijiang's remarks, feeling deeply grateful, and was astonished that Wang Zhijiang would express such thoughts. Truly, he was a person favored by the two county committee members, and at merely 23 years of age, his caliber made Yuan Kemming's own son seem rather lacking. Upon returning to the office, nearly at the end of the workday, he received a call from Professor Du, indicating he would conduct a field survey the following afternoon. After hanging up, he arranged for Song Guangming to serve as his liaison and instructed him to report for duty the next morning. Early the next day, Wang Zhijiang arrived at the office to find Song Guangming waiting at the door, looking quite tidy. "Mayor, you have arrived." Song Guangming greeted him enthusiastically. "Excellent. You will work in the outer office while I will be inside. Please inquire if Secretary Yu is available. I have an important matter to discuss with him." Wang Zhijiang assigned tasks and sent Song Guangming on his way. In Secretary Yu Linxiang's office, Wang Zhijiang and Yu Linxiang sipped tea. "Secretary Yu, I came early this morning to report an important matter." Wang Zhijiang adopted a serious demeanor. Yu Linxiang, aware that Wang Zhijiang had found his secretary and had recently traveled to the provincial capital on official business, found it curious that a newly appointed mayor would have matters to attend to there. Lost in thought, he heard Wang Zhijiang say, "You see, during my university years, I also minored in agricultural studies, and I have observed that our town's climate and soil are well suited for fruit cultivation. I would like to select a small plot of land in the town to experiment with planting. If successful, I plan to establish a cooperative, and if it flourishes, it could lead to prosperity for the entire Shisong town." Yu Linxiang was somewhat astonished. Wang Zhijiang's ability to paint an enticing picture was indeed remarkable. However, given that Wang Zhijiang was an outstanding graduate from Jiangdong University with knowledge in agriculture, Yu Linxiang found it quite reasonable, though he was uncertain about the depth of his expertise. With a faint smile, Yu Linxiang remarked, "Comrade Zhijiang, have you already discerned that our conditions are suitable after just a few days? While experimenting in a small area might be acceptable, you are aware that our town primarily focuses on staple grain cultivation. Abruptly converting the farmers' fields to fruit orchards may provoke resistance among the local populace. If you can manage this matter independently, that would suffice." The implication was clear. Wang Zhijiang lacked considerable persuasive power. "Secretary Yu, you needn't worry about this. I visited the provincial capital the day before yesterday, specifically regarding this matter. I reached out to a friend and connected with Professor Du from the Jiangdong Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, an expert in fruit cultivation. After discussing our town's climatic and soil conditions with him, he expressed interest and agreed to conduct an on-site investigation this afternoon. Should it be feasible to cultivate the fruits I mentioned, I sincerely hope for your support, as you are my leader, and the entire Shisong town relies on your guidance. Wang Zhijiang spoke earnestly, and Yulin Xiang was pleasantly surprised by his capability to have connections in the provincial capital, even arranging for an expert from the Agricultural Academy to visit Shisong town for an investigation. Regardless of the outcome, this was indeed a positive development. At the very least, Wang Zhijiang was a diligent mayor. Yulin Xiang felt that Wang Zhijiang was indeed quite formidable. Additionally, the grape industry in the neighboring county had already begun to take shape, which had always been a source of envy for Yulin Xiang. Yulin Xiang nodded in agreement. Zhijiang, you have performed admirably this time. With the expert from the Agricultural Academy conducting an on-site investigation, the local populace will feel much more secure. The Jiangdong Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences is a national-level research institution, and its authority is beyond question. Therefore, I believe we should convene a party committee meeting to unify our thoughts. We must ensure that the expert's visit to our town is fruitful, and all departments should collaborate effectively to facilitate the cultivation trials you proposed, as this is a significant matter concerning the people's poverty alleviation. The Secretary has indeed thought this through. We shall proceed as you suggest. Although Wang Zhijiang understood how to drive development, he acknowledged that his attention to detail and overall vision were not as comprehensive as Secretary Yu's. To accomplish substantial initiatives in the town, he realized that cooperation among various departments was essential. In the town government conference room, several committee members received an urgent notification and had gathered. I have convened this meeting on short notice primarily because Comrade Zhijiang has reported an important matter to me, and it requires our collective cooperation moving forward. Yulin Xiang emphasized earnestly. Zhijiang, please elucidate for everyone. The attendees, upon hearing Yulin Xiang's words, were merely curious. It had only been a few days since Wang Zhijiang garnered the Secretary's support and called for a special party committee meeting to elaborate on such significant matters. Wang Zhijiang also understood the situation. As you all know, I graduated from Jiangdong University, where I minored in agricultural studies. Upon arriving in Shisong town, I discovered that the climate and soil here are quite unique, making it ideal for fruit cultivation. To ensure the feasibility of this endeavor, I traveled to the provincial capital the day before yesterday and, through a friend's introduction, engaged an expert in fruit cultivation from the Jiangdong Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. I have successfully persuaded Professor Du, a specialist in this field, to visit our town this afternoon for an on-site investigation. Once confirmed, I propose we immediately establish a trial planting area. If all goes well, we can subsequently form a cooperative and even attract external enterprises to invest in our town and establish an industrial park. Yulin Xiang, who was pondering nearby, recalled that Wang Zhijiang had initially shared his vision of an industrial park with him, a concept you had dismissed as overly ambitious and impractical. However, he was taken aback by Wang Zhijiang's pragmatic approach to initiating progress through a more indirect yet effective strategy. This led you to regard Wang with newfound respect. It was evident that the attention Wang Zhijiang garnered from the two county committee members was not without reason. Chapter 32. Progressing smoothly upon hearing the conclusion. The crowd was filled with curiosity, and Kai Fu promptly inquired, "Mayor, what exactly does the industrial park entail?" Wang Zhijiang contemplated for a moment, explaining, "The industrial park will involve designating a specific area. For instance, if Shisong town can successfully cultivate fruits and establish a grape industry akin to that of neighboring counties, we can enable farmers to engage in large-scale fruit farming. Subsequently, we can invite external enterprises to set up factories in the designated industrial park, where they can both sell our fruits and process them into products such as canned fruits and dried fruits. Naturally, we can offer these enterprises some initial policy incentives, such as tax reductions for the first 2 years and assistance in promoting their products, provided they hire our residents from Shisong town. This would enhance the income of our populace, creating a win-win scenario. Moreover, once a leading enterprise achieves success, attracting further investments will become significantly easier. The audience was visibly astonished. Even Yu Linxiang felt a twinge of excitement at this proposal. The step-by-step planning appeared not only practical, but also grounded in reality. Yuan Kemming smiled subtly. Mayor, I have relatives in the provincial capital who mentioned the canned fruits you just referred to. This product is quite innovative with few production sites, and I hear it tastes delightful, albeit at a premium price. In this era, most products remain relatively homogeneous, and these canned fruits and dried fruits have only just emerged, thus commanding a higher price. As the discussion continued, Yu Linxiang fully embraced Wang Zhijiang's vision and publicly expressed support for Comrade Zhijiang's efforts. This revelation brought relief to Wang Zhijiang. Without the backing of these individuals, especially the town's party secretary, subsequent endeavors would prove challenging. In the bureaucratic realm, addressing personnel issues often takes precedence over other matters when it comes to initiating projects. Political struggles are sometimes unavoidable, yet the paramount concern remains vested interests. Wang Zhijiang's endeavors ensure that everyone achieves commendable performance. For those aspiring to ascend, tangible results are of utmost significance. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the town government, Professor Du from the Jiangdong Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences alighted from his vehicle, accompanied by 2 students. He was somewhat taken aback to see a row of individuals waiting at the entrance, as such outings typically involve only 1 or 2 grassroots personnel. Professor Du, it is a pleasure to see you again. I trust your journey was not too arduous. Allow me to introduce my superior, Secretary Yu Linxiang of the Town Party Committee. Wang Zhijiang greeted Professor Du with warmth, introducing several others in his company. Professor Du, a man of practicality, epitomizes the characteristics of this era. Eager to observe the situation firsthand, for identifying suitable soil to benefit the populace is the very essence of scientific research. Professor Du and Wang Zhijiang traversed nearly the entire Shisong town, conducting an extensive field survey over the course of the next few days. They lodged at the town's guest house that evening, collecting soil samples for analysis. By the 3rd day, they had completed an investigation of the town's soil and climatic conditions. Professor Du expressed his satisfaction, noting that Shisong town exceeded expectations. Virtually the entire area was suitable for cultivating melons, with quality and flavor rivaling those from the northwest. This news brought considerable relief to Wang Zhijiang. Armed with Professor Du's research report, he instructed his secretary, Song Guangming, to make several copies for future reference. As the morning of June 18th dawned, the town government conference room buzzed with familiar faces from 3 days prior. Wang Zhijiang summoned Meng Hui, the head of the agricultural station, who had accompanied him and Professor Du on their surveys, well versed in the various local conditions. Secretary Yu, esteemed colleagues, what you hold in your hands are the findings from Professor Du's research over the past 2 days. We are indeed fortunate here in Shisong town. According to the results, the most suitable fruit for cultivation in our region is the melon, a crop predominantly grown in the northwest. Yet Shisong possesses unique soil unmatched throughout Jiangnan province. The assembly exchanged surprised glances, having anticipated merely a trial, only to discover such promising outcomes. Wang Zhijiang further elaborated on the status of the various villages. Secretary Yu Linxiang's face lit up with delight. Zhijiang, you have worked diligently. This is commendable. Given the favorable results, let us proceed as you suggested previously. However, I believe we should forego further experimentation and directly establish a cooperative to construct greenhouses for cultivation. How many do you propose we build? Secretary, I consulted with Professor Du, who recommended Shiliu Village, the closest to our town government, as the most suitable location. I propose we select a site there to construct 40 greenhouses for melon cultivation, which requires relatively modest funding. Very well, let it be as you propose. Ensure the necessary procedures are followed. You will be fully responsible for this endeavor, and everyone must cooperate with Zhijiang. But how shall we market these melons? Secretary Yu furrowed his brow. Secretary, once we commence cultivation, the melons will mature in approximately 70 to 90 days. We have 2 to 3 months to prepare. Time remains ample. A friend of mine from the provincial capital is a journalist at the Jiangdong newspaper group. I will see if I can enlist her help in promoting our endeavors. Wang Zhijiang smiled faintly at the thought of Qinlan. Oh, Zhijiang, your presence in our Wesong town is indeed a blessing. You even know a journalist from the largest media outlet in the province. Excellent, excellent. When the time comes, present a plan to see how we can thoroughly promote our melons throughout the province. At this moment, Yu Linqi regarded Wang Zhijiang with newfound respect. The Jiangdong newspaper group is considered partly institutional, with many of its members holding ranks significantly higher than his own. Wang Zhijiang is truly remarkable. In the following 2 days, Wang Zhijiang was quite occupied, establishing a rural cooperative and constructing greenhouses for melon cultivation. Once all the affairs were arranged, he contemplated the ideal promotional strategy, which would not be executed until 2 months later. After work, he refrained from returning to his dormitory. As the office had only recently acquired computers and printers, Wang Zhijiang was eager to write. Having read countless stories and excellent books from the future, he aspired to write not for profit, but to pave the way for his future. In every circle, money does not resolve all matters. If he could produce a few of his own books, it might grant him some standing in the literary world, which could prove invaluable in times of need. Wang Zhijiang spent 3 hours writing a highly popular novel from the future, titled The Affairs of the Sovereigns. This novel is beloved both within and outside institutional circles, depicting the tumultuous transitions of dynasties and the poignant lives of its characters. He completed the opening 20,000 words, printed them, and instructed his secretary, Song Guangming, to send them to the Jiangdong Provincial People's Publishing House the following morning. The newspaper group is a government entity, while the People's Publishing House is the venue for publishing works. Chapter 33. Successful contract signing that morning, Wang Zhijiang was in the office, making a call to Li Shueliang. Zhijiang, I have transferred all the funds to Siam. When do you think we can commence? This is my brother S and my entire fortune at stake, so proceed cautiously. Li Shueliang chuckled lightly. Wang Zhijiang was pleasantly surprised by Li Shueliang's promptness. After pondering for a moment, he said, Today is the 20th. Let us aim for the 25th to start, and we should withdraw everything by the afternoon of July 3rd. It is imperative to keep track of the timing. Do not let any errors occur. All right, I'll call you again on the 3rd, once we conclude. Li Shueliang responded briskly. The Jiangdong Provincial People's Publishing House specializes in thematic, distinctive, and academic publications, making it closely tied to the provincial government. Consequently, many news materials require governmental input, rendering it somewhat of an institutional entity. Within one of the publisher's offices, the editorial director, Xia Guohua, sat in his chair. Early that morning, his assistant presented a manuscript titled The Affairs of the Sovereigns, stating that after reviewing it, they found it excellent and fully meeting the criteria for immediate publication. Generally, numerous manuscripts are submitted to publishers, especially in 1997, when print media was dominant and novels needed to be disseminated through publishing houses. The direct submissions to the editorial director are quite rare. Typically, all manuscripts undergo a unified review process, after which a consensus is reached before reporting back to the director. Xia Guohua adjusted his glasses, having spent an hour engrossed in the manuscript. It wasn't that he read slowly. Rather, the more he read, the more excited he became, reluctant to rush through it. Originally, he could have completed the 20,000-word piece in just over half an hour. But the writing was so captivating that he found himself savoring every word. When he reached the final page and realized it abruptly ended, he quickly summoned his assistant. Who sent this manuscript? Did they leave a contact number? Call to confirm. I have a strong feeling it's penned by a renowned author. Why didn't they approach me directly? I would prefer to discuss it in person. Xia Guohua initially thought that such a brilliant manuscript could easily be signed, presuming it was written by an already established author. He was eager to see more of their work. No, wait a moment. Hand me the phone. I will call myself. Just give me the phone. Xia Guohua promptly changed his mind. Hello, I am Xia Guohua, the editorial director of Jiangdong Provincial People's Publishing House. May I ask if you are the author of The Affairs of the Emperors? His voice trembled with excitement. Hello, Director Xia. Yes, it's indeed my manuscript, responded Wang Zhijiang from his office. Xia Guohua was momentarily taken aback. The voice sounded astonishingly youthful. The character development and dramatic descriptions in the opening 2,000 words demonstrated immense literary skill. one would need at least a decade of experience to write something of such caliber. I must say, I find your manuscript exceptionally outstanding, and I believe it warrants an immediate contract. Have you published any works previously? May I inquire as to your identity as a writer? Xia Guohua felt a twinge of uncertainty. Wang Zhijiang, somewhat helpless, replied, Director Xia, I have not published any works before. This is my first attempt at writing a novel. I wonder if it meets your approval? Oh, is that so? You are indeed remarkably talented. I find it hard to put down. If convenient, where are you located? Perhaps we could have lunch together to discuss it further? Xia Guohua was surprised. The author possessed such remarkable writing prowess, yet had never published anything before. Truly a hidden gem. If he could secure this author, there would surely be more excellent works to come. Certainly. I am in Shisong Town. Please, Director Xia, do not hesitate. I'll make the arrangements for lunch at the Shigua restaurant, right next to the town's guest house. Would that be agreeable? Wang Zhijiang felt it would be beneficial to meet in person, as he had other matters he wished to discuss with Director Xia. Excellent. I shall head over right away. I will arrive by 11:30 a.m. Xia Guohua promptly instructed his assistant to arrange transportation to Shisong Town. By noon, Wang Zhijiang arrived alone at the Shigua restaurant. Having not brought his secretary, Song Guangming, he reserved a private room and settled in to wait. Shortly, the door to the room slowly opened. A man, around 45 years old, entered, slender, bespectacled, dressed simply yet neatly, and carrying a briefcase. Wang Zhijiang stood up to greet him. Hello, Director Xia. I'm the author of the novel. Xia Guohua was somewhat taken aback by the rather strikingly handsome young man before him, who appeared to be no more than 25. It was astonishing that he could produce such remarkable work. Xia Guohua felt a surge of excitement as he shook hand with a smile, exclaiming, Ah, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I never anticipated you to be so young. Quite impressive. After they settled down, they engaged in conversation while dining. Xia Guohua was curious about Wang Zhijiang's profession, as it was remarkable for someone so young to pen such a novel, particularly with such mature insights into characters and the world. Upon learning that Wang Zhijiang was merely 23 years old and already the mayor of Shisong Town, Xia Guohua was rendered speechless, reflecting on his own position as a deputy at over 40. Clearly, this individual had an extraordinary background. Wang Zhijiang spoke candidly, Editor Xia. Not long ago, I invited fruit expert from the Jiangdong Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences to conduct an investigation in our town. They discovered that our soil is quite suitable for cultivating honeydew melons from the northwest region. Consequently, we have established a cooperative and constructed several greenhouses for cultivation, which should yield harvests ready for sale in a little over 2 months. I can offer your publishing house an exclusive contract for my book, but I hope that you could assist us in promoting the Shisong honeydew melons at that time. Would that be agreeable? Xia Guohua felt a stirring of emotion. Although he considered himself somewhat part of the system, opportunities to genuinely assist the populace were indeed rare. Wang Zhijiang and Xia Guohua signed an exclusive agreement for the novel, finalizing the royalty distribution, and Xia Guohua promptly provided a deposit of 30,000 yuan to Wang Zhijiang. With such sincerity, it seemed that Wang Zhijiang had secured a promising deal, as a successful sale of this book could net him over $1 million. After their meal, Wang Zhijiang felt considerably reassured, believing that with the support of the 2 largest media outlets in the provincial capital, promoting the Shisong honeydew melons would be a challenge to avoid. He also pondered the fact that he had not visited home in a while. It would be nice to see his family, especially since tomorrow was the weekend. Thus, after work, Wang Zhijiang set forth on his journey back to Kaidong City. Chapter 34. An accidental gathering on his way back to Kaidong City. Wang Zhijiang considered bringing Qin Lan home to meet his family. Yet the thought of Qin Limin made him reconsider. It seemed prudent to wait until Qin Limin genuinely accepted him. He realized that achieving success swiftly was paramount. However, this time, Wang Zhijiang did not rush home. Instead, he stopped by a shopping mall to purchase some gifts, including the latest smartphone model for his mother. He also bought the trendiest gadgets for his younger siblings and even brought along several cases of vodka, which he had to transport by taxi to his home. Upon returning, his younger siblings eagerly surrounded him, having just begun their summer vacation, while their father was out attending to matters. As Wang Zhijiang unveiled the gifts, his siblings nearly lifted him off the ground in their excitement. Only his mother, Chi Mei, looked at the latest smartphone in her hands and said, "Eldest son, now that you are a public servant, please do not engage in corrupt practices. These items are not inexpensive. Where did you procure such funds? You previously asked your father for money to buy a phone, and now you seem to have plenty." Wang Zhijiang responded with a carefree smile. "Rest assured, mother. How much power does your son possess? Who would bribe me without authority? Do not worry. The source of this money is quite different." Subsequently, he presented the prepared publishing contract to his mother for her perusal. Chi Mei, a teacher at a junior high school in Kaidong City, immediately comprehended the situation. Though she was bemused by her son's sudden foray into novel writing, she accepted it as a reality. Fortunately, Wang Zhijiang's father was the director of a textile factory. Otherwise, supporting 3 children from a typical working-class family in this era would have been quite challenging. Of course, their savings were not substantial either, prompting Wang Zhijiang to provide his mother with 10,000 yuan to enhance their living conditions, urging her not to be frugal. Just then, the phone rang unexpectedly, and Wang Zhijiang answered it. "Junior brother, how are you faring in Shisong Town? Is your work going well? I refrained from disturbing you during this busy period, since I feared you might be overwhelmed with your new responsibilities. If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Wei Tao spoke with great courtesy, since he last learned that his junior brother was the boyfriend of Qin Lan, the daughter of Qin Limin, a member of the Jiangzhou Provincial Standing Committee. He could hardly maintain his composure, especially given the attention Wang Zhijiang received from 2 prominent county committee members. "Ah, Brother Wei, I am managing well in Shisong Town. My work is progressing steadily. And Secretary Yu of the town's party committee has been quite supportive of me. In fact, I just returned home to Kaidong today, as I have a day off tomorrow." Wang Zhijiang had not seen his elder brother for some time. Wei Tao expressed his surprise. "Really? What a coincidence. I am in Kaidong as well. Some of our senior brothers from Jiangdong University are gathering here today. Since we are all within the system, why don't you come join us? I can introduce you to some friends, which will benefit you in the future." Wang Zhijiang was pleasantly surprised and did not decline. It is always prudent to cultivate friendships rather than enmities within the system, so he took a taxi to the venue, at the Mingzhu Hotel in Kaidong City. After Wei Tao finished his call and returned to the private room, his companions playfully teased him. "Ah, I say, Secretary Wei, you come to our gathering, yet remain so busy. Haha, you should be penalized. Come, self-serve with a drink." The speaker was Gao Cheng, the secretary of the Kaidong Municipal Party Secretary, Kong Wensheng, who had recently been promoted from Wuchang City to Landong. Wei Tao sat down, smiling slightly. "That is indeed the case. However, I bring good news for everyone, but let us wait until everyone arrives to celebrate together." Meanwhile, Miao Lan, the head of the Kaidong Municipal Organization Department, expressed her curiosity. "You seem to be quite mysterious. Are you here to introduce a friend? Our little circle has not had any new acquaintances for quite some time." Ding Jian, Miao Lan's husband, chimed in, "Do tell. We are all alumni and brothers here." Which newcomer has entered the political arena to have caught the eye of Secretary Wei so swiftly? All 4 were distinguished graduates of Jiangdong University, aside from Ding Jian, who ran his own business. The other 3 were established figures within the system, prompting their curiosity about Wei Tao's new acquaintance. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Wei Tao joyfully approached to open it. "Junior brother, we were just discussing you. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Come, let me introduce you to everyone." As the crowd scrutinized Wang Zhijiang, their initial reaction was that he appeared remarkably youthful and strikingly handsome, yet impeccably dressed. This individual is none other than Comrade Wang Zhijiang, the current mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County, highly recommended by Secretary Han and Minister Jean of the Landong County Committee. He has just graduated from the finance department of Jiangdong University this year, making him our junior. Wei Tao refrained from mentioning that Wang Zhijiang was in a romantic relationship with Qin Lan, the daughter of Qin Limin, a member of the Jiangdong Provincial Standing Committee and the secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. It was still too early to discuss marriage, and he feared that revealing such information might not be prudent. However, deep down, Wei Tao hoped fervently that this junior could achieve success quickly, as it would also benefit him and Han Peng. Upon hearing Wei Tao's introduction, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Such youth, likely fresh out of university, and already holding the significant title of mayor? Moreover, according to Wei Tao's account, he was appointed with the backing of 2 prominent county-level standing committee members. One impressive background, particularly affected, was Gao Cheng, who had been instructed by the municipal committee secretary, Kong Wensheng, to keep a close watch on a certain comrade Wang Zhijiang, requiring weekly reports. Although Gao Cheng was puzzled, he understood the importance of fulfilling the tasks assigned by his superiors. Thus, although he had never met Wang Zhijiang before, he was quite familiar with his circumstances. Wei Tao introduced Wang Zhijiang to everyone present, and Wang Zhijiang reflected inwardly on the youthfulness of the attendees, noting that they were no small players themselves. It appeared that not every senior was a friend to everyone. Miaolon playfully remarked, "I see. So you're our junior. I recall seeing your name on the list. And I was curious about how someone as exceptional as you, just a month out of university at the age of 23, could become a mayor. How impressive. With 2 prominent county committee standing members vouching for you. Seeing you in person today, I must say, our junior is indeed strikingly handsome." "Ah, Sister Lan, you flatter me." Wang Zhijiang replied humbly. "I am merely a newcomer who has been fortunate enough to be entrusted with such a significant role by the leadership. I am indeed lucky. As I am new here, I hope to receive guidance from all of you in the future. Please allow me to raise a glass in appreciation." Wang Zhijiang was courteous, recognizing that he might one day need assistance from these individuals. Thus, the group exchanged contact information and discussed recent events, ensuring a flow of communication among them. Everyone understood that such gatherings were welcomed by their respective leaders. None were insignificant players, and everyone would eventually find themselves in need of assistance. Chapter 35. Guahao's difficulties, however. As Wang Zhijiang stepped out of the private room to head to the restroom, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, his middle school classmate. Guahao! They had shared a close bond from elementary through middle school, and Wang Zhijiang felt immense gratitude towards this friend. In his previous life, due to the circumstances surrounding Chu Jing, he had left his younger siblings to fend for themselves, yet Guahao had consistently looked after them. He later learned that Guahao had married and had children, but after suffering losses in the fruit business, he never ceased to support Wang Zhijiang's siblings. Wang Zhijiang harbored a sense of guilt towards Guahao, feeling he had never adequately repaid his kindness in the past. At that moment, Wang Zhijiang observed Guahao standing outside a private room, bowing and scraping before a man seated in a chair, seemingly begging for something. He was attempting, both subtly and overtly, to slip a red envelope filled with cash into the man's pocket. However, the man forcefully shoved Guahao to the ground, exclaiming, "Get lost. Do you think I'm a beggar? You have 2 days to think it over. Don't bring about your own demise." Wang Zhijiang immediately approached and helped Guahao to his feet. "How's he? Are you all right? What's going on?" Guahao was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Wang Zhijiang here. "Jiangzi, what are you doing here? I heard you were working at the county government in Landong." "I'm fine, it's just—" Guahao faltered, unsure how to explain his predicament to Wang Zhijiang. He felt that Wang Zhijiang would be of no assistance, and he certainly didn't want to drag him into this mess. "Oh, you have a helper now," the man sneered. "Let me tell you, it doesn't matter who shows up. A bunch of ordinary citizens can't possibly turn the tide." Wang Zhijiang ignored him entirely and focused intently on Guahao. "What's the matter, Jiangzi? Why are you begging him and slipping him money? Whatever it is, I can help you without resorting to him." The man, noticing that Wang Zhijiang treated him as though he were invisible, barked back, "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business, or you'll find yourself in trouble too." Wang Zhijiang had rarely felt anger in this life. The trials of his previous existence had dulled that emotion. However, what mattered most to him now were his friends and family, and he could not afford to let his feelings interfere. "I'm not someone you need to concern yourself with. You do well to keep your mouth shut unless I address you," Wang Zhijiang replied with growing impatience. "Well, I've never been disrespected like this. Just you wait. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know my capabilities." He immediately pulled out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Guahao urged Wang Zhijiang, "Jiangzi, we should leave quickly. This man is Chu Dong. I run a fruit stall, and it's in a good location with decent business. He has set his sights on my stall, but he wants it for free, expecting me to just hand it over. When I refused, he sent some thugs to smash my stall and even got the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to create trouble for me, claiming my stall is illegal and forbidding me from operating. I called the police, but they said it's not their concern. It seems they're familiar with him. They even threatened me privately. I was hoping to spend some money to persuade Chu Dong to let me off the hook. Wow! Being a straightforward and honest man, felt utterly lost in such a predicament and was unsure of Wang Zhijiang's current situation. He feared that Wang Zhijiang could not help him and might even become entangled in his troubles. Wang Zhijiang sighed slightly. I understand now, Housie. It truly is lawless. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau has become a henchman for thugs. It's utterly ridiculous. He finally comprehended why he had heard of Gua Hao's business failure in his past life. It appeared to be due to this very Chu Dong. It was disheartening that this honest man found it so difficult to run a small business peacefully. If the nation wishes to develop, it certainly has a long road ahead. You're quite full of yourself, aren't you? Do you think a couple of ordinary citizens like you can afford to offend me? Today, if I did not impart some lessons to you, you truly would remain oblivious to the extent of the authority wielded by the likes of Ma Wangye. Chu Dong's father is the deputy director of the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce, leveraging his father's power to extort and coerce for personal gain. He has been living rather comfortably. Furthermore, his amicable relationship with the chief of the Zhongxin Road Police Station, responsible for this area, has only emboldened his arrogance. At this moment, a group of tattooed men entered, fawning as they approached Chu Dong's side. Brother Dong, who dares to disturb you? Ah, it's merely the stall owner. Feeling a bit rebellious, are we? Chu Dong, with an indifferent expression, commanded, take these two outside and give them a good beating. They're an eyesore. Disrupting my meal with the leaders. Gua Hao, filled with anger, exclaimed in broad daylight, you dare to seek retribution against us? Is there no law left? Suddenly, the door to a private room swung open, revealing a man in his 40s who glanced outside. Xiaodong, what is going on? It's quite a ruckus. This man was Chu Hui, the chief of the Zhongxin Road Police Station, whom Chu Dong had invited for a meal to maintain a good rapport. Chu Dong swiftly donned a sycophantic demeanor. Uncle Hui, it's nothing serious, just some troublemakers. I'll have them thrown out, and we can continue our drinking. With that, Chu Dong signaled the tattooed men to take the two outside for a beating, as it was not suitable to act violently in public. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhijiang stood his ground and engaged in a struggle with the tattooed men. Meanwhile, the other three, puzzled by Wang Zhijiang's prolonged absence, stepped out to investigate. To their surprise, they found the tattooed thugs on the verge of attacking Wang Zhijiang. The three hurried over. Wei Tao was the first to shout, what are you doing? Let go. The tattooed men, startled by the sudden intervention, instinctively released their grip and turned to face Chu Dong. Chu Dong was momentarily taken aback, pondering why this disturbance persisted. Chu, the station chief, recognized Gao Cheng among the trio. He was the secretary to the municipal party secretary, a notable figure indeed. Chu Hui quickly approached Gao Cheng, extending a warm handshake. Secretary Gao, what a coincidence. Are you dining here as well? As the chief of the largest police station in the city, Chu Hui had previously encountered Gao Cheng during a municipal meeting. It was difficult not to notice someone of his stature. Gao Cheng, recalling Chu Hui as the station chief, did not mince words, raising an eyebrow. What is the meaning of this? In broad daylight, someone dares to assault government officials? Is there no law? And to do so in front of you, the police chief? What is your department doing? At 32 years of age, Gao Cheng held the rank of deputy division chief, and, as the secretary to the municipal party secretary, he had developed an imposing presence. No one in Kaidong City would dare disregard him. Chu Hui, taken aback by Gao Cheng's statement, was perplexed. Government officials? He scrutinized Wang Zhijiang and Gua Hao, recognizing from years in the political arena that Wang Zhijiang possessed an extraordinary demeanor, unlike an ordinary person. Chapter 36. The confrontation. Chu Hui immediately rebuked the bewildered Chu Dong. What is happening? Speak up. As Chu Dong surveyed the unfolding situation, it struck him as rather unlike the narratives he was accustomed to, causing him to falter. Director Ku, Allow me to introduce myself, he began. I am Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County. These three individuals are my senior colleagues. Earlier, while we were dining in a private room, I stepped out to use the restroom and encountered my former classmate, Guahao. He runs a fruit stall nearby, and this individual, Chu Dong, appeared to be thriving in business. Yet, without spending a single penny, he attempted to usurp it, vandalizing the fruit stall and even compelling the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to demand shutdown. To my astonishment, the police station claimed it was beyond their jurisdiction. This is my first encounter with such a lawless environment. Moreover, I wish to seek justice for my classmate. But Chu Dong audaciously threatened to have us taken outside for a beating. I have never encountered anyone so brazen. Wang Zhijiang spoke without restraint, yet Chu Hui, upon hearing him, felt a chill run down his spine. Their previous skirmishes with Chu Dong were merely trivial. Given that he was the son of the deputy director of the Municipal, Industrial, and Commercial Bureau, a little connection could work in their favor. But he never anticipated such reckless behavior. Chu Hui quickly weighed the pros and cons. Chu Dong apologized immediately. He then dialed the office to send officers to apprehend the tattooed men, intent on meting out punishment according to the law. However, Chu Dong, confident in his father's position, believed that no serious consequences would arise and saw no need to apologize. Uncle Hui, there is no need for apologies. It would be quite unseemly. This is merely a small-town mayor, while my father is the deputy director of the municipal bureau. I've already messaged him, and he will be here shortly. Chu Hui was taken aback by Chu Dong's words, wishing he had never crossed paths with him. How could someone with a deputy director for a father be so utterly foolish? Inviting his father to intervene? Truly a misguided individual. Wang Zhijiang, seemingly in his early 20s, had achieved the position of a powerful mayor. Chu Hui, nearing 40, had never dared to dream of such a position for himself. Could it be that he had no connections? Unlikely. The individuals dining together included the secretary of the city committee, who would dare to disregard them. Just because he was unfamiliar with them didn't excuse his lack of discernment. The two others present were undoubtedly from the system as well. When Wang Zhijiang and the others learned that Chu Dong's father was the deputy director of the bureau, they were quite taken aback. He bore no resemblance to a person of such standing, but rather resembled a hoodlum. Within minutes, Deputy Director Chu Ming arrived, immediately approaching his son. However, upon spotting the two figures present, a foreboding sense washed over him. Greetings, Secretary Gao. Director Miao. What a coincidence to see you both here. Old Chu, what's going on? Before Chu Hui could fully explain the situation, Chu Ming, visibly trembling with anger, raised his hand without hesitation and struck Chu Dong across the face, leaving a clear imprint of his fingers. Apologize at once. If you fail to earn the forgiveness of Bosqua and Mayor Wang, you shall cease to be my son. Director Chu, my son has committed a crime. After apologizing, he should be apprehended immediately, and whatever consequences he faces should be dealt with accordingly. Chu Ming is not a foolish individual. Given the current circumstances, he must adopt a humble demeanor. If others pursue this matter, it could lead to dire consequences, especially considering the formidable backgrounds of those involved, which are indeed quite alarming. Chu Dong, too, has been left somewhat dazed, only now realizing he has provoked individuals he ought not to have. His father has never struck him so harshly before. Trembling, he approached Wang Zhijiang and Guahao. Bowing respectfully, I apologize. Mayor Wang, Bosqua, I will compensate for all losses at market value, and additionally, I shall offer compensation for emotional distress. Would that be acceptable to you? Gao Cheng remained silent, while Kong Wenqing advised him to focus on Wang Zhijiang, as the resolution of this incident ultimately hinged on Wang's stance. Otherwise, Chu Dong could not be easily excused. Should the higher-ups discover that he failed to adequately protect Wang Zhijiang, it would reflect poorly on him. Seeing Chu Dong and Chu Ming adopt such a submissive posture, Wang Zhijiang and the others felt compelled to temper their aggression. Director Chu, I simply request that your son compensates my classmate for his losses, and I hope he will refrain from disturbing his business in the future. I shall overlook this incident for your sake, but should there be a next time, even if my classmate agrees, I will not. Wang Zhijiang understood that in the political arena, unless he had truly been assaulted today, Escalating the conflict was ill-advised. It is better to resolve enmities peacefully than to deepen them. I am grateful to Mayor Wang and Boss Gua for your magnanimity. I shall educate my son properly moving forward. Please rest assured, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I will not be remiss in my support. Let us exchange contact information. Chu Ming, being astute, recognized that in politics, maintaining one's face is sometimes negotiable. It is inconceivable that Wang Zhijiang, so young, could have become mayor without connections. Moreover, dining with the section chief of the organizational department and the secretary of the municipal party committee speaks volumes about his formidable connections, which could only be advantageous. Thus, Chu Dong received a 15-day administrative detention, and the requisite compensations were settled. Gua Hao marveled at the fact that Wang Zhijiang had already ascended to the position of mayor. Although he did not fully comprehend the system, it was evident that everyone respected him, and he felt profoundly grateful. Hazi, if you continue to be this courteous, I might grow angry. From now on, focus on your business, and if you need assistance, just call me. Do not hesitate. Soon, we will have a new variety of honeydew melon in our town. Come by and take a look at the stock when it arrives. I assure you it will sell remarkably well. Wang Zhijiang felt immense gratitude towards Gua Hao. How rare it is to find friends who treat you the same regardless of your wealth or poverty. He also expressed his thanks to Gao Cheng and the others. Had there been seniors present, resolving this matter would have required more effort. Upon returning home, Wang Zhijiang discussed recent developments with his parents. When they learned that he had become mayor, a look of pride illuminated their faces. However, his father cautioned him against engaging in illegal or unethical activities, while his mother expressed unwavering confidence in her son. Chapter 37. The thoughts of a younger brother. Wang Zhijiang recalled matters concerning his younger brother and summoned him to his room for a private conversation. Zhiha, my brother, do you long for your biological parents? Do you wish to find them? Wang Zhijiang gazed earnestly at his younger sibling, who had now reached the age of 18. Over the years, including in past lives, he had been unable to assist his brother, so he felt compelled to inquire about his brother's thoughts. Brother, I don't know. I have only faint memories of my biological parents. What I know for certain is that I am genuinely happy now, having a father, a mother, an elder brother, a younger sister. Truly, Wang Zhihe was uncertain if he should seek them out in the future. Wang Zhijiang responded directly, "You needn't worry about us. Even if you were to locate your biological parents, we will always remain family, and you can continue to live in this home. As you embark on your university journey, pursue your life as you see fit. I am your brother, now and forever. I merely wish to understand your thoughts, nothing more. Why do I ask you this? Because I will soon earn money, and our family's circumstances will improve. I will be able to afford a larger house, a better car, and so forth. So spending a little to help you find your biological parents will not be a burden, understand?" Wang Zhijiang simplified the matter, hoping to alleviate any concerns his brother might have about adding pressure on the family. With Li Shuoyang returning next month, he would soon have the means to support them better. Life at home was manageable, though not entirely affluent. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhi had declared, "Brother, I want to find them, but rest assured, even if you help me locate them, I will not leave this home. You all treat me so well, and I have grown accustomed to this life." His sincerity was apparent. He merely wished to meet his biological parents without any intention of leaving his current family. Wang Zhijiang smiled gently. "I understand, brother. Do not worry. I will begin helping you next month, but do not harbor overly high expectations. After so many years, the difficulty is evident. Furthermore, your biological parents have never sought you out, and I cannot guarantee their current status, whether they are alive or not. So be prepared for any outcome." After discussing with his brother, Wang Zhijiang spoke with their father about the younger sibling's wishes. The parents agreed that finding his biological parents was important to him, and if possible, meeting them would be ideal. However, what surprised Wang Zhijiang was how swiftly events would unfold, and how the discovery of his brother's biological parents could profoundly impact his brother's future, and even his own. After spending 2 days at home, Wang Zhijiang returned to Shisong town, as there were pressing matters that required his attention. Numerous tasks needed preliminary arrangements, as construction would demand time. By September, the cantaloupes would be ripe, and effective transportation would be crucial for their market success. Thus, the challenge before Wang Zhijiang was to construct a road, as there was a lack of direct access between Shisong Town and Jiangzhou City. If this route could be established, distributing the cantaloupes throughout the province and even nationally would not be mere fantasy. He spent the entire morning in the office drafting a proposal, primarily focused on the construction and subsequent operation of a primary road connecting Shisong Town to Jiangzhou City. By afternoon, he presented his proposal to Yu Linxiang's office. Zhijiang has arrived. I visited Shiliu village this morning to observe the growth of the honey melons, and I must say, the prospects are indeed promising. They are expected to be ready for sale by September. However, Zhijiang, how shall we ensure their successful sale when the time comes? Yu Linxiang also feels that this opportunity for cultivating honey melons is truly rare, all thanks to Wang Zhijiang's efforts. Consequently, he now genuinely regards Wang Zhijiang as one of his own. Wang Zhijiang smiled lightly in response. That is wonderful, Secretary. As for the matter of selling them, you need not worry. I have already contacted 2 prominent media outlets in the provincial capital. One is a friend from the Jiangdong newspaper group, which I mentioned previously, and the other is the head of the editorial department at Jiangdong People's Publishing House, whom I reached out to just a few days ago. Both have agreed to assist us in promoting the Shisong honey melons. Once we are featured in the newspapers, the entire Jiangdong province will know that our Shisong town can produce honey melons just like those from the northwest region, with even better prices and distinct flavors. Therefore, we shall not lack for sales when the time comes. Rest assured. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Yu Linxiang displayed a gratifying smile. Truly a case of the new generation surpassing the old. Wang Zhijiang's connections with the provincial media group astonished Yu Linxiang. And now he has also met the head of the Jiangdong People's Publishing House. This editor holds a deputy department-level position, and the newspaper group is significantly more institutionalized, while the publishing house possesses a stronger commercial nature, making it more suitable for promoting the honey melons of Shisong Town. Wang Zhijiang continued, Secretary, I have come to discuss another matter with you. As you know, if our town's honey melons are to sell well, transportation is a considerable challenge. Shisong Town is not large, yet there are very few decent roads, which will greatly restrict the development of our honey melon industry. Therefore, I am contemplating the construction of a first-class road extending approximately 10 kilometers toward Jiangzhou City. Yu Linxiang sighed. Zhijiang, you speak the truth. Who could disagree? However, the funding required for road construction is substantial, and our Shisong town's finances simply cannot bear the burden. This is fundamentally a nationwide issue, whether rural towns, county cities, or urban areas, all require new road construction as a basis for economic development. Secretary, this is a road construction plan I devised this morning. If it can indeed be realized, we can build a 10-kilometer first-class road to Jiangzhou City without spending a single penny. As Wang Zhijiang presented the plan, he spoke with Yu Linxiang. Oh, is this really true? Let me take a look. Yu Linxiang was quite curious. Constructing a 10-kilometer first-class road would generally cost around 8 million, and that is assuming Shisong Town has a small population and minimal relocation costs involved. Yu Linxiang perused the plan for almost half an hour before slowly setting it down, smiling wryly at Wang Zhijiang. Zhijiang, your road construction proposal is indeed unique. However, the difficulty of implementation is significant. There is no precedent for a private enterprise funding road construction. Secretary, where there is a will, there is a way. This is my thought. If you find this plan feasible, I will visit the county to report to Secretary Han. It is an unprecedented approach. Consider the perspective of the leadership. What are your thoughts? Wang Zhijiang is aware that although this matter is quite commonplace in later generations, currently, it is stipulated in contracts that enterprises or any investors involved in road construction must also charge tolls. We must await the central government's new regulations, which will only be issued next year, permitting such practices to foster local development. Wang Zhijiang is cognizant that many investors have already engaged in road construction along the coastal city of Shan, with successful case studies of toll collection contributing to local growth. Chapter 38. Han Peng's suggestion after receiving Yu Linxiang's approval. Wang Zhijiang, accompanied by Secretary Song Guangming, set out for Landong County. During the drive, Wang Zhijiang called Wei Tao. "Brother, are you busy? I need to report to Secretary Han. Do you know what time he is available this afternoon?" Song Guangming was astonished. The town mayor seemed to have a remarkably good rapport with the county party secretary. Typically, it is a daunting task for an ordinary town mayor to secure a meeting with the county secretary. Yet here, it was merely a phone call away. Wei Tao checked Secretary Han's schedule. "Perhaps at 2 p.m. I will inform the secretary. Please arrive early and wait outside his office." After hanging up, he went inside to relay the message to Secretary Han. In Han Peng's office, only he and Wang Zhijiang were seated on the sofa. Wang Zhijiang began to discuss the situation in Shisong Town, aware that the county party secretary did not possess an in-depth understanding of the local townships. It was only when Wang Zhijiang mentioned inviting experts from the Jiangdong Agricultural Academy to conduct field inspections that Han Peng's expression shifted noticeably. Upon hearing that 2 major provincial media outlets would promote the ripe melons, Han Peng felt a pang of jealousy. Such treatment was often not afforded even to the county or city officials. Most of the personnel from those 2 media organizations held ranks higher than that of the county party secretary. What gave Wang Zhijiang the right to solicit their support for publicity? He pondered whether Qin Limin was lending a hand, questioning how quickly this son-in-law could gain recognition. In truth, Han Peng found Wang Zhijiang rather perplexing. It was he who had strongly recommended Wang Zhijiang for the mayoral position. Yet he wondered why the minister of the organization department, Jin Hui, held such high regard for him, not only supporting him like himself, but also personally escorting him to his post. This seemed quite peculiar, even if he were a top graduate. It was unusual for someone to be so highly favored. Jin Hui was unaware that Wang Zhijiang might soon become Qin Limin's son-in-law. Han Peng understood that Wang Zhijiang likely had no trivial motives for his visit. However, when Wang Zhijiang proposed the construction of a 10-kilometer first-class highway, Han Peng could not help but chuckle, finding the idea rather fanciful. He rubbed his forehead and laughed bitterly. "You intend to build a first-class highway for a township? What about our county town? Don't let my title as county party secretary fool you. I am as financially constrained as they come. Which department doesn't T claim to be short on funds? Every head of a department that comes to me is crying poverty. Secretary, please don't rush to judgment. I have a proposal for the highway construction. Take a look before making any decisions." Wang Zhijiang earnestly handed over the plan. Han Peng, feeling somewhat bewildered, recalled the last reform proposal, which had been shocking. However, constructing a first-class highway was a different matter altogether. It would require millions to accomplish. With curiosity, he took the proposal and sat down on the sofa to review it, engrossed for half an hour. As I gazed deeper, my eyes widened in astonishment. For if this approach could indeed be realized, it would be applicable not only to the entirety of Landong County, but could also be promoted nationwide. However, this was the year 1997, and the government's vision was not sufficiently avant-garde. To many officials, seeking funding from enterprises or banking institutions when funds were lacking felt rather unseemly. Yet, everything was ultimately for local development. The construction of roads was indeed fundamental. Han Peng, after perusing the proposal, looked at Wang Zhijiang in shock and asked, "Did you devise this on your own? Secretary, what do you perceive its feasibility to be?" Although Wang Zhijiang posed this question, he was already confident. As Hua Guoming would officially announce the support for local development by any legal and compliant means early next year. This included the construction of roads, which would fully permit the introduction of external enterprises and funding from banks or institutions, subsequently reimbursed through toll collection. Han Peng pondered for a moment. "Your proposal must be approached with caution. Such a method does not exist nationwide. Even if I were to agree with your approach, you must still conduct a public tender. At that point, the higher authorities will certainly be informed, and if they disapprove, we will face repercussions. Therefore, my suggestion is to report this upwards. However, I cannot report it upwards, for we are allies. You come to me, and I shall provide you with a direct response, which does not affect anything. If I were to report it to the city of Kaidong, that would create a dilemma for the leadership. It was evident to discerning minds that this proposal was viable, Yet who in the city would dare to approve its direct implementation? What would the city leaders do if issues arose later? Wang Zhijiang had never considered problems in the same manner as Han Peng. Yet the county secretary's perspective was indeed sound. Once this proposal reached the city, which leader would dare to agree to it? The state had not stipulated whether such an approach was permissible or not. In the realm of politics, the higher the level, the more intense the conflicts. Thus, such matters could easily become ammunition for others to attack you. This was quite different from cultivating melons. Secretary, perhaps I had oversimplified. We all navigate the intricacies of the political arena and face our challenges. Safeguarding one's self-interest is a fundamental aspect for everyone, and I understand. Wang Zhijiang experienced a moment of enlightenment. Do not be disheartened. I have another suggestion, but it must be executed solely by you. If managed well, this matter may not be devoid of hope. Han Peng offered a slight smile. Really? Secretary, please elaborate. I fear no hardship, as long as it benefits the people. I am willing to strive for a better life for the citizens of Shisong Town. Wang Zhijiang was somewhat exhilarated, surprised that Secretary Han had additional strategies. Han Peng, with a serious demeanor, advised, you should directly approach your girlfriend and have her present the proposal to Qin Limin, the secretary of the provincial party committee and the mayor of Jiangzhou. With such weight, should he agree, few in the entire Jiangdong province would dare to object. If possible, it would be best for you to meet Secretary Qin in person to discuss this proposal and persuade him. Upon hearing Han Peng's words, Wang Zhijiang fell into contemplation. Would this be perceived as manipulating Qin? Might it provoke Qin's aversion towards him? Wang Zhijiang hesitated. Though I am in a relationship with Qin, could such an approach be perceived as too disingenuous, as if I were using personal connections for public gain? Han Peng chuckled. Oh, you? The thoughts remain rather superficial. Do you believe that for Qin Limin, local development and leading the populace towards prosperity outweigh your seemingly self-serving motives? The latter is hardly worth consideration. For officials, the advancement of the locality and the welfare of the people take precedence over all else. Do you believe it? If you were to present your proposal and have your girlfriend accompany you to meet Secretary Qin, he would undoubtedly regard you more favorably, especially considering your relationship with his daughter. Upon hearing Han Peng's words, Wang Zhijiang experienced a moment of clarity. He realized he had been too narrow-minded. For officials, the well-being of the populace and local progress indeed come first. What advantage is there in leveraging the relationship with his girlfriend to meet Qin Limin? It resembles his previous life's self-centeredness, lacking flexibility. Secretary, I understand now. I will contact my girlfriend and strive to secure a meeting with Secretary Qin to present my proposal for road construction. Wang Zhijiang resolved without hesitation. Even if he were to lose his official position in this life, he could still be a wealthy and leisurely individual, and that instilled confidence in him. Wang Zhijiang promptly returned to Shisong Town with Song Wangming and called Qin Lan in the afternoon. Xiaolan, have you finished work? I need your assistance with something. During this time, he often found opportunities to chat with Qin Lan over the phone. What is up? I just got off work and am heading home. Speak your mind. Qin Lan ziplit gasu. Wang Zhijiang wasted no time. I'd like you to ask your father when he is available tomorrow after you get home. I wish to meet him in his office. I require his assistance with a work-related matter. He felt that discussing such matters in the office would be more appropriate, especially since he and Qin Lan had only recently begun their romance, making an unannounced visit unsuitable. Qin Lan expressed some confusion. What do you intend to do? Just so you know, my dad despises using connections to get things done. Even though you were my boyfriend, he wouldn't help you. Qin Lan was aware of the vast difference in status between Wang Zhijiang and her father. What could he possibly need her father's help with besides a promotion? Wang Zhijiang chuckled wryly. Oh, Xiaolan, don't worry. It's merely a meeting to discuss work matters. Truly, no one else can assist me. And whether your father will help is not something you need to concern yourself with. You can be assured it's not a personal matter. It pertains to the significant development of our Shisong town, related to the cultivation of honeydew melons. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Qin Lan pondered for a moment. That sounds reasonable, but I think it would be better for you to accompany me to my father's office directly tomorrow morning. I will mention it to him when I get home. From what I know, he is likely to refuse to meet you otherwise. Wang Zhijiang understood her point. Discussing it beforehand could indeed hinder the meeting. It was entirely normal for a daughter to visit her father in his office, with him simply accompanying her. The next morning, Wang Zhijiang brought along a secretary and carried the research report on honeydew melon cultivation provided by Professor Du, along with the road proposal. As he made his way towards the provincial city, in the office of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee Secretary, Qin Limin found himself deep in thought as he reviewed the materials sent over by his secretary regarding Wang Zhijiang. He recognized that, as a father, he did not wish to be overly interventionist regarding his daughter's romantic endeavors. However, it remains essential to thoroughly investigate the background and dynamics of the other party, particularly as it pertains to one's daughter. Yet even Qin Limin himself harbors some doubts. How could Wang Zhijiang, whose family background is seemingly ordinary, ascend to the position of town mayor at such a young age? Moreover, according to the secretary's account, both county party secretary Han Peng and the minister of the county organization department, Jin Hui, ardently recommended Wang Zhijiang for the role of mayor of Shisong Town. What events transpired in such a short span of merely half a month since Wang's appointment that warranted such esteem from the two officials? Furthermore, Minister Jin Hui personally escorted Wang Zhijiang to his inauguration at Shisong Town. At that moment, Secretary Liu, he entered quietly and said, "Secretary, your daughter is here in the office to see you, and she has brought Wang Zhijiang along, claiming there is something to discuss." Qin Limin furrowed his brow. His daughter had never sought him out his office before, so what could be the purpose of bringing Wang Zhijiang along? Since she was not at home, it was undoubtedly a matter of work. Nevertheless, the manner of her arrival was somewhat displeasing. However, as they were already present, he thought it prudent to meet them. If no satisfactory reason was provided, he would ensure that Comrade Wang Zhijiang felt the weight of his authority. "Dad, your daughter has come to see you and has brought you some soup. Remember to eat it at noon." Qin Lan was quite astute, as she seldom prepared meals for her father herself. "Ah, little Lan, how thoughtful of you. I have never seen you deliver something in person before." While Qin Limin spoke to his daughter, his gaze remained fixed on Wang Zhijiang. Wang Zhijiang appeared earnest. "Hello, Secretary Qin. I requested Xiaolan to accompany me to meet you, as I have a work-related matter to discuss. I hope you will not be upset. Once I finish, you may chastise me as you wish." Qin Limin, curious about what Wang Zhijiang could possibly want, instructed everyone else to leave, allowing the two of them to sit on the sofa. Wang Zhijiang proceeded directly. "Secretary Qin, this is the Climate and Soil Research Report for our Shisong Town, prepared by Professor Du, a fruit expert from the Jiangdong Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences." Following his on-site investigation, as Wang Zhijiang spoke, he handed over the research report. The more Qin Limin examined it, the more intrigued he became, as it directly pertained to local development. He scrutinized the document for a solid 20 minutes before placing it on the table. "Do we currently have experimental fields? And what progress have we made?" Qin Limin was particularly interested in practical matters. If the report was sound, the actual implementation would be critical. "At present, we have constructed 40 greenhouses and commenced planting, with an expected harvest by September. Additionally, I have already coordinated with the Jiangdong Provincial Newspaper Group and the Jiangdong Provincial People's Publishing House to assist in promoting our town's cantaloupes." Wang Zhijiang responded earnestly. Qin Limin, having risen through the ranks from grassroots, understood well the challenges of effecting real change at the community level. For Wang Zhijiang, merely being the town mayor, achieving success in this endeavor would undoubtedly be arduous, especially in securing the cooperation of two of the largest media outlets in the provincial capital ahead of time. How would he manage this? While Qin Lan's assistance was valuable, the Jiangdong Provincial People's Publishing House was a significant establishment. As a mere town mayor, one might not even be granted an audience. Qin Limin smiled faintly, acknowledging, "Indeed, you have done remarkably well. The nation remains quite impoverished, and the emergence of new sources of income for the populace significantly contributes to local development. Although you are young, your pragmatism and understanding of localized development are commendable. Now that progress is steadily being made, what brings you and Xiaolan to seek my counsel today?" Wang Zhijiang presented the proposal for road construction once more, stating, "I hope, Secretary Qin, that you will assist me in realizing this endeavor. Please take a look at the proposal. Qin Limin observed the proposal with growing astonishment. Such an approach had never been attempted before. The relationship between the government and businesses had historically been tenuous, which had hindered state-owned enterprise reforms. Wang Zhijiang's suggestion of direct collaboration between enterprises or institutions and the government, particularly for a duration exceeding 10 years, was unprecedented. However, Qin Limin could not deny the high feasibility of Wang Zhijiang's plan. It dawned on him why Wang Zhijiang was so eager to meet. He feared that a lack of hierarchical support could undermine the proposal's viability. This must be publicly tendered. Qin Limin mused thoughtfully. I now understand your purpose in seeking me out. Please elaborate on your thoughts. Secretary Qin, Wang Zhijiang began. As you are aware, Shisong Town is quite impoverished. We currently have a rare opportunity to cultivate honeydew melons, and I believe we must maximize this advantage. If we can construct the proposed 10-kilometer primary road, it would greatly facilitate the distribution of honeydew melons throughout the province and even the nation. Furthermore, I envision the establishment of an industrial park to attract external enterprises, producing peripheral products that would radiate throughout the province and beyond. Wang Zhijiang patiently elucidated his analysis to Qin Limin. Being a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, Qin Limin was acquainted with the concept of industrial parks. While Jiangdong province lacked such facilities, several first-tier coastal cities had successfully established and operated them. Qin Limin was taken aback by the young man's aspirations. The notion of building and successfully operating an industrial park in a modest township was audacious. Nevertheless, he recognized Wang Zhijiang's pragmatism. The preliminary work had already been accomplished, along with promotional efforts, which compelled Qin Limin to consider the proposal seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Limin stated, "Very well, I will retain your proposal for discussion at the Provincial Standing Committee meeting. It would be preferable if the initiative were spearheaded by the city or even the province to ensure the strength of the bidding entities. However, I cannot guarantee that this endeavor will come to fruition." Yet, it became clear to him why Han Peng and Jin Hui had strongly recommended Wang Zhijiang for the position of mayor of Shisong Town. In his view, Wang Zhijiang was somewhat too youthful, but he had indeed left a profound impression on Qin Limin. "Continue to work diligently. You are quite remarkable." Upon hearing Qin Limin's praise, Wang Zhijiang felt a wave of relief wash over him, having initially feared that the secretary might be disapproving. Wang Zhijiang raised his head slightly, responding, "Secretary Qin, you flatter me. This is merely my duty, and it is an honor to serve the welfare of the people." At this moment, Qin Limin's perception of Wang Zhijiang had significantly improved compared to their initial meeting. He marveled at his daughter's keen insight and recognized the value in nurturing such talent. Wang Zhijiang exhibited none of the arrogance typical of university students of this era. His approach to work was grounded in practicality, as if he were destined for a position of authority. The two engaged in a meticulous discussion regarding the intricacies of the road construction proposal, with Wang Zhijiang contributing numerous enhancements. Subsequently, he departed with Qin Lan, although Qin Limin graciously invited Wang Zhijiang to dine at his home. Wang Zhijiang felt it was a rather hasty invitation, having forgotten to bring a gift. He promised to visit again in the future. Outside, Qin Lan and Liu He were momentarily taken aback to see Qin Limin personally escorting Wang Zhijiang out, as such an occurrence was unprecedented. "Xiao Lan, let's let this one slide, but remember to bring Xiao Jiang over for dinner next time," Qin Limin said with a gentle smile at his daughter. Qin Lan's heart brimmed with joy. Had her boyfriend swiftly gained her father's approval? Upon exiting the municipal committee building, Qin Lan eagerly asked, "Zhijiang, what did you do to earn my dad's acceptance so quickly?" Wang Zhijiang smiled and teased, "You want to know? Then give me a kiss, and I'll tell you." Qin Lan's cheeks flushed instantly, and after a playful exchange, they went out for lunch before Wang Zhijiang returned home. Upon arriving at Shisong Town, Wang Zhijiang felt it necessary to inform Yu Linxiang, his superior, as successful implementation of the project would undoubtedly require the support of the town's party secretary. In Yu Linxiang's office, the two sipped tea while conversing. "Zhijiang, did you say your girlfriend is the daughter of Qin Limin, the secretary of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee?" Yu Linxiang was taken aback. The disparity in status between their rural township and such high-ranking officials was stark, making it understandable why the two county committee members were so supportive of Wang Zhijiang. However, he mused that it was also reasonable for a young man of Wang Zhijiang's striking appearance and capabilities to attract the attention of someone like her. Yet, Yu Linxiang was mistaken. The county committee members' regard for Wang Zhijiang was not solely based on this connection. Wang Zhijiang recounted the events leading up to this point and mentioned his visit to Han Peng, who had suggested reaching out directly to Secretary Qin. Ultimately, they would need to await Secretary Qin's response, and Yu Linxiang felt that progress was already promising. Unbeknownst to Wang Zhijiang, Qin Limin was already en route to the provincial committee headquarters. In the office of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee, Secretary Tan Guoming, aged 57, sat at his desk engrossed in a book that had recently captivated the entire province. Secretary Jia Ming entered quietly, stating, Secretary Qin has arrived and wishes to see you. I'll let him in. Tang Guoming replied warmly. Comrade Limin, please have a seat. Xiao Jia, brew a couple of cups of that fine tea I brought back from the capital for Comrade Limin to enjoy. Tan Guoming's demeanor was exceedingly welcoming. Qin Limin smiled slightly. Secretary, I suppose I've finally made it here today. As the two savored their tea, Qin Limin directly remarked, Secretary, today the mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County, Wang Zhijiang, approached me and presented this proposal. I find its feasibility quite promising. However, it is an unprecedented approach, so I wish to report it to you and seek your insights. Oh, a mere town mayor can reach you, a provincial standing committee member? He is able to bring his matters to my attention? Tan Guoming expressed his bewilderment. Secretary, this mayor happens to be my daughter's boyfriend, whom I have only met recently. Initially, I was somewhat displeased when he asked my daughter to introduce him to me. Qin Limin candidly replied, I recall that Xiaolan is only 22. Are you displeased because he is older? Tan Guoming festive. Qin Limin maintained a calm demeanor. Not at all. This mayor is merely 23. A top graduate from Jiangdong University this year. At first, I paid little attention to it. After all, it is just my daughter dating. I did not wish to interfere too much. However, upon reviewing the proposal, I was indeed taken aback. At that moment, Tan Guoming placed the book he was holding onto the tea table. So young. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Chapter 41. Tan Guoming's affirmation. Tan Guoming was astonished to learn how youthful Xiaolan's boyfriend was. Furthermore, Qin Limin had mentioned that they had only recently met, implying that Qin Limin had not endorsed this young man's ascension to the mayoralty, which added an intriguing twist. Qin Limin handed over the proposal for the construction of a first-class highway written by Wang Zhijiang. Secretary, please take a look at this proposal. Tan Guoming sat on the sofa, examining the document. Unlike Qin Limin, Tan Guoming was shocked because he had just returned from a meeting in the capital. The discussion revolved around whether to allow external funding to assist local development, and this proposal aligned perfectly with the higher-ups' vision. The political acumen displayed was quite remarkable. Tan Guoming marveled at Qin Limin's daughter for her discerning eye in selecting such a promising young man. Most importantly, she had leveraged her relationship to engage Qin Limin in a matter beneficial to the country and its people. This indicated that, despite his youth, he was straightforward and an admirable official. Tan Guoming chuckled. Limin, your son-in-law is quite impressive. I must tell you, the purpose of my recent meeting in the capital was to discuss how the central government is considering improving local development and encouraging all forms conducive to growth. This proposal is the most suitable method of advancement. The central government intends for each province to conduct small-scale trials before reporting back, with a view to potentially implementing it nationwide. Tan Guoming also believed that this young man had gained Qin Limin's recognition. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out today. Tan Guoming's words astonished Qin Limin. He had not anticipated that Wang Zhijiang could think so far ahead for the nation. However, before Qin Limin could respond, Tan Guoming suddenly inquired, Limin, what did you say this young man's name is? Secretary, his name is Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County, which borders our Jiangzhou. Tan Guoming immediately picked up the book resting on the coffee table and flipped through its pages, confirming that the author was indeed Wang Zhijiang. A sense of perplexity washed over him. The book, titled Matters of the Monarchs, was exquisitely written, brimming with vivid characters and intricately detailed historical narratives. He had assumed it to be the work of a well-established author, yet the name was unfamiliar to him. "Little Jia, come in." Tan Guoming did not respond to Qin Limin's inquiry, but instead summoned his secretary, which added to Qin Limin's confusion. "Please call the publishing house and inquire whether the author of this book is Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town." At that moment, Qin Limin's attention was drawn to the book Tan Guoming was examining. He too had read it and recognized its recent popularity both within and beyond the system. Initially, upon seeing the author's name, he had dismissed it as a mere coincidence, convinced that it could not be the work of that young man. However, Tan Guoming's insistence on confirming it piqued his curiosity. Tan Guoming, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Limin, do you think this book was penned by your future son-in-law? I suspect you thought it was just a case of sharing the same name, didn't you?" Qin Limin could only smile wryly in response. "Secretary, there's no need to inquire. I too had my doubts when I read it, but I felt certain that it couldn't possibly have been written by that young man. It must simply be a coincidence." Moments later, the secretary returned. "Leaders, I just spoke with the publishing house, and they confirmed that this book was indeed written by Comrade Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town. The Jiangdong Provincial People's Publishing House is a subordinate unit, and it's not too difficult to get an answer when the provincial secretary inquires." Upon hearing this, both men were taken aback. The book was so captivating that it seemed everyone in Jiangdong province had heard of it. At just 23 years of age, to have produced such an impressive work was truly remarkable. The current Tan Guoming felt a shift in his perspective. He was eager to meet this young talent. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Limin, I propose we first discuss this proposal at the standing committee meeting, and in a few days, we can have this young comrade present the details to everyone. It's crucial for us to align our thoughts on this matter, especially regarding the subsequent public bidding and other related details." Qin Limin was surprised by Tan Guoming's desire for Wang Zhijiang to explain in person, but he recognized that this would be an excellent opportunity for Wang Zhijiang to make an impression in front of the provincial leaders, significantly benefiting his future prospects. "Understood, Secretary. I will take care of it." Upon returning to his office at the municipal committee, Qin Limin promptly called Wang Zhijiang. On the other end, Wang Zhijiang was equally taken aback by the call. "Xiao Jiang, I visited Secretary Tan at the provincial committee this afternoon and presented your proposal. He has agreed to bring it up at the provincial standing committee meeting and mentioned that you will need to explain some details in person. So prepare yourself to avoid any issues." Qin Limin had begun to regard Wang Zhijiang almost as a member of his own family, and his tone had grown increasingly warm. Particularly upon learning that Matters of the Monarchs was authored by Wang Zhijiang, he felt a swell of pride for his child, even urging Wang Zhijiang to share his work with him as soon as it was completed, regardless of how much he had written. Wang Zhijiang was acutely aware that this book was destined to captivate the nation, which lent him a sense of calm. Yet, the prospect of discussing work in front of so many prominent provincial leaders stirred a flicker of excitement within him. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a gathering of influential figures. Thus, he meticulously prepared for this rare opportunity. Regrettably, he could only attend alone, unable to bring along his superior, especially Han Peng. Without the guidance of his county party secretary, the construction of the road would remain but a theoretical endeavor, lacking the momentum to progress smoothly. After dedicating 2 hours to refining the ideas he would present to the provincial leaders, Wang Zhijiang turned his thoughts towards the third step in the honeydew melon industry, attracting investments. To expedite and enhance the distribution of honeydew melons across the province, and even the nation, it was imperative to welcome corporate participation. With the road issues nearly resolved, he now possessed the means to entice capital. He picked up his phone and dialed. "Brother Ding, this is Wang Zhijiang. I wish to consult you about something." His tone was polite. Ding Jian was well connected within the province, having ventured into various industries, and with a spouse like Miao Lan, who was entrenched in the system. His network undoubtedly surpassed Wang's. It's my junior. No need for formalities between us. Just speak your mind. I will assist you in any way I can. And if I am unable, I will find a way to help," Ding Jian replied, his demeanor smooth from years in the business world. He could sense that Wang Zhijiang possessed significant backing, a rare opportunity to owe a favor. Wang Zhijiang inquired directly. I would like to know if there are any companies in the provincial capital specializing in the fruit business, particularly those with a comprehensive supply chain and considerable strength. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Jian responded, "There's a reputable company led by a woman named Zhuo Lin in her early 30s. The company is called Zhuo's Sunshine." Upon hearing Ding Jian's words, Wang Zhijiang recalled Zhuo Lin. She had come from a humble background, being the eldest of 7 children, and had left school early to pursue a career in the fruit trade. At this stage, her company was just completing its supply chain. In the later years, Zhuo Lin would elevate her fruit products to a global scale, fostering multiple brands and becoming a paragon among female entrepreneurs. "Brother, would you be able to arrange a meeting with Zhuo Lin? I have matters to discuss with her," Wang Zhijiang stated directly, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to propel the Shisong honeydew melon industry forward and stimulate the development of Shisong Town. Ding Jian successfully scheduled a meeting for the following day at noon at the State Hotel in the provincial capital. As noon approached the next day, Wang Zhijiang arrived at the restaurant accompanied by Qin Lan, knowing that her presence would lend credibility to their discussions. The two entered the private room, awaiting Zhuo Lin's arrival. After excusing himself for a moment, Wang Zhijiang stepped out to the restroom. Unexpectedly, as he approached the door of the adjacent room, he overheard a conversation between 2 individuals standing outside. A woman in her 30s, impeccably dressed, was engaged in dialogue with a man in his 40s, slightly bowing as she spoke. "Director Liu, I truly seek your assistance. My younger brother has remarkably excelled academically, fulfilling the requirements of the experimental high school. What do you think? Zhuo, I wish I could assist you, but alas, I'm unable to help. This opportunity could have been allocated to your brother, but the slots have already been filled, and those with connections have taken precedence. There is little I can do, is there?" The man wore an expression of helplessness. Wang Zhijiang recognized her. This woman was Zhuo Lin. It appeared that her request for assistance had encountered a setback. He pondered briefly before approaching her. "Excuse me, may I ask if you are Ms. Zhuo Lin?" Wang Zhijiang stepped forward. "Indeed, and you are?" Both Zhuo Lin and Director Liu turned to regard the exceedingly handsome young man with curiosity. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town. I arranged this meeting through Mr. Ding Jian. We agreed to meet in the private room next door." The two were taken aback. A mayor at such a young age? Zhuo Lin had interacted with the bureaucracy over the years and found his youth astonishing. Director Liu was even more astounded. Being within the system, he understood the challenges. Typically, one must possess significant connections to achieve such a position. "Yes, I too have been delayed by certain matters. My apologies, Mayor Wang." Zhuo Lin was aware of their meeting in the adjacent private room at noon, hence her arrangement with Director Liu. She had intended to finish their discussion and proceed. But unexpectedly, Wang Zhijiang approached to greet her. "Zhuo, let us leave it at that for now. You have matters to attend to," Director Liu remarked before taking his leave. "Zhuo, I apologize. I just overheard your conversation regarding your brother's schooling. Let us discuss this further inside. Perhaps I can provide assistance." Wang Zhijiang wished to first ascertain whether there were any violations before proceeding. If all was in order, lending a hand would be mutually beneficial. Inside the private room, after some pleasantries and settling down, Zhuo Lin expressed her predicament. Her brother, Zhuo Jun, had recently completed his high school entrance examination with commendable results, qualifying for the prestigious Jiangzhou Experimental High School. However, he was informed that the slots were filled and had been redirected to the slightly lesser First High School. Zhuo Lin had hoped to leverage her connections to Director Liu for assistance, believing that as the deputy director of the Education Bureau, he could facilitate her brother's entry without issue. However, during lunch, she received a call from her superior, who informed her that the slots were indeed full and no alternatives were available. In 1997, educational resources were not as equitable as in later years, and it was understandable for parents to desire better schooling for their children. Wang Zhijiang reasoned that since Zhuo Lin's brother had strong academic credentials, seeking assistance would not constitute a violation. As he contemplated whom to approach for help, Qin Lan, noticing Wang Zhijiang's thoughts, interjected, "I will take care of this, Zhijiang." I will reach out to Uncle Lu. Wang Zhijiang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zhuolin was somewhat astonished. Could a single phone call truly resolve this? She watched as Qin Lan exited the private room to make the call. On the other end, Lu He inquired about the child's academic performance, confirming that it met the necessary criteria. As long as everything was lawful and compliant, there would be no issues. Wang Zhijiang reassured Zhuolin, saying, "Rest assured, everything will be fine." Lu He is indeed the esteemed secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee, and it is unlikely that anyone in Jiangzhou would dare to disregard him. Even Wang Zhijiang feels that seeking his assistance might be an overreach, likening it to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. A mere few minutes later, Qin Lan entered. Addressing Zhuolin, "Sure, it's done. You should receive a call shortly." Zhuolin, gazing at the strikingly beautiful young woman before her, was momentarily taken aback. Could it really be that swift? Were these two truly so formidable? After toiling tirelessly, she was astonished that a single phone call could yield such results. Just as she pondered, the phone rang. Outside, Zhuolin received a call from the recently departed Director Lu. "Shua, with your connections. Did you really need to seek me out? You're making me look inadequate. How about this? Let us have dinner in the next couple of days. When are you available?" Director Lu sounded somewhat surprised. "Director Lu, has my brother's issue been resolved?" Zhuolin inquired with a hint of skepticism. "Of course. The secretary of the municipal committee personally called me. Who would dare to dismiss such a call? If I had known you had such strong connections, I would have approached you sooner. The director has asked me to extend his apologies. Let us arrange a time for dinner." Director Lu was understandably apprehensive. After all, this was the secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. Zhuolin responded with a wry smile. "It's quite all right, Director Lu. You did your best. I only recently sought the help of another friend, and I was unaware of the strength of their connections. I still owe them my gratitude. Please, let us catch up another time." After ending the call and returning to the private room, Zhuolin expressed her gratitude to the two individuals. She held her family in high regard, particularly her youngest brother, who she hoped would gain admission to the best school for a bright future. "Mayor Wang, Ms. Qin, I truly appreciate both of you. Allow me to toast to you." Zhuolin sincerely thanked them, recognizing that in these times, and even in the future, many challenges cannot simply be resolved with wealth. Chapter 43. A conversation with Zhuolin. Wang Zhijiang smiled gently. "There is no need for such formality. Everyone faces difficulties. Since we've crossed paths, assisting one another is only natural. Moreover, your brother's academic performance is indeed commendable, which legitimizes our support. I also require your assistance during this visit." Zhuolin replied earnestly, "Mayor Wang, please tell me how I may assist you. It is my honor to help." Her earlier conversation with Director Lu had revealed the significance of the young woman beside her. Wang Zhijiang proceeded to present the climate and soil research report for Shisong Town to Zhuolin. She examined it meticulously, being in the fruit business herself. She was well-versed in the nuances of production. The cantaloupe, for instance, was not found throughout Jiangdong province. Only the northwest region produced it. The cost of transportation, coupled with the duration affecting its flavor, deterred fruit merchants in Jiangdong province from stocking it, leaving a gap in the market. "Shua, we have established 40 greenhouses in Shisong Town for the cultivation of cantaloupe, and they will be ready for harvest in 2 months. I hope to leverage your supply chain to assist us in selling them." You have observed that this research report comes from the fruit experts of the Jiangdong Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, who conducted an investigation in our town. It reveals that all the soil in our region is suitable for cultivating cantaloupes. Furthermore, Professor Du mentioned that the taste differs completely from that of the northwest region, rivaling it in quality. Zhuolin smiled knowingly and said, "Mayor Wang, please speak plainly. I trust your invitation is not merely for trivial matters. If it were just about a sales channel, it wouldn't necessitate your personal involvement." Zhuolin discerned that if it were solely about a sales channel, a simple introduction from Dingjian would suffice, especially since there are no cantaloupes available in Jiangdong province, and no distributor would decline. Wang Zhijiang's courteous approach signified that there must be a more substantial and significant matter at hand. Wang Zhijiang marveled at Zhuolin's insight, recognizing her as a future queen of fruits, a perspective far beyond that of an ordinary merchant. He introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Qin Lan, a journalist from the Jiangdong Provincial Press Group, and I have also secured the chief editor from the Jiangdong Provincial People's Publishing House. With these two major provincial media outlets promoting our Shisong cantaloupes, I am confident we will gain renown. We are on the verge of constructing a primary highway to Jiangzhou from Shisong town, spanning 10 kilometers. Once completed, the transportation route from Shisong town to Jiangzhou will be seamless, enabling distribution throughout the nation." Zhuo Lin was taken aback by Wang Zhijiang's statement, questioning the depth of the backing required to secure such media promotion for the cantaloupes. After establishing the groundwork, Wang Zhijiang proceeded, "Director Zhuo, with the issues of promotion and transportation resolved, I wish to propose that you invest in establishing a factory in Shisong town, ensuring a solid foundation for the nationwide sales of our cantaloupes. Additionally, we can explore the sale of related products. If you invest in the factory, it will be located in our Shisong Town Industrial Park. In the initial stages, our government will provide as much support as possible in terms of taxes and other aspects. But I must ask for your agreement on certain requirements." Zhuo Lin fell into contemplation upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, surprised that the mayor's main focus was indeed to invite her to build a factory in Shisong town. This signifies a considerable investment. Her company has already established a complete supply chain and is currently in a phase of rapid development, necessitating a solid opportunity to gain recognition and ideally establish a brand. The Shisong cantaloupe appears to be an excellent fit. Wang Zhijiang has indeed addressed the two major challenges of promotion and transportation, earning her admiration. With Qin Lan beside her and such a robust background, the likelihood of deception seems minimal. However, constructing this primary highway is no trivial matter. The costs are substantial. And how could a rural town afford such an endeavor? Furthermore, the industrial park is a concept that has only recently emerged in first-tier cities. She has observed it during her investigations elsewhere, yet remains unclear about the specific circumstances. Zhuo Lin's demeanor turned serious. "Mayor Wang, first and foremost, I am truly honored that you would invite our company to establish a factory in Shisong town, but the transportation of fruit is paramount. The cost of constructing this primary highway is not negligible. To speak candidly, in business, how can you guarantee the completion of this road?" Wang Zhijiang comprehended Zhuo Lin's intentions. Fearing that it was merely empty rhetoric, he replied with a calm demeanor, "Director Zhuo, the construction of the road requires a public tender. You may await the news. There will be no issues. I anticipate that work on the road will commence prior to your arrival in Shisong town to establish the factory." Zhuo Lin hesitated once more. "I have one final question. If I proceed to build the factory in Shisong town, will I receive your support and that of your superiors?" Wang Zhijiang understood the implications of her query. He was aware that above him, as the town mayor, was a secretary. Should Zhuo Lin become a casualty in the political arena, it would garner little concern, and her investment would be squandered, an outcome she wished to avoid. "Rest assured, Director Zhuo, as the town mayor, I have the unwavering support of the town party secretary in all my endeavors. Should you come to negotiate collaboration in Shisong town, my superior will personally greet you at the government entrance. Do you understand my assurance?" Zhuo Lin, having navigated the treacherous waters of both commerce and politics for many years, recognized the harsh realities of both spheres. If she were to truly establish a factory in Shisong town, she needed clarity on these matters, or she risked becoming a victim of circumstance. Having clarified her questions, Zhuo Lin felt no further hesitation. After discussing some details with Wang Zhijiang, they agreed she would bring her team to Shisong town in a few days to conduct an inspection, finalize the details, and prepare for signing the contract. After their meal, Wang Zhijiang returned to Shisong town and found a throng gathered outside his office. His secretary, Song Guangming, was attending to the crowd and approached him as he entered. "Mayor, you have returned. These individuals seek your assistance," Song Guangming informed him gently. Wang Zhijiang nodded and proceeded directly to his office, pondering how to handle the situation. Unlike in his previous life, he had developed the habit of following the news daily in this life. During last night's reports, Wang Zhijiang had learned that Elder Li and Elder Jiang had jointly announced a decision on institutional reform. This came more than 6 months earlier than in his past. He was surprised by the swiftness of these developments. Contemplating the deputy mayors and department heads waiting outside, he felt a slight tremor of apprehension. They were all eager to pledge their loyalty to him, recognizing that Wang Zhijiang held a stronger position than Yulin in the county. Whether he could retain his position would largely depend on the county leaders, particularly Secretary Han Peng and Minister of the Organization Department, Jin Hui. Wang Zhijiang felt a sense of helplessness. With the institution reform, certain deputy mayors and department heads would undoubtedly be dismissed, while the powers of the remaining officials would be further amplified. Chapter 44. Institutional Reform. Wang Zhijiang understood upon seeing the news last night that this was a significant upheaval within the national political landscape. The impact on deputy mayors, vice governors, and other officials at various levels who had not secured their positions was profound, with some central ministries being directly abolished. As Wang Zhijiang contemplated these changes, Secretary Song Guangming entered quietly. "Mayor, Vice Mayor Kai has arrived," and inquired if you were available to meet with him. Knowing the unique relationship between Vice Mayor Kai and Wang Zhijiang, Song Guangming felt it necessary to check in. Wang Zhijiang felt resigned. While he could choose not to meet with others to avoid straining relations with Yulin, he could not afford to dismiss Vice Mayor Kai. "Mayor, you are back. I heard you were in the provincial capital discussing matters. Was everything successful?" Vice Mayor Kai inquired with a smile. Wang Zhijiang remained composed. "Not bad. It seems we've reached an agreement." "Old Kai, can you refrain from such formalities? We are all on the same side." "Guangming, please fetch a cup of tea for Old Kai." Initially, Kai Fu regarded this young town mayor as merely another privileged figure seeking to embellish his credentials in Shisong Town, much like Yulin Xiang. However, his perception had dramatically shifted. Wang Zhijiang proved to be a man of action. He possessed an astute understanding of bureaucratic protocols, never overstepping boundaries. And his adeptness in navigating official affairs left even Kai Fu feeling somewhat inadequate, as if he had been entrenched in the political arena for many years. "Mayor, you are aware that the higher-ups have clearly indicated a desire for institutional reform. Everyone has their thoughts on the matter, and we, the deputy officials, find ourselves in a rather awkward position. I anticipate that Secretary Han of the County Committee and Minister Jin of the Organization Department will seek your opinion on this," Kai Fu remarked, his demeanor reflecting a rare vulnerability. Wang Zhijiang regarded him with a mixture of bemusement and understanding. "Old Kai, I comprehend your concerns. Rest assured, I will be relying on you for many matters in the future. If we are indeed able to establish an industrial park, I hope you will take charge of it." Wang Zhijiang candidly expressed his aspirations. Kai Fu felt a surge of gratification upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words. It appeared that Wang had plans for him. The prospect of overseeing the industrial park was indeed enticing, and if it were to materialize, it would be a first for Jiangdong province, significantly bolstering his political achievements. "Who do you think is the best among the other 3 deputy town mayors? You understand that I cannot meet with those external figures. It would not bode well if Secretary you learned of it." Wang Zhijiang pondered, recognizing that Kai Fu possessed greater insight into the other deputy mayors than he did. Meeting with those individuals could easily lead Yulin Xiang to perceive it as a challenge to his authority. Kai Fu contemplated his response. "Finance is of utmost importance. I believe the mayor should prioritize it." He did not directly answer, but implied that financial matters were paramount among the responsibilities of the other deputy mayors. Wang Zhijiang nodded in agreement and allowed Kai Fu to leave his office, momentarily setting aside the thought of meeting with Vice Mayor Ma Guisheng, who oversaw finance and taxation. Notably, Ma was absent from the current gathering, suggesting he was acutely aware of his own significance. Just then, the phone rang. "Zhijiang, I have something to inquire of you," came Han Peng's voice from the other end of the line. In the office of the county committee secretary, Han furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the details of the organizational reform released by higher authorities while dialing Wang Zhijiang. The last piece of advice Wang provided had proven immensely beneficial, earning Han considerable accolades. Not only had it attracted the attention of Qin Limin, but it also preemptively aligned with the directives from above, dramatically enhancing Han's influence within the county. "I don't have time for you to come over. There are numerous townships beneath me, and the county is no different. I am inundated with visitors and entangled in various relationships, which is quite taxing. So, I will be direct. What are your plans regarding the town mayor and deputy mayors, as well as some departments? Han Peng asked straightforwardly. Wang Zhijiang felt a wave of gratitude. Such significant matters should typically involve consulting with the town party secretary, Yu Linxiang. It was quite a personal favor to be approached in this manner. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Zhijiang briefly mentioned Kai Fu and Ma Guosheng, underscoring the significance of their positions. He also provided a brief overview of several departments, and once the call concluded, he summoned the heads of the pertinent departments for a private discussion, thereby solidifying his authority for future endeavors. 2 days later, a call from Secretary Qin Limin informed Wang Zhijiang to attend the Provincial Standing Committee meeting on the afternoon of the 30th, bringing along the necessary materials and being adequately prepared. After hanging up, Wang Zhijiang glanced at the calendar on his desk and was suddenly reminded of an incident that occurred on June 29th, stirring profound emotions within him. Today was the 27th, meaning the meeting would take place the day after tomorrow. After much contemplation, he decided on his course of action and promptly dialed Qinlan. On the afternoon of June 29th, at the foot of Bailey Mountain in the provincial capital, Wang Zhijiang stood at a ticket booth devoid of any queue, purchasing tickets. As the largest scenic area in Jiangzhou City, Bailey Mountain indeed offered stunning vistas. Yet by June, the heat was palpable, and today, the absence of visitors was conspicuous. Qinlan, dressed in casual athletic wear, radiated youthful exuberance as she rested on a nearby bench, awaiting Wang Zhijiang's arrival. She found the weather peculiar for mountain climbing, pondering the potential consequences of sun exposure, lamenting that this rogue truly lacked consideration for her delicate complexion. Wang Zhijiang, however, was well prepared, having secured the tickets. He waved his newly acquired digital camera at Qinlan, exclaiming, "This is the latest model. Rest assured, I shall capture our little Lan as the most beautiful girl in the world." Qinlan, amused by his vanity, retorted, "If you dare take an unflattering photo of me today, I shall make you pay, do you hear? Your wish is my command, princess. Now, shall we ascend the mountain?" Wang Zhijiang replied with a slight bow, inwardly musing that with her beauty, it would be impossible to take a bad photograph. The incline of Bailey Mountain was gentle, yet the overall height was considerable, requiring approximately 3 hours to reach the summit. Wang Zhijiang and Qinlan ascended at a leisurely pace, with Wang capturing numerous photographs of her along the way. Qinlan, thoroughly enjoying herself, felt no compulsion to reach the peak, as Wang had anticipated. Given the sweltering heat and blazing sun, nearing 35 degrees, it was indeed odd to encounter anyone climbing under such conditions. Chapter 45. Wang Zhijiang's shock as they continued their trek. Wang Zhijiang frequently glanced at his watch. After an hour and a half of climbing, he suggested they take a break. They settled at a pavilion halfway up the mountain, sipping water for a while. Wang Zhijiang's gaze drifted to a cliff not more than 10 meters away. It was not a fear of heights that unsettled him, but the sheer drop, which would make anyone uneasy. Indeed, everything Wang Zhijiang had orchestrated today was meticulously planned. He had come to save lives. On this very day, June 29th, in a shocking turn of events, 2 men had fallen from a cliff mere meters from where he now rested, their misfortune a consequence of carelessness while taking photographs. As it was summer, both had been holding their phones, which also plummeted into the abyss when they fell, leaving them incapacitated at the bottom of the ravine. Awakening in the dead of night, I found myself in utter silence, as it was neither a weekend nor a holiday, and no one was present on the mountainside. To make matters worse, I bore an injury upon my head. It was a dire situation, with the wound likely infected and hunger gnawing at me. In my previous life, nearly all the police and fire departments in the entire Jiangzhou city had been mobilized for the search. Yet this was 1997, a time when mobile phones lacked GPS capabilities, as they were not yet widespread. Thus, one can only imagine the immense difficulty in locating 2 individuals. The only evidence available was from the surveillance cameras at the ticket booth, which captured the 2 entering the scenic area, situated at an elevation of 600 meters above sea level. The search for them necessitated a large number of people to ascend the mountain, calling out as they climbed, a method that ultimately proved futile, resulting in the discovery of their bodies after more than half a month. One of the deceased was Guo Chengfeng, the sole heir of Malaysia's wealthiest family, who had accompanied his father to Jiangdong province for investment purposes. The other individual, Wang Zhijiang, remains unknown to me. In my past life, the news of Guo Chengfeng's tragic demise in Jiangzhou made headlines, whereas the fate of the other man went unreported. The incident occurred near the very gazebo where I now stood. The Guo family, of Chinese descent, harbored profound sentiments for their homeland. Their commercial empire thrived through diversification across various industries. Guo Zhijiang, Guo Chengfeng's grandfather, now 74, had achieved significant milestones in his business ventures. Not only did he hold a prominent position in the sugar market, but he also ventured into the hospitality industry, establishing the renowned Shangri-La hotels and resorts, which has become one of the world's premier hotel management groups, with a presence across the globe. Furthermore, Guo Zhijiang's empire extended into numerous sectors, including sugarcane cultivation, sugar production, flour, oils, mining, finance, hospitality, commerce, and shipping, among others. The Guo family's journey to Jiangdong had already borne fruit, as they invested in multiple university laboratories and established several factories, warranting a reception of the highest caliber, personally overseen by the provincial government. In my previous life, this unfortunate incident led the Guo family to withdraw their investments, canceling all projects in Jiangdong province, which in turn forced Provincial Secretary Tan Guoming into an early retirement. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Tan Guoming fell gravely ill and was unable to recover, and the fate of Wang Zhijiang remains unclear. As Wang Zhijiang glanced at his watch, he realized that the two should have just lost consciousness, posing no immediate threat to their lives. He intended to intervene and prevent them from venturing to the cliff's edge for photography. However, he deemed such an approach too conspicuous and ineffective. It was essential to maintain the balance of favor. Wang Zhijiang turned to Qin Lan, saying, "Xiao Lan, could you stand over there by the cliff for a moment? The view appears splendid. I would like to take a few more photographs of you." Qin Lan peered over at the cliff beside the gazebo and exclaimed, "Ah, that looks perilously high. I fear my legs might give way if I go there. It's too dangerous. I assent it." Young women often harbor a natural trepidation towards such matters, lacking in courage. Wang Zhijiang chuckled, "Do not be afraid. Allow me to test that position first." As he spoke, he grasped the digital camera and proceeded toward the edge, while Qin Lan, still at the gazebo, wore an expression of deep concern. Wang Zhijiang approached the edge of the cliff and noticed footprints leading down. He immediately crouched at the precipice, half of his head peeking over as he magnified the view with his digital camera, revealing the silhouettes of two individuals in the valley below. One of their lower legs dangled perilously over the edge. Without hesitation, Wang captured several photographs, his expression tense as he hurried to the pavilion. Pale-faced as he addressed Qin Lan, "Lan, I just discovered two people. I don't know if they are alive." Upon hearing Wang's words, Qin Lan's complexion shifted to one of anxiety as she clasped her hands tightly, her eyes widening in alarm. "Zhijiang, please don't frighten me. Where did you find them in broad daylight?" "Lan, don't be afraid. When I reached the cliff's edge, I was puzzled by the numerous footprints, which appear to belong to someone who had slipped down. I zoomed in with my camera, and, to my astonishment, I indeed saw two individuals in the valley below. They seemed to have sustained head injuries, as if they had fallen not long ago." Though Qin Lan felt a surge of anxiety, the presence of Wang Zhijiang calmed her somewhat. At worst, they could simply call for help. She then urged Wang to show her the photographs on his camera. To her shock, upon viewing the images, she recognized one of the individuals. "Zhijiang, look, I know this person. It's Yuge. We must call the police immediately." "No, we need to inform my father right away." Wang Zhijiang was taken aback by Qin Lan's revelation that she knew the other person and questioned why they should notify her father, Qin Limin, instead of alerting the police and fire department for immediate rescue. Qin Lan clarified, "This person is the son of Provincial Secretary Tan Guoming. Tan Yu. We must call my father so he can inform Secretary Tan." "What? This person is Secretary Tan's son?" Wang Zhijiang was equally astonished, realizing that the other individual he did not recognize was indeed the son of the provincial secretary. This explained why, in a previous life, Tan Guoming had retreated from public life due to illness, and why the news had not disclosed the identity of the other victim. Ignoring Wang's shock, Qin Lan hastily dialed her father. Meanwhile, Qin Limin, seated in his office, was equally shaken upon receiving his daughter's call. The gravity of the situation struck him. Not only was Tan Yu's fate uncertain, but also that of Guo Chengfeng, who was with him. Should anything happen to them, the ramifications would be dire for officials across Jiangdong province, as Guo's investments could very well be withdrawn in light of the incident. Chapter 46. Successful Rescue, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, secretary, you called for me? Lu had never seen Qin Limin so flustered. As he hastily made his way outside, Qin Limin instructed, "You must immediately contact the Jiangzhou Police and Fire Department, as well as arrange 2 ambulances and have them stand by at Bailey Mountain. Additionally, request a helicopter from Civil Aviation to assist with the rescue at the pavilion located at an elevation of 600 meters on Bailey Mountain. I will oversee the operation on-site myself." Qin Limin swiftly initiated the rescue efforts and promptly notified Tan Guoming. Tan Guoming received a phone call, his hand trembling slightly. Though he had ascended to a high-ranking position and seldom felt such emotional turmoil, the thought of something happening to his only son was unbearable. Deep down, he harbored concerns, yet he acted without hesitation. He was aware that his son had gone on a photography excursion with Guo Chengfeng, a fellow student from their time in America, both of whom shared a passion for photography. They had ventured to Bailey Mountain together. Fortunately, Tan Guoming remembered that his son had left after lunch and had spoken to him on the phone, so not much time had passed. As long as they could be rescued and sustained only minor injuries, there was hope. However, the lingering worry weighed heavily on him. Every passing moment increased the risk. He swiftly took his secretary and set off for Bailey Mountain, where Qin Limin had already made the necessary arrangements. Upon their arrival, Qin Limin directed the rescue personnel to ascend the mountain promptly, coordinating with a helicopter to reach the 2 individuals at the pavilion. Thankfully, the weather was warm, and as it was not a holiday, there were few people around. Consequently, the rescue team quickly ascended with their equipment. Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan remained at the pavilion, ready to guide the rescuers to the exact location. "Dad, Uncle Tan, here are the photos taken by Zhijiang with his digital camera," Qin Lan exclaimed, immediately handing over the camera to her father and Tan Guoming. Both men were taken aback by the images. The clothing of the 2 individuals showed no signs of having been there for long, but the severity of the head injuries remained uncertain. If no one had discovered them, it was unlikely that anyone would have stumbled upon that secluded spot. At that moment, the helicopter had successfully rescued the pair and transported them to an ambulance heading to Jiangdong Provincial First People's Hospital. A sense of urgency filled the air as the hospital's director and a team of expert doctors awaited their arrival at the emergency room, immediately ushering the patients inside. In the director's office, Tan Guoming, the provincial secretary, Qin Limin, the municipal secretary, Guo Chengfeng's father Guo Baoli, along with Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan, awaited news. Suddenly, the door to the lounge swung open, and the director entered with the specialists. "Esteemed leaders, you can rest assured. Both young gentlemen are out of danger and have been transferred to a regular ward." The rescue was timely. They sustained only minor head injuries and some superficial fractures. But with 2 months of care, they should recover fully, the director announced. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group, particularly Tan Guoming, who had not yet informed his wife about their son's ordeal. His anxiety dissipated significantly, while Guo Baoli's stern demeanor also softened. Exchanging glances with Guo Baoli, Tan Guoming approached Qin Lan, speaking earnestly. "Xiao Lan, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Is this young man your boyfriend?" Qin Lan, taken aback by Tan Guoming's directness, blushed and replied, "Yes, indeed, Uncle Tan. This is my boyfriend, Wang Zhijiang. We went hiking at Bailey Mountain today, and he brought the digital camera to take photos of me as we rested in the gazebo for a while." Zhijiang mentioned that he had spotted traces of someone falling from the edge of the cliff, prompting him to magnify the view with his digital camera. To his astonishment, he recognized the individual as Yuge. Hadn't Yuge just returned from abroad? I had seen him just the day before. Zhijiang's audacity was remarkable. I felt a twinge of fear and hesitated to act. The others, upon hearing Qin Lan's account, were equally startled by such an uncanny coincidence. After all, on this sweltering afternoon at Bailey Mountain, it was neither a weekend nor a holiday. In that ravine, at an elevation of 600 meters, even if they shouted at the top of their lungs, no one would hear them. Furthermore, they were injured, and their phones had already fallen down the mountain. They could ultimately face starvation. Wang Zhijiang stepped forward, saying, "Secretary Tan, good day. I am Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town. This is indeed a remarkable coincidence. And, thankfully, everyone is safe." Tan Guoming nodded slightly and remarked, "Young Wang, you have done well. On behalf of Tan Yu, I sincerely thank you. And you must come to my home for dinner whenever you have the time. Should you ever need my assistance within reason, I will not hesitate to help. I would like to introduce you to General Manager Guo Baoli. Accompanying my son is his son, Guo Chengfeng. General Manager Guo hails from Malaysia, yet he is a talent who has emerged from our homeland. His contributions to the development of Jiangdong during this visit are immense." Guo Baoli, with a solemn expression, added, "Mayor Wang, I also extend my gratitude on behalf of my son. Like Secretary Tan, I pledge to assist whenever needed. General Manager Guo, you are too gracious. As a party member and a national official, it is our fundamental principle to save lives and alleviate suffering. I have merely fulfilled my duty." Wang Zhijiang emphasized his commitment as a public servant. Such words brought comfort to Tan Guoming and Qin Limin, who listened with appreciation. Tan Guoming reflected that although Wang Zhijiang was young, he was truly remarkable. Moreover, due to Wang Zhijiang's connection with Qin Lan, the Guo family's investments in Jiangdong were safeguarded, along with the positions of numerous officials in the province. If anything were to happen to Guo Chengfeng, the entire Guo family's investments in Jiangdong and potentially other regions could be withdrawn. It is noteworthy that as Malaysia's wealthiest family, the Guos could be described as a commercial empire, coupled with Guo Chengfeng's grandfather's sentiments towards our homeland. Such support is genuinely invaluable. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Zhijiang, Qin Lan, and the others departed, while Tan Guoming and Guo Baoli attended to their son's hospitalization and sought further insights from specialists regarding his condition. Upon returning to Shisong Town, Wang Zhijiang felt a weight lift from his heart. Thankfully, both individuals were unharmed. He had set out to rescue the heir of Malaysia's wealthiest family, but had unexpectedly also saved the provincial secretary's son, which was indeed a delightful surprise. Wang Zhijiang hoped that the Guo family would owe him a favor, as he aspired to export Shisong melons to Malaysia. Of course, he did not seek substantial sales. Merely a genuine export would suffice, regardless of the quantity. At least by that time, it could be claimed that the fruits have already been exported abroad. In 1997, China's manufacturing sector was not yet fully developed, and the consumer market generally exhibited a cognitive inertia towards the importation of high-quality products. Such an approach could also facilitate the more rapid distribution of Shisong melons nationwide. Chapter 47. Preparing to buy a house the next morning. As Wang Zhijiang was finishing up his tasks in the office, his phone buzzed with a text message. Just as he was about to check it, he received a call from the publisher, Xiaoguo. "Hi, Zhijiang. I must tell you that your book has truly become a sensation throughout the province. However, the updates have been a bit slow. Have you been busy lately? I believe it 1 TB long before it captivates the entire nation. Our printing is struggling to keep pace with the sales. I have just transferred your manuscript fee and royalties to your account. Please check it." After a few encounters, Xiaoguo had come to value this young town mayor increasingly, and their relationship had grown more familiar. "Uncle Huai, why is there such a substantial amount in manuscript fees and royalties? Is there a mistake?" Wang Zhijiang, having never written a novel before, was astonished to receive an impressive sum of 600,000 in fees. "Indeed, there is no mistake. Your book is immensely popular, and many leaders within the system are fond of it, frequently urging me to prompt you for updates. At times, I find myself at a loss with their insistence. With the recent institutional reforms, as a town mayor, your responsibilities must be quite demanding." Xiaoguo had also received considerable attention from numerous leaders, all inquiring about updates. Yes, since the implementation of the reform policies, there has been widespread downsizing across the nation, with many deputy officials being dismissed, including from various departments. Consequently, the remaining officials have seen their responsibilities increase, along with their corresponding authority, which has significantly enhanced government efficiency. Wang Zhijiang recalled that he was scheduled to attend a provincial committee meeting at 2 o'clock that afternoon. After preparing his materials, he called Han Peng to report. Han Peng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Wang Zhijiang's proposal for road construction would garner the attention of Provincial Secretary Tang Guoming, who even convened a provincial committee meeting to discuss the matter and requested Wang Zhijiang to present a detailed explanation in person. Zhijiang, you must understand that there are countless town mayors across the province, yet none have had the opportunity to present a proposal before the provincial leaders. Ensure your materials begin with the discovery of the climate and soil suitability for fruit cultivation. Bring along your research report and clearly articulate your work, the challenges encountered, and the processes for resolution. Do not focus solely on the road construction proposal, understood? Han Peng's guidance was straightforward. The provincial leaders could not possibly be aware of each mayor's work processes and outcomes. Therefore, seizing such a precious opportunity was paramount. This way, Wang Zhijiang would have a brighter future ahead, with his promotion to deputy section chief in a few days, and even the position of section chief within a year being a natural progression. Wang Zhijiang grasped Han Peng's words and felt a deep sense of camaraderie. Secretary, I understand. Thank you for your guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhijiang inquired, Secretary, do you think it is necessary to report this matter to Kaidong City? Would it be inappropriate for town mayors to discuss work at the provincial level without the city leaders being informed? You need not worry about this. I have already reported to Secretary Kong of the Municipal Committee this morning. Secretary Kong advised me to diligently fulfill my reporting duties and not to bring shame upon Kaidong City. When Han Peng visited Secretary Kong Wensheng this morning, he found it rather perplexing. Typically, such behavior from a town mayor would not be well received by the secretary. However, this newly appointed secretary appeared unfazed, even suggesting that should Comrade Wang Zhijiang require assistance in the future, he could feel free to call him. This left Han Peng somewhat bewildered, as he was unaware that Kong Wensheng was cognizant of the Li family's significant regard for Wang Zhijiang in the capital, despite the reasons remaining elusive to him. Wang Zhijiang, noticing that the weather was rather pleasant that day, gathered his materials and identification to visit Qinlan in Jiangzhou City. Why are you seeking me for lunch at noon when you have to report to the provincial committee in the afternoon? Qinlan inquired, somewhat puzzled. As long as we arrive by 2 p.m., it will suffice, Xiaolon. After our meal, we shall go view some properties. Wang Zhijiang replied, his excitement palpable, recalling how impoverished he had been in his previous life. His finances had been entirely consumed by his daughter, and now, possessing a legitimate sum of money brought him immense joy. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Qinlan instinctively curled her fingers, her cheeks flushing crimson. What are you planning? She stammered. Oh, are we buying a house? Where did you acquire such funds? She questioned, her confusion deepening. Have you forgotten that I earn royalties for my writing? Wang Zhijiang stated confidently. Yet, Qinlan wondered how substantial those royalties could be. Could they suffice for a home? While she was aware that her father enjoyed Wang Zhijiang's book, she was oblivious to its actual popularity. Such themes did not captivate young girls like her. It should be sufficient. I have 600,000. The publisher just transferred to me today, and I have the car with me. Wang Zhijiang exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Qinlan's eyes widened in astonishment. So much. Then, why do you need me to accompany you to view properties? Because you are my future wife. Such a significant matter as purchasing a home undoubtedly requires the opinion of my beloved, Wang Zhijiang declared, unabashed. I haven't even agreed yet. Qinlan replied, her shyness causing her to lower her gaze and fidget with her fingers. After their meal, Wang Zhijiang and Qinlan took a taxi to a real estate office in Jiangzhou City. The Tianqing Wudong district primarily offered villas, boasting a favorable location and environment, not far from Qinlan's workplace and the provincial and municipal government offices. In the year 1997, when average residential property prices hovered around several hundred per square meter, these villas were priced at 1.5 500 per square meter. Yet in Wang Zhijiang's view, acquiring such a villa felt almost like receiving it for free, considering that in later years, prices would easily soar to 2,000 or 3,000 per square meter. Compared to the future, the current real estate office appeared rather modest, as the manufacturing sector in Huagua was still in its developmental stages. Nevertheless, at that time, the office seemed quite luxurious to the average person. Upon entering the sales office, Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan noted the sparse presence of clients. Given the midday hour, it was not unusual for customer traffic to be low, especially with the current prices deterring potential buyers. This year had seen a consistent decline in property prices, and it was not until the following year, 1998, that the government would liberalize the real estate market, leading to a surge in prices thereafter. The two individuals approached the sand table for a closer look. Xiaoyu, these two are here for you to attend to. Make sure not to take them to the model villa. It would ruin the experience for my clients. Shen Meiling instructed Ningyu nearby before returning to await her clients. Observing Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan, who appeared quite young, she deemed it unlikely they could afford a villa, and thus assigned them to an intern. Chapter 48. The housing purchase turmoil. Ningyu tidied her appearance slightly and hurried towards the sand table where Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan stood. Having only been interning for less than a week, she was still becoming acquainted with the project details. Hello, esteemed guests. Welcome to Wutong Jun. I am Ningyu, the sales representative here. You may call me Xiaoyu. What size of property are you considering? Ningyu, momentarily envious of the attractive young couple before her, noted their youth and apparent affluence. What sizes do your villas come in? I don't need anything too large. Wang Zhijiang expressed concern that a larger space would be cumbersome to maintain, and he had no immediate plans for hiring domestic help. He was not yet contemplating future matters, but was convinced that purchasing now would be prudent. Moreover, having a home in Jiangzhou would be advantageous for his future proposals. Our villas are available in sizes of 185 square meters and 312 square meters. Please consider how many individuals will be residing with you to determine the most suitable option. Allow me to provide a brief overview of our project, so you can gain a fundamental understanding of the community. Ningyu began her presentation about the entire neighborhood, though Wang Zhijiang showed little interest, while Qin Lan listened intently, as she had never purchased property before. Xiaolan, I believe the 185 square meter option would suffice. Anything larger would be a hassle to clean. What do you think? Wang Zhijiang, having heard enough of the sales pitch, turned to discuss with Qin Lan. By the way, do you have a model room we could view? Most model rooms are merely bare shells for clients to inspect. Ningyu's expression soured upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's request, recalling Shen Meiling's warning against allowing clients into the model room, fearing it would spoil their viewing experience. However, as this was her first client and they seemed genuinely interested in purchasing, she resolved to take Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan to the model room. Just as they departed, Shen Meiling's clients arrived, prompting her to hurry over. Ah, Mrs. Huang, you have arrived. Is this your husband? You two truly complement each other. Today, be sure to give our villas a thorough look. Shen Meiling's overly cordial demeanor was tailored to Mrs. Huang's preferences. This visit was merely a cursory glance at the model room for Huang Mimi and her husband, as their financial situation was not particularly affluent. Purchasing a villa was more about vanity than necessity. The down payment would take time to accumulate, yet having boasted to friends and family about buying a property, they felt compelled to at least preview the options. As the three entered the model room, they spotted Ningyu leading the two youthful visitors through the space. With a serious demeanor, Shen Meiling pulled Ningyu aside. Ningyu, what is going on? Did I not inform you that my clients were coming to view the property? Are you being sincere? How could you bring these two youngsters to the model room? I explicitly told you my clients were on their way. Shen Meiling's voice was soft. Yet both Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan heard her, their brows slightly furrowing in confusion. What sort of reasoning was it that one could not view the model apartments before purchasing a home? Sister Ling, they truly wish to buy a house, they really do, insisting they adore the 185 square meter villa. I only brought them here to show them. Ningyu hastily clarified to Shen Meiling. However, Shen Meiling understood that the market was currently unfavorable, with property prices continuously declining. Typically, such villas command a total price nearing 300,000. while the average salary barely reaches a few hundred. It was simply implausible for first-time viewers to make an immediate purchase. Furthermore, Wang Zhijiang and his partner did not possess a single branded item, leading Shen Meiling to conclude that they were merely pretending to be serious about buying in front of the girlfriend, a scenario she had encountered numerous times before. We wouldn't be wandering around your sales office without reason. Since we are here, we are certainly looking to buy. Given your insistence, I will purchase 2 adjacent 185 square meter units. Wang Zhijiang, eager not to waste time as he had a provincial meeting to attend later, stated decisively, "Oh, who might this be? It turns out to be Qin Lan. Is this your boyfriend? Quite a bold claim. Do you have any idea how much 2 units cost? Over 500,000. Do you realize what that entails?" Huang Mimi, one of Shen Meiling's clients, interjected at that moment. Huang Mimi, 2 years senior to Qin Lan in high school, harbored a certain disdain for her due to the fact that a boy she pursued was captivated by Qin Lan's beauty. She had not anticipated this encounter and seized the opportunity to mock. Huang Mimi's husband, Xiang Chengli, had established a successful business in Jiangzhou, possessing a bit of wealth. Consequently, Huang Mimi, valuing her own prestige, began to persuade her husband to purchase a villa. "Whether we can afford it is none of your concern. You are quite meddlesome," Qin Lan retorted, her cheeks puffing in indignation. Wang Zhijiang, unfazed, promptly produced his bank card and identification for Ningyu. "Use this card for the down payment. My ID is right here. Let's proceed with the 2 adjacent units I mentioned earlier. Hurry up, I have other matters to attend to." He contemplated securing a unit for himself and his brother, intending to assist his sister's future marital home later. Shen Meiling was momentarily taken aback by Wang Zhijiang's directness, while Huang Mimi remained indifferent. "Xiaoling, why are you dawdling? Hurry and process it. He's merely putting on a show. If the transaction doesn't go through, he'll surely concoct some excuse about technical difficulties." Ningyu, quick to act, moved to the finance office adjacent to the model room. As the receipt printed, everyone was taken aback. 2 villas were being purchased just like that. Shen Meiling and Huang Mimi were both incredulous, especially Huang Mimi, whose expression was one of disbelief. Xiang Chengli, too, was astonished, not expecting these young individuals to possess such wealth to buy 2 units in one go. Shen Meiling, recovering quickly, approached Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan with a flattering demeanor. "Good day to you both. Your choice of our Project S villas clearly demonstrates your exquisite taste and truly reflects your formidable financial capability. Ningyu is, but an intern, unfamiliar with numerous business affairs, such as subsequent renovations, furnishings, and the home purchasing process. Henceforth, I shall serve you both. No need for that. Xiao Yu is quite commendable, providing detailed explanations and exhibiting a far more considerate attitude than yours." Wang Zhijiang appeared indifferent. Huang Mimi, however, was seething with frustration, stamping her foot. At that moment, 2 individuals entered the model room, with one enthusiastically extolling its virtues, even bordering on flattery. Yet, when a man's gaze fell upon Wang Zhijiang, his serious demeanor transformed into a warm smile as he approached and extended his hand to Wang Zhijiang. Chapter 49. Wang Zhijiang's Suggestion Disciple. "What a coincidence to encounter you here." The newcomer was none other than Wang Zhijiang Sr., Ding Jian, husband to Miao Lan. After their last gathering, Ding Jian had pressed Wei Tao for clarity regarding Wang Zhijiang's rapid ascent to the position of town mayor, and Wei Hanpeng held him in such high regard. However, it was perplexing that both Jin Hui from the county's organization department and Kong Wensheng, the party secretary of Kaidong City, also valued him highly. Wei Tao candidly revealed that Wang Zhijiang's current girlfriend is Qin Limin's daughter, a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and the secretary of Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. Yet, he hesitated to assert whether Qin Limin would accept him as a son-in-law, thus refraining from sharing too much. The group was utterly astonished. Being a provincial committee member places one among the upper echelons of Jiangdong's political landscape, also serving as the head of the provincial capital, wielding considerable power that is indeed daunting. Such individuals are rarely afforded the opportunity to meet face-to-face, and the reality is far more intricate than they had imagined. Thus, Ding Jian was genuinely delighted to encounter Wang Zhijiang today. He approached warmly to shake hands and greet him, noticing Wang Zhijiang holding the hand of an exceptionally beautiful girl. It seemed she was indeed the daughter of the provincial committee member and secretary of Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. Disciple. What a coincidence. Allow me to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Qin Lan, our junior from Jiangdong University, a year below me in the journalism department, currently an intern reporter at the provincial press group. Wang Zhijiang introduced her. Upon hearing the name Qin Lan, Ding Jian was further convinced that this young lady was indeed the daughter of Qin Limin. Greetings, senior brother. I am Qin Lan. Just the other day, Zhijiang was mentioning your willingness to help introduce General Zhuolin. Qin Lan stepped forward, extending her hand. Junior sister, you are too kind. It is indeed an honor for me if I can be of assistance. I have heard that you have found a stunning girlfriend, yet we have not had the pleasure of meeting her until today. Truly, you and your partner are a match made in heaven, evoking envy in others. Ding Jian, a seasoned socialite, deftly navigated the conversation. Disciple, are you here today to purchase a home? Ding Jian inquired, a look of curiosity on his face. Yes, senior brother. Xiao Lan and I surely aspire to have our own abode. It is prudent to buy sooner rather than later, as renovations will require several months. Wang Zhijiang's candid statement caused Qin Lan to blush instantly, surprised by his forthrightness. Oh dear, it seems that good fortune is on the horizon. Then, my esteemed senior, you must await good news. When the time comes, we, the senior brothers and sisters, must be present to offer our heartfelt blessings. By the way, have you purchased a house? Which one did you acquire? Ding Jian expressed his astonishment, for he could hardly fathom how Wang Zhijiang, with his limited merits, could have gained the favor of Qin Limin so swiftly. While undeniably talented, the stature of Qin Limin is indeed exceedingly lofty. I purchased 2 villas, numbers 105 and 106. Wang Zhijiang replied, contemplating reserving one for his parents or family to reside in later. Upon hearing this, Ding Jian was perplexed. Clearly, Wang Zhijiang possessed an unknown background. The prices of these villas are not insignificant. Having just assumed the role of town mayor, how could he possibly have amassed such wealth? It is inconceivable that he could engage in blatant corruption to finance such purchases, nor would he have received the endorsement of Qin Limin. Ah, that is splendid. By the way, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sun Tianzheng, the proprietor of Tiansheng, Ding Jian said, his expression beaming as he turned to Sun Tianzheng. I say, old Sun, my junior is purchasing a house. Surely, it would be inappropriate not to offer him a discount. Oh dear, Mr. Ding, rest assured. Your junior shall certainly receive a discount on the purchase. I will check the prices shortly, yet we must first address the matter we discussed earlier, Sun Tianzheng replied. Slightly exasperated, for it was evident to all, Wang Zhijiang interjected, Senior brother, there is no need for such trouble. We have already paid in full. I wouldn't want to delay your affairs on my account. Do not worry. It is not a matter of great importance. I am merely supplying construction materials to Old Sun. His project sales have been rather dismal. Currently, he lacks the funds to settle my payments and wishes to use several villas as compensation. However, I find it excessive to acquire so many properties. Ding Jian opined, considering it a trivial matter. Thus he spoke freely. Upon hearing his words, Wang Zhijiang pondered for a moment and then discreetly pulled Ding Jian aside for a private conversation. Senior brother, I believe it would be wise to accept the villas as compensation. Mark my words, by early next year, the government will liberalize the real estate market, and property prices will soar. These villas are scarce commodities. Retaining a few will undoubtedly yield significant profits when the time comes to sell. Listening to Wang Zhijiang's insights, Ding Jian began to contemplate. He was not particularly in need of funds at present, and given that Wang Zhijiang was the town mayor and had already purchased 2 villas himself, it raised questions about an undisclosed background, perhaps linked to the capital. This consideration compelled Ding Jian to contemplate accepting a few villas as compensation. Very well, I shall heed my junior's counsel. Let us proceed with a few villas as compensation, for I am not in dire need of funds at the moment. They approached Sun Tianzheng again. Old Sun, this time my junior has interceded on your behalf, allowing me to directly offset the cost with several villas. You must extend him a greater discount on his 2 villas. I shall return in a couple of days when I am less occupied to select. The crowd was taken aback to learn that Wang Zhijiang was indeed the town mayor, primarily due to his youthful appearance. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Wang. Your support for our project is the greatest assistance I could hope for. Sun Tanzheng expressed his genuine gratitude, surprised that the matter had taken such a fortuitous turn. Wang Zhijiang cast a subtle glance at Shun Miling and addressed Sun Tianjing. Mr. Sun, I'm truly humbled. I hold a considerable appreciation for your Project S properties. However, the professionalism of your sales personnel leaves much to be desired. This individual must be from your sales department. When Ningyu took us to view the model apartment earlier, she seemed to imply that I could not afford your offerings, suggesting that I should not even bother viewing the model. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's indifferent demeanor, Sun Tianjing frowned and cast a disapproving glance at Shun Miling. Shun Miling, how audacious of you! I have heard rumors of your selective behavior towards clients, and I had hoped you would exercise some restraint. You might as well resign today. I cannot accommodate someone like you here. Depart at once. Sun Tianzheng glared sternly at Shun Miling. In truth, she had secured her position at the sales department through a friend's connection, and, at the age of 30, everyone understood the implications. Offending someone was a risk she could not afford when the individual before her held greater importance. Shun Miling left in tears, never expecting that a mere slip of the tongue would cost her a rather respectable job. After all, with her modest education, securing employment was no easy feat. Chapter 50. First visit to the provincial committee. Mr. Sun, your sales representative Ningyu is quite impressive. She provided us with thorough explanations and demonstrated commendable service. Otherwise, I would not have made my purchase on my initial visit. Wang Zhijiang is a man of principle. He believes in repaying kindness, especially towards those who are both sincere and capable. You are absolutely right. I too recognize that Xiao Yu is a good person, and given her family's urgent need for income, we as a corporation have a social responsibility. It was with the intent to assist that I brought her onto my team. Rest assured, I will ensure that her commission is increased by 5% this time. Sun Tianzheng echoed Wang Zhijiang's sentiments, showcasing his fundamental qualities as a businessman. Ding Jian then interjected, since my junior has spoken highly of her, I shall return in a few days to select a property, and I would appreciate her assistance in introducing me to a few exquisite villas. After all, she is someone my junior values, and there is no doubt in her competence. Ningyu expressed her profound gratitude towards both Wang Zhijiang and Qinlan. Being merely a high school graduate who had not attended university, she felt immensely fulfilled to earn a living in a provincial capital like Jiangzhou. After completing the purchasing procedures, Wang Zhijiang lamented the current mortgage interest rate, which had reached an astonishing 9. In the end, he opted to pay in full, reasoning that the funds would be available in a couple of days. As the three were about to leave the sales department, Ding Jian spoke up. Junior, I doubt you have much expertise in renovations. Fortunately, I happen to have a renovation company at my disposal. Allow me to handle it for you. Rest assured, I will have my team present you with several proposals, and you can choose whichever you prefer. In 2 months, we shall have it beautifully renovated. Ding Jian regarded it as a convenient task. That would be most helpful, senior. Just remember, even among brothers, we must keep accounts clear. Ensure that your fees are fair, so that you do not incur losses. Haha. Wang Zhijiang was pleased to have Ding Jian handle the renovations, as it saved him the trouble of seeking out someone else who might not deliver satisfactory results. Your house will certainly be well renovated, and I shall charge you only at cost. I am aware of your position as the town mayor, so rest assured. A cost price is no issue. Ding Jian, wishing to forego any monetary compensation, understood that Wang Zhijiang was not financially constrained. However, he could not allow his junior to err, especially considering the treacherous nature of the political arena, which his wife had long warned him about. The potential for such matters to be weaponized against him was indeed unappealing. Noticing the time had surpassed midnight, he suggested, junior brothers and sisters, let's dine together. Ding Jian glanced at his watch as he extended the invitation. Brother, perhaps another time. I truly have pressing matters to attend to. I must visit the provincial committee imminently, as I have crucial affairs to address. Wang Zhijiang replied candidly. Ding Jian was somewhat taken aback. How could a mere town mayor have any business with the provincial committee? As the apex authority in the province, even county magistrates seldom had the privilege of entry. What could a town mayor possibly want? It seemed his connections ran deeper than anticipated. After escorting Qianlong back to the Baoi group, Wang Zhijiang proceeded to the provincial committee. Standing before the imposing edifice of the provincial committee, he marveled inwardly. He had never before possessed the standing to enter such a place in his past life. Upon presenting his identification and receiving confirmation, he was ushered to the reception room to await his summons. Before long, he noticed someone entering. "Mayor Wang, Secretary Qin has instructed me to bring you in. The provincial committee meeting is about to commence," announced Lu He, Secretary Qin's aide. Inside the provincial committee conference hall, several standing committee members were already present. Sitting at the end of the table, Cheng Kai, the director of the Provincial Department of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation, was puzzled as to why he was required to attend a meeting he had never participated in before. Seated along the elongated conference table were members of the Provincial Standing Committee, with their secretaries positioned against the wall. Among the distinguished attendees were the governor, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Committee, the executive vice governor, the secretary general of the Provincial Committee, the commander of the Provincial Military District, the secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee, as well as the secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, the minister of organization, the minister of propaganda, and the minister of United Front Work. Upon witnessing Lu He escorting Wang Zhijiang into the room, a wave of bewilderment washed over the assembly. Typically, only these standing committee members, their secretaries, and staff responsible for recording were present at such meetings. The youngest secretary present held at least a deputy division chief rank, most being division chiefs, and all were predominantly over 35 years of age. This youthful newcomer appeared to be in his early 20s. What qualifications could he possibly possess to attend a meeting of the provincial committee? Those who occupied the provincial standing committee were not lacking in intellect. While they could not discern Wang Zhijiang's identity, they certainly recognized him as a local official, for the committee convened to deliberate on matters of governance. Wang Zhijiang was assigned a seat against the wall at the back of the conference table. In less than 2 minutes, the provincial secretary, Tan Guoming, arrived. Noticing Wang Zhijiang seated nearby, he took his place at the head of the conference table and instructed his secretary, "Let us commence." Upon hearing Tan Guoming's command, the secretary retrieved the prepared documents from Wang Zhijiang and distributed them to the committee members. Tan Guoming opened the discussion, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, we convene today to revisit the topic I raised previously regarding the central government's directives on promoting local development and encouraging foreign investment or corporate participation in government construction projects. A few days ago, during my meeting in the capital, it was suggested that we initiate a pilot program on a smaller scale. Just a few days ago, Comrade Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County, presented me with a proposal that I found quite commendable. I intend to bring it to the standing committee for discussion. Now, let us have Wang Zhijiang elaborate on the matter." Wang Zhijiang stood up and slightly bowed. Upon hearing Tan Guoming's words, everyone turned their attention to Wang Zhijiang, astonished that such a young individual had already attained the position of mayor. He appeared to have just graduated. Many speculated that this young man must have connections with Tan Guoming. For how else could a town mayor have the opportunity to meet the provincial party secretary? Wang Zhijiang confidently addressed the assembly. "Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County. It is a privilege to participate in this standing committee meeting, and I welcome any corrections to my statements. Each of you has received 2 documents. One is a research report authored by Professor Du, a fruit expert from the Jiangdong Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and the other outlines the proposal for constructing a first-class highway from Shisong Town to Jiangzhou City." Wang Zhijiang meticulously explained the reasons for the road construction, adhering to Han Peng's advice to detail his recent work accomplishments. Of course, he was mindful of time, aiming to keep his presentation concise and within 10 minutes. Tan Guoming and Qin Limin were taken aback by Wang Zhijiang's thorough preparation. After listening to his presentation, the audience was left in admiration, pondering the remarkable achievements of this youthful mayor in such a short span of time. They couldn't help but wonder who stood behind Wang Zhijiang. Chapter 51. The provincial committee meeting present were all members of the provincial committee, figures of significant authority. In this era, most officials had risen through the ranks from grassroots positions, and even the scions of prominent families in the capital often began their careers in local towns. They understood well that the quality of grassroots officials was often lacking, requiring individuals with both insight into the bureaucratic landscape and strategic acumen to make headway. Was it truly Provincial Secretary Tan Guoming backing Wang Zhijiang? This question lingered in the minds of many. Additionally, the introduction of two new concepts, attracting investment and establishing an industrial park in Shisong town, caught the attention of the attendees. Cheng Kai, the director of the Department of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation of Jiangdong Province, seated at the back, finally grasped why he had been summoned to today's meeting. These topics fell squarely within his purview. He interjected, esteemed leaders, while the province, city, and county have all been engaged in investment attraction, the towns have yet to catch up. Mayor Wang also mentioned the concept of an industrial park. To be frank, there are currently none in Jiangdong Province. Only first-tier cities have recently established a few industrial parks, which align perfectly with the model Mayor Wang proposed. Cheng Kai felt a surge of excitement. This seemingly unassuming mayor possessed a remarkable breadth of knowledge that was not to be underestimated. The audience, taken aback by Cheng Kai's remarks, began to regard the young mayor with newfound respect. At that moment, Tan Guoming spoke up. It appears that Comrade Wang has prepared thoroughly. Today has indeed provided us with a deeper understanding of the work being conducted at the grassroots level. Tan Guoming was only aware that Wang Zhijiang desired to construct a road, yet he remained oblivious to the underlying reasons for this endeavor, mistakenly believing it was merely to facilitate transportation between the towns of Shisong and Jiangzhou. Little did he know, there was also the matter of cultivating honeydew melons. However, after hearing Wang's extensive discourse, Tan Guoming was curious whether any tangible projects were currently being executed or had been completed ahead of schedule. He wished to ascertain whether Wang Zhijiang was merely making grand promises or if he had indeed achieved some results. Secretary Wang, esteemed leaders, at present, our town of Shisong has successfully established 40 greenhouses for honeydew melon cultivation, with an anticipated harvest in September. Furthermore, I have already coordinated with the Jiangdong Provincial Newspaper Group and the People's Publishing House to assist us with promotion at that time. Additionally, I have reached an agreement with the owner of Zhuo's Fruit Company in Jiangzhou, whose sales channels for fruit are exceptionally robust. Once the construction of the road is publicly tendered, she will bring her team to our town to conduct inspections and formalize contracts, investing in the development of the first factory in our industrial park. This will facilitate the distribution of Shisong honeydew melons throughout the province and even nationwide, alongside various processed products derived from the melons. Wang Zhijiang also elucidated all the plans that had recently been accomplished. Upon hearing his words, most attendees nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the work was largely ahead of schedule with arrangements already in place. However, there lingered a sense of confusion. How could Wang Zhijiang, merely the town mayor, attract the two largest media outlets in the provincial capital to publicize his honeydew melons? Tan Guoming's earlier remarks lacked significant praise. Had he openly expressed support, it would undoubtedly facilitate Wang Zhijiang's future endeavors. Constructing a first-class road with such a proposal is no trivial task, as it involves numerous departments and various vested interests, which is precisely why it requires deliberation at the provincial committee meetings. To unify thoughts and opinions, quite simply, means to lay matters bare for all to express their stance. Once agreed upon, there should be no turning back, lest one be held accountable for negligence. Tan Guoming gazed at Wang Zhijiang with a sense of satisfaction. It appears you have completed much of the preliminary work, some of which is even ahead of schedule. Now, let us hear everyone's opinions. At that moment, the provincial governor, Zhong Hongtao, paused in contemplation before speaking. Secretary Tan, if I may, regarding the road construction, I believe we need not engage in public tendering. Our province possesses several state-owned enterprises fully capable of undertaking the construction of this first-class road in Shisong. Our government has its own enterprises, making external tendering unnecessary. Moreover, it is widely understood that state-owned enterprises are currently facing tough times, much worse than in the past. Zhong Hongtao, regarded as a conservative official, exhibited an instinctive resistance to new ideas, convinced that private enterprises could never rival state-owned ones. Even though contemporary state enterprises struggle to generate profit, unlike the more robust enterprises of the future after reform, Wang Zhijiang furrowed his brow upon hearing Governor Zhong Hongtao's words, feeling a profound sense of opposition. The governor's perspective was untenable. The state-owned enterprises under the current government were grappling with reform, primarily due to their lack of profitability. The root cause of this issue was the perception that state-owned enterprises, much like civil servants, were more focused on promotions rather than profitability, rendering the question of whether they could earn money a secondary concern. However, the ordinary workers below have lost their wages, and each family behind them cannot bear the burden. Consequently, the instances of petitioning have surged. Who now dares to collaborate with state-owned enterprises? They are fraught with complications, akin to handling a hot potato. Anyone who engages with them ends up with nothing but discontent. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The most significant issue lies in the fact that having state-owned enterprises undertake the construction means that those involved are often of higher rank than oneself, making it exceedingly difficult to advocate for the interests of Shisong Town. Some individuals within these enterprises are entrenched in their traditional ways of thinking, which are challenging to alter. Wang Zhijiang has no desire to construct a highway, only to invite a host of troublemakers. The 1997 reform of state-owned enterprises resulted in approximately 51 million people being laid off. This wave of layoffs was part of the reform aimed at enhancing the competitiveness and economic efficacy of enterprises through workforce reduction. Although this reform had a positive impact on alleviating the plight of state-owned enterprises, a considerable number of laid-off workers have paid a substantial price. They lack competitiveness in the labor market, and the inadequacies of the social security system render reemployment particularly arduous, presenting a significant challenge for the government. Qin Limin frowned slightly upon hearing Governor Zhong's sentiments. Governor Zhong, does the proposal to engage state-owned enterprises for highway construction not mirror previous approaches? The higher-ups are currently advocating for new methods of experimentation, as pilots are intended to diverge from past practices. Moreover, the state-owned enterprises across the nation are in a turbulent phase of reform, and with many workers petitioning, could this not complicate matters further? Tan Guoming, upon hearing Qin Limin's remarks, cast a slight glance at Zhong Hongtao, who did not refute but instead fell into contemplation. At this juncture, Wang Zhijiang felt compelled to stand up. Esteemed leaders, Governor Zhong's suggestions are indeed prudent, aimed at fostering mutual development between state-owned enterprises and localities. However, the construction plan for our primary highway in Shisong Town is markedly different from previous initiatives. Essentially, our town will not expend a single cent within the next decade, and we will also share in the toll revenue. Therefore, if there exists a state-owned enterprise in Jiangdong Province willing to accept this arrangement, we in Shisong Town would be most welcoming. Chapter 52. Discussion of the proposal. Upon Wang Zhijiang's pronouncement, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. His proposal merely mentioned a public tender, leading them to assume that once the enterprise constructed the highway, the toll revenue would entirely belong to the enterprise for a decade, effectively allowing them to recover costs immediately after completion. They were astonished to learn that Shisong Town would also partake in the toll revenue. Before the gathering could react, Wang Zhijiang continued, once the road is completed and traffic increases, maintenance will undoubtedly be necessary. Thus, the enterprise we select through this tender will allocate a modest portion of the toll revenue over the subsequent decade as a maintenance fund. Furthermore, we stipulate that if the net profit attained by this enterprise from the road construction reaches 8 million, they must unconditionally withdraw, allowing us in Shisong Town to take over. At that point, we can either maintain the road for free or charge a nominal fee to sustain the maintenance fund. Wang Zhijiang earnestly articulated his plan. Following his conclusion, the assembly was left in shock. They had not anticipated that this seemingly modest town mayor would consider such intricate details, all in the pursuit of Shisong Town's development. However, Wang Zhijiang had also conducted calculations. An 8 million project could potentially yield the same amount in less than a decade, which offers a considerable profit. Moreover, Given that this is a private enterprise, communication between the Wesong town and private companies is likely to be straightforward and direct. Sometimes, collaborations between state-owned enterprises and the government can inadvertently lead to increased costs for the government. Even Tan Guoming found amusement in this. Comrade Xiao Wang. It would be a pity if you did not become a businessman. I have never encountered a state official quite like you, more entrepreneurial than many business people. Zhong Hongtao was also somewhat surprised. I did not anticipate that Comrade Xiao Wang would think so far ahead. It is indeed exceptional. At this moment, Cheng Kai recalled a critical point. Esteemed leaders, should we specify in the bidding announcement that state-owned enterprises are prohibited from participating in this tender? Ultimately, the bidding would fall upon him, so it was prudent to clarify this matter in advance to avoid offending anyone later on. Tan Guoming contemplated this. No need. As Comrade Xiao Wang just mentioned, if you include these stipulations, I doubt any state-owned enterprise would dare to bid. Furthermore, where should we appropriately position this tender? At the provincial, municipal, or county level? This is a pilot project, and public bidding at the provincial level would undoubtedly create the most significant impact, as it would signal to the outside world that the government is genuinely advocating for external enterprises, institutions, and foreign investment to bolster local development. This would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits for future implementations. However, the disadvantages are also apparent. Public bidding at the provincial level, subsequently devolving to Wesong Town, would involve numerous departments and could lead to complications during the execution of the plan. Cheng Kai's perspective on this matter was straightforward. Secretary Tan, I believe public bidding at the provincial level would yield the best results, as it would demonstrate to enterprises, institutions, and even foreign investors our commitment. In truth, only through provincial public bidding could Cheng Kai achieve the most significant political accomplishments. If devolved, his accolades would diminish, making it imperative to actively pursue this. Indeed, Comrade Cheng Kai makes an excellent point, and I wholeheartedly agree. Since this is a pilot project, and our provincial committee has convened to discuss the matter, it is certainly far better to proceed with public bidding at the provincial level. This will attract greater attention. Zhong Hongtao concurred, recognizing that such achievements could also reflect positively on himself. Several committee members echoed their agreement, and while Wang Zhijiang had his own interests in mind, aware that public bidding at the provincial level would be more complex, he understood that to maintain the greater good, it was essential for more enterprises to focus on the provincial bidding, thereby providing himself with more leverage for negotiation later on. Wang Zhijiang suddenly recalled another point. Esteemed leaders, I also endorse the idea of public bidding at the provincial level. However, I hope that once the bidding is completed and a vendor is selected, we in Wesong Town will conduct a review to finalize the process. Given our involvement, it is crucial for us to assess the strength and background of the selected company to ensure that it does not adversely affect our subsequent road construction plans. Wang Zhijiang sought to remain vigilant, as it did not wish for the final selection to be influenced by government officials' relatives or connections. Such occurrences are still prevalent in this era and are challenging to eliminate, as familial ties often fall outside regulatory confines. Hence Wang Zhijiang's explicit proposal. The crowd was taken aback by Wang Zhijiang's words. How audacious he was to speak thus, being merely a small-town mayor. He was addressing a gathering of high-ranking officials from the provincial committee, and such statements could easily be misconstrued. It was indeed a display of youthful naivety. Yet, one couldn't help but admire Wang Zhijiang, for despite his humble position, he demonstrated a profound understanding of the intricacies of governmental affairs, showcasing an impressive knowledge of public bidding processes. Qin Limin felt a sense of gratification upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's remarks, while Tan Guoming was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that this young comrade possessed such acumen regarding the political landscape beyond his own role. Wang Zhijiang's intentions were straightforward. The successful execution of the road construction plan was vital for the distribution of honeydew melons across the province and potentially nationwide. Delays due to personal interests were unacceptable, and thus, he boldly expressed his thoughts in front of the esteemed officials without a hint of trepidation. In the realm of politics, no venture is devoid of risk. If one merely concerns themselves with job security, fearing the loss of their position while striving to maintain the status quo. They shall never genuinely strive for the welfare of the populace. The provincial leaders exchanged glances, now regarding the seemingly insignificant mayor with newfound respect. His demeanor was a blend of poise and assertiveness, revealing his readiness to shine when the moment called for it. Zhong Hongtao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Comrade Wang, might your demands be somewhat excessive? The provincial bidding process is finalized. Should not the townships ensure everything is in order before considering it complete? Is there perhaps a misunderstanding of the hierarchical structure?" Both Tan Guoming and Qin Limin were intrigued to see how Wang Zhijiang would address this challenge. Casting curious glances in his direction, Wang Zhijiang, maintaining an unflappable expression, slightly inclined his body and replied, "Governor Zhong, the quality of this road construction is fundamental to determining whether our honeydew melons from Shisong Town can reach markets across the province and even the nation. The successful establishment of this first-class highway is crucial to whether Zhu's Sunshine will invest hundreds of thousands or even millions to set up a factory. Additionally, it will significantly influence our ability to attract more companies to our industrial park. If we lack the ultimate authority to confirm the bidding results, that is acceptable. However, should any issues arise during the construction or operation of this 10-kilometer highway that impede the development of Shisong Town, who shall bear the responsibility for those failures?" His voice, though not loud, conveyed the essence of his purpose for attending this meeting. Securing the final confirmation of the bidding process was imperative. Without the endorsement of Shisong Town, no company could sign a contract for collaboration. The assembly began to comprehend the logic in Wang Zhijiang's statements. Accountability was paramount. It was unreasonable for decisions made at the provincial level to later place the burden of issues on the mayor. Clarity was essential, and this young mayor's astuteness was unexpectedly seasoned for his age. Zhong Hongtao paused, momentarily taken aback, then nodded in realization this. "Secretary Tan, what do you think?" At this moment, Zhong Hongtao regarded Wang Zhijiang with a newfound seriousness, recognizing his remarkable capabilities. He also cast a glance at Tan Guoming, eager to hear his perspective. However, Tan Guoming remained silent, deep in thought, until the least experienced member, Chung Kai, spoke up. "Esteemed leaders, I believe there is merit in what Mayor Wang has articulated. Matters of local development should indeed be determined by the locality, with our province offering supportive assistance." Chung Kai reflected on the situation, initially hoping for personal acclaim, yet acknowledging the shared risks involved. The necessity of convening a provincial committee over such a minor township road underscored that Secretary Tan understood the importance of collective endorsement for effective implementation. He realized that it was wiser to refrain from monopolizing the matter and instead provide support. "Well, since everyone is in agreement, let us finalize this. The matter shall be led by Comrade Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town, with all bidding matters conducted according to his directives, while our province will handle the supportive tasks." Tan Guoming was pleasantly surprised by how swiftly this issue was resolved, recognizing Wang Zhijiang as a true talent. With his decision firmly established, the matter was essentially set in stone, leaving even Tan Guoming astonished by the day's smooth proceedings. He cast a contemplative glance at Wang Zhijiang, acknowledging him as a prodigious youth. However, Tan Guoming, after a moment's thought, added, "Now that the matter is settled, I have one more point to share with everyone. Young Wang, aside from being the mayor of Shisong Town, holds another notable identity. He is the author of the recently popular book Matters of the Emperor." Upon hearing Tan Guoming's words, the assembly turned their astonished eyes toward Wang Zhijiang. This book had garnered considerable admiration among officials within the system, as its characters often mirrored those in the court and real life, resonating deeply with the audience. Yet, there was a consensus that Wang Zhijiang was rather youthful for such an accomplishment. Even the vice secretary of the provincial party committee, Yao Guocheng, turned to Wang Zhijiang, inquiring of Tan Guoming, "Secretary Tan, is that true? Is this young Wang really the author of the recently acclaimed Matters of the Emperor? He seems rather young for such a feat. I initially thought it was a case of sharing a name." Tan Guoming reassured him, "There is no need for doubt. I have already instructed my secretary to verify this with the publisher, and indeed, it is Comrade Wang Zhijiang's work. Thus, I wish to emphasize that we should extend our goodwill toward Comrade Wang Zhijiang. In the future, our literary scene in Huagua will also accommodate comrades from within our system. The assembly understood Tan Guoming's sentiment. Wang Zhijiang had brought honor to their ranks, and it would be prudent to refrain from causing him unnecessary trouble, inadvertently providing him with support. In this meeting, the young mayor had truly left a profound impression on everyone. After the session concluded, Wang Zhijiang did not rush to depart. Instead, he inquired with Liu He about the location of Cheng Kai's office and proceeded directly there, as Cheng Kai's department was tasked with executing the provincial bidding work. This was a project for Shisong Town, and, as mayor, it was imperative to pay a visit. When Liu He escorted Wang Zhijiang to the entrance of Cheng Kai's office, Cheng Kai's secretary, Duanin, was somewhat taken aback, recalling that Wang Zhijiang had entered the provincial standing committee meeting room just moments earlier, led by Liu He, Secretary Qin Li Min's aide. However, during the provincial standing committee meeting at that time, no one paid much attention. Yet, now that the meeting has concluded, the attitude of Liu He towards Wang Zhijiang raises some concerns. Personally escorting Wang Zhijiang to Cheng Kai's office suggests a connection between Wang Zhijiang and Qin Li Min. The fact that a mere town mayor has relations with both the provincial secretary and the provincial standing committee is rather alarming and defies conventional wisdom. Mayor Wang, Secretary Liu, is there something amiss? Duanin inquired politely. Greetings. I am here to discuss the bidding process with Director Cheng, Wang Zhijiang stated directly. Although the final decision rests with him, there are matters that were inappropriate to discuss in the meeting and should be clarified privately with Director Cheng. Oh, our director was on a call earlier. Please wait a moment while I let him know. Duanin found a reason to enter Cheng Kai's office. Uprothing Jiang Kai's desk. He whispered, Director, Mayor Wang Zhijiang is here to see you. He is waiting outside. Ah, it seems he was brought by Secretary Qin's aide. Duanin's primary intention was to emphasize the latter part of his statement, and Cheng Kai understood. Let him in. Upon seeing Wang Zhijiang enter the office, Liu He took his leave. In Cheng Kai's office, the director graciously invited Wang Zhijiang to sit and offered him tea. Director Cheng, there are some matters I found inappropriate to discuss in the meeting, so I wish to speak with you privately and hear your thoughts. Wang Zhijiang acknowledged that certain discussions required a degree of formality, as Cheng Kai held a significantly higher position. Oh, Mayor Wang, you are too courteous. Secretary Tan has already issued directives, and everyone at the standing committee has agreed that you will lead the road construction project. Whatever requirements you have, just let me know, and I will comply. Cheng Kai perceived no issue in allowing Wang Zhijiang to take the lead, as he would still partake in the achievements. Indeed, for this bidding announcement, I hope to include some additional stipulations. First, the bidding company must have been established for no less than 3 years and must demonstrate actual operations for over 3 years, providing financial statements for our provincial review. Second, they must possess experience in constructing first-class highway projects, submit relevant case studies, and we will verify their authenticity. Additionally, this project must not be subcontracted. Lastly, no bidding firm should have faced any governmental penalties previously. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's demands, Cheng Kai was taken aback. The intricacies of the bidding process are rife with hidden agendas, intertwined with the complexities of political relationships. Ultimately, the ability to secure a bid often rests on who can navigate these dynamics most adeptly. Wang Zhijiang's stringent conditions effectively closed off any potential for misconduct. Chapter 54. Village Inspection. It is indeed remarkable that Wang Zhijiang, as a town mayor, possesses such profound understanding of the intricacies of the bidding process. The talents at the grassroots level should not be underestimated. Not an issue. Mayor Wang, we shall proceed with the bidding announcement as you have outlined. Rest assured, this is a matter entrusted by Secretary Tan. It is unlikely that issues will arise. I will release the tender announcement early tomorrow morning. It is estimated that the results will take about a week to materialize, at which point I will inform you. Cheng Kai has also come to a clear decision this time, opting to serve as a mere facilitator. Previously, managing relationships during the tendering process proved to be quite cumbersome. Given the risks involved in this pilot tender, it has been decided to refrain from entanglement, leaving the decision-making power entirely in the hands of Wang Zhijiang. After leaving the provincial committee, Wang Zhijiang returned to Shisong town, where he reported in person to Yu Linxiang and subsequently called Han Peng for a detailed briefing. Han Peng sighed at Wang Zhijiang's words, feeling somewhat helpless. Wang Zhijiang's unwillingness to assert his decision-making authority might lead to future complications. However, acquiring such authority in this manner is sure to displease Governor Zhong. Zhijiang, I understand your intentions for the development of Shisong town, striving to ensure the successful execution of the construction of the first-class highway and retaining decision-making power. Yet, you must also consider the possibility of Governor Zhong harboring grievances against you, which could impede your future advancement, Han Peng expressed with evident concern. Secretary, thank you for your concern. I understand your point, but the successful implementation of this highway construction plan is crucial for the development of Shisong town, the market for honeydew. Whether Zhuolin will invest in our town by establishing a factory and the future growth of Shisong town, I do not wish for any reason to jeopardize these significant achievements. Wang Zhijiang articulated his thoughts. Furthermore, Secretary, I do not lack background. Secretary Tan from the Provincial Committee has shown support for me in the Standing Committee, as has Secretary Qin. I am confident that even if Governor Zhong harbors some prejudice against me, it will not be substantial enough for him to target me. A mere town mayor, that would be quite unbecoming. Wang Zhijiang refrained from mentioning how he had saved Tan Guoming's son's life, which would undoubtedly compel Tan Guoming to look out for him. In truth, Wang Zhijiang lamented the disparities between individuals. Han Peng's ability to speak so freely stemmed from his lack of background. When oppressed, he had no options but to endure or leave. Had it been Han Peng instead of Wang Zhijiang participating today, he would likely have compromised, ultimately detrimentally affecting the development of Shisong town. This illustrates the challenges of achieving tangible results in the political arena. After ending the call, Wang Zhijiang fell into contemplation. Once the tender announcement is released tomorrow, it is likely that Zhuolin will soon arrive for an inspection. This matter is of utmost importance, and preparations must be made. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Wang Zhijiang summoned Song Guangming for further inquiries. Guangming, the Zhua Group is about to conduct an inspection in Shisong town, and our business environment is paramount. Therefore, I need to resolve certain issues in the town before their inspection team arrives. Notify everyone that we have matters to attend to in the provincial capital, and those coming to see me need not come. On the roads leading to the villages beneath Shisong town, Wang Zhijiang and Song Guangming opted not to take a car, but instead rode a motorcycle along the village paths. Mayor, aren't we supposed to head to the provincial capital? Why are we in the village? Song Guangming inquired, puzzled. As the mayor had switched to a motorcycle upon leaving Shisong town, returning to the villages below. This way, we can gain a clearer understanding of the business environment in our Shisong town, Wang Zhijiang stated candidly. At that moment, Song Guangming finally grasped Wang Zhijiang's intent. In 1997, the rural landscape still bore the charm of blue bricks and black tiles, with wooden doors and iron windows, alongside fields of wheat. Riding their motorcycle, Wang Zhijiang and Song Guangming arrived at Zypkin. However, upon reaching the village entrance, Wang Zhijiang noted something peculiar. Several households were dismantling their courtyard walls without tearing down their houses. Furthermore, the road leading to the next village was obstructed. Wang Zhijiang instructed Song Guangming to inquire about the situation. Excuse me, sir. Why is there a roadblock? Our motorcycle cannot pass. What is going on? And why are so many families near the wheat fields dismantling their walls? Song Guangming approached an elderly man resting under a tree by the wheat field and offered him a cigarette. You young folks are from out of town, aren't you? This is a fee we've instituted in our village for passage. The families by the wheat fields are dismantling their walls to cultivate melons in the future. I hear Shilio village has already started. The elderly man sniffed the unlit cigarette. Wang Zhijiang didn't dwell on it too much. He merely wished to clarify the roadblock situation, knowing that the cultivation of melons would soon be widespread across the town. Suddenly, a young girl, approximately 20, dashed out from a nearby house, crying for help as she approached Wang Zhijiang and Song Guangming. Young lady, what troubles you? Are you all right? Wang Zhijiang caught the girl as she rushed toward them. Please help me. They want to kidnap me. Lu Xiaohua, with tears in her eyes, clutched Wang Zhijiang's arm. At that moment, three men who appear to be thugs approached Wang Zhijiang, demanding, "Who are you? Mind your own business. Pay the toll and leave quickly. If not, turn back and don't think of passing through." The one speaking looked like a leader among them, with a fierce demeanor, though he appeared gaunt and malnourished. The others wielded sticks in their hands. "Who do you think you are? What do you intend to do in broad daylight?" Wang Zhijiang frowned, perplexed by their audacity. Though the times were chaotic, such blatant behavior was unusual. He gestured to Song Guangming to call the chief of the police station for assistance. Upon receiving a call from the town mayor's secretary, Chief Bai Dahua felt a jolt of concern and hurriedly gathered all his officers to respond. This newly appointed mayor was not someone to be trifled with. Who would dare cross him? As Song Guangming mentioned Zaiukin, Bai Dahua's thoughts raced. He hoped it was not the local bully, Wu Daqiang. "You need not concern yourself with who we are." "Oh, you're making a phone call? How frightening." "Rest assured, we'll see if you have the ability to handle this." Wu Daqiang, unperturbed, wore a sly grin, as if such occurrences were commonplace for him. An elderly man nearby whispered urgently to Wang Zhijiang, "You should turn back. This matter is beyond your control. Even if you call the police, it won't help. This is our village bully, Wu Daqiang." After finishing his phone call, Song Guangming contemplated something and promptly contacted the village party secretary, Wu Dequan, urging him to come at once, as the town mayor was on the verge of being assaulted. Wu Dequan, upon receiving the call, was incensed, instinctively knowing that it was his nephew causing the ruckus. "Regardless of who you are, I shall protect this young lady. As for my capabilities, you shall soon discover," he declared, adding a warning against any violent actions that might lead to consequences beyond their capacity to bear. Wang Zhijiang responded calmly to Wu Daqiang. "Ah, it is indeed the first time I have encountered someone more arrogant than myself. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Wu Daqiang swung a club towards Wang Zhijiang, but it was intercepted by Song Guangming's left hand. Feeling the pain, Song Guangming furrowed his brow and admonished, "You truly possess an audacity beyond measure. Do you even know who this is? He is the mayor of our Shisong town. Guangming, are you all right?" Wang Zhijiang inquired with concern, although Song Guangming need not have intervened, for his own physical prowess was more than adequate to handle the three adversaries. The crowd fell silent upon hearing Song Guangming's words, particularly Wu Daqiang, who was taken aback by the revelation but remained unperturbed. "Oh, so we have a dignitary here. However, you appear rather inexperienced. In that case, I shall extend you a courtesy. Admit your fault and return the girl to me, and we shall consider this matter settled." Wu Daqiang, momentarily stunned, soon dismissed the gravity of the situation, confident in his own connections and the insignificance of a mere town mayor. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. I have been in Shisong town for a month, yet this is the first time I have encountered such insolence, Wang Zhijiang admitted, his frustration palpable. Just then, Wu Dequan arrived in haste, approaching Wang Zhijiang directly. "Mayor Wang, are you unharmed?" Wu Dequan recognized him immediately due to their previous encounter and the mayor's youthful appearance. "Secretary Wu, how could such lawlessness exist in your village? This Wu Daqiang brazenly kidnaps a girl in broad daylight, extorts passage fees, and dares to assault me with a club. Is this still under the party's jurisdiction?" Wang Zhijiang proclaimed with authority. Wu Daqiang apologized to Mayor Wang immediately. "I warn you, without his forgiveness, your fate is sealed." Wu Dequan, wishing to salvage the situation, felt the weight of his nephew's actions. Yet, Wu Daqiang, accustomed to his arrogance, scoffed at the notion of a mere town mayor, stating, "Uncle, is this truly necessary? He is just a town mayor. Let him save face and leave. Why does he have to demand my apology?" Wu Daqiang remained indifferent. Wu Dequan, seething with indignation, recognized that Wu Daqiang had failed to discern the gravity of the situation. Though Wang Zhijiang held the title of mayor, everyone knew his powerful backers were County Party Secretary Han Peng and the Minister of the Organization Department, Jin Hui. This was not a town mayor lacking in support. Wang Zhijiang's assertions were indisputable. Wu Daqiang's habitual arrogance allowed him to challenge anyone without hesitation. At this moment, the sound of motorcycles echoed from the roadside, as the police chief and several officers hastily arrived. In this era, The town police station was not yet equipped with vehicles, and they primarily relied on three-wheeled motorcycles for duty. "Mayor Wang, are you unharmed?" Upon seeing that Wang Zhijiang was safe, Dahua breathed a sigh of relief. This was no ordinary mayor. His well-being was crucial, for any mishap would undoubtedly lead to repercussions for himself. Although the police station primarily followed the leadership of the County Public Security Bureau, Wang's situation was exceptional. Please have someone take my secretary, Song Guangming, to the town clinic to treat his arm injury, and do it swiftly. Wang Zhijiang prioritized the treatment of Song Guangming's injury. Though it appeared minor, Wang was genuinely infuriated. Furthermore, detain these three individuals and bring them directly to the police station. I need to ascertain the events that transpired. That Wu Daqiang dared to assault me with a stick. Fortunately, Comrade Guangming shielded me. Otherwise, as the mayor, it would be disgraceful to be attacked by a local bully. Your position at the police station would be in jeopardy. As he spoke, Wang's sharp gaze scrutinized Dahua. He harbored significant discontent regarding the police chief, questioning how he could allow such bullies to thrive. However, being newly confronted with this incident, he recognized the necessity of uncovering the truth to gain a clearer understanding of the police chief's responsibilities. Dahua, upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. The young mayor was not easily deceived. It was perplexing why he found himself in Xiaoqin on an otherwise ordinary day. Chief Bai, you arrived rather promptly. There was no need for your presence. It's not a grave matter, Wu Daqiang remarked nonchalantly, while Wu Daquan observed silently from the sidelines. Despite knowing that Wang Zhijiang had the backing of two prominent county committee members, he was uncertain whether those individuals would truly intervene on Wang's behalf. "Mayor Wang, may I have a word in private?" Dahua gazed at Wang Zhijiang with a look of helplessness. Understanding the police chief's predicament, Wang followed him to a nearby wheat field. Aware that the county magistrate of Landong also bore the surname Wu, though he was unsure of their exact relation. "Mayor Wang, I suggest we let this matter go. You are unharmed. I can have Wu Daqiang compensate Secretary Song a bit." Dahua expressed his regret, revealing the underlying reason. It was at this point that Wang Zhijiang comprehended Wu Daqiang's audacity, recognizing that the county committee member and county magistrate, Wu Daqiang, had vehemently opposed his appointment as mayor during the county committee meeting. However, the majority ultimately prevailed, and he was taken aback by the unexpected alliance formed by Han Peng and Jin Hui due to Wang's connections. What Wang Zhijiang remained unaware of was that Deputy County Magistrate Chen Ming was an ally of Wu Daqiang. Initially, both Wang and Chen faced setbacks, leading Wu Daqiang to feel his authority was undermined, prompting his opposition to Wang's mayoral appointment. At this moment, Wang Zhijiang reflected deeply, acknowledging his aversion to political strife, yet recognizing that such struggles were often unavoidable. After all, even in organizations outside the system, conflict was an inevitable aspect of group dynamics. Chapter 56. County Chief Wucheng. Although Wu Daqiang is undeniably a local tyrant, can it be said that County Chief Wucheng is exactly like his son? Clearly, that is not the case. Wang Zhijiang had heard from Secretary Han that County Chief Wucheng rose from humble beginnings, gradually climbing to his position, which attests to his capabilities. He has indeed accomplished much for the people. The political views of Han Peng and Wucheng, as the two apex figures of Landong County, merely differ on certain matters. If Wang Zhijiang were to impose severe punishment on Wu Daqiang and have him imprisoned, the tainted political career of Wucheng would inevitably come to an end. It remains uncertain who supports Wucheng from behind, and is it guaranteed that a new county chief would be any better? Not necessarily. It might be more advantageous to use this incident as an opportunity for County Chief Wucheng to re-evaluate his perception of me, Wang Zhijiang, thus facilitating the development of Shisong Town. Wang Zhijiang sighed. "Director Bai, I understand. In that case, please take the individuals to the police station. Clarifying the facts is paramount. I will contact County Chief Wucheng." Director Dahua grasped Wang Zhijiang's intent. First, ascertain the facts, and how to resolve the matter thereafter need not concern him. Take all three back to the station, he instructed decisively. Director Bai, You possess quite the audacity. Do you not know who my father is? Wu Daqiang expressed surprise. As director, Bai had never dared to arrest him so blatantly before. Enough nonsense. Take them all away. Although Bai Dahua anticipated that Town Chief Wang would reach a compromise, he believed that Wu Daqiang would no longer exhibit his previous arrogance. Otherwise, Town Chief Wang would not permit him to be taken to the police station first. Meanwhile, Wu Daquan sensed the situation was amiss and quickly sent a message to County Chief Wu Cheng's phone. In the county government office, Wu Cheng furrowed his brow as he read the text message. His son had never been taken to the police station before. Xiao Jia, come in. Wu Cheng promptly called for his secretary. County Chief, what is it? Please inquire with the Shisong Town Police Station regarding the reason for my son's detention. Though anxious, Wu Cheng maintained a level of composure. Hearing the county chief's words, Mei Jie felt puzzled. Who would dare to audaciously arrest the son of the county chief? Was the police chief of Shisong Town, Bai Dahua, out of his mind? Outside the county chief's office, Mei Jie dialed the number noted in his communication book. Director B. This is Mei Jie, secretary to County Chief Wu. What crime has Wu Daqiang committed? Is this how your police station treats the citizens? Mei Jie's tone was somewhat severe. Secretary Mei, greetings. I have gathered all the information. Wu Daqiang attempted to kidnap a girl from Shiwu village. And after being stopped by our town chief Wang, he even attempted to assault him. He was thwarted by town chief Wang's liaison, and he is currently receiving treatment at the town health clinic. Bai Dahua responded calmly. Upon hearing Bai Dahua's words, Mei Jie was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the county chief's son would act so recklessly. Previously, he had often assisted the county chief in smoothing over matters for this individual. But this time, the situation was indeed serious. Well then, let us proceed with that for now. Mei Jie realized that matters had escalated beyond control. Wang Zhijiang was no ordinary town chief. Mei Jie briskly walked into the office beside Wu Cheng. County head, your son has been apprehended by the police in Shisong Town. It is reported that he is suspected of kidnapping and assaulting Mayor Wang Zhijiang. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng's expression darkened, his hands trembling slightly. He knew far more than his secretary about the gravity of the situation, not merely because his son had committed an offense, but because he suspected that this incident was orchestrated by Han Peng. Everyone knew that Wang Zhijiang was aligned with Han Peng, and now that Wang was to report to the provincial committee, Han Peng had already addressed the matter in the county standing committee meeting. This left Wu Cheng with a palpable sense of crisis. Han Peng seemed to be disregarding political decorum. Wang Zhijiang had only recently been appointed to Shisong Town. Barely a month had passed, and yet he was being used as a pawn against Wu Cheng. If his son's transgressions were substantiated, Wu Cheng's political career would effectively be over. An embattled county head would never be tolerated by the higher-ups. However, Mei Jie was no stranger to tumultuous circumstances. He retrieved his phone and instructed his secretary to locate Wang Zhijiang's number, then called. Is this Mayor Wang? This is Wu Cheng. Given that his son was in Wang's custody, he opted for a courteous approach. County head, greetings. Wang Zhijiang replied from the police station office, his tone remarkably composed. Was it Secretary Han who instructed you to do this? Wu Cheng inquired directly, cutting through the pretense. County head, please do not overthink the matter. There seems to be some misunderstanding on your part. I wish to clarify things, Wang Zhijiang responded, sensing that Wu Cheng suspected Han Peng's involvement. Wang sighed. I came here privately with my secretary to assess the situation in the villages. I have just ascertained the details of the incident. Your son was setting up roadblocks to collect fees and had plans for future melon cultivation on villagers' land. He even coerced Liu Xiaohua's father into gambling debts to use his daughter as collateral. When I intervened, he had the audacity to strike me with a stick. You are aware that Shisong Town is on the verge of attracting investments, potentially establishing the province's first industrial park. The business environment is crucial, with more leaders likely to visit for inspections. Do you think your son's actions will bode well for his future? Hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Wu Cheng finally realized that this was merely an unfortunate incident, not a targeted attack against him. Wang was correct. For Shisong Town to thrive, such incidents were inevitable, and it was better for them to surface sooner rather than later. Had Wang not fortuitously encountered the situation today, It would have been far too late once Liu Xiaohua's plight became apparent. Simultaneously, Wucheng felt a sense of frustration toward his son for his reckless behavior. Glancing at his secretary's averted gaze, he understood that there were still many facets of this situation he was unaware of. Mayor Wang, I comprehend the situation. I must candidly admit that I have not been diligent in overseeing my son's behavior. This reflects my failure as a father. Regarding this incident, if you could, Wucheng began, now regarding Wang Zhijiang with newfound respect, recognizing that he bore no significant animosity towards him, and that the requisite respect was indeed warranted. County Head, I may choose not to delve deeply into this matter, yet it is imperative that your son corrects his attitude. He must extend a sincere apology and provide appropriate compensation, ensuring that no fault can be found. Otherwise, it will also affect me. Do you comprehend? As the town mayor, it is essential to maintain the necessary authority. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Wu Duxing exhaled in relief, but it was Wang Zhijiang's subsequent remarks that truly moved him. Chapter 57. News of Li Xiaoyang. As you are aware, my visit to the village was to prepare for the forthcoming development of Shisong Town. We are all public servants, and the welfare of the people and the progress of the region must always take precedence. Our objectives have always been aligned, including those of Secretary Han, who has mentioned your past contributions to the populace. I aspire to learn from esteemed predecessors like yourself. Wang Zhijiang understood that Wu Daqiang's mistakes should not fall upon County Chief Wu. It is indeed a rare endeavor for the state to cultivate a county chief. The path of officialdom is arduous, and having an additional ally reduces adversities. Though we have yet to meet, I now grasp why Secretary Han and Minister Jean hold you in such high regard. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I can feel the weight of age upon me. Wu Daxing's demeanor relaxed considerably, as he had not anticipated Wang Zhijiang to possess such profound insight into the intricacies of governance, coupled with a genuine concern for the populace and regional advancement. After being interrogated for half an hour, Wu Daqiang sensed that this time was indeed different. When Wu Daxing finally concluded his business and arrived at the Shisong Town police station, Wu Daqiang was met with a barrage of reprimands, his face bearing the unmistakable imprint of 2 slaps before it ended. Subsequently, County Chief Wu took his son to the town health clinic to visit Song Guangming and insisted that his son apologize. Fortunately, Song Guangming had not sustained any fractures, merely requiring ample rest. The issues concerning Liu Xiaohua's father's gambling debts and the villagers' grievances were addressed, with compensation and apologies duly rendered. Wu Daqiang was also subjected to 15 days of administrative detention, marking the conclusion of the matter. Director Bai was instructed to ensure his son faced severe penalties for any future transgressions. Having resolved the situation, Wang Zhijiang ventured alone into the village to continue his observations. Minor issues were addressed directly with the village secretary, and he spent the entire day traversing the village until dusk fell. On the morning of July 1st at 10 a.m., Yulin Xiang, Wang Zhijiang, and other key town leaders awaited at the entrance of the town government. Secretary, you need not wait here. The Zhua company has arrived. Our presence signifies our town's earnest commitment. Meeting in the conference room will suffice. Wang Zhijiang smiled at Yulin Xiang, appreciating his efforts. Zhijiang, your presence here makes my absence inappropriate. This investment was hard-won through your efforts, and should I not be present, the company might perceive discord between us, which would be detrimental to their investment in our locality. The convoy from Zhui Sunshine Company arrived, and, as they descended, Zhuolin and her accompanying team hastened their pace upon seeing the crowd awaiting them. Oh dear, Mayor Wang, I cannot believe we have kept the leaders waiting. This truly embarrasses me. Zhuolin proactively extended her hand to shake Wang Zhijiang's. Wang Zhijiang diligently introduced Zhuolin to the leadership team of Shisong Town, including several department heads with whom they would intersect in the future. In the conference room, Zhuolin's proposal took Wang Zhijiang by surprise. He had not anticipated her intention to invest in the construction of over 200 greenhouses for cultivating honeydew melons. Zhuolin was primarily impressed by Wang Zhijiang's influence in Shisong Town. Even Wang Zhijiang's superiors expressed their commitment to fully support the construction of Zhuo's Sunshine Factory and related endeavors, which reassured Zhuolin that her visit was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, the Zhuo team commenced a thorough investigation of Shisong Town, planning to return with a comprehensive proposal. In the following days, Wang Zhijiang was engrossed in various tasks, including preliminary assessments of the industrial park's location. On the afternoon of July 3rd, he sat in his office, contemplating, and picked up his phone to make a call. "Liang, have you wrapped up your matters over there?" Upon seeing Li Shuoyang's call, he inferred that the business was concluded. "Zhijiang, I was just about to call you. Do you have any idea how much we made this time? I never imagined I could handle such a substantial sum." Li Shuoyang's voice trembled with excitement, attributing his financial success entirely to Wang Zhijiang. "Liang, the reason I am calling you now is to discuss something of utmost importance. Once your funds are released, invest them entirely in several Southeast Asian countries to short sell, starting with Indonesia and Malaysia." Wang Zhijiang was aware of the sequence of this storm and urged Li Shuoyang to remember it clearly, cautioning him against any errors. Li Shuoyang, trusting Wang Zhijiang's guidance without question, expressed his own challenges, admitting that he had exerted considerable effort to complete the dealings in Siam, wondering how he would manage the others in such a short time frame. "Liang, rest assured, I have already identified someone to assist you. Just call him. He is Guo Baoli, the second-generation heir of the wealthiest family in Malaysia, and he will undoubtedly help us find a professional institution to handle this matter. Do not disclose the specifics of our operations beforehand. Instead, sign a confidentiality agreement with them. They will manage the operations for us, and it will be concluded in no time." Moreover, Wang Zhijiang advised Li Shuoyang to repay the funds of his two friends first, using only his own capital, as any excess would surely attract the attention of the fund institutions. Wang Zhijiang had previously discussed this matter with Guo Baoli, who found it quite straightforward, given that the Guo family's commercial empire spanned all of Southeast Asia. Wang Zhijiang also intended to inform Guo Baoli about the impending financial storm. However, in his previous life, the Guo family had remained largely unaffected, likely due to their elevated status and prior preparations. Li Shuoyang was astonished by Wang Zhijiang's connections with Malaysia's wealthiest family, but he had no time to ponder further, promptly attending to Wang Zhijiang's instructions. 2 days later, after completing a round of dealings in Southeast Asia and transferring all funds to a domestic company account, Li Shuoyang finally felt a sense of closure, although he was so exhilarated that he spent the entire night sleepless. Due to the recent distribution of 5 billion yuan each to Su Qin and Gu Fan, I have amassed a staggering 100 billion yuan. At the current exchange rate, this equates to over 800 billion in funds. On the morning of July 7th, in the office of Elder Li in the capital, since Elder Li partnered with Elder Jiang to advance institutional reform, the outcomes reported from across the nation have been quite fruitful. The impact is evident, and it is clear to all that the results have indeed enabled the government to operate with greater efficiency. The Li family has also reaped considerable political achievements, especially with Elder Jiang's attitude towards Elder Li being markedly improved compared to before. At this moment, Secretary Suo Chunming knocked on Elder Li's door. "Come in, Elder Li. The bank's headquarters just reported a substantial amount of foreign funds being transferred into the country, but they are having difficulty investigating it." Chapter 58. Elder Li's Dilemma. Suo Chunming was taken aback to hear the hurried report from the bank upon his arrival this morning, as such occurrences have been rare since the founding of the nation. The amount was so significant that it nearly overwhelmed the bank's personnel. Initially, they intended to quickly ascertain the details, but upon investigation, they were stunned to discover that the capital belonged to Qiming Capital, which is owned by Elder Li's grandson, Li Shuoyang. Who would dare to investigate it recklessly? The Li family's collaboration with Elder Jiang on institutional reform has yielded obvious results, and astute observers recognize that the Li family's influence will be further strengthened. However, the source of this over 800 billion yuan must be clarified, as it is a matter of great magnitude. Elder Li looked up and chuckled. "Ah, Xiaoming, what is the matter? If foreign funds are unclear, they can simply inquire and investigate. Is this something you need to report to me?" Elder Li's mood had been quite pleasant lately, and he found it odd to see his secretary so flustered. With numerous significant national affairs at hand, he had grown accustomed to various situations. Well, a sum exceeding 800 billion yuan has been transferred from abroad, and it is linked to Qi Ming Capital, your grandson Li Shiweliang's company. Elderly was momentarily taken aback. The mention of 800 billion yuan left him astonished. For it was an immense sum in a nation where the average wage was merely a few hundred yuan. Whose company did you say? Elder Li's voice rose in surprise. Your grandson Li Shiweliang's Qi Ming Capital. Suo Chuming replied, perplexed. Li Shiweliang, a distinguished graduate of the finance department at Capital University, had indeed established Qi Ming Capital successfully. Yet, the sheer volume of funds transferred from abroad was beyond comprehension. Such a sum could not even be acquired through robbery. Elderly furrowed his brow, concerned that his grandson might be involved in illegal activities that could tarnish the Li family's reputation. However, upon reflection, he realized that Li Shiweliang was not the type to engage in wrongdoing and had no need to do so, especially considering how strict he was with his descendants. All right, I understand. I will clarify this matter. You may leave and attend to your duties, Elderly said, deep in thought. He took out his phone to call Li Shiweliang, but there was no answer. He then dialed his younger son, Li Guocheng. Guocheng, why isn't your son answering his phone? Where is he? Elderly inquired directly, his tone somewhat stern. Father, Su Liang should be resting at home. He mentioned last night that he has been exhausted from work these past few days. Li Guocheng, who is currently at the office, finds it peculiar that his father rarely calls him, especially to inquire about Su Liang's whereabouts. Li Lao is equally perplexed. After all, his grandson is indeed fatigued. With the company accumulating over 80 billion, it's understandable that he would be worn out. I will return home for lunch. You should too. Li Lao believes it is best to clarify the situation in person. At the Li family's dining table, Li Lao and Li Guocheng are seated as the housekeeper sets the dishes before them. Just then, Su Liang, still drowsy, ambles over. Su Liang feels a sense of grievance. Just when he was enjoying a deep slumber, his father had roused him. Upon reaching the table, he notices his grandfather seated there. Rubbing his eyes, he realizes he is not mistaken and wonders how his usually busy grandfather has time to return home for lunch. Sitting upright at the table, Su Liang waits for Li Lao to speak. Xiao Yang, what have you been up to lately? Li Lao inquires, his expression remaining unchanged. Grandfather, I've just been busy with company matters and feeling a bit tired. There hasn't been much else, Su Liang replies, somewhat apprehensively, aware that individuals of Li Lao's stature command considerable respect in the capital. You claim to have done nothing? Early this morning, the bank monitoring personnel reported to me. This is not a mere 800. It is over 800 billion. Explain how this came about and whether there was any wrongdoing. Li Lao's brow furrows as his tone grows stern. Li Guocheng, overhearing his father's words, is taken aback. How could his son suddenly possess such a vast amount of funds? Yet, he knows his father would not speak falsely. The reason for today's lunch must be related to his son's affairs. Dad, when did this happen? Could there be a mistake? Where did Su Liang's Qi Ming Capital acquire such substantial funding? Li Guocheng glances at his still sleepy son and turns back to Li Lao. Su Liang is astonished that his grandfather has caught wind of this matter so swiftly. The funds only arrived in the company's account last night. Grandfather, rest assured, I wouldn't dare to engage in any illegal activities. This money has all been earned legitimately. Su Liang Zetpeng Hao Sesti Li. Indeed, some time ago, I met with Wang Zhijiang. He graduated from the finance department of Jiangdong University and predicted the Asian financial crisis. He advised me to raise funds to short-sell Siam Pearl and subsequently to short-sell Indonesia and Malaysia. Su Liang recounts the events to his grandfather, while Li Guocheng listens in astonishment, realizing Wang Zhijiang's predictions are remarkably accurate. Grandfather, as you know, I graduated from the finance department of Beijing University and Zhijiang from Jiangdong University. However, I must admit, his understanding of the financial market far surpasses mine, which is something I greatly admire. Furthermore, he assured me that pursuing this venture would pose no issues, given that it is all legally obtained. The Li family status is well established, even if someone dares to covet. They must think twice. Moreover, despite the legitimacy of these funds, once they are secured, I still intend to contribute to the nation. Otherwise, even with lawful earnings, I fear there may be discontent among the higher-ups, as the country remains impoverished and in need of financial support. This afternoon, I intend to visit Jiangdong to discuss how we might contribute to our country and silence the higher-ups. Li Shuoyang candidly expressed his thoughts. Even recalling his grandfather's words about comrade Wang Zhijiang's commendable political acumen, Li Lao's expression softened, since there was no violation of the law and the means were legitimate. No one could object. However, he felt his understanding of comrade Wang Zhijiang was still rather superficial, particularly regarding the nuanced handling of funds once acquired. With a slight smile, Li Lao inquired, "Xiaoyang, why did you not consult us beforehand and instead chose to act unilaterally?" Witnessing his grandfather's rare smile, Li Shuoyang managed a wry grin. "Grandfather, this is merely a business matter. Even if I were to fail, it would not have significant repercussions, especially for the Li family." Zhijiang mentioned that if this endeavor succeeds, it would not only benefit our family, but also deter other influential families from targeting us lightly. Chapter 59. Li Lao's approval upon hearing Li Shuoyang's words. Li Lao chuckled with satisfaction. "Well said. Xiaoyang, you have done exceptionally well this time. While politics may not suit you, your actions have indeed greatly aided the Li family. A modest amount of funding may not significantly impact national or local development, but such a substantial sum is different. Every region's growth necessitates financial backing." This was the first time Li Shuoyang had received praise from his grandfather, filling him with a sense of pride, though he acknowledged that it was Wang Zhijiang's guidance that made this transformation possible. "Xiaoyang, who would have thought that one day my son would become a wealthy magnate? As your father, I feel immense pride." Li Guoqing reflected, having long harbored regrets about Li Shuoyang not pursuing a political career. Yet he felt a sense of acceptance at this moment. However, Li Lao reminded him, "Xiaoyang, when you meet Wang Zhijiang this afternoon, be sure to seek his counsel on how to make the most of such a vast sum of money, and inquire about his intentions regarding his call to serve the country. How about this? You meet with him this afternoon and invite him to come to the capital with you tomorrow. I wish to meet this young comrade." The two were taken aback by Li Lao's words. Recognizing Wang Zhijiang's merits was one thing, but a private meeting was an entirely different matter. "Father, while comrade Wang Zhijiang is indeed commendable, joining the Li family comes with its own standards. His age is acceptable, yet his rank seems rather low, and the future remains uncertain." Li Guoqiang cautioned from his side. "Is it not true that he has provided us with a proposal for institutional reform and encouraged me to collaborate with Elder Jiang in promoting this change? Not only has Elder Jiang's attitude towards me improved significantly, but even Bai Gong has commended my courageous stand for national development, despite personal sacrifices. Should we not treat him with due respect?" Li Lao did not perceive himself as belonging to a higher echelon within the Li family, maintaining an open-minded view of Wang Zhijiang. This is the fundamental quality of a top-tier leader. Listening to his father, Li Guoqiang found himself momentarily speechless. "Grandfather, rest assured, I shall express my gratitude to Zhijiang appropriately. Tomorrow, I will bring him to meet you. Would you prefer it to be at your residence or your office?" Li Shuoyang also inquired, as he wishes to assist Wang Zhijiang as well. "The office it is. After all, I share a hierarchical relationship with comrade Wang Zhijiang." After some consideration, Li Lao deemed it more suitable to meet in the office, which would also broaden the horizons of this young comrade. During lunch, Li Shuoyang arrived at his office. It was not long before Su Qin and Gu Fan made their entrance. "Brother Liang, did you not say you would finish your work a couple of days ago? Why have you only returned today? We intended to invite you out for a meal, but you mentioned you were asleep. What urgent matter necessitated our presence at your company?" Su Qin expressed his curiosity, as it was rare for them to visit Brother Liang's office. "Please take a seat. Shortly, I will have the finance department transfer the funds from last time to you. I submitted the request yesterday, and it should be credited today," Li Shuoyang said, while instructing his secretary to serve tea and motioning for the two to sit. Gu Fan wore a puzzled expression. "Brother Liang, we each contributed 5 million. The profit cannot be substantial enough to warrant such a request, right? Could we not simply transfer it directly? Whatever I am about to discuss must remain confidential. You are not to divulge a single word. Li Shuoyang did not answer directly, but fixed a serious gaze upon them. Brother Liang, what is so serious? We are listening. Su Qin had never witnessed Li Shuoyang so earnest. I will first address your previous inquiry regarding the necessity of the bank application yesterday. The reason is that your combined 5 million has transformed into 500 million. Due to the enormity of this sum, an application was requisite. Li Shuoyang maintained a composed demeanor. As soon as Li Shuoyang uttered the words 500 million, Gu Fan inadvertently sprayed his tea across the table. Su Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by laughter. Brother Liang, you must be jesting. I was almost convinced by your serious demeanor. Gu Fan wiped his mouth and interjected. Brother Liang, do not jest. It is reasonable to incur losses, but how could 5 million become 500 million? What business yields such a hundredfold profit? At that moment, both Su Qin and Gu Fan's phones rang simultaneously. They answered without stepping outside. It was indeed the president of the bank where their accounts resided, personally calling to inform them that the substantial sum of 500 million had been credited. He expressed his hopes for their continued support of the bank's endeavors and suggested a meal for a more in-depth discussion in the future. After hanging up, both men looked at Li Shuoyang in astonishment, while he remained unfazed, sipping his tea. Brother Liang, this is rather inappropriate. 500 million is far too alarming. Please, take a portion for yourself. I would be content with a lesser share. We have been friends since childhood, and there is no need for such precise divisions. Su Qin was the first to feel that Li Shuoyang was claiming the lesser share. Indeed, Brother Liang, this is certainly not appropriate. We have contributed nothing. Gu Fan chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Li Shuoyang smiled slightly and reassured them. You need not worry. This time, I have earned even more than you. Since you have placed your trust in me and contributed financially, it is only fitting that you receive a return. However, I must express my gratitude to one individual for this considerable profit. I have merely followed his counsel. This person is Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County, Jiangdong Province. Here is how it all transpired. He recounted the events to the two, who were astounded to learn that he had amassed over 80 billion, legitimately and lawfully, yet undeniably fraught with risk, so there is no need for excessive envy. Their perception of Wang Zhijiang shifted as Li Shuoyang urged them to remember this goodwill and assist him in the future when needed, emphasizing that mutual support is essential when one has facilitated such significant earnings. He also advised them to inform their respective grandfathers about Wang Zhijiang's assistance, hoping it would benefit Wang's future career. Brother Liang, do you think Li Lao holds Wang Zhijiang in high regard? That is somewhat alarming. It is a crucial point. Otherwise, I doubt our family would be concerned about a mere town mayor who graduated from a finance program and has become wealthy, Su Qin thoughtfully remarked. Indeed, I am to meet him in Jiangdong this afternoon. He has enabled me to earn a sum I could never have imagined, and I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Money is certainly not what he seeks. I suppose I shall determine that upon our meeting. Chapter 60. Liang Wenlong's thoughts. Brother Liang, if that is the case, let's go together to meet him. He has indeed aided us, and 5 billion is no trifling amount. It will be beneficial for our family. Surely, grandfather will inquire personally. If we fail to express our thanks in person, our family will surely think me ungrateful. Moreover, meeting him allows us to report back to grandfather, Gu Fan proposed thoughtfully. Li Shuoyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is appropriate to thank him face to face. You have yet to meet him. Without delay, the three purchased tickets and flew to Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, in the capital, the sudden influx of colossal funds from Li Shuoyang had stirred a flurry of speculation. The government maintains oversight over such immense financial movements, and families comparable to the Li family were already aware of the situation. Consequently, discussions ensued within these families regarding the previously inconspicuous Li Shuoyang, who, among the third generation of the Li family, had been overshadowed by the more prominently nurtured Li Shueming. Curiously, the usually stern Li Lao had remained silent, as if the matter had never occurred. Later that afternoon, Wang Zhijiang received a call from Director Cheng, informing him that the bidding for the highway project had concluded, with two companies meeting the requirements, leaving the final decision to Wang Zhijiang. Cheng then expressed a desire to dine with Wang that evening to discuss matters further, to which Wang agreed after a moment's contemplation. After hanging up, Cheng Kai sat on the sofa in his office, his expression pensive, addressing the young man seated opposite him. Xiaolong, he has accepted the invitation. The young man's face radiated pride as he nodded with a smile in response to Cheng Kai. K, you are aware that our Liang family has been strategically positioning itself in other provinces during this period. This matter holds significant importance. My father understands that your tenure in Jiangdong is nearing its end. Do you grasp the implications? Cheng Kai sighed internally as he regarded the young man before him. Liang Wenlong, a third-generation scion of the Liang family in the capital. The Liang family, although situated in the capital, could merely be classified as a third-tier family, primarily due to their strength being rooted in commerce, while their political influence remains rather feeble. Recently, the Liang family has sensed an opportunity as the higher-ups have permitted private enterprises to engage in local government development projects. They aim to forge collaborations with various provinces to ally with influential provincial leaders, thereby enhancing the Liang family's political stature. However, the circumstances vary across provinces. Some leaders hail from capital families, yet many provincial secretaries operate independently and do not necessarily require the assistance of these capital families. Upon reaching ministerial ranks, one must rely on true capability for advancement. This is why the Liang family has taken such elaborate measures to establish indirect connections, as trivial matters are unlikely to attract the attention of these regional governors. It is inconceivable for Liang Wenlong to directly approach any of the provincial leaders. The highest-ranking political figure the Liang family possesses is merely the second-in-command of the organization department, rendering their influence considerably weaker compared to some of the leading families in the capital. Cheng Kai, being a member of the Liang family, observed that while this young man is indeed one of their own, his political acumen and awareness are somewhat lacking, as he is not truly part of a red family. To think that he would request me to assign the tender for the construction of the first-level highway in Shisong Town to Wang Zhijiang is quite beyond reason, as such decisions do not rest with me. Cheng Kai, contemplating this, spoke candidly. Xiaolong, let me be frank with you. Although Wang Zhijiang is merely a small-town mayor, he publicly contradicted Governor Zhong's views at the last provincial meeting. I investigated privately and discovered that his girlfriend is the daughter of Secretary Qin Limin. This was the extent of what Cheng Kai could ascertain. He did not concern himself with county or city matters, nor did he dare probe into any connections with Tan Guoming, as they operated on different levels. However, Qin Limin possesses substantial power as a provincial standing committee member and is also the secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee, which surprised him. It was difficult to comprehend what qualities this mayor possessed to attract Qin Limin's attention. A provincial standing committee member would not merely seek capability in a prospective son-in-law. Upon hearing Cheng Kai's words, Liang Wenlong remained unfazed. Uncle Kai, what is there to fear when this minor town mayor has already offended the governor? As the director of investment promotion, your rank surpasses that of this mayor by leaps and bounds. Wang Zhijiang is merely the boyfriend of Qin Limin's daughter. He is not guaranteed to become the son-in-law. Besides, does the reputation of the capital's Liang family not intimidate a mere town mayor? Liang Wenlong believed that the Jiangdong project itself was not substantial. If the Liang family acquired it at a low cost, they could establish it as a benchmark project and subsequently observe which provincial dignitary in Jiangdong might take notice, allowing them to express their interest in collaboration. Naturally, the Liang family would provide adequate support regarding political achievements in business, as they lacked the capacity and qualifications to cultivate their own provincial leaders. Hien que lamented. I believe we should meet for dinner tonight to cautiously discuss matters. If that proves unfruitful, we shall seek alternative solutions. Cheng Kai firmly believed in the importance of subtlety in official dealings. Tearing relationships asunder would undeniably reflect immaturity. Uncle Kai, fret not, I shall take the lead. After all, he is merely a small-town mayor. It is not something to take too seriously. Liang Wendong felt that by personally engaging in a thorough conversation and demonstrating his capabilities, he could secure the outcome he desired. Meanwhile, Just as Wang Zhijiang ended his call with Chang Kai and prepared to step out, he received a call from Li Shuoyang. Zhijiang, do you have any plans for this evening? I'm about to board a flight, accompanied by 2 friends. We should arrive in Jiangzhou later tonight, and we intend to visit you in Shisong town. Li Shuoyang, while preparing for takeoff in the capital, reached out to Wang Zhijiang. Brother Liang, I have a dinner engagement in Jiangzhou. Please head directly to the Jiangwo Hotel and reserve a private room for me. Once I conclude my business here, I shall join you. All right then, we'll send you the room number once we arrive. Li Shuoyang concluded the call and boarded the plane with Su Qin and Gu Fan. The Jiangwo Hotel is regarded as the finest establishment in Jiangzhou, boasting a quintessential European and American aesthetic, characterized by the essence of the era. Wang Zhijiang surmised Chang Kai's intentions were likely related to the bidding process. As the head of the department responsible for the bids, it was essential to maintain a semblance of decorum. If necessary, he could politely decline. In the private room 106 at the Jiangwo Hotel, Chang Kai occupied the main seat, with Liang Wendong to his right. Just as they placed their orders, Wang Zhijiang entered. Apologizing, my sincerest apologies, Director Cheng. Jiangzhou is quite a distance from Shisong town. I hope I am not late. Not all, Mayor Wang. We have only just arrived ourselves, having placed our orders moments ago. Your presence is indeed a favor to me. Allow me to introduce my friend. The owner of Longting Company, one of the successful bidders, Liang Wendong. Cheng Kai smiled as he introduced Liang Wendong to Wang Zhijiang. Chapter 61. Courtesy before conflict, Wang Zhijiang examined Liang Wendong, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, dressed impeccably, a clear indication of someone with high standards for life. Confidence radiated from his demeanor as he subtly assessed Wang Zhijiang. Longting? Could it be that he hails from the Liang family in the capital? Wang Zhijiang pondered, gradually piecing together the connection. It seemed that Cheng Kai was indeed affiliated with the prominent Liang family. Liang Wendong approached Wang Zhijiang with a smile, extending his hand. Mayor Wang, I have long heard Director Cheng speak highly of you, and upon meeting you, I can certainly attest to your remarkable presence. To Liang Wendong's surprise, Wang Zhijiang appeared youthful and charismatic, contrary to the mature aura often associated with young officials in his mind. Furthermore, Liang Wendong was aware that Wang Zhijiang lacked any significant background. His position as mayor was primarily supported by the county party secretary. As for the provincial standing committee member and future son-in-law of Jiangzhou as party secretary, Qin Limin, Liang Wendong deemed it unlikely. Romance could flourish between anyone. Yet how could a mayor without connections attract Qin Limin's attention? Mr. Liang, you are being overly modest. Your participation and success in the bidding process not only reflect your formidable capabilities, but also serve as a robust support for the development of our Wesong town. Upon witnessing Mr. Liang Wenlong's courteous demeanor, Wang Zhijiang reciprocated, albeit somewhat perplexed about the purpose of Cheng Kai's summons. Originally, Cheng Kai was scheduled to present the results of the 2 successful bidders to him the following morning. After a round of pleasantries, the 3 took their seats. With Cheng Kai occupying the main position, Mr. Liang to his right, and Wang Zhijiang to his left. The dishes arrived promptly, and after exchanging a few words and sharing a couple of drinks, Cheng Kai finally spoke. Mayor Wang, the results of the bidding were announced this morning. 2 companies were selected, one being Mr. Liang's Longting Company, and the other, Shengpeng Company. Here are the profiles of both firms. Please take a look. Cheng Kai produced the documents from his briefcase and handed them to Wang Zhijiang. Realization dawned on Wang Zhijiang regarding Cheng Kai's intent in calling him here. Clearly, it was to assist Mr. Liang Wenlong in securing the bid. Wang Zhijiang found no objection to this. If Mr. Liang could successfully manage the project in accordance with the bidding requirements, it would undoubtedly be a positive outcome. Kindness towards others is a common practice in the political arena. As Wang Zhijiang perused the materials provided by Cheng Kai, he noted with concern that Longting Company's actual operational figures over the past 3 years were surprisingly meager, and other criteria were entirely inadequate. The promised requirement for demonstrated experience in road construction was only partially fulfilled, with the company having merely assisted another firm on one occasion rather than participating fully. Wang Zhijiang's expression darkened at this realization. He mused internally that while the company may not fully meet the requirements, it should at least score somewhat high, as he was aware that the standards were not low. However, the bid documents were shockingly dismissive of the seriousness of the process, appearing to be a mere farce. Wang Zhijiang surmised that this was not Chen Kai's doing, but rather a product of Mr. Liang's influence. Turning his attention to the profile of the other company, he was struck by the name of its owner, Ho Shipeng. He recalled that this individual had previously been part of the establishment and had transitioned into the private sector, where he had become one of the 10 wealthiest individuals in Jiangdong, with a net worth exceeding 100 billion. Shangpeng Group had diversified its operations extensively, engaging in hydropower, thermal supply, highway operations, and energy chemistry, among others. The highways constructed under its banner surpassed 100 kilometers, earning accolades from the provincial and even national government due to the company's stringent quality control, underscoring the immense dedication Ho Shipeng had invested in his enterprise. Yet, Wang Zhijiang lamented that fate had dealt a cruel hand to this individual. Despite his significant contributions to local development, the founder, Ho Shipeng, had passed away at the tender age of 58. Now, Ho Shipeng was merely 32, having only recently ventured into entrepreneurship with the establishment of Shangpeng Company. Leveraging his former connections within the system and his commitment to quality, he had successfully undertaken several road projects, albeit on a smaller scale. Nonetheless, Wang Zhijiang was resolute in his belief that this highway project must be awarded to Ho Shipeng's Shangpeng Company. Director Cheng, I have examined the materials, and it appears that Mr. Liang's company does not align with the requirements I initially outlined, does it? At this moment, Wang Zhijiang ceased to be subtle and directly addressed the crux of the matter, his expression remarkably composed. Upon hearing his words, Liang Wendong's countenance lost its previous mirth, and he regarded Wang Zhijiang with a stoic gaze. Ah, Mayor Wang, while it is true that Mr. Liang's company lacks experience in constructing first-class highways, the formidable strength of Dragon Group, which backs Mr. Liang's Longting Company, cannot be overlooked. This highway construction project is relatively modest in scale, and I assure you that Mr. Liang is entirely capable of executing it successfully. Rest assured. Chen Kai found himself in a predicament. He knew that Wang Zhijiang was well aware of the close relationship he shared with Liang Wendong. Director Cheng, this highway construction project is crucial for the actual development of our Shisong town. If an unqualified company were to undertake the project, any ensuing issues would fall solely upon me. Wang Zhijiang, do you deem this appropriate? Wang Zhijiang was unequivocal on this matter. If Longting Company indeed met the criteria, there would be no issue in extending a courtesy to Chen Kai. At that moment, Chen Kai was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond, while Liang Wendong interjected. My dear Wang, pray tell, what conditions must be met for me to secure the bid for the Shisong Town Highway Construction Project? Liang Wendong inquired, his demeanor calm as he gestured toward Wang Zhijiang. Mr. Liang, you are placing me in a rather difficult position. If you haven't even met the basic bidding requirements, how could you possibly be awarded the contract? Wouldn't you agree? Wang Zhijiang chose to confront Liang Wendong's inquiry head-on, casting a glance at Chen Kai. His response caused Liang Wendong's expression to darken. If respectful discourse was not yielding results, a different approach would be necessary. My dear Wang, Director Cheng and I have come with sincerity. To speak frankly, I am determined to secure this highway project in Shisong Town. You may state any demands you wish. Whatever we can achieve, we shall certainly accomplish. However, should you refuse, it appears your tenure as a mere town mayor may soon reach its conclusion. Liang Wendong regarded Wang Zhijiang with an unflinching gaze. In response to Liang Wendong's words, Wang Zhijiang smiled. Is this how the Liang family from the capital conducts themselves? When bribery fails, do they resort to threats? How rather disheartening. Chapter 62. A complete break. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's remarks, Chen Kai was utterly astonished. It was clear that Wang Zhijiang had a profound understanding of their backgrounds, and he lamented that he should not have come today. Meanwhile, Liang Wendong appeared indifferent. He regarded Wang Zhijiang as inconsequential, believing all along that Wang Zhijiang lacked the qualification to challenge him. Oh, it seems you are quite aware, so I need not elaborate further. You are well aware of the power of the Liang family from the capital. Do you truly believe that a mere town mayor like yourself can compare? Liang Wendong spoke with palpable arrogance. Wang Zhijiang remained unperturbed. I know you have undoubtedly conducted thorough investigations in my background, yet I do not believe you possess any leverage over me. Although you hail from the third generation of the Liang family, your lineage here in Jiangdong is likely not of the direct line. The Liang family's primary influence lies within the business realm. What makes you think I would fear you? Wang Zhijiang's composure stemmed from his confidence. He was no longer the pliable individual of his past. With the support of the county committee and the backing of his senior colleagues in the city, not to mention the influential figures Qin Limin and Tan Guoming at the provincial level, as well as Li Shuoyang, he felt fortified. The attempts of the Liang family, a third-rate political clan from the capital, to undermine him were not only unrealistic, but also required careful consideration of the costs involved. If faced with significant resistance, anyone would weigh the merits of their endeavors. At that moment, Liang Wenlong was genuinely incensed. Although he maintained a low profile in the capital due to the formidable strength of its families, he was taken aback by the audacity of a mere town mayor in a small locality treating him with such disdain. Chen Kai attempted to mediate, saying, "Mayor Wang, we are all friends here. There's no need for such hostility. How about we discuss this privately in my office tomorrow morning?" However, Liang Wenlong could no longer contain his frustration. "Kai, there is no need for further discussion. He is just a small town mayor. How much worldly experience could he possibly have?" Wang Zhijiang, I only refer to you as mayor out of respect, but you clearly lack awareness of your own position. Don't think we are unaware of your background. Just because of your connection to Qin Limin, do you naively believe that dating his daughter will elevate you to the status of his son-in-law? Do not be so foolish. Do you truly think you would offend our Liang family for your sake? Liang Wenlong's expression was one of mocking disdain. Chen Kai was reluctant to confront Wang Zhijiang, recognizing the young man's capability and his commitment to serving the public, which earned him respect within the system. He hoped to shield Wang from any repercussions arising from Liang Wenlong's wrath. Wang Zhijiang, resolute, declared, "You need not concern yourself with my affairs. I stand firm, whatever you, Liang Wenlong, have in store. I am prepared to face it head-on." With that, he rose and exited the private room. The atmosphere among the three became tense and unwelcoming. Upon entering room 103, Wang Zhijiang was greeted by three individuals. Li Shuoyang, displaying his usual directness, embraced him warmly. "Zhijiang, thank you so much. This is the first time my grandfather has acknowledged me." Wang Zhijiang gently disentangled himself from Li Shuoyang's embrace, smiling slightly. "Liang, I do have a girlfriend, and your exuberance might lead her to misunderstand our relationship. Let me introduce you to your two friends." After they settled in, Li Shuoyang introduced his companions. "This is Su Qin, and this is Gu Fan. I trust you are aware of their esteemed families. Thanks to your guidance, each of them has indirectly earned a staggering 500 million. This is Wang Zhijiang, the current mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County, Kaidong City, Jiangdong Province. And he is only 23 years old." Wang Zhijiang nodded, anticipating that Li Shuoyang's acquaintances would not be ordinary individuals. It appeared that they were the grandsons of esteemed families, neither of whom had pursued a career in politics, yet their standing was comparable to that of the Li family, fostering a camaraderie among the three. The two looked at Wang Zhijiang, who possessed an almost strikingly handsome demeanor, with a hint of curiosity. Although Li Shuoyang had mentioned the benefits of Wang's guidance, they pondered how it was possible for someone like Wang Zhijiang to be acquainted with their friend, even though they were acquainted. How could Brother Liang so readily produce such substantial funds to short the Southeast Asian market without hesitation? At this moment, Gu Fan chuckled. "We are all brothers who grew up alongside Brother Liang. Just like Brother Liang, I shall call you Zhijiang." To be candid, when Brother Liang first mentioned this matter to us, we thought he was jesting. It was only upon receiving the call from the bank that we realized he had indeed made a profit of 500 million. I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude extensively. We are brothers now, and if you need anything, just let me know. Su Qin, nodding in agreement, added, "What I wish to convey is akin to his sentiment. Just give a shout if there is a need." Li Shuoyang was aware that the duo's respect for Wang Zhijiang stemmed from him, yet remained uncertain whether they would genuinely acknowledge Wang in the future. Assisting after earning money was expected, but the nature of the assistance depended on the situation and the individuals involved. Therefore, he spoke up in front of everyone. Zhijiang, I have come today with a task. Are you busy tomorrow? Li Shuoliang intantiunali inkirat. Tomorrow? I may have some discussions in the morning, but I should be free in the afternoon. Wang Zhijiang reflected on his upcoming conversation with Cheng Kai regarding the highway bidding. Aiming to ensure Ho Shiping's bid was successful to expedite progress and prevent Liang Wenlong from causing delays. In that case, tomorrow afternoon, you shall accompany us back to the capital. Grandfather has instructed me to bring you to his office for a discussion. Li Shuoliang declared without a hint of hesitation, much to Wang Zhijiang's astonishment. Your grandfather? Old Li wishes to see me? Wang Zhijiang exclaimed, his shock evident as he stammered. The two bystanders exchanged bewildered glances, equally astonished. Wang Zhijiang, merely a small-town mayor, seemed vastly unqualified to meet someone of old Li's stature. Moreover, it was old Li who requested the meeting, prompting them to re-evaluate Wang Zhijiang, the seemingly insignificant town mayor spoken of by Brother Liang. They even contemplated reporting this matter to their families. Old Li was a pillar of the nation, wielding considerable influence throughout Huagua, and his recent collaboration with Elder Jiang on institutional reforms had further elevated his prominence. Regardless of how much Wang Zhijiang helped Brother Liang earn, it could never attract old Li's attention. Clearly, there were matters unknown to the two, complexities that transcended their superficial understanding. Wang Zhijiang was taken aback by the extent of old Li's attention towards him due to the recent dealings with the Li family. Even in this new life, he never imagined he would have the opportunity to meet someone of old Li's caliber. This moment could be regarded as the most exhilarating of Wang Zhijiang's 2 lifetimes. Chapter 63. Their Conversation, Brother Liang. This isn't about the previous incident, is it? Wang Zhijiang felt a twinge of anxiety. As a mere town mayor, had his involvement with a prominent family like the Li's provoked old Li's ire? Li Shuoliang smiled slightly. Zhijiang, I'm not privy to the specifics of why grandfather seeks you out. You know as well as I that none of us dare to presume what he desires. However, previously, when my grandfather mentioned you, he praised you, stating that you are a dedicated official who cares for the nation and its people. You need not feel anxious. I'm not anxious, not at all. Then, tomorrow afternoon, I will return to the capital with you. Although Wang Zhijiang spoke these words, he genuinely felt nervous. Hearing Li Shuoliang mention that Elder Li had praised him filled him with excitement. Elder Li is such a distinguished figure that even Provincial Secretary Tan Guoming would scarcely dare to breathe in his presence. Upon observing Wang Zhijiang's anxious demeanor, Li Shuoliang found it amusing, yet he too felt a sense of astonishment. His grandfather sets high standards for both family and officials within the system. His father and uncle rarely received any praise from their grandfather, while Wang Zhijiang, a mere town mayor, despite having rendered significant assistance to the Li family, found it somewhat incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Su Qin and Gu Fan, who were nearby, exhibited even more warmth towards Wang Zhijiang, and he soon realized that Li Shuoliang had intentionally revealed this matter to foster genuine friendship and support from the two. He felt a profound gratitude towards Li Shuoliang. After their meal, it was already past 7. Li Shuoliang took Wang Zhijiang to the Industrial and Commercial Bank to transfer Wang Zhijiang's original capital of 100,000 and the 2 million he had earned into Wang Zhijiang's account. Even though it was past 7 in the evening, Li Shuoliang had no trouble arranging this with the headquarters in the capital, as the bank cherished him dearly, considering him almost like a revered ancestor, given that over 80 billion was resting in his account. Subsequently, Wang Zhijiang transferred 1 million, inclusive of principal and interest, to Chaobing. This profit was acceptable. He feared that giving too much might adversely affect his political career. At the Jiangwo Hotel, in Li Shuoliang's room, the two sipped tea. Zhijiang, due to your status as a public servant, I can only offer you profits based on your initial capital. Otherwise, anything more would be unwarranted. Li Shuoliang candidly expressed his thoughts. Without Wang Zhijiang's involvement, Li Shuoliang could never have earned this unimaginable fortune. Brother Liang, my aspirations do not lie here. To speak rather boldly, if I were to abandon my political career for business, earning money would be quite effortless. The development of the nation and the well-being of the people are my true ideals. Wang Zhijiang had completely embraced Li Shuoyang as a confidant, speaking casually and freely. I completely believe that. By the way, last time you mentioned that after I made money, I should contribute to the nation in some way. My grandfather also wishes to know what you would have me do. However, to speak frankly, I believe it is somewhat unnecessary. Li Shuoyang was reluctant at heart. With the stature of the Li family, he felt that no one had the right to question how he earned his money through legitimate means. Yet, he was curious to hear Wang Zhijiang's perspective, as this fortune was indeed garnered through Wang Zhijiang's efforts. Wang Zhijiang's expression grew earnest. Brother Liang, I understand your perspective. You believe that money earned through lawful means should not come with the obligation to assist the nation, especially considering the substantial risks taken to earn it this time, correct? Wang Zhijiang comprehended Li Shuoyang's sentiments, believing there was no necessity for him to contribute to the state, as this wealth had been entirely derived from his guidance. However, you have not considered the deeper reasons behind this. It may seem disrespectful for me to say so, but it is the truth. Imagine if it were not for the existence of the Huagua. What would the Li family amount to? We are all citizens of Huagua, and our ability to thrive, as well as the influence of the Li family within Huagua, is predicated upon the nation's existence. The extent of Huagua's development directly correlates to the Li family's potential for growth. Do you understand what I mean? You are aware that in the small nations of Southeast Asia, had we been born there, you might not even know how many countries exist in that region, let alone achieve what we have today. Wang Zhijiang's words struck a chord with Li Shuoyang. Indeed, Li Shuoyang had never considered the problem from such a perspective. Born into a prominent family, he had never faced the struggles of life. Yet, all of this is a result of Huagua, the country that has provided for us. If Huagua had not developed to its current state, the Li family would not exist at all. Li Shuoyang lowered his head, feeling a sense of shame. It seems that grandfather was right, Zhijiang. You are indeed suited for governance. I had always thought my circumstances were a given and had never viewed the nation from this angle. Now I understand why grandfather often emphasizes that national development and the welfare of the populace must always come first. Wang Zhijiang replied calmly. Old Li is a pillar of Huagua. His vision is exceptional. His strictness with his children stems from an understanding of the difficulties in national development and the prevailing poverty in our country. Therefore, my suggestion this time is to allocate 100 billion to assist the state in acquiring the core assets of Guangdong province that are at risk of bankruptcy, to prevent them from falling into foreign hands. These are invaluable assets for Huagua, crucial for our future foreign trade development. Moreover, by doing this, Li Shuoyang would also gain visibility at the higher echelons, enhancing the trust the upper levels have in the Li family. The recent Asian financial crisis has impacted Huagua primarily through the foreign trade enterprises in Guangdong province and the stock market in Gangwon. The stock market in Gangwon has only recently returned, and your financial capacity is insufficient to support it. However, the upper management certainly intends to acquire the core foreign trade assets of Guangdong province. But in light of the stock market crisis in Gangwon, they may not prioritize foreign trade. Thus, safeguarding the core foreign trade assets from losses is the task you must undertake. Li Shuoyang was somewhat taken aback at the suggestion of 100 billion. He had not anticipated Wang Zhijiang would propose such a substantial sum. Nevertheless, Wang Zhijiang's analysis was indeed accurate. The Gangwon stock market would inevitably come under attack from international capital, as the United States is not to be underestimated. Having tasted success in Southeast Asia, it would undoubtedly seek to take a bite out of Huagua as well. The upper management's intervention in the Gangwon stock market would likely require several hundred billion, so Li Shuoyang would refrain from involvement. Furthermore, as Wang Zhijiang mentioned, it is still early. Such significant matters are typically flagged in advance, so neither of them was particularly worried. Li Shuoyang appeared contemplative. Should I take direct action on this matter, or should I suggest it to grandfather and the higher-ups? Chapter 64. The Doubt of Tang and Li. Let us wait until tomorrow to discuss this face-to-face with old Li and seek his opinion. Wang Zhijiang believed it prudent to address the matter before taking action. Acquiring core foreign trade assets for a sum of 1 billion is no trivial affair. It is wise to solicit Li Lao's insights on how to proceed, as such matters require a higher level of expertise. After their discussion, Wang Zhijiang returned home, as he had engagements the following morning and planned to meet with Li Shiweliang in the afternoon to return to the capital and meet with Li Lao. In another room of the Jiangwo Hotel, Liang Wenlong sat alone on the sofa, sipping tea after having just seen off Chen Kai. He had advised Chen Kai to inform Wang Zhijiang first thing in the morning that the bidding process was still incomplete, thus stalling progress. Shortly after, he received a call from his secretary. President Liang, I have discovered something of paramount importance. The Wang Zhijiang you asked me to investigate has purchased 2 villas in Wudong County, Jiangzhou, for over 500,000. How could a recently appointed grassroots official possibly afford such properties, especially given his ordinary family background? Liang Wenlong's secretary was understandably excited, as this was indeed a significant revelation. Liang was taken aback by his secretary's findings. Wang Zhijiang, coming from a modest family, certainly possessed some capability, but the notion that he could legitimately acquire 2 villas within a month of his appointment was hardly believable. He pondered the human propensity for greed. Listen closely. First thing tomorrow, go to the housing authority and procure the property ownership investigation report. Whether through connections or otherwise, ensure you obtain it. Liang Wenlong found Wang Zhijiang's actions remarkably brazen. A newly appointed town mayor daring to purchase villas under his own name without discretion was quite astonishing. After concluding the call, he contemplated whether to reach out to a certain individual, ultimately deciding to place the call. Hello, who is this? The voice on the other end was somewhat subdued. Uncle Tang, it's Liang Wenlong, Xiaolong. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Liang approached this conversation with more caution than he had with Chen Kai. Oh, it's you, Xiaolong. What can I do for you? The voice belonged to none other than Tang Heli, the executive vice minister of the Jiangdong Provincial Organization Department. Sotang. I am in Jiangdong to secure the road construction pilot project in Shisong Town to forge connections with some prominent figures at the provincial level. However, the town mayor, Wang Zhijiang, has been uncooperative despite my efforts to engage him. Just now, my secretary uncovered that this newly appointed mayor has spent over 500,000 on 2 villas in the heart of Jiangzhou. Liang Wenlong's intentions were crystal clear. He sought to unseat Mayor Wang Zhijiang directly. Writing a report to the disciplinary committee would take too long, and conversing with someone like Tang Heli, as the executive vice minister of the provincial organization department, would expedite matters, as he held the authority to investigate provincial officials. Given that Liang's family head was the deputy minister of the organization department, his influence extended to assessing officials from the level of department head to deputy minister, making Tang Heli the highest-ranking individual within the Liang family's sphere of influence. The resources expended by the Liang family to secure Tang Heli's current position were considerable, and no one was aware of the familial ties. Liang Wenlong wished to keep this connection discreet, but felt compelled to reach out due to the complexity of the situation. Xiaolong, let me ask you this. Are you certain that the funds used by this Mayor Wang Zhijiang to purchase the villas were obtained through corrupt means? Tang Halai and Li also frowned, pondering over Liang Wenlong's actions. Was it necessary for a mere town mayor to involve a high-ranking official like himself? Sotang. I have investigated Wang Zhijiang's background. He hails from an ordinary family. He has only been in office for a month, and it is impossible for him to amass such wealth through legitimate means. I've instructed my secretary to deliver the investigation report to me first thing tomorrow. Liang Wenlong spoke with unwavering confidence, while Chen Kai refrained from informing him that, aside from being the town mayor, Wang Zhijiang was also a best-selling author. All right, Xiaolong. It's not that I doubt your abilities, but I must consult with my superior minister before proceeding. As a deputy minister, I cannot act against the town mayor without prior approval. Tang Halai was not like Chen Kai or Liang Wenlong. As a seasoned official in his 50s, he preferred to deliberate before making decisions. Understood. I will send the report to your secretary tomorrow. I won't disturb you further, Uncle Tang. Goodbye. Liang Wenlong politely ended the call. The following morning, upon arriving at his office, Wang Zhijiang received a call from Chen Kai. who informed him of some issues with the bidding process, requesting Wang to wait another 2 days. After hanging up, Wang's expression darkened. It seemed Chang Kai was beginning to disregard protocol, and Liang Wenlong was determined to take action against him. However, Wang remained unfazed, prepared to counter any moves and planned to head to the capital with Li Shuoyang that afternoon, promptly requesting leave. Meanwhile, in the office of the Executive Deputy Minister of the Provincial Organization Department, Tang Halai reviewed the recently received investigation report, confirming Wang Zhijiang's name. He instructed his secretary to further investigate this town mayor. The organization department could easily look into a town mayor's background, and within half an hour, the secretary returned. Minister, I have just researched Wang Zhijiang. His family background is quite ordinary, but he is notably young, only 23 years old. He was recommended for the mayoral position by 2 influential members of the county committee. Additionally, he is romantically involved with the daughter of Qin Limin, a member of the provincial standing committee. As he spoke, he placed the documents on the desk. Regarding the provincial standing committee meetings, confidentiality was paramount. Hence, no information could be retrieved about them, including Wang Zhijiang's book publication. Tang Halai perused Wang Zhijiang's file, noting that he was a graduate of the finance department of Jiangdong University, boasting an impressive resume. Yet the more he read, the more perplexed he became regarding how Wang Zhijiang managed to secure the backing of such powerful figures in the county committee within just a week. According to the secretary, Wang Zhijiang's political scrutiny indicated he was quite capable, with commendable political acumen. Could someone so young and politically promising truly be involved in corruption? Moreover, purchasing 2 properties within 10 kilometers of both the provincial party compound and municipal government appeared rather brazen. Furthermore, Qin Limin was a prominent figure, a member of the provincial standing committee, and it seemed unlikely he would allow his daughter to associate with someone like Wang. If corruption were to be substantiated, it could lead to significant repercussions. Every aspect here seems unreasonable. Tang and Li firmly believe that there are matters beyond their knowledge, which Liang Wendong is also unaware of. Tang and Li have attained positions of considerable authority at the departmental level, and it can be said that every step in the bureaucratic arena is taken with utmost caution, despite the support of the Liang family. However, at this level, one cannot afford any blemish on their record, should one falsely accuse another and be discovered. Even a minor reprimand would render future advancement to a deputy ministerial position impossible. Chapter 65. The Caution of Tang and Li. It is essential to note that there are only about 3,000 individuals at the deputy ministerial level nationwide, including those from academic and research institutions, with the actual number within government estimated to be around 2,000. Approximately 40,000 individuals hold positions at the departmental level, and it takes about 20 departmental officials for one to ascend to the deputy ministerial rank. Any slight imperfection in one's record will be ruthlessly exploited by competitors. Even if one were photographed visiting an inappropriate venue a decade ago, it would be disqualifying. Thus, one must exercise extreme prudence in their professional conduct. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed his secretary to ascertain whether his superior was in the office, and upon receiving a positive confirmation, he proceeded. Even if he intended to take action against Wang Zhijiang, he needed to consult his superior, the provincial committee member and head of the organization department, to gauge their perspective and test the waters. In the office of the provincial committee member and organization department head, Fang Mingcheng inquired, "Comrade Li, is there something you wish to discuss?" He glanced at his subordinate. "Minister, the higher-ups have been advocating for the development of younger cadres. I have been reviewing the situation of young officials in our province over the past few days and have indeed discovered an outstanding talent. A mere 23 years of age, Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town, as the executive vice minister of the provincial organization department, it was within his purview to assess the cadre across the province. Wang Zhijiang's youth and his recent graduation from Jiangdong University made his nomination exceedingly reasonable." "Oh, you have taken note of this young comrade, Wang?" Fang Mingcheng expressed surprise, for there were numerous mayors throughout the province, yet his subordinate had chosen to focus on Wang Zhijiang. At this moment, Tang and Li's expression remained unchanged, though he felt a surge of astonishment within. It appeared the minister was familiar with this individual, and his manner of address was rather affectionate. Young comrade Wang? Minister, do you know this comrade, Wang Zhijiang? Tang and Li inquired with a slight smile. Indeed. Look at this book. You must have seen it too. It is written by this mayor, young comrade Wang. He was present at the last standing committee meeting, and Secretary Tan publicly praised him. Fang Mingcheng had considerable trust in his subordinate. Otherwise, he would not have appointed Tang and Li as his executive vice minister. Thus, there was no need to conceal anything, as their thoughts had converged seamlessly, a true meeting of minds. Is that so? It seems our organization department needs to pay more attention to young cadres. We should encourage and support outstanding young talents. Tang and Li responded with a relaxed demeanor, though internally he was engulfed in tumultuous waves of emotion. This mere town mayor had participated in the provincial standing committee meeting. He himself had not even qualified to attend, pondering that it must have pertained to work-related discussions. Moreover, the most significant aspect was Secretary Tan's public commendation, which is indeed a rarity. Tan Guoming is notoriously high in his expectations, and it is uncommon to witness him praising officials in a public setting. Could it possibly be due to the romance between Wang Zhijiang and Qin Limin's daughter? After conversing for a while, Tang Helen returned to his office, furrowing his brow as he picked up his phone to make a call. Xiaolong, how did you investigate Wang Zhijiang? If it weren't for my caution today, you would have led me astray. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended and how much your family invested to secure my position? Tang Helen was genuinely furious this time. The intricate web of the internal system was beyond Liang Wenlong's comprehension. A minor mistake could jeopardize an entire career. Although he belonged to the Liang family, Tang Helen held the highest rank and authority locally within the system. The deputy minister of the organization department could only influence the level of department heads. Once one ascends to the rank of deputy minister, their influence diminishes. Thus, the deputy and full ministers of the provincial committee would hardly regard the Liang family with any esteem. Uncle Tang, what is going on? Liang Wenlong was somewhat bewildered by the reprimand, yet he recognized Tang Helen's elevated status within the Liang family, as the family's political influence heavily depended on powerful figures like him. Have you thoroughly investigated the matter concerning Wang Zhijiang? Why did I just discover that not only has he received public praise from Provincial Secretary Tan Guoming, but he is also the author of the currently popular book Matters of the Emperor? Provincial Secretary Tan Guoming's public commendation during the standing committee meeting speaks volumes. Wang Zhijiang is merely a minor town mayor with an ordinary background, yet there is something peculiar about him. Tan Guoming would not bestow such praise without substantial justification. Liang Wenlong's ignorance of this information before instructing himself to challenge Wang Zhijiang could lead to serious repercussions. Cheng Kai merely believed that Wang Zhijiang was commended for his writing skills, failing to consider the deeper implications. As a high-ranking official, it would be unlikely for the provincial secretary to publicly commend someone based solely on their writing prowess. On the other hand, Fang Mingcheng, a member of the provincial standing committee and minister of the organization department, could discern that there was more to Wang Zhijiang than meets the eye. He suspected that Wang Zhijiang was already the tacitly approved future son-in-law of Qin Limin. Otherwise, Tan Guoming would not have placed such importance on the public commendation. This, I truly cannot ascertain. Liang Wenlong expressed his surprise. Would the provincial secretary genuinely commend a mere town mayor? This is indeed strange. You must recount the entire situation regarding your encounter with Wang Zhijiang yesterday, leaving no detail unexamined. Tang Helen was eager to understand the circumstances and gauge the extent of the offense. Upon hearing the account, his eyes widened in fury. I do not care what grudges you hold against Wang Zhijiang. Remember to apologize in person. Even if you have to complete the road construction project for free, you must earn his forgiveness. Wang Zhijiang is now aware that Cheng Kai is affiliated with your Liang family. In Jiangdong province, the one person you cannot afford to offend is Provincial Secretary Tan Guoming. We are unaware of the nature of Wang Zhijiang's relationship with the provincial secretary, but we cannot take any risks. Tang Helen, being a member of the Liang family, was still considering the family's interests, and Cheng Kai still had hope for advancement. Liang Wendong, after finishing the call, quickly dialed Cheng Kai, urging him to come to the Jiangwo Hotel. He wished to invite Wang Zhijiang for a meal to personally apologize. Liang Wendong was not naive. He recognized the capabilities of Tang Halai. Since Uncle Tang had suggested an apology, it was undoubtedly the right course of action, as no one understood the intricacies of the system better than him. Approaching noon, Cheng Kai finally arrived at the hotel. Upon hearing Liang Wendong's words, he was puzzled. How could someone from the Liang family, just 3 generations deep, undergo such a drastic change of attitude in such a short time, leaping straight to a personal apology? Nevertheless, it was Liang Wendong's affair, so he refrained from commenting. As Liang Wendong and Cheng Kai walked outside the hotel, he contemplated visiting Shisong Town to invite Wang Zhijiang for a meal. He took out his phone and called. "Mayor Wang, this is Cheng Kai. The bidding matter we discussed this morning is settled. Last night, Mr. Liang spoke rather harshly, and I hope you won't take offense. We are on our way to Shisong Town to treat you to a meal as an apology. We sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." Cheng Kai's words left Wang Zhijiang somewhat perplexed. After issuing stern words the previous night, why the sudden apology? "Director Cheng, I am not in Shisong Town at the moment. Let's discuss the bidding when I return. I have taken the afternoon off to attend to matters out of town and am currently at last night's hotel preparing to head to the airport." At that moment, Liang Wendong, while walking outside the hotel, spotted Wang Zhijiang accompanied by 3 young individuals also heading out. He gestured for Cheng Kai to look in Wang Zhijiang's direction. Cheng Kai raised his hand to signal Wang Zhijiang before ending the call, and the two approached. However, halfway there, Liang Wendong suddenly froze, noticing the 3 individuals beside Wang Zhijiang. Their eyes were wide with disbelief, nearly fainting, for they were none other than Li Shiweyang, Su Qin, and Gu Fan. These 3 were scions of the top families in the capital. Li Shiweyang ran a company in the capital, while Su Qin and Gu Fan frequently accompanied him. Thus, most third-generation heirs had encountered them. Though Liang Wendong was not in a position to truly know them, he had seen them in public and had heard of their reputations. The most alarming aspect was that Wang Zhijiang was in their company, seemingly preparing to board a flight together. This realization sent a cold sweat cascading down Liang Wendong's back. Understanding that he could not evade the situation, he steeled himself, called to Cheng Kai, and hurriedly approached Wang Zhijiang, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to offer his apology. "My dear Wang, I sincerely apologize for my poor attitude yesterday. I am willing to withdraw from this bidding process and will construct this primary road for Shisong Town free of charge, ensuring quality and timeliness. Please grant me this opportunity." Liang Wendong had not anticipated such misfortune on his journey to Jiangdong, yet perhaps this was an opportunity. Meeting these 3 in the capital was akin to climbing the highest peak. "Mr. Liang, what is the meaning of this? Just yesterday, you had me waiting, and now you're offering to repair the road for free?" Wang Zhijiang was equally bewildered by Liang Wendong's sudden capitulation. "Zhijiang, who is this? He looks somewhat familiar." Li Shiweyang did not pay much attention to the unfolding events. In his eyes, Wang Zhijiang possessed abilities far superior to his own. Yet he found the figure of Liang Wenlong somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Su Qin recognized him. "You seem to be from the Liang family, correct?" At that moment, Liang Wenlong lifted his head and greeted the 3. "Hello, Brother Liang. Brother Qin. Brother Fan. I am Liang Wenlong from the Liang family. You can call me Xiaolong. You know us. I had the fortune of meeting the 3 of you at a gathering in the capital. I could not forget your faces and have long wished to be acquainted, but have been deprived of the opportunity." Liang Wenlong's face was aglow with a radiant smile. "Zhijiang, what is this? Xiaolong has come to apologize to you. What offense did he commit?" Li Shiweyang inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing, just a matter concerning work. We in Shisong Town are not allowing private enterprises to participate in the tender for the construction of the primary highway. This Mr. Liang's company did not meet the requirements. Yet he insisted I give my consent. I simply ignored him, and now he has come to apologize. It seems the 3 of you have frightened him quite a bit." He asked, sweating profusely. Wang Zhijiang had not anticipated that Liang Wenlong would recognize Li Shiweyang and his companions, thus sparing him the trouble of confrontation. "Xiaolong, you must learn to exercise discretion in your endeavors, especially when dealing with someone like my brother Zhijiang. Do you understand?" Li Shiweyang's words served as both support and a gentle admonition to Liang Wenlong, reminding him of the camaraderie between Wang Zhijiang and himself. In the entire capital, how many individuals could Li Shuiliang openly refer to as his brother? As a scion of a prominent family, Li Shuiliang typically adopted a stance of leniency, especially when aware that Liang Wenlong understood his status. Most of the time, he acted with kindness, unless legal boundaries were crossed. Understood. I am here to fulfill the corporate social responsibility for the development of Shisong Town. So, Mayor Wang, if you have matters to attend to, please do so. I shall discuss further with you upon your return. Very well. I will call Director Chung once I get back. Wang Zhijiang felt satisfied that the matter was resolved, indifferent to the means by which it was accomplished. The four of them hurried to the airport, while Liang Wenlong and Cheng Kai returned to their hotel room. Cheng Kai wore a puzzled expression. He was astonished at how deferential Liang Wenlong had just been. What could the identities of those three be that inspired such respect? Uncle Kai, I know you have questions. Please, sit down. I will explain everything. I understand you might find it strange. I've always been quite confident. The Liang family does possess some strength, but in comparison to the three I just encountered, we are truly insignificant. Liang Wenlong sighed, reflecting on how circumstances had unfolded. Hearing Liang Wenlong's words, Cheng Kai's eyes widened in shock. Li Lao, he is among the foremost of the 7 groups. The recent institutional reform was accomplished through the collaboration of Li Lao and Jiang Lao. Without the weight of the Li family, it would be impossible to maintain order. Moreover, Li Lao is still in charge of government work. The second and third generations of their family are remarkably distinguished in politics. Being figures of real power both centrally and locally, their influence is unparalleled in the entire nation, let alone the capital. And the other two, Gu Fan from the Gu family and Su Qin from the Su family. Both Gu Lao and Su Lao are also members of the 7 groups. Liang Wendong spoke with a face full of reverence. At this moment, Cheng Kai was equally perplexed. Why would these 3 outstanding members of the 3rd generation from the capital come to Jiangdong in search of a mere town mayor? Wang Zhijiang? Liang Wendong pondered deeply. Uncle Kai, this is precisely my greatest confusion. Wang Zhijiang's background is quite simple. We have all investigated, and I truly have no clues. However, the fact that the 4 of them are together indicates that those 3 must have come specifically for Wang Zhijiang. Li Shuiliang even refers to him as a brother. And since Wang Zhijiang has admonished me, it suggests that Wang Zhijiang is undoubtedly significant to the 3 of them. Moreover, given that the 3 possess unique familial backgrounds, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to uncover their details. Yet, Wang Zhijiang managed to do so. And since there is no family by the name of Wang in the capital, I surmise that Wang Zhijiang must have rendered them substantial assistance to warrant such a visit. But what manner of individuals are these 3, and what formidable families do they represent? Their combined strength is such that no one in Huagua could rival them. Both men racked their brains in vain, unable to comprehend what sort of assistance Wang Zhijiang could have provided that necessitated their personal visit. Chapter 67. Requesting assistance from Li Shuiliang, Uncle Kai. Given the circumstances, I must report this matter truthfully to the family. However, that does not preclude us from waiting for Wang Zhijiang's return to offer our apologies. Even if it costs 8 million to construct a first-class highway free of charge, it will be worthwhile. If we can establish a good relationship with Wang Zhijiang and, in turn, connect with Li Shuiliang, then this trip to Jiangdong would be invaluable. Liang Wendong's thoughts were quite straightforward. Li Shuiliang and his peers held positions far too lofty for him to assist them, yet Wang Zhijiang was much more approachable. This mayor required investment and promotion, thus presenting numerous opportunities for Liang Wendong to lend his support. If he could eventually introduce Li Shuiliang to himself, he could ascend to the core of the family's 3rd generation. After Cheng Kai departed, Liang Wendong called Tang Heli. Uncle Tang, I must express my gratitude to you. Thank you for your warning. Had it not been for your vigilance, not only would I have faced trouble, but our Liang family might have as well. Oh, you have apologized to Wang Zhijiang, correct? What is the situation? Dan Heli inquit pudao. Even if one were to offend Wang Zhijiang, would it truly impact the Liang family? Uncle Tang, I bowed deeply in apology. Essentially, Mayor Wang has forgiven me, But that is not sufficient. He had to leave urgently for matters elsewhere. I will wait for his return to invite him to dinner and discuss further, even if it means spending several million on road construction for Shisong Town. I am willing to do so, as long as we can build this connection. Liang Wendong was resolute in his intent to assist Wang Zhijiang to the best of his ability, even if it meant having Uncle Tang directly intervene on Wang Zhijiang's behalf. Those three were not individuals he could easily reach out to, but Wang Zhijiang was far more accessible at present. Uncle Tang, I have a new development to share with you. However, it is of great significance, and you must not disclose it to outsiders. Speak. Although Wang Zhijiang's background appears quite ordinary, for reasons unknown, he has formed close ties with the three prominent families of the capital, particularly with these few. Liang Wendong detailed the situation to Tang Heli. Even as a senior official, Tang Heli felt a shiver of trepidation if he were not cautious. His career could very well be jeopardized due to dealings with Wang Zhijiang. Tang and Li both sighed slightly, expressing their understanding. I will seek an opportunity to assist Wang Zhijiang. Meanwhile, en route to the airport, Wang Zhijiang received a phone call from Han Peng. Zhijiang, I have splendid news for you. Your process for formalizing your position as deputy has been approved. Make sure to work diligently and strive for a promotion in the future. Han Peng promptly conveyed this good news to Wang Zhijiang. Thank you, Secretary. I've taken a couple of days off for personal matters, but I will report back to you upon my return. Wang Zhijiang felt a weight lift from his heart. After all, being a distinguished student from Jiangdong University, he had secured his deputy position, and the next step would be to attain the rank of a full official. He believed that if he could successfully develop the Shisong melon industry, it could become a hallmark of Shisong Town and even of Landong County, making a promotion to a full official a plausible prospect. Upon arriving at the airport, the four of them had a meal at the restaurant. It was then that Wang Zhijiang remembered something important. He took out 2 printed photos from his digital camera and handed them to Li Shuoyang. Brother Liang, I need your assistance with something. Please take a look at these photos. Who is this person, and what about the necklace? Li Shuoyang appeared puzzled. This is my younger brother, Wang Zhiha. He is 18 now and currently in his 2nd year of high school. We adopted him from an orphanage before my father, and I moved to Dong City when he was just 3 years old. The first photo is of my brother, and the second shows his necklace, which is the only clue he has to find our biological parents. I know your father works in the Ministry of Public Security, so I hope he can help me with this. Additionally, could you assist me in finding some larger organizations that specialize in family reunification? I'm willing to spend money. Wang Zhijiang felt financially stable enough to search for his brother's biological parents, believing it was worth trying, regardless of the outcome, to fulfill his brother's wish. Li Shuoyang scrutinized the photographs closely. Wang Zhijiang had printed several copies of each. Li Shuoyang then showed the photos to Su Qin and Gu Fan, who were nearby. Take a look at these photos as well. Lend a hand in the search. Without Zhijiang, we wouldn't have this opportunity to gain so much. After examining the photos, Li Shuoyang turned to Wang Zhijiang. Zhijiang, many years have passed, making this quite challenging. However, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Tonight, I will discuss this matter with my father, and tomorrow I will reach out to private organizations specializing in family reunification. I'll even offer a reward, higher if necessary, to increase the chances of finding them. Li Shuoyang was considering the situation even more thoroughly than Wang Zhijiang. Just then, Su Qin interjected, I find this person somewhat familiar. Moreover, that necklace looks like a military tag, coming from a family that primarily operates within the military. Su Qin grew up in a military compound and had seen many such tags, which sparked a sense of familiarity. Observing Wang Zhijiang's brother, Wang Zhiha, he felt a resemblance to someone he had encountered before but could not quite place. Xiao Qin, have you seen him before? Take a closer look and ponder it. Li Shuoyang encouraged Su Qin to examine the details more carefully, as any clues would significantly ease the search. I cannot recall this individual, yet I am quite certain that the emblem of this necklace resembles a military dog tag. Su Qin spoke with unwavering conviction. Li Shuoyang also nodded in agreement, proclaiming, Zhijiang, rest assured, I shall exert every effort to assist you in your search. The four of them parted ways upon their arrival in the capital. Li Shuiliang called his grandfather to inform him that Wang Zhijiang had arrived. Observing this scene, Wang Zhijiang felt a surge of anxiety as he sat in the car, for in 2 lifetimes he had never encountered such an esteemed figure. Old Li merely instructed Li Shuiliang to escort Wang Zhijiang, after which he could take his leave. Gazing at the solemn and imposing structure before him, Wang Zhijiang's heart raced with trepidation. Armed soldiers stood guard, and he could not help but marvel that this was indeed the epicenter of power in Hua country. Wang Zhijiang produced his identification for verification, and shortly thereafter, old Li's secretary approached. Suo Chunmin scrutinized the remarkably youthful Wang Zhijiang, pondering that most individuals who reached such a location were typically over 40 years of age. Being a deputy minister himself, and having served old Li for an extended period, he had never encountered someone so young with the privilege to meet old Li. Was old Li's request this morning to clear his schedule solely to meet this young man? Chapter 68. Audience with old Li. Are you comrade Wang Zhijiang? I am. You must be Director Suo. Wang Zhijiang replied. Lianga sent me over. Li Shuiliang mentioned you to me. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's response, Suo Chunmin was somewhat taken aback that this young man had knowledge of him through Li Shuiliang. It appeared he indeed had some connection to the Li family, likely related to the recent sensational matter circulating among the upper echelons. Li Shuiliang, once an obscure name, had now ascended to become one of the most illustrious third-generation figures in the capital. Numerous families observed with bated breath, eager to see how the high-ranking officials would address this situation. Yet, after 3 or 4 days, old Li had remained silent, igniting curiosity among the onlookers. Suo Chunmin guided Wang Zhijiang to the threshold of old Li's office. He entered first to announce Wang Zhijiang, then signaled for him to proceed inside. Wang Zhijiang's palms were clammy with sweat, and his heart felt as though it were lodged in his throat. Upon entering, Wang Zhijiang beheld old Li seated at his desk, and encountering the venerable figure he had seen so often in the news left him momentarily speechless. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and greeted, "Hello, old Li. I am Wang Zhijiang." Old Li glanced up at Wang Zhijiang, smiling as he slowly rose. This young man is quite spirited and handsome. Despite his advanced age, his eyes still sparkled with wisdom. Seeing old Li stand, Wang Zhijiang took a few more steps forward. "Please have a seat. Xiao Ming, pour a cup of tea for young Wang." Old Li gestured for Wang Zhijiang to sit on the sofa. I can stand. Old Li, you take a seat." Wang Zhijiang instinctively replied. Old Li discerned the young comrade's nervousness and settled himself on the sofa, while the secretary approached Wang Zhijiang. "Old Li has invited you to sit. Do so comfortably." Suo Chunmin added kindly in a hushed tone. With a heart full of trepidation, Wang Zhijiang gingerly sat on the sofa, realizing that despite his earlier confidence, facing old Li was an entirely different experience. Li Lao then smiled slightly and said, "Relax a bit. I admit that inviting you to the capital was rather abrupt, but there are indeed matters I wish to discuss with you in person." Suo Chunming observed as Li Lao prepared to address serious topics. "Li Lao, you are a person I greatly respect, a true pioneer of the revolution. Please feel free to ask any questions. I shall respond candidly." At this moment, Wang Zhijiang felt his tension ease a bit. "Did you draft the proposal for institutional reform yourself? Why did you send it to the journal Seeking Truth?" Li Lao began his inquiries. Wang Zhijiang offered a wry smile and replied, "Li Lao, I was unaware that your daughter serves as the deputy editor of Seeking Truth. I believe that institutional reform is of paramount importance for both the nation and its citizens. I simply did not anticipate it would reach your hands. Yet I feel a sense of gratitude. Both you and Jiang Lao are individuals I hold in high regard. I do not wish for a family like the Li's, which has contributed so much to the nation and its people, to be marginalized. You have dedicated your life to the service of the country. It is only fitting." Hearing these words, Li Lao revealed a smile of appreciation. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Before meeting you, I had wondered if you hail from a prominent family. However, I was quite astonished to discover that your background is remarkably ordinary. It is rare for someone of your age to grasp such matters. If a nation were filled with talents like you, what worries would we have regarding development? Li Lao, You overstate my capabilities. You are my senior and a pillar of the nation. I am still young and have much to learn from you." Wang Zhijiang instinctively rose once more. Li Lao motioned for him to sit. "Xiao Li told me that this time, it is largely thanks to you that he has earned money that would typically be unimaginable. On behalf of the Li family, I thank you. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. But it must be within the bounds of legality and compliance. Furthermore, what do you intend for Xiao Li to undertake?" Wang Zhijiang sat down and looked earnestly at Li Lao. "Li Lao, Brother Li has earned substantial fund from abroad this time, but with such considerable capital, envy is inevitable. Although your position affords you protection from scrutiny regarding legal income, the Li family is still the Li family of Huagua. Without Huagua, there would be no Li family. A common man is innocent, yet possessing wealth can be a burden." Li Lao reflected on Wang Zhijiang's perceptiveness regarding the situation. "Indeed, your insight is impressive. What do you suggest we do?" Wang Zhijiang continued. "I have advised Brother Li that with the impending Asian financial crisis, I suspect the nation has been preparing for it. The impact on the Hong Kong stock market will likely occur early next year. However, the foreign trade exports of Guanghai province are already facing significant challenges. And given the nation's impoverished state, if we were to allocate 100 billion to acquire the core assets of Guanghai province and offer them to the nation for free, it would silence many critics and leave them with no grounds for complaint." Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Li Lao nodded in agreement. Recently, there had been much discussion regarding his grandson, Li Shiweyang. Although the seventh group was aware that the sources were legitimate and compliant, the nation's poverty meant that earning such vast sums of money would inevitably lead to discontent among many. It was unexpected that Wang Zhijiang could analyze the foreign trade export issues of Guanghai province. In fact, this matter had already been reported below, and Old Li was aware of it. However, the nation must address the impending crisis in the harbor stock market and cannot hastily allocate funds to resolve the issues in Guanghai province. Consequently, the higher-ups have been quite troubled, pondering over viable solutions. Wang Zhijiang's insights illuminated the path forward, as addressing the collective concerns would quell public discontent. Old Li displayed a satisfied expression, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed, today I shall have Li Shiweyang oversee this matter. The sooner it is accomplished, the better." "Xiao Wang, your suggestions are indeed very pertinent." Hearing from Xiao Liang that he had now become the town mayor, Old Li inquired about the initiatives Wang Zhijiang had undertaken since assuming office. He was curious to see how Wang Zhijiang was governing locally and whether he had accomplished any tangible benefits for the common people. Wang Zhijiang elaborated on his ideas regarding the Shisong melon and his plans to establish an industrial park. The melon industry sounds promising, yet the industrial park cannot be hastily initiated. It requires a gradual approach. One must not blindly attract investments without considering the circumstances of Shisong town, lest it backfire. Old Li earnestly guided Wang Zhijiang as a mentor would. Wang Zhijiang was somewhat taken aback, although Old Li was typically involved in national affairs. He was surprisingly well informed about such local matters. It was evident that at this level, many issues were interconnected, and Wang Zhijiang nodded in agreement with Old Li. When Wang Zhijiang had just entered Old Li's office, Suo Chunming had already informed Zhuo Feng, Secretary Jiang's aide, of his arrival, and Zhuo Feng relayed this to Secretary Jiang. Jiang, however, did not rush to meet Wang Zhijiang. He preferred to first review the materials collected by his secretary, primarily because the institutional reforms had been progressing smoothly. Chapter 69. Old Jiang. When Old Li presented the plan and offered his support for the institutional reforms, Old Jiang was quite astonished. For the atmosphere was tense at that time. Many families hesitated to take a stand, leaving Old Jiang uncertain about how to proceed. Old Li revealed the truth. It was the proposal drafted by the young comrade, Wang Zhijiang. Hence, Old Jiang became very interested in Wang Zhijiang, and Old Li had informed him of Wang Zhijiang's visit. While Old Li and Wang Zhijiang were conversing, the secretary knocked and entered. "Old Li, Old Jiang has arrived." Secretary Suo Chunming also reminded the two. Wang Zhijiang was startled. "Old Li, since Old Jiang is here, I shall take my leave." He promptly stood up. Just then, Old Jiang entered with his secretary, and Wang Zhijiang caught sight of him. Old Jiang appeared much as Wang Zhijiang remembered, well-proportioned with a square face, albeit slightly younger. At the age of 69, he was 5 years younger than Old Li. Old Jiang was considered a long-lived individual. By the year 2025, he would still be alive, nearing a century, a true testament to longevity. Unlike Old Li, who was more focused on local and national development, Old Jiang was the type of scholar official. However, what distinguishes him is his adeptness at integrating theory with practice, which allows him to propel national development from a pragmatic perspective. This is precisely why Elder Jiang holds him in such high regard. An exceptional talent, a graduate of a prestigious institution, yet possessing practical experience. Elder Jiang was also assessing the young comrade Wang Zhijiang, finding him perhaps a bit too handsome, and indeed, exceedingly youthful. Ah, Elder Jiang, you have arrived. Elderly greeted with a warm smile. Since their collaboration on institutional reform, their relationship had grown much closer. Elder Jiang, greetings. I am Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town in Kaidong City, Jiangdong Province. Wang Zhijiang slightly bowed in respect. You must be Comrade Wang, the one Elderly spoke of. The proposal for institutional reform was authored by you, correct? Elder Jiang maintained a serious demeanor. With the 2 secretaries having exited, only the 3 of them remained. Yes, Elder Jiang, it is merely a humble opinion regarding the nation's development. It would be my honor if it could contribute positively. Wang Zhijiang realized why Elder Jiang was present. Meeting 2 members from the esteemed 7 group, left his hands trembling with excitement. Please have a seat. No need for modesty. I have just reviewed your credentials as presented by my secretary. Quite impressive. To be appointed mayor right after graduation is no small feat, and your tangible contributions to local development align perfectly with our advocacy for the rejuvenation of our leadership with younger talent. Elder Jiang expressed his satisfaction upon reviewing Wang Zhijiang's profile. It is noteworthy that Wang Zhijiang hails from an ordinary family without any influential background, underscoring his remarkable capabilities. Furthermore, his actions in office reflect a commitment to substantive work, a trait that many freshly graduated young officials often lack. Elder Jiang, earlier young Jiang, even provided me with some advice. By the way, you may not be aware, but my rather unremarkable grandson, Xiaoyang, has managed to earn a significant sum in the foreign financial market, entirely thanks to young Jiang's guidance. Elderly acknowledged Wang Zhijiang's talents. Elder Jiang paused, slightly taken aback. Having just reviewed Wang Zhijiang's credentials, he recognized him as a graduate from a top-tier university with a specialization in finance. Such accomplishments were indeed impressive. Oh, I did not anticipate that Comrade Jiang possessed such remarkable abilities. It seems that the position of a mere town mayor may be a bit beneath his talents. Would you consider working in the Policy Research Office? Your expertise would be greatly valued. Elder Jiang tentatively proposed. Elder Li, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Elder Jiang was not easily impressed, being a distinguished graduate himself. He understood the significance of Wang Zhijiang's guidance to Li Shuoyang in shorting the international market, realizing that this young comrade truly was extraordinary. Thank you for your high regard. Elder Jiang, you flatter me. I still consider myself quite young and feel I cannot compare to the senior figures in the Policy Research Office. I wish to start from the grassroots level. After all, my purpose is to serve the people, no matter where I am, Wang Zhijiang responded, prompting a look of appreciation from Elder Jiang. Indeed, many of our officials still believe that holding a high position is advantageous. Yet they overlook the fundamental principle of serving the populace. It is commendable that you recognize this truth. By the way, what suggestion did you provide to Old Li earlier? It is rather perplexing that Old Li still seeks the counsel of Comrade Wang Zhijiang. Wang Zhijiang responded earnestly. It pertains to the recent matter involving Liangge, where Li Shuoyang amassed over 800 billion. Old Li has consistently been concerned about the nation's and the people's development. He stated that without the nation of Hua, there would be no Li family today, and certainly no grandson, Li Shuoyang. Thus, he wishes to allocate 10 billion to the country for tangible contributions. I consider that, given the impact of the Asian financial crisis, the foreign trade enterprises in Guangdong Province would face significant challenges. These are invaluable assets. to prevent them from being acquired by the United States and subsequently sold back to us at exorbitant prices. It would be more prudent to utilize the $10 billion to acquire them and offer them back to the nation without charge. This would also expedite our future foreign trade development. Wang Zhijiang, too, positioned old Li's contributions at the forefront, merely playing the role of an advisor. Jiang Lao, perceptive yet discreet, could tell that the idea was undoubtedly conceived by Wang Zhijiang, who has been stirring the waters of the international financial market alongside Li Shuoyang. He must have anticipated the repercussions on Guangdong province as foreign trade exports, knowing that with such wealth, there would inevitably be whispers. Despite old Li's esteemed position, one must ponder what lies ahead. What the second and third generations of the Li family within the political arena? Should competition for higher positions arise, it could hinder their ascension. In the realm of governance, no one can afford to present any vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Otherwise, it would invariably affect their prospects for promotion. Jiang Lao, with a beaming smile, remarked, Old Li truly has the nation's interests at heart. He is indeed our esteemed predecessor, and it brings me some embarrassment. He glanced at Wang Zhijiang with a tinge of regret, pondering why he lacked a grandson of such caliber at merely 23 years of age. Truly, the more one observes, the more one admires. Young Jiang is also commendable. How is your work progressing? Do you have any new suggestions for us? Your institutional reform proposal was exceptionally well-crafted, nearly perfect, and very much aligned with our national circumstances. Jiang Lao began to inquire further, eager to discover if Wang Zhijiang harbored additional ideas beneficial to the nation's advancement. Chapter 70. The Integrity Office. Wang Zhijiang, upon hearing Jiang Lao's words, was momentarily taken aback. He indeed possessed numerous policies in mind, yet many were ill-suited for the present context. However, there was one particular proposal that seemed apt for implementation. Nonetheless, he hesitated, contemplating whether to voice it. Both elders discerned Wang Zhijiang's internal conflict, prompting old Li to speak up. Young Jiang, do not feel burdened. Feel free to share your thoughts without reservation. We are here to listen, all for the advancement of Hua. Only then did Wang Zhijiang earnestly address the two elders. Old Li, old Jiang, there is a policy I am eager to propose. However, I seek your counsel on its appropriateness given the current circumstances. It is but a humble suggestion. I believe we could establish an integrity office in every city across the nation, staffed by a single individual. An integrity office? What would this department's primary functions entail? Can it truly be managed by just one person? The issue of corruption has already been entrusted to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Old Li expressed some confusion, noting that integrity is a fundamental requirement for officials, and the role of the commission is to ensure that they perform their duties diligently, without succumbing to bribery. Indeed, our current institutional reform aims to reduce the number of departments, thereby enhancing governmental efficiency. Why then consider adding another department? Old Jiang also felt that amidst the ongoing trend of departmental streamlining, suddenly proposing to create an additional department might come across as excessively cumbersome. Wang Zhijiang, however, revealed a faint smile. The two elders have misunderstood. What I propose is the establishment of an integrity office specifically designed for the millions of officials nationwide. Yet its functions differ entirely from those of the Discipline Inspection Commission. The circumstances of our nation are such that personal connections are significant, and some officials may find it difficult to refuse gifts, often needing to consider the feelings of their subordinates. It is not about the magnitude of corruption, but rather the trivial gifts exchanged during holidays, such as a few packs of cigarettes, bottles of liquor, or even a sum of 1,000 yuan. Such amounts can tarnish the reputation of even the most commendable officials. If such actions are criticized during promotions, their careers may be jeopardized, which is precisely what I wish to address. We must protect the truly service-oriented officials from unjust scrutiny. At this juncture, the Integrity Office's role becomes apparent, as it can stipulate a fixed limit on the value of gifts, ensuring that any bribes or presents received must be voluntarily reported to the office. The Integrity Office will issue 2 identical certificates, each held by the respective parties, thereby safeguarding honorable officials from any potential mishaps. Larger sums can be outright rejected, while smaller amounts can be surrendered. Even those who might contemplate bribery would have to weigh the implications of reporting. I am confident that if such policies are implemented over a few years, we can rectify this unfavorable aspect of our national character and subsequently abolish the office. We can establish it at various levels, from county to city to provincial capitals, bringing back individuals with banking experience who have been marginalized or laid off due to this reform. The Integrity Office would function as an institution where funds are only received and not dispersed, allowing for a greater understanding of local conditions by the central government, and providing additional funds to aid local development. Historically, this policy was implemented in the early 2000s and lasted over a decade, indicating that it indeed had some efficacy. The two elders, upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's description, were increasingly astonished. Such a policy could be deemed flawless, ready to be executed with a formal directive, devoid of any discernible flaws. The two exchanged glances with Wang Zhijiang. Old Jiang nodded in approval. Indeed, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Old Li. While this young Jiang may be inexperienced, his insights into the social fabric of our nation are remarkably astute. Such a perfect scheme is indeed well suited to our national context. I believe we should convene immediately to discuss its implementation. Ha. Indeed, young John's ideas are quite unique and warrant discussion. Old Li gazed at Wang Zhijiang with an increasingly satisfied expression. Meanwhile, old Jiang's heart was a tumult of emotions. His family was not as prosperous as the Li family, which had a strong core within its second generation, with the third generation also on the rise. Old Jiang's only son was reluctant to enter politics, working instead in a financial firm, while his daughter served in a governmental department. His grandchildren were within the system, yet the family lacked a core member among its second generation. Beside him, Old Li observed Wang Zhijiang with approval. His own second generation fared well, yet the third generation only featured Li Xueming in politics, which instilled a sense of urgency in Old Li, especially with retirement looming next year. Elder Jiang initiated a light-hearted conversation, smiling as he inquired, "Xiao Jiang, you are quite impressive. Do you have a significant other?" "Yes, Elder Jiang. I do have someone. She is my junior from university, and we have known each other for quite some time," Wang Zhijiang replied candidly, though he found Elder Jiang's question somewhat puzzling. With a mix of regret and anticipation, Elder Jiang remarked, "Ah, what a pity. I was hoping you might become my grandson-in-law. How about I adopt you as my godson instead?" Wang Zhijiang felt a slight tremor in his body upon hearing Elder Jiang's words. His mind went blank. He never expected such an esteemed individual to propose a familial bond with him. Even with his experience from 2 lifetimes, he was rarely so moved, his heart turbulent with excitement at the thought of becoming part of a legendary figure's family. Truly a worthy existence. Before Elder Jiang could respond, Old Li, somewhat displeased, interjected, "Old Jiang, what are you doing trying to steal him away? Xiao Jiang is a talent we discovered in the Li family. I prefer him as my godson." The two old gentlemen bantered like ordinary elders, leaving Wang Zhijiang in a state of astonishment. Pondering the stature of these two individuals and hoping not to complicate matters on his behalf, with a wry smile, he stood and stated, "Gentlemen, please do not put me in such a predicament. If you do not mind, I would be honored to recognize you both as my grandfathers, as I never had the chance to meet my own." The two elders were delighted and readily agreed. Subsequently, Wang Zhijiang personally brewed 2 cups of tea, bowing respectfully as he addressed them as grandfathers, mindful of their distinguished status and the inappropriateness of formalities. Elder Jiang imparted a word of caution. "Xiao Jiang, remember, while we have accepted you, do not exploit our relationship for any misdeeds. Rest assured, we will look out for you. Should anyone dare to treat you unjustly, we shall not stand by idly." Wang Zhijiang wholeheartedly acknowledged this, understanding that at present he did not require their assistance, as the disparity in their standing was immense. The elders invited him to their home for a meal so he could meet the family, but Wang Zhijiang explained that he was rather pressed for time, promising to visit again during his next trip to the capital, as there were many matters awaiting his attention in Shisong town. The elders did not insist further. Chapter 71. The shock of Li Guoqiang after conversing with Wang Zhijiang. The two elders summoned their secretaries to facilitate an exchange of contact information. In the Jingcheng Jinyuan, only Wang Zhijiang and Li Shuoyang were present, as Su Qin and Gu Fan were absent. Zhijiang, I thought you would return home after meeting with the elders. Do you still have matters to discuss with me? Li Shuoyang inquired, puzzled by Wang Zhijiang's decision to forego an immediate flight back to Jiangdong. Brother Liang, I called you over to discuss one more thing. Here is a list I prepared. Please take a look. Wang Zhijiang produced a list he had drafted in advance, detailing companies poised for promising development, along with some blue-chip stocks. I've heard of some of these companies, but others are unfamiliar to me. Li Shuoyang, filled with curiosity, directed his inquiry towards Wang Zhijiang. Wang Zhijiang, gazing earnestly at Li Shuoyang, declared, "These are all companies I have meticulously selected for their immense potential. Their future profits are undeniable. You may invest with confidence. The extent of your shares will depend on your capabilities. The cumulative future earnings of these companies will not pale in comparison to your current gains." Wang Zhijiang meticulously chronicled future giants, some of which are projected to amass valuations in the hundreds of billions. Indeed, the anticipated profits are substantial, and it is crucial to note that the resources of certain companies cannot simply be acquired with wealth. This is a point Wang Zhijiang holds in high regard. Furthermore, when you invest and acquire shares, it is imperative to remember that dilution of your acquired shares must be avoided. Your team should possess the expertise to manage this. Let the professionals handle specialized matters. Wang Zhijiang harbors concerns that any investment made might lead to the dilution of shares, rendering the endeavor meaningless. Li Shuoyang nodded in understanding. I comprehend this. I have previously invested in several companies, albeit on a smaller scale compared to now. Rest assured, I grasp your intent. Another crucial matter arises. Regarding the Sihiyuan in the capital, it would be wise for you to allocate $1 billion to acquire one, and additionally, I will transfer $5 million to you to assist in purchasing 10 larger units. Wang Zhijiang perceives the Sihiyuan in the capital as the most scarce form of housing in the future, unparalleled in its rarity. Presently, the market is unrestricted, with prices hovering around $400,000 for each unit, a stark contrast to the billion-plus valuations anticipated in the future, akin to picking up money. Li Shuoyang, his brow furrowed in confusion, responded, Zhijiang, these Sihiyuan are not in vogue currently. There is little demand for them. Why purchase so many? Indeed, as Li Shuoyang pointed out, many Sihiyuan lack even basic amenities and are often looked down upon, but starting in 2004, their value skyrocketed. The existence of Sihiyuan, distinct from commercial housing, transformed them into the most coveted properties among the wealthy. The marketization of real estate is not mere rhetoric. We will inevitably traverse the path of developed nations. Currently, most properties are residential buildings, with commercial housing being quite rare. But the future will be markedly different, an era dominated by commercial housing. As the capital of Huagua and the cultural and political nucleus, the disparity between the burgeoning population and the limited housing supply is a pivotal factor driving real estate development. Wang Zhijiang is acutely aware that the current properties appear to be lacking appeal, with seemingly high prices, but when compared to future valuations, they are virtually worthless. You make a valid point. Indeed, many outsiders are now flocking to the capital in search of employment or business opportunities, something that was previously inconceivable. Li Shuoyang, being a businessman, possesses a heightened sensitivity to commercial shifts. He now wholeheartedly endorses Wang Zhijiang's vision, recognizing that the hundreds of billions at stake are beyond his own reach in a lifetime without Wang Zhijiang's guidance. Thus, he is determined to fulfill Wang Zhijiang's requests without reservation. After their meal, Wang Zhijiang took a flight back to Jiangzhou City, where he and Qinlan inspected the progress of the villa's renovations. Later that evening, at 7 o'clock, Li Shuoyang returned home and knocked on the door of his father's study. Xiaoyang, is there something you need? Li Guoqiang inquired with a hint of surprise, as his son rarely sought him out in his study. Dad, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. Oh, it is indeed quite rare. You are not part of the system. Surely, your company has not encountered any troubles, has it? Li Guoqiang noticed that his son had never sought his assistance. And in the capital, who does not recognize Li Shuoyang's status. It is unlikely that anyone would dare to trouble him, especially now that he possesses such a substantial amount of capital. No, it is not my affair. It concerns Zhijiang. He knows you work at the Ministry of Public Security. Zhijiang's younger brother, Wang Zhijiang, was adopted by him when he was a child. At that time, Wang Zhijiang was only 3 years old, right at the end of that period. Thus, he wishes to ask for your help in locating his biological parents. Li Shuoyang found Wang Zhijiang to be remarkably different from the average person. Ordinarily, one would not assist in searching for a sibling. Yet Wang Zhijiang believed his brother had parents before the age of 3. Therefore, he retained some memories of them, regardless of whether they could be found or not. It is imperative to try, for one must act with a clear conscience. As he spoke, Li Shuoyang handed a photograph provided by Wang Zhijiang to his father. Li Guoqing nodded and took a look at the photo, pondering the recent governmental emphasis on combating abduction and the establishment of new legal regulations. The difficulty in locating family members is a shared understanding among all. Although this era has seen advancements, a proper database has yet to be created, leaving many matters still in need of development. However, the moment Li Guoqing laid eyes on Wang Zhijiang's photograph, his eyes widened in surprise. He promptly removed his glasses for a closer inspection, feeling an uncanny resemblance to a dear friend. Upon examining other photographs, he noticed one featuring a green sign emblazoned with a clover, which made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain composure. Father, there is no need for you to be troubled. Just do your best to assist in the search. I still intend to post a reward and seek help from private organizations specializing in family reunification. Li Shuoyang observed his father's agitated expression. Fearing he had placed his father in a difficult position, Li Guoqing immediately adopted a more relaxed demeanor. No, Xiaoyang. Our ministry has also issued rewards. There will always be individuals who pretend to possess information. How can you discern the truth from falsehood with so many people involved? Private organizations are not particularly reliable either. I believe these photographs may offer some leads. Allow me to assist you first. If there are no results, then you may consider other methods. All right? But, Father, I would like to post the reward first. I made a promise to Zhijiang to do my utmost to help him. Li Shuoyang responded hesitantly. Li Guoqing's expression darkened. No, this time you must heed my counsel. Let me assist you in the search first. We may yet succeed. Why resort to other means? Otherwise, I shall not help you. You may decide how to proceed. Li Shuoyang was taken aback by his father's anger and felt somewhat dazed. All right, Father, however, if you cannot find him, I still intend to post the reward. After all, many hands make light work. Hearing his son's concession, Li Guoqing replied, Very well. I shall do my utmost to assist in the search. I will reach out to you if there are any developments. Additionally, please share the details regarding Wang Zhijiang and his brother Wang Zhijiang's family situation, as this will aid me in my investigation. Chapter 72. A conversation with Old Li. In truth, Zhijiang's family is quite simple. His father is the director of a textile factory in Kaidong City, Jiangdong Province, while his mother is a teacher. The family consists of Zhijiang, his younger brother Wang Zhijiang, and a sister. Both the brother and sister are currently in their second year of high school, both 18 years of age. The individual in the photograph you received is indeed the younger brother, Wang Zhijiang. Li Shuoyang was also narrating the circumstances surrounding Zhijiang's family. With a sigh, he continued, Father, in truth, Zhijiang has been making efforts to search for his biological father. After such a long time, he has come to the realization that his father may no longer be alive, which provides him with a measure of solace. Although Zhijiang and his brother are not blood-related, one can sense the deep bond between them, stronger than that of true siblings. Listening to his son's words, Li Guoqing pondered for a moment. I understand. If there is any news, I will inform you. You may leave for now. Once he closed the study door, he took a seat at his desk, staring at a photograph, lost in contemplation, debating whether to directly reach out to an old friend. However, despite possessing the Clover military badge, the certainty of the matter remained elusive. He hesitated, fearing that a rash statement might backfire. The National Civil Procedure Law enacted last year explicitly allows paternity tests to be utilized as evidence in litigation, marking the legitimization of such tests within the judicial system. That same year, relevant judicial appraisal institutions began to emerge, and paternity testing technology gradually matured. Consequently, paternity testing institutions were established in the capital. A plan began to form in Li Guoqing's mind. Before long, Old Li summoned the two men to discuss an important matter, and the three gathered in the living room. Old Li spoke, "I have called you here to announce something significant. First, Xiaoyang, today I spoke with Zhijiang, and we will proceed as he suggested. I will invest 10 billion to acquire the core assets of foreign trade enterprises in Guanghai province and donate them to the state. I will arrange for someone to coordinate with you." "Understood, Grandpa," Xiaoyang replied. "Father, this is indeed a commendable step. Recently, I've heard numerous rumors about Xiaoyang, but many have also approached me to forge connections, frequently mentioning his name. It appears that wealth truly captivates the heart." Li Guoqing noticed that discussions about his son had begun circulating among those in the capital, a phenomenon previously unheard of. The nation required development, and funds were needed everywhere. If an ordinary company in the capital possessed such substantial capital, it was inevitable that the government would seek to benefit from it, requesting donations of resources, which was far easier than pursuing development independently. This was why, in later years, many leading companies seldom faced direct approaches from various departments. Typically, it was a directive from a provincial secretary or a local government official, and without genuine matters at hand, interference in the growth of private enterprises was generally prohibited. The Li family's influence was evident, deterring any opposition. However, the higher echelons operated differently. Thus, Wang Zhijiang's statement indeed resonated with the Li family. Without Huagua, there would be no Li family. Hence, contributing 10 billion was not only appropriate but also advantageous. Old Li chuckled, "Haha. I truly did not expect that one day Xiaoyang would become a focal figure in the capital. Furthermore, I have decided to adopt Zhijiang as my god-grandson." The two men were taken aback by Old Li's words. While they felt honored, the extent of his regard was indeed astonishing. Both aware of the high standards set by Old Li. "What?" Li Guoqing was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Wang Zhijiang's father, whom he had yet to meet, would take such a liking to him, even going so far as to acknowledge him as a god-grandson. Li Shuoyang, however, was quite elated. "Grandpa, does this mean that Zhijiang and I are true brothers now? He didn't mention anything during our meeting this afternoon." Zhijiang remains as low-key as ever. Old Li cast a disapproving glance at Li Shuoyang, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. "Do you think everyone is like you, Xiaoyang? Remember, you must learn from Zhijiang in every aspect, both in character and in conduct. There is much for you to absorb." Li Shuoyang felt somewhat aggrieved. After all, he considered himself quite accomplished. Yet, he refrained from contradicting his grandfather. Moreover, Elder Jiang had also recognized Wang Zhijiang as a god-grandson. This revelation further astonished the two young men. While it was understandable that Wang Zhijiang had rendered significant assistance to the Li family, Elder Jiang was notoriously difficult to please and held standards no less stringent than Old Li's. The fact that he too had acknowledged a god-grandson left them perplexed. "You needn't ponder too much over this," Old Li said. "Zhijiang excels in politics more so than in business. Today, he proposed a policy that both Elder Jiang and I unanimously agreed merits immediate discussion and implementation. It is a policy that would greatly benefit the nation's development. Can you envision such an idea emerging from your own minds?" With a solemn tone, Old Li elucidated the rationale, but refrained from delving into specifics. "Share this news with the rest of the family. Let everyone be informed. Next time, I will invite Zhijiang over to our home." Old Li believed that since they had established this kinship, it was essential for the family to acknowledge it, as fostering this relationship would undoubtedly benefit Wang Zhijiang's future endeavors. The two young men nodded in agreement. Li Shuoyang then retreated to his room, leaving Li Guoqing and Old Li alone. "Guoqing, if there is something on your mind, please speak up." Old Li observed his youngest son's troubled expression with curiosity, aware that both of his sons were cognizant of his unwillingness to assist them in their ambitions. Once one reached the deputy ministerial level, familial support in career advancement became increasingly limited. Old Li could only offer occasional mature advice regarding work. Yet he was not well versed in the workings of the Ministry of Public Security, where his youngest son served. Li Guocheng earnestly addressed his father. Please take a look at these two photographs. They were given to me by Xiaoyang. He mentioned that this is Xiaojiang's younger brother, Wang Zhihua, whom Xiaojiang and his father adopted from the orphanage when he was merely 3 years old. Now, he is 18 and in his second year of high school. He is aware of my position in the Ministry of Public Security and wishes to seek my assistance in locating his biological parents. He is uncertain whether they are still alive, considering that no one has come looking for him all these years. Old Li examined the photographs, visibly shaken. Wang Zhihua bore a striking resemblance to a longtime friend of his. Moreover, the three-leaf clover military necklace in the other photograph invoked nostalgic memories, as it was emblematic of his friend's family. After calming his rising excitement, Old Li looked at his youngest son. Are you certain these photographs are genuine? You must understand the consequences of fabrication if you were to find out. Have you ever met this person? And have you seen this necklace before? Father, Xiaoyang just gave these to me. I was at a loss for what to do and sought your counsel. Li Lao pondered for a moment and inquired, what were your initial intentions? Li Guocheng replied candidly, I had initially intended to confront him directly, but upon reflection, I deemed it inappropriate. It might be a sensitive issue, and although we share a good rapport, you are aware that since that incident, his family has gradually adopted a more discreet demeanor. Therefore, let Xiaojiang send the necklace over first. You can feign a reason, claiming that having the physical item would provide a clearer context for investigation. However, confirming this matter remains a challenge. Li Guocheng continued earnestly, Father, I have contemplated this. There's a novel technology emerging in the capital known as paternity testing. By obtaining samples from both individuals and submitting them to a specialized agency, a report can be generated for confirmation. We could acquire Wang Zhijiang's hair and, when the opportunity arises, invite him out. It has been years since I last saw him. I believe he would not refuse a meeting. Depending on the situation, I could seek additional items of his for comparison. If everything aligns, we can confront him, as his family has been evading this matter for years. Li Lao expressed curiosity. Oh, such a technology exists? That indeed sounds feasible. Let us proceed with this plan, but you must ensure that no one else is privy to it. Until we have confirmation, we must exercise caution. At 8 p.m. that evening, Wang Zhijiang received a call from Li Xiaoyang in the dormitory. Zhijiang, I never expected us to truly become brothers now. Haha, Li Xiaoyang exclaimed, genuinely delighted. Indeed, I didn't foresee this either. You aren't calling me this late just to tell me we've become brothers, are you? You understand me well. I must tell you, I have shown my father the photo of the brother you provided, and now he insists that you send over your brother Jia's necklace and hair, claiming they are needed for an investigation. I'm somewhat perplexed by this. Upon hearing his father's request, Li Xiaoyang was equally puzzled. He did not comprehend the need for hair in a search for kin. I understand my uncle's reasoning. Physical evidence is necessary when there are doubts. I will have my brother pack the items and send them to your residence tomorrow. Wang Zhijiang, being aware of the technology, grasped his uncle's intentions. No, my father insists on having them delivered tomorrow. I have already dispatched my secretary to Jiangzhou. He will collect them from your home first thing in the morning. Is there such urgency? Did you not just speak to your uncle today? Wang Zhijiang queried, somewhat bemused. It seemed unnecessary to rush, as sending them would only take 3 or 4 days. How should I know? In any case, that is my father's directive. Li Xiaoyang responded hopelessly. Very well. I shall inform my family. Please provide me with your secretary's number, and I will communicate the address for him to retrieve the items. Wang Zhijiang dismissed the matter, thinking his uncle, being from the police force, likely approached tasks with a brisk efficiency. The following morning at 9 a.m., Wang Zhijiang received a call from Li Xiaoyang's secretary. After coordinating with his family, he was soon contacted by Cheng Kai. Mayor Wang, this is Cheng Kai. Have you returned from your trip? Cheng Kai, now exceedingly courteous, viewed Wang Zhijiang with an air of mystery. Greetings, Director Cheng. I returned last night and was just about to inquire about the bidding process. I believe the other company we discussed previously, led by President Ho Shipeng, is quite commendable. Although Cheng Kai hails from the Liang family, he appears to harbor no ill intentions. Mayor Wang, rest assured, we will proceed with the bidding for the alternative company suggested by you, President Ho Shipeng. Does that seem agreeable to you? However, we must clarify some details together. Mayor Wang, are you available during lunch? President Liang is also present and wishes to discuss matters beyond just an apology, which could benefit the development of Shisong Town. Sheng Kai has made it clear that Liang Wenlong approaches this with sincerity. Very well, I shall meet you in Jiangzhou at noon. Shall we gather in the same private room as last time? Wang Zhijiang is also eager to learn how Liang Wenlong can assist Shisong Town. Mayor Wang, President Liang insisted that you shouldn't travel such a distance to Jiangzhou. He and I will come to Shisong Town instead. We have already reserved a private room at the Shigua Hotel and await your esteemed presence at 11:30. Sheng Kai expressed admiration for Liang Wenlong's adaptability. Yet he remains unsettled since Liang Wenlong's previous encounter with Li Shuoyang. Director Cheng, you are too gracious. Rest assured, I will arrive punctually. After concluding the call, Wang Zhijiang busily made his way to the Shigua Hotel by noon for the appointment. Welcome, Mayor Wang. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Liang Wenlong stepped forward, warmly shaking hands with Wang Zhijiang, maintaining a demeanor as if he had never been flustered. With such courteousness from President Liang and your invitation via Director Cheng, how could I possibly decline? Wang Zhijiang reciprocated the respect. Once seated, with half the dishes served, Cheng Kai finally spoke. Mayor Wang, as per your guidance, we have engaged Shangpeng Company. President Ho has indicated that he will arrive tomorrow with his team to commence work promptly. I will ensure he contacts you at that time. Wang Zhijiang nodded slightly, confident that with Ho Shiping's construction efforts, issues should be minimal. Director Cheng, may I inquire what you meant regarding benefits for the development of Shisong Town during your call this morning? Wang Zhijiang, being direct, sought clarity now that Liang Wenlong's apologetic demeanor was established. Liang Wenlong replied, Mayor Wang, the previous matter was indeed a misjudgment on my part. Please do not take it to heart. I sincerely apologize to you this time. I will drink this cup. You may follow your preference. He then downed a glass of 2 Liang of Baijiu. Observing Liang Wenlong's commendable attitude, Wang Zhijiang accepted and took a sip in acknowledgement. Liang Wenlong continued, to demonstrate my sincerity, I wish to invest in the construction of an industrial park in Shisong Town. Our Liang family has experience in piloting industrial park constructions in first-tier cities, and I believe this aligns with your needs. What do you think? Wang Zhijiang was taken aback by Liang Wenlong's proposal. He anticipated that the Liang family had engaged in industrial parks in major cities. Though he was well aware of what a completed industrial park should resemble, he felt insufficiently versed in how to initiate the framework in 1997. Chapter 74. The approach of Liang Wenlong. Wang Zhijiang smiled faintly. Mr. Liang, this is indeed splendid. Your sincerity is truly commendable. And on behalf of the citizens of Shisong Town, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor. However, I am curious if Mr. Liang has any specific requests? Oh, Mayor Wang, Liang Wenlong replied, to be able to assist you is indeed an honor. As entrepreneurs, we bear a social responsibility. It is only natural for us to help establish the framework for the industrial park. I wouldn't dare to impose any demands. Liang Wenlong was keen to foster a good relationship, taking a measured approach, as Wang Zhijiang's enigmatic demeanor made it challenging to inquire further. Wang Zhijiang maintained a calm expression. I understand that you all wish to know the connection between the 3 individuals and myself. I could divulge it, but you must promise to keep it confidential. I prefer to remain understated. Mr. Liang, are you aware of the recent incident regarding Brother Liang in the capital? Wang Zhijiang remarked, glancing at Liang Wenlong. Of course. The news has spread like wildfire, and today a significant announcement was made. I hold Brother Liang in high regard, Liang Wenlong acknowledged, knowing well the developments in the capital. Li Shuoyang had amassed hundreds of billions, drawing attention from the higher echelons and garnering admiration from numerous families in the capital, who would shy away from wealth. However, the sudden announcement this morning regarding a 100 billion investment to acquire the assets of export enterprises in Guangdong province, to be gifted to the nation, sent shockwaves through the capital. Such a bold move was unexpected and highlighted Li Lao's exceptional acumen. My involvement has played a role in Brother Liang's financial success. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Zhijiang spoke cryptically. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Liang Wenlong finally grasped the underlying implications. Having graduated from the finance department of Jiangdong University, Wang Zhijiang was evidently a financial prodigy. It was clear that he had advised Li Shiweyang, which explained the closeness of their relationship. Indeed, in this world, all endeavors are driven by profit. Understood. I must admit, Mayor Wang, your financial acumen at such a young age is quite remarkable. My family has also dabbled in finance, but where could we possibly find a talent like you? Liang Wenlong spoke sincerely. In truth, with such a remarkable ability to generate wealth, one could question why Wang Zhijiang would choose a political career. Given his accomplishments, it was likely that Li Shiweyang would prefer Wang Zhijiang to resign and join him in finance. Meanwhile, Cheng Kai, who had been listening, was utterly befuddled by their conversation. Yet he recognized that some matters are better left undisclosed. Since Mr. Liang is graciously supporting the development of Shisong Town, I, as the mayor, must reciprocate with a substantial gift to express my gratitude. However, Wang Zhijiang began, directing his gaze towards Cheng Kai. Cheng Kai immediately stood up. I just remembered I have matters to attend to at the provincial office. Please, continue your conversation. Mayor Wang, the industrial park in Shisong Town has yet to commence construction, and you wish to present me with a grand gift? I feel quite embarrassed. Liang Wenlong exclaimed, though inwardly he was elated. Having a talent like Wang Zhijiang offer just a few pointers would yield profits far exceeding those from the industrial park project. Clearly, Mayor Wang was reluctant to owe anyone a favor. These are trivial matters. You all remember that the Liang family is engaged in real estate, right? My suggestion is to acquire land in the capital, preferably within the Third Ring Road. Whether it be land listed by the government or undeveloped plots that other developers are willing to sell, it should be quite easy to see a 2- or 3-fold increase within 5 years. Wang Zhijiang initially considered having Liang Wendong purchase a Sihiyuan in the capital. But upon reflection, it is best to reserve such opportunities for Liang Gu and himself, as the number of Sihiyuans is already limited. For a financially robust family like the Liangs, investing heavily in land can yield exponential growth. Such a gift would certainly be worthwhile. Oh, Mayor Wang, are you suggesting that we purchase land and not develop it immediately? However, currently, most properties are still welfare housing, with very few commercial units available. Liang Wendong was somewhat puzzled. Wang Zhijiang explained, it is merely a matter of time until real estate becomes fully market-oriented. You should understand what I mean. The capital is the heart of the nation, and in the future, the population will peak in various aspects. Thus, the value of scarce housing will inevitably soar. After all, rarity breeds value. Moreover, I must candidly inform you that I originally intended for Liang Gu to handle this matter, but since Liang Gu is associated with the Li family, he has better options. Liang Zong is more suited for this undertaking. Do you comprehend my point? Wang Zhijiang spoke the truth. If Li Shiweyang were to acquire Sihiyuans, it would be due to his status in the capital, as many Sihiyuans are controlled by government officials. Only with Li Shiweyang's involvement could a substantial acquisition be smoothly facilitated. You, Liang Wendong, may not receive the same attention in the capital, as without political clout, many endeavors are not easily achieved. This includes investing in future giant corporations. If Li Shiweyang participates, others will contemplate the potential growth of the company, as lacking governmental backing could lead to significant losses. However, once Li Shiweyang reveals his connection to the Li family, these giants would certainly be willing to sell a portion of their shares, a feat Liang Wendong could not replicate. Liang Wendong understood Wang Zhijiang's intent. I see. I am indeed not on the same level as Liang Gu. I'm not a core member of the Liang family, and my influence is limited. No worries, you can mention Liang Gu, and I will speak to him later. This should alleviate any concerns from your family. Wang Zhijiang provided Liang Wendong with a clear path. In that case, thank you, Mayor Wang. If it is Liang Ji's guidance, my family will undoubtedly agree. Liang Wendong did not expect Mayor Wang to be so astute, viewing situations from perspectives akin to Liang Gu, perhaps even more mature. After their meal, the two went their separate ways to attend to their affairs. Meanwhile, in the capital, at 6:30 p.m., Li Guocheng sat alone in a hotel private room, having ordered dishes and awaited the arrival of guests. Before long, the door to the room swung open, and a middle-aged man with a rather pleasant appearance entered. "Ah, it's been years. You become quite lean, old Zhou." Li Guocheng jested upon seeing the visitor. The newcomer was quite unceremonious, directly taking a seat beside Li Guocheng, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded him. "So after all these years, I hear you've been promoted to chief of staff. Is it too much to ask you out for a meal?" Li Guocheng, unfazed by Lao Zhou's composure, exhibited a nonchalant attitude in response. In Chapter 75, we encountered Zhou Zhijiang, the esteemed chief of staff of the Beijing Garrison Command, recently elevated to the rank of Major General. "Old Li, you haven't changed a bit after all this time." The two had grown up together, sharing a close bond. However, Zhou Zhijiang found himself puzzled as to why Li Guocheng had invited him to dinner today. It was unlikely that this gathering was merely to congratulate him on his promotion, as Li had not reached out to him in the past during similar occasions. "I haven't changed much either. It's been a while since we last met. I got off work early today and thought to invite you for a drink and a chat. I was worried I wouldn't be able to reach you since you hadn't changed your number." Li Guocheng felt a twinge of regret regarding his childhood friend. Since that incident, not only had Zhou Zhijiang withdrawn from social interactions, but the entire Zhou family had also become quite reclusive. The Zhou family's influence rivaled that of the Li family, with Zhou Lao being one of the 7 little groups and the only military representative among them, rendering the Zhou family particularly unique. Zhou Zhijiang was the core of the second generation in the Zhou family, being the sole son of Zhou Lao. "I'm still the same, diligently working for the country. But your son has been making quite a name for himself lately. I haven't seen Xiao Liang in ages, and I never expected him to shine so brightly this time around. Even my father has praised him, despite Zhou Zhijiang's seclusion. He was well informed about the happenings in the capital. You know his capabilities. You've watched him grow up. He is merely benefiting from the connections of friends. But it's commendable nonetheless. He is not within the system, yet he has managed to assist the family." While Zhou Zhijiang remained humble, Li Guocheng's perception of his son had transformed. He had provided substantial support to the family, and many influential families in the capital had extended olive branches toward them, swayed by the allure of wealth. "Oh, having such a friend is a talent in itself. Don't be coy about it." Zhou Zhijiang regarded the younger generation with a sense of equanimity, noting how few among the third generation in Beijing could boast such accomplishments. After some conversation, Zhou Zhijiang soon departed for the military district. Li Guocheng retrieved several sterile bags to collect the used utensils of Zhou Zhijiang, heading straight to the identification agency, instructing them to ensure confidentiality and expedite the results. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, Wang Zhijiang was busily attending to matters, inspecting the new greenhouse constructed by Zhou's construction, monitoring the cultivation of melons, and reviewing the progress of the factory, where the framework was just being erected, all proceeding steadily. Once he returned to his office after completing his rounds, his secretary, Song Guangming, entered. "Mayor, Mr. Ho from Shengpeng Company is here to see you. Let him in." Wang Zhijiang had not anticipated Mr. Ho Shiping's eagerness to arrive so soon, especially since the bidding results had only been announced that morning. "My dear Wang, good day to you. This morning, I heard Director Cheng mention that Mayor Wang firmly chose our Shengpeng Company to undertake the construction of this first-class highway project. I hurried over to express my gratitude." Ho Shiping warmly shook hands with Wang Zhijiang, and after inviting Ho Shiping to sit on the sofa, Wang Zhijiang began to speak. "Mr. Ho, although we have never met, I have heard of your unwavering commitment to responsibility in project management. Having previously worked within the system, I entrusted this bidding process to you through Director Cheng." Wang Zhijiang's words were heartfelt. Had Ho Shiping not maintained strict control over the construction standards, he would not have achieved such solid development subsequently. "Mayor Wang, you flatter me. At such a young age, contributing so significantly to the development of Shisong Town makes my previous work in the system seem rather inadequate. I feel somewhat embarrassed." Ho Shiping spoke the truth. For a township to construct a 10-kilometer first-class highway leading to the provincial capital, one must acknowledge the substantial backing Wang Zhijiang possesses, especially considering Director Cheng's authoritative stance. This compelled Ho Shiping to proceed with caution. It was no exaggeration to say that the connections in Jiangdong province were formidable. Given that Director Chung was also a senior official. Mr. Ho, I wish to emphasize 2 points. First, the project must be completed within 6 months with guaranteed quality. Second, any issues that arise can be brought to me, as this road is crucial to the development of our Shisong town. Wang Zhijiang understood the scale of the project and recognized it involved various departments and aspects of Shisong town, and thus, any problems needed to be addressed promptly. After exchanging contact information, Ho Shipeng left to bring in his team to commence preliminary preparations. The next morning, in the provincial government office, Zhong Hongtao sat at his desk, contemplating the materials on Wang Zhijiang sent by his secretary, while the secretary, Lu Jiang, awaited the governor's directives. Since the provincial committee meeting that day, Zhong Hongtao had felt some dissatisfaction towards Mayor Wang. It was rather embarrassing for a governor to be countered by such a grassroots figure. Yet, as the second highest official in Jiangdong province, it was unlikely for someone of his stature to confront Wang Zhijiang directly, but his authority could not be so easily challenged. Thus, he had requested the secretary to deliver Wang Zhijiang's information to review. Upon seeing the contributions Wang Zhijiang had made to the development of Shisong town, Zhong Hongtao was pleasantly surprised. Achieving such accomplishments at a young age was commendable. As for the support from Han Peng and others, Zhong Hongtao had not taken it seriously. Only the provincial party secretary, Tan Guoming, caused him some apprehension. Furthermore, it seemed that Qin Limin genuinely regarded Wang Zhijiang as a prospective son-in-law, as otherwise Tan Guoming would not have publicly praised him. Contemplating these matters, Zhong Hongtao developed a different line of thought. Lu, please call Xiao Yi and ask him to come over right away. I have something to discuss with him. Within an hour, Zhong Yi arrived. The office housed only the two of them. Governor Zhong, did you call me over so urgently for something important? Zhong Yi inquired, puzzled by the sudden request early in the morning. Zhong Yi has been serving as the mayor of a town not far from Jiangzhou for 2 years now. You have also been in the township for 2 years. How does it feel? Zhong Hongtao is devoted to nurturing his nephew, as there are few young people in the family engaged in politics. Zhong Yi sighed, saying, Uncle, working at the grassroots level is indeed challenging. I used to believe that accomplishing tangible tasks was sufficient, but I now realize that, more often than not, the people involved are of greater significance. Moreover, you are aware that the educational background of township officials is generally not high, which often complicates the execution of work. Zhong Hongtao, with a calm demeanor, replied, the principles apply both within and outside the system. Wherever there are people, there will be struggles. Achieving results in a complex environment is inherently difficult. However, Xiao Yi, you must remember that while engaging in conflict is permissible, it must never hinder the welfare of the populace or local development. He was reminding his nephew, as he is the only relatively outstanding individual among the younger generation in the family, having entered the system right after graduating from university and now serving as mayor for 2 years. Although his achievements may not be extraordinary, they are still commendable. Currently, an opportunity has arisen. There is a town called Shisong adjacent to the provincial capital. The town's party secretary is quite elderly, and more importantly, they have initiated a cantaloupe cultivation project and are preparing to construct a 10-kilometer first-class road leading to Jiangzhou, along with plans to develop an industrial park. Hearing his uncle's description, Zhong Yi was somewhat astonished. Can a single town really accomplish all 3 of these tasks simultaneously? As a graduate from first-tier city, he is aware that industrial parks are typically established only in such major urban areas. Furthermore, his uncle mentioned that the town party secretary is of advanced age, which aligns with his own 2-year minimum tenure requirements. Uncle, this cantaloupe cultivation is a new variety, isn't it? It seems to be found only in the northwest regions. And where does the town find the funds to build a 10-kilometer first-class road? I know about industrial parks, but aren't they exclusive to first-tier cities? Zhong Yi voiced his doubts. Zhong Hongtao pondered, I am uncertain how they manage the cantaloupe cultivation, but they have indeed invited fruit experts from the Jiangdong Academy of Agricultural Sciences to conduct research. I have reviewed the report, and it is indeed feasible. As for the 10-kilometer first-class road, it is rather unique. private enterprises are responsible for funding its construction, and subsequently, they will charge fees to earn a predetermined profit. An industrial park has already welcomed its first tenant, and I have heard that the framework for the park has already commenced. Surprised by his uncle's words, Zhong Yi remarked, I didn't expect the town party secretary to accomplish so much at such an advanced age. Is he being promoted? Is there a vacancy? No. These initiatives are attributed to a 23-year-old mayor who has only been in office for a little over a month, and they are largely independent of the town party secretary. Wait, just over a month in office? Is this individual born to be an official? How remarkable! Zhong Yi exclaimed, astonished by the young man's capabilities. At that moment, Governor Zhong maintained his unperturbed expression, stating, indeed impressive. During the provincial standing committee meeting, he even dared to openly contradict me. Zhong Yi was taken aback. Uncle, this young man possesses such audacity? A mere town mayor has the gall to challenge you at a provincial standing committee meeting? But wait, how does a town mayor qualify to attend such a meeting? What background does he have? Zhong Hongtao exhibited a moment of hesitation. Currently, there appeared to be only one candidate, who was likely to become Qin Li Min's future son-in-law. Initially, he regarded this prospect as improbable. Yet Secretary Tan's commendation of him during the meeting left him somewhat uncertain. Being in his position, Zhong Hongtao understood well that if Wang Zhijiang had merely authored a best-selling book, it would not suffice to garner the provincial secretary's favor. The implication must therefore lie with Qin Li Min, leaving him in a state of indecision. Zonk, ye nodded in acknowledged, inquiring why he was being considered for the position of town party secretary. A smile graced Zhong Hongtao's lips as he responded, your term has arrived. And given that Wang Zhijiang has amassed such notable achievements, it is only fitting that you partake in some of the fruits. We are all officials, and mutual support is essential. However, should Wang Zhijiang prove to be nothing more than a facade, it would present you with an opportunity to complete the tasks at hand, which would undoubtedly benefit your future advancement. Moreover, if any illegal or unethical conduct by Wang Zhijiang comes to light, you are to inform me immediately. Zhong Hongtao intended for his nephew to reap the rewards, as it would be unbecoming for a provincial governor to directly confront a town mayor. Given that everyone was aware of Wang Zhijiang's public rebuttal of him during the provincial standing committee meeting, he seized this opportunity to assess whether Wang Zhijiang was merely a superficial figure or possessed genuine capability. If he indeed proved to be competent, his nephew would gain valuable experience. If not, he could simply be dismissed, allowing his nephew to take over and achieve the necessary accomplishments. This strategy ensured a graceful maneuvering without any issues arising, preserving Zhong Hongtao's authority, lest anyone in the province dare to challenge him. Once Zhong Yi departed, Zhong Hongtao summoned his secretary, Yu Qinggong. With a contemplative demeanor, he instructed, I need you to investigate a matter for me. I suspect there are issues with the town party secretary, Yu Linxiang. Please look into it, and if any wrongdoing is discovered, present the evidence to the Kaidong City Discipline Inspection Commission for strict punishment. Although Yu Qinggong felt a tinge of confusion, he understood the importance of executing his superior's directives without fail. It appeared that the leadership desired Yu Linxiang's removal. Upon exiting the office, he began making calls to initiate the investigation. By midday, Yu Qinggong had gathered evidence against Yu Linxiang, noting with a sense of misfortune that the man had received gifts, including tobacco, alcohol, and 2,000 yuan in cash. This amount, though seemingly trivial, could easily be construed as a violation of anti-corruption laws, sufficient to warrant his ousting. Yu Qinggong proceeded to the Kaidong City Discipline Inspection Commission, where Secretary Gan, upon seeing the credentials presented by the secretary, exhibited a look of perplexity. However, when Yu Qinggong submitted the evidence to Secretary Gan Lei, it became clear that this was a directive from the provincial governor, necessitating strict compliance. He also briefed the city party secretary, Kong Wensheng, who, upon hearing the name Shisong Town, felt a sense of unease, yet chose not to intervene as long as it did not pertain to Wang Zhijiang. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the party committee meeting of Shisong Town convened, presided over by Yu Linxiang, while Wang Zhijiang participated in discussions regarding a series of recent town matters. The agenda included fostering a unified mindset to assist Zhu's sunshine in completing the greenhouse construction throughout the town, as well as the development of the industrial park by Zhu's company and the construction of primary highways. The town party secretary, Yu Linxiang, was addressing the meeting when the door to the conference room suddenly swung open. Huang Leiji, the secretary of the county's Discipline Inspection Commission, entered with two colleagues from the commission. Comrade Yu Linxiang, I am Huang Leiji, the county's Discipline Inspection Secretary. We need to discuss a few matters with you. Please accompany us. Wang Zhijiang looked at Yu Linxiang in astonishment, while Yu, with a face full of despondency, cast a glance at Wang before following them out of the conference room. With the town party secretary's departure, the meeting came to an abrupt end. Wang Zhijiang was taken aback. As in his previous life, he had never heard of Yu Linxiang being taken away for corruption, leading him to believe something was amiss. Hello, senior brother. Is Secretary Han busy right now? Wang Zhijiang hurried back to his office and quickly dialed Wei Tao. Chapter 77. The second step of Zhonghong Tao. I saw your call and knew the discipline inspection comrades had already taken Yu Linxiang away. The secretary and Minister Jin are waiting for you, Han Peng sighed. After hanging up, Wang Zhijiang headed towards the county party committee with the secretary. In Han Peng's office, he and Jin Hui were engaged in conversation when Secretary Wei Tao knocked and entered. Leaders, Wang Zhijiang has arrived. Let him in, Han Peng instructed. Good day, Secretary Han. Minister Jin, Wang Zhijiang greeted as he entered, feeling a warmth in seeing both leaders present. However, upon taking his seat, he noticed the solemn expressions on their faces. Zhijiang, we received today's news on short notice. As you know, the Discipline Inspection Commission operates under dual leadership. Secretary Huang informed me before departing, but due to confidentiality, I could not tell you in advance, Han Peng stated, gazing at Wang Zhijiang with a calm demeanor. Jin Hui chimed in, this incident did not go through our county, and we are not fully aware of the situation. I just spoke with the old leader, Secretary Kong of the Dong City Municipal Committee, who mentioned that this directive came from the provincial level. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission can issue orders to the municipal level, which then reaches the county level. Such directives from higher authorities cannot be disregarded. Hence, Huang Leiji went directly to take Yu Linxiang away. Both men exchanged puzzled glances, as direct provincial intervention was quite rare. Moreover, numerous matters were currently unfolding in Shisong Town. It seemed peculiar to remove the town's top official at this juncture. The immediate concern was selecting a new town party secretary. Han Peng spoke up, understanding that Yu Linxiang's return to his post was improbable. The best outcome would be retirement at the People's Congress or the Political Consultative Conference. Shisong Town was in a period of rapid development, and the absence of a leader was untenable. Leaders, wait. Wang Zhijiang suddenly interjected. What is it? Han Peng inquired, puzzled by Wang's sudden outburst. Is it possible that Yu's secretary's removal is merely the first step, with the second step being the arrival of a successor? I find it hard to believe that Yu's secretary would engage in corruption, but I fear that minor issues may be exaggerated, preventing him from continuing as the town party secretary. Wang Zhijiang articulated his suspicions. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, both Han Peng and Jin Hui fell into deep contemplation. In the afternoon, within the confines of the provincial party committee compound, Minister Fang Mingsheng was diligently engaged at his desk. His secretary, Nian Wenzhong, knocked and entered. Minister, Governor Zhong has arrived and wishes to see you regarding a matter. Fang Mingsheng lifted his gaze slightly, intrigued by the unexpected visit. Oh, please allow him in, he replied, pondering the nature of the meeting, as his interactions with Governor Zhong had been rather limited. Upon the entrance of Zhonghong Tao, Fang Mingsheng rose with a welcoming smile and extended his hand. Governor Zhong, what brings you here? If there is something you need, you could have simply informed my secretary. There was no need for you to come in person. Adhering to the decorum expected in official circles was essential, especially considering that Zhong held a slightly higher rank. Although the distinction between a deputy minister and a full minister was minor, it was a position many aspired to yet never achieved. Comrade Mingsheng, you are too modest. I genuinely have a small favor to ask of you, Zhong Hongtao stated directly. Xiao Zhong, please prepare a cup of fine tea. Governor Zhong, please take a seat while we converse. After the secretary brewed the tea and exited, The two exchanged pleasantries before Zhong Hongtao broached the subject. Comrade Mingsheng, I will be straightforward. I am here today to seek your assistance. My nephew has been serving as the mayor of a nearby township for 2 years now, and I was considering assigning him additional responsibilities in other townships. Fang Mingsheng contemplated Zhong Hongtao's words for a moment. If I recall correctly, your nephew is a distinguished graduate from a top-tier university named Zhong Yi, is he not? Indeed, Comrade Mingsheng, your memory is commendable, befitting a leader of the organizational department. While Fang Mingsheng's expression remained composed, a hint of displeasure stirred within him. The notion of adding responsibilities implied appointing his nephew as the head of a township. Though numerous townships existed across the province, as minister of the organizational department, interfering in the decisions of county committees was a delicate matter. While it could be done, it was rarely pursued unless circumstances demanded, as it could easily be perceived as an abuse of power. Typically, connections would facilitate such requests, especially at the municipal or even county level, but it was rare for such influence to extend to townships. Despite the necessity for township party secretaries to be reported for provincial review, the primary opinions stemmed from the county committee, and while not explicitly stated, it was understood among all parties involved. This was characteristic of the current era, unlike the post-2009 period when county committee secretaries were directly appointed by the province, rather than being decided by the municipal committee and reported to the provincial level. Fang Mingsheng regarded Zhong Hongtao earnestly. Governor Zhong, while there are indeed numerous townships, each township party secretary position is typically filled. It's not so simple to find a vacancy. To his surprise, Zhong Hongtao smiled slightly. Comrade Mingsheng, the secretary of Shisong Township, Yu Linxiang, has been taken away by the county disciplinary committee for corruption. Thus, the position of township party secretary is currently vacant. Zhong Hongtao's words, accompanied by a smile, left Fang Mingsheng with a sense of resignation. It seemed that the previous meeting, where Wang Zhijiang had publicly contradicted Zhong, had left its mark on him. It became evident that Zhong Hongtao was indeed orchestrating a strategy to seize opportunities while undermining Wang Zhijiang simultaneously, truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Wang Zhijiang had already made significant progress in melon cultivation, attracting investments, and constructing industrial parks in Shisong Township. The timing of appointing a new leader now would undoubtedly ensure a stable performance record. Fang Mingsheng sighed, lamenting that at this level, there were no easy allies, only a group of cunning old foxes. The adjustment of Zhong Yi was undoubtedly unproblematic, especially since a mayoral position had been left vacant for local interests. However, the situation was different with the transfer to Shisong Town. At this moment, it was likely that the Discipline Inspection Commission was preparing to report the findings regarding Yu Linxiang to the provincial authorities with remarkable speed. Fang Mingsheng, donning a smile, responded, Director Zhong, the results from the county's Discipline Inspection Commission have yet to be submitted. May I have some time to consider this matter? Zhong Hongtao gazed earnestly at Fang Mingsheng, stating, Comrade Mingsheng, I assure you, I will not let your assistance go unrewarded. If this matter comes to fruition, it will be a favor owed to you. What do you think? However, Fang Mingsheng felt it unwise to acquiesce so readily, considering that Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town, was a favored young talent of Secretary Tan from the provincial committee, and he himself was aligned with Secretary Tan. I understand, Director Zhong, but I must ponder this further. What do you suggest? Fang Mingsheng thought it prudent to at least consult Secretary Tan's opinion before making any commitments. Chapter 78. Tan Guoming's stance I understand, Comrade Mingsheng, but please do not take too long, if that is agreeable. Zhong Hongtao was aware that Fang Mingsheng would likely seek Tan Guoming's counsel, yet he remained unconcerned as his nephew's qualifications were sound, and there were no significant impediments to his promotion. In this era, there was no nepotism avoidance system for civil servants, so there was little cause for anxiety. Rest assured, it will not take long. One should not shun merit for kinship. Your nephew is a graduate of a prestigious university, and his experience in rural towns is quite valuable. I hold great admiration for such young individuals. Fang Mingsheng's remarks were indeed truthful, Some leaders merely kept their juniors in bureaucratic limbo, waiting for their turn to ascend to positions of power, thereby neglecting their responsibilities to the public. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhong Hongtao took his leave, prompting Fang Mingsheng to seek out Tan Guoming, as this matter directly involved Wang Zhijiang. In the office of the provincial secretary, Fang Mingsheng and Tan Guoming sipped tea. Fang Mingchang stated directly, "Secretary, Director Zhong just approached me. The secretary of the Shisong Town Party Committee, Yulin Xiang, has been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and he requested that I arrange for his nephew to take over in Shisong Town. What are your thoughts?" Tan Guoming glanced at Fang Mingsheng, took a sip from his cup, and chuckled. Zhong Hongtao seems to be regressing. His methods have grown stale. It is quite apparent to everyone what he is attempting, harvesting the fruits of another's labor. Mingsheng, if his nephew complies with the necessary procedures, let him go. They are all young people, and a little experience will serve them well. Without challenges, how can one progress? It will be beneficial for him to collaborate with Xiaojiang. After all, they will inevitably cross paths in the future. Tan Guoming believed Wang Zhijiang was destined for advancement, and early exposure to real-world challenges would be advantageous. He was also curious to see how Wang Zhijiang would manage, particularly with Zhong Hongtao's influence, to enliven Shisong Town. Fang Mingsheng understood that this was an opportunity for Wang Zhijiang to gain experience, and Zhong Yu would be there to assist. "I comprehend, Secretary." Fang Mingsheng nodded affirmatively. Upon returning to his office, he summoned Tang and Li to discuss the matter further. "Comrades Tang and Li, it is estimated that shortly there will be news regarding Yulin Xiang, the secretary of the party committee of Shisong Town, who has been taken away by the county disciplinary inspection comrades on suspicion of bribery. This position will undoubtedly become vacant, and, at that time, Zhong Yu will be transferred to Shisong Town to serve as the party committee secretary." Fang Mingcheng directly mentioned this to Tang Heli. "Minister, is this Zhong Yi related to that individual?" Tang Heli inquired with some uncertainty. "Indeed, I have informed Secretary Tan about this matter. You may proceed with the execution." Upon hearing Fang Mingcheng's response, Tang Heli understood that the provincial governor was arranging for his nephew to assume the role of party committee secretary in Shisong Town. He grasped the intention behind this decision, though he remained uncertain whether it was merely an unintentional act by Governor Zhong or a calculated maneuver against Wang Zhijiang. Given that Secretary Tan had been notified, execution was permissible, as it was uncommon for higher authorities to interfere in the appointments of town-level officials. Such matters were typically reported from below and approved by the provincial organization department. "Understood. Minister, I shall attend to this matter right away." He rose and returned to his office. Upon entering his office, Tang Heli promptly issued Zhong Ye's transfer order and then picked up the phone to call Yang Wenlong. "Uncle Tang, do you need something?" Liang Wenlong, who had been assisting Wang Zhijiang in establishing the framework for the industrial park, responded. "Tell me, are you aware of any conflicts between Wang Zhijiang and the provincial leadership?" "Provincial leadership? Oh, I recall now. Mayor Wang once confronted the governor during a provincial committee meeting. As I heard from Director Cheng, Liang Wenlong recollected a previous encounter with Cheng Kai, who had mentioned Wang Zhijiang's arrogance at that time. In that case, call Wang Zhijiang immediately and inform him that Governor Zhong is about to arrange for his nephew to succeed the party committee secretary of Shisong Town." Tang Heli believed that with this statement, Wang Zhijiang would grasp the implications. "Understood. I will call him right away. Goodbye." Although Liang Wenlong did not fully comprehend the situation, he trusted Uncle Tang's judgment, believing it would be advantageous for Wang Zhijiang. Meanwhile, Wang Zhijiang was in the county party secretary's office when his phone rang, prompting him to step outside to answer. "Liang, is there something you need?" "I'm quite busy at the moment." He was unsure why Liang Wenlong was calling at such a critical time. "Mayor Wang, our Liang family has connections within the Jiangdong provincial system, and I was instructed to inform you that Governor Zhong is about to arrange for his nephew to take over as the party committee secretary of Shisong Town." Liang Wenlong relayed the information directly to Wang Zhijiang. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhijiang immediately grasped the situation and was somewhat surprised that the Liang family still had influence within the system in Jiangdong and could obtain such information. Their rank must be considerable. After hanging up, He walked dejectedly before the two leaders. "I apologize, esteemed leaders. It is my fault that Secretary Yu has encountered this predicament." Wang Zhijiang expressed his frustration, lamenting that in his efforts to advocate for the development of Shisong Town, he inadvertently caused trouble for Yu Linxian. The results from the disciplinary inspection have just come in. A bribe of 2,000 yuan has been reported, and it appears this position cannot be retained. He may end up seeking a comfortable retirement in the People's Congress or the Political Consultative Conference. Wang Zhijiang detailed the sequence of events and the reasons behind this incident to the two leaders, both of whom fell into deep contemplation. The development of Shisong Town undoubtedly aims to strive for autonomy. If it truly becomes a casualty in the competition for a first-class highway, then it would be utterly meaningless. Thus, there is little more to say, though it has never crossed my mind that the governor would intervene personally. The situation is somewhat unseemly. Everyone is well aware. Yet the governor holds such authority that the three dare not voice their criticisms openly. Wang Zhijiang did not anticipate that a singular rebuttal to a leader would escalate to this extent, yet he has no regrets. As this is for the advancement of Shisong Town, he also muses upon the fact that a higher-ranking official can stifle all competition when one rises through the ranks. Opportunities for resistance become nearly non-existent. Just as the group was enveloped in despondency, the telephone on the desk rang. "Hello, is this Han Peng?" The secretary of the Landong County Committee? Came the voice of Tang Helen. "Yes, who is this?" "I am Tang Helen from the Provincial Organization Department." "Greetings, Minister Tang. What instructions do you have for us?" Han Peng was particularly attentive, having met the executive vice minister of the Provincial Organization Department once, as he was a pivotal figure in determining whether he could ascend to the position of deputy mayor. "The replacement for your town's party secretary will be appointed directly by the provincial committee. There is no need for you to report this upwards. The new appointee will arrive at Shisong Town at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and I will send the relevant materials to your county committee shortly." Tang Helen's tone was devoid of any fluctuations, merely issuing the order as if it were routine. Han Peng dared not hesitate for a moment. "We will comply resolutely with the organization's directives and are grateful to the provincial committee for providing us with talent." Chapter 79. Reporting after hanging up, Han Peng approached the two individuals. It was Tang Helen, the executive vice minister of the Provincial Organization Department. He stated that the person replacing Yu Linxiang will arrive at Shisong Town by 9 a.m. tomorrow. It seems this individual is indeed the governor's nephew, Wang Zhijiang. You must exercise caution with this new appointee. All considerations should revolve around the development of Shisong Town, Han Peng advised Wang Zhijiang. Indeed, he is the nephew of the second-ranking official in Jiangdong Province. I believe his primary objective is aligned with Shisong Town, Wang Zhijiang responded. Jean Huey's implication was clear. He intended to reap the rewards, thereby directly targeting Wang Zhijiang. The actions of the higher-ups left everyone feeling helpless, as everything was legal and compliant, leaving no room for criticism. "Gentlemen, I understand. The development of Shisong Town is of utmost importance. Regardless of who takes over, I shall diligently fulfill my duties. However, this situation has indeed harmed Secretary Yu." Wang Zhijiang felt that the advancement of Shisong Town remained paramount, and much depended on the attitude of the newly appointed party secretary. Han Peng reflected, "This is the nature of the political arena. Sometimes, conflict arises not from our desires, but rather from unavoidable circumstances." Comrade Lin Xiang failed to maintain his boundaries. Had he not accepted a single bribe, even the higher-ups would have been powerless against him. In the realm of politics, one must remain vigilant at all times. After leaving Han Peng's office, Wang Zhijiang proceeded to the office of Huang Leiji, the county's Discipline Inspection Commission secretary. Within the office, Huang Leiji gazed contemplatively at the outcome concerning Yu Linxiang, pondering what transgression could have necessitated his removal from power. At that moment, the secretary knocked and entered. "Secretary, the mayor of Shisong Town, Wang Zhijiang, is here to see you." Huang Leiji lifted his gaze to his secretary. "Let him in, please." "Greetings, Secretary Huang. I am Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town." As Wang Zhijiang observed Huang Leiji rising, he stepped forward to extend a handshake. "My dear Wang, is there something on your mind?" Huang Leiji inquired, perplexed. Wang Zhijiang was highly regarded by two prominent members of the county committee and had reportedly made commendable progress in Shisong town within just a month. Secretary Wang, I have some personal assets I need to report to the organization. Otherwise, it may lead to unnecessary complications in the future. Huang Leiji found Wang Zhijiang's statement somewhat puzzling. The disciplinary committee already possessed all official information about the officials, and given Wang Zhijiang's rather ordinary family background, Huang Leiji assumed he was merely discussing a property acquisition. Yet, why approach him specifically instead of the committee staff? Oh, is it about a property purchase? Please elaborate. Wang Zhijiang continued. I recently acquired 2 villas in Wudong County, and I possess 20 million in savings, having transferred 5 million to another party, leaving me with over 10 million now. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Huang Leiji felt as though he might be imagining things. You just mentioned how much? Secretary Wang exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face. A mere town mayor, even if corrupt, could not possibly amass such wealth. It seemed utterly unfathomable. 2 villas and over 10 million in savings. Indeed, Secretary Wang Zhijiang replied with calm assurance. Such circumstances are rather commonplace. In this era, with average wages barely in the hundreds, who would pursue an official career with such wealth? Is the origin of your funds legitimate? Secretary Wang asked, somewhat instinctively. Wang Zhijiang smiled slightly. Of course, Secretary Wang, otherwise wouldn't I be ensnare myself today? Here is my bank account number. It is all verifiable. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You have matters to attend to. Wang Zhijiang handed over the bank account number, photographs of the property deed, and other prepared documents to Huang Leiji before departing, leaving Secretary Wang in a state of bewilderment, wrestling with the decision of whether to investigate the source of these funds. Within a few minutes, Huang Leiji concluded that a thorough investigation was warranted. However, given the close relationship between County Secretary Han Peng and Wang Zhijiang, he felt it inappropriate to pursue the matter himself. Thus, he decided to call Gan Lei, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission in Kaidong City. Comrade Leiji, what can I do for you? Hasn't the matter concerning you Lin Xiang from Shisong Town been resolved? Gan Lei assumed there was some unfinished business. Secretary Gan, this is not about you Lin Xiang. Just now, Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of Shisong Town, came to me to report his assets. Isn't that quite normal? Is it regarding a property acquisition? Secretary Gan, Wang Zhijiang purchased 2 villas and has over 10 million in his bank account. Gan Lei, thinking he misheard, stood up from his chair in disbelief. How much did you say? Yes, Secretary Gan, 2 villas in Wudong County and over 10 million in his account. Huang Leiji reiterated emphatically. You mean he approached you voluntarily and provided you with all the documentation? Gan Lei questioned, astonished by the confidence displayed by Wang Zhijiang. Subsequently, Gan Lei inquired further. I am aware of Wang Zhijiang. However, I have not met him personally. I have heard from Secretary Kong of the Municipal Committee that he participated in the Provincial Standing Committee meeting. In a public setting, Kong Wenxing mentioned Wang Zhijiang, which led Gan Lei to suspect that this individual was either favored by the municipal party secretary or had some connection with him. Thus, he took note of it. As for the details, I'm not privy to them, Secretary Gan. It was Secretary Han from the county committee who initially recommended Wang Zhijiang for the position of mayor of Shisong Town. I dare not inquire about it directly. What do you think of this matter? Gan Lei pondered for a moment. Let us remain discreet for now. I will seek the opinion of Secretary Kong from the municipal committee. After ending the call, Gan Lei proceeded to Kong Wenxing's office. Inside the municipal office, Kong Wenxing felt a swirl of emotions. When the Gan Lei had reported earlier in the afternoon, Kong Wenxing surmised that Provincial Governor Zhong Hongtao intended to arrange for his nephew to take up a position in Shisong Town. Under normal circumstances, this would not be a concern, but given that the mayor was Wang Zhijiang, Kong Wenxing was uncertain whether to inform Li Shuoyang from the Li family. Recently, Li Shuoyang had gained considerable prominence in the capital, and Kong Wenxing believed this matter was likely related to Wang Zhijiang, though the specifics eluded him. To Kong Wenxing, Wang Zhijiang, despite his youth, exhibited the acumen of a seasoned bureaucrat, adeptly balancing his actions with a remarkable finesse that belied his recent graduation. Astonishingly, within a mere month, He had advanced Shisong Town to such a degree that one could almost deem it extraordinary. At that moment, his secretary, Gao Chung, knocked and entered. "Secretary, the Gan is here to see you," Gao Chung announced softly. "Let him in," Kong Wensheng replied, lifting his gaze toward the door. Gan Lei entered the office. "Kong's secretary, I have a matter that requires your insight. Please have a seat," Comrade Gan Lei, Kong Wensheng invited. After sitting, Gan Lei turned to Kong Wensheng. "Secretary Kong, just now, Mayor Wang Zhijiang reported his personal financial status to Comrade Huang Leiji at the county, declaring ownership of 2 villas and over 10 million in his bank account. Given Wang Zhijiang's close relationship with County Secretary Han Peng, he was uncertain how to proceed and sought my counsel." Upon hearing Gan Lei's words, Kong Wensheng immediately thought, this money must have come from Li Shiweyang. The Li family's values are stringent. Issues regarding finances would be unlikely. Furthermore, it is inconceivable that a newly appointed mayor could embezzle over 10 million in a single month. This matter surely posed no issue. Inform the county that there is no need for further investigation. Wang Zhijiang's personal assets are undoubtedly legitimate. There is no need for scrutiny. Kong Wensheng wished to prevent any inquiries that might lead to Li Shiweyang. As the grandson of Li Lao, an investigation into his assets would imply an acceptance of Li Lao's corruption, which would be quite the scandal. Kong Wensheng's response astonished Gan Lei, who could hardly fathom that a freshly appointed mayor could suddenly possess a fortune. "Secretary Kong, did you just say there's no need for investigation or oversight?" Kong Wensheng sighed. "Indeed, trust my judgment. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. If anyone has objections, let them address me directly." Gan Lei then returned to his office to inform Huang Leiji, who, although puzzled, complied with the directive. Not long after Wang Zhijiang returned to Shisong Town, Yu Linxiang came back to pack his belongings. Observing Yu's despondent demeanor, Wang felt a twinge of guilt. "Secretary, this time it was my fault. I have caused you trouble," Wang Zhijiang readily admitted. "Your fault? Zhijiang, the matter of those 2,000 yuan has nothing to do with you." Yu Linxiang was still unclear about who was targeting him. The sum of 2,000 yuan could be trivial or significant. If it was not aimed at him, it served merely as a warning. But if it were indeed directed at him, it resulted in his reassignment to the county's political consultative conference for retirement. Wang Zhijiang recounted the entire sequence of events to Yu Linxiang. Upon hearing this, Yu's initial reaction was one of surprise. "Zhijiang, I understand, but ultimately, I am the one who made a mistake and was caught. If I had managed to conceal any wrongdoing, they wouldn't have been able to act." He continued, "Moreover, since they are targeting you this time, you must remain composed. The development of Shisong Town is paramount. You have worked hard for so long. I can only provide support, but the main effort relies on you." Wang Zhijiang nodded in agreement. "Secretary, if you ever need assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me." "All right, I understand. From now on, you must rely on yourself." After saying this, Yu Linxiang departed with his belongings. Wang Zhijiang had just returned to his office when Song Guangming knocked on the door and entered. "My dear, Deputy Mayor Kai is here to see you." "Yes, let him in." Wang Zhijiang anticipated that Kai Fu had come to speak with him. "Old Kai, please have a seat. Guangming, could you prepare a cup of tea?" As they settled on the sofa, Kai Fu began to speak. "Mayor, this incident occurred so suddenly. Has there been any word on who will take over?" Kai Fu had not called the old leader, Jin Hui, for information, as such matters would be communicated if deemed necessary. The most crucial factor was Wang Zhijiang. "It has been confirmed that he will arrive tomorrow at 9 a.m. This individual is the nephew of Governor Zhong, named Zhong Yi." Wang Zhijiang held a great deal of trust in Kai Fu, so he shared the details of the situation. After listening, Kai Fu appeared somewhat resigned. A figure of such stature as the governor was indeed far removed from the humble town. In just a day's time, these matters had unfolded in a manner that was truly difficult to fathom. "Old Kai, the arrival of Zhong Yi surely signals an unwelcoming intent. But my ultimate goal is the development of Shisong Town. If we can coexist peacefully, that would be ideal. We shall take it one step at a time." Wang Zhijiang expressed his thoughts candidly. In truth, there was nothing wrong with reaping the benefits, as long as it did not hinder the actual development of Shisong Town. It was acceptable. Kai Fu responded thoughtfully, "I understand, Mayor. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. Kai Fu's perception of Wang Zhijiang had shifted considerably since his arrival. In just a month, the changes in Shisong town were evident to him, and upon self-reflection, he realized he was incapable of achieving such progress. The advancement of Shisong town relied on this young man before him. The following morning, Wang Zhijiang and a number of Shisong town officials awaited at the entrance of the town government. A vehicle slowly came to a halt at the government front. And out stepped Zhong Yi along with Yang Guoqiang, deputy minister of the county organization department. Wang Zhijiang approached and extended his hand, saying, "Minister Yang, thank you for bringing us such talent. Your journey has been arduous." Minister Yang grasped Wang Zhijiang's hand and offered a faint smile. "Zhijiang, it has been quite some time since our last meeting." He continued, "Allow me to introduce you to Comrade Zhong Yi, the newly appointed secretary of the party committee of Shisong town. Comrade Zhong, this is Comrade Wang Zhijiang, the town mayor of Shisong." Wang Zhijiang and Zhong Yi exchanged glances, and Wang took the initiative to extend his hand. "Secretary Zhong, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Zhong Yi was pleasantly surprised by Wang Zhijiang's youthfulness and good looks. He replied with a smile, "Mayor Wang, you are too kind. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. While I cannot claim to offer guidance, let us work together to contribute to the development of Shisong town." Yang Guoqiang felt somewhat helpless. Everyone was aware of Wang's connection to the provincial governor, and it was essential to maintain a favorable impression. Wang Zhijiang understood this and noted that after making the announcement, Yang Guoqiang would return to the county seat. In the afternoon, Zhong Yi spent the entire time in the office, diligently familiarizing himself with the current situation in Shisong town. He was struck by the remarkable progress the town had made recently. At that moment, Liang Haitao, the director of the party and government office, arrived with information about 3 liaison officers for Zhong Yi to review, emphasizing the importance of selecting the right secretary amidst the multitude of responsibilities. Without hesitation, Zhong Yi inquired about the 3 candidates and decisively chose Zhuo Feng, who possessed no particular connections. After work, a customary welcome gathering was held at the Shigua Hotel. The attendees were familiar faces, but this time, Yulin Chang was replaced by Zhong Yi. "Everyone, today we celebrate the arrival of our new town party secretary, Secretary Zhong. Let's raise a glass in his honor." Wang Zhijiang believed it was crucial to present a united front, prioritizing the development of Shisong town above all else. Following the institutional reform, Shisong town was left with only 3 deputy mayors. Fan Zheng had been reassigned to a county-level position as a director, effectively sidelining him. The power of the remaining 3 deputy mayors, however, had been significantly bolstered, marking a considerable shift in the dynamics. In truth, Kai Fu was undoubtedly aligned with Wang Zhijiang, and this was an open secret. Before Yulin Chang departed, he had advised deputy mayors Ma Guisheng and Yuan Keming to closely follow Wang Zhijiang's lead for greater success. However, with Yulin Chang now gone and without support, few were inclined to heed his words. They merely feigned compliance, particularly Ma Guisheng, who, as Shisong town's financial steward, had connections within the county and even the city. Upon learning of the new town party secretary's relationship with Governor Zhong, an opportunistic mindset began to take root. In the small town of Shisong, the distance to the provincial leaders was vast, and the arrival of Zhong Yi presented chance. The following morning, as Zhong Yi entered his office, Secretary Zhuo Feng knocked and entered. "Secretary, Deputy Mayor Ma has come to report on his work." "Let him in," Zhong Yi replied, somewhat surprised that Ma Guosheng had arrived so early to seek him out. It seemed that Shisong town was not solely under Wang Zhijiang's influence after all. "Secretary Zhong, I have come to report on my work." With a smile adorned with a hint of flattery, Ma Guosheng entered the office. "Ah, Comrade Guosheng has arrived. Please, have a seat." The atmosphere was cordial. "Xiao Feng, please brew a cup of the exquisite tea I brought back from the provincial capital for Comrade Guosheng." Zhong Yi, recognizing Ma Guosheng's significant authority in fiscal matters, stood and gestured politely, knowing that as the head, controlling the purse strings was essential. "Today, I shall bask in the glow of Secretary Zhong's prestige." Ma Guosheng replied with a smile. He began with a brief report on his work. Yet Zhong Yi showed greater interest in the circumstances of others beyond the town's affairs, asking detailed questions. Ma Guosheng, eager to provide information, responded candidly, sharing everything he knew. As their conversation neared its conclusion, Ma Guosheng inquired, Secretary Zhong, I've heard from friends that Governor Zhong of the province shares the same surname as you? A smile crept across Zhong Ye's lips. I did not expect you to have such connections, Comrade Guosheng. Governor Zhong is indeed a relative of mine, my uncle. Surprised by Zhong Ye's revelation, Ma Guosheng realized just how formidable his background was. No wonder I see you, Secretary, as so remarkably accomplished at such a young age. It appears you have a legacy to uphold. I must earnestly learn from you, Secretary. In the future, I shall diligently adhere to your directives, as obeying leadership is the fundamental principle for us officials. At this moment, he dropped the formal address of Zhong and began to refer to him simply as Secretary. Recognizing Ma Guosheng's overt display of loyalty and intention to align himself, Zhong Yi responded with approval, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Comrade Guosheng, you are commendable. I appreciate your intent, and I look forward to your continued cooperation in my work. Absolutely. You can rest assured, Secretary, Ma Guosheng replied, departing the office with a sense of fulfillment. Zhong Yi, unexpectedly pleased with the initial outcome, reflected on his reservations regarding officials like Ma Guosheng, who seemed to curry favor based on connections. Yet, often, those without such backgrounds had limited choices, particularly concerning their future careers. Everyone aspired to advance. Ma Guosheng was acutely aware that Zhong Yi required his support as the newly appointed deputy town head. Following Ma Guosheng's report, the office of the new town party secretary remained bustling until the afternoon, when, during a quieter moment, Wang Zhijiang arrived. Secretary, I'd like to report on my work. Zhijiang, come, have a seat. Zhong Yi's tone towards Wang Zhijiang was notably subdued, lacking the warmth from their initial meeting. Wang Zhijiang recounted recent accomplishments, but Zhong Yi's expression remained unchanged, only occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Zhong Yi then queried, Comrade Zhijiang, do you think my visit here is as others suggest? Merely to reap the rewards in Shisong town? Taken aback by the bluntness of Zhong Yi's question, Wang Zhijiang contemplated his response. Not at all. We are all civil servants, and adhering to the organization's arrangements is a fundamental principle that every official should uphold. However, this response did not meet Zhong Yi's approval. Comrade Zhijiang, I implore you to speak the truth. Zhong Yi emphasized once more. Wang Zhijiang pondered briefly and replied, Secretary Zhong, to be frank, whether or not you come to reap the rewards is of little concern to me. My primary focus has always been the welfare and development of the citizens of Shisong town. Personal honor or disgrace, in my view, is a trivial matter. Wang Zhijiang's words underscored that all his efforts were directed towards the advancement of Shisong town and its people. While Zhong Yi found this assertion credible, he did not regard personal honor and disgrace as trifles. Zhong Yi pressed on more directly, very well, I understand. Allow me to inquire further. If I hold differing opinions in the future, will you support me? Without hesitation, Wang Zhijiang responded, Secretary Zhong, I will unreservedly support any actions that benefit the development of Shisong town and its citizens. Zhong Yi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, I see, Comrade Zhijiang. You may return to your duties. The tone and demeanor of Zhong Yi made Wang Zhijiang realize that this time, reconciliation with Zhong Yi was unlikely. As Wang Zhijiang exited the office, he felt no fear, merely concerned that Zhong Yi's actions might hinder the progress of Shisong town. Meanwhile, Zhong Yi's thoughts were straightforward. The welfare and development of Shisong town were paramount, but his own political achievements were also significant. Zhong Yi could not tolerate the notion that his presence in Shisong town was merely to brazenly seize its benefits. Such an accusation would be an affront to his capabilities. If he failed to deliver an impeccable performance, his mentor would likely cease to support his advancement. Although family ties existed, the cultivation of talent hinged fundamentally on the talent itself. Thus, on the morning of July 14th, the convening of the town party committee marked the inception of Zhong Yi's plans. Today's meeting is essential because I have identified several pressing issues concerning the development of Shisong town that warrant discussion. Zhong Ye's declaration signified his inaugural display of leadership as the town's party secretary. Chapter 82. The confrontation at the party committee meeting. First on the agenda was the investment by Zhua's Sunshine Company to establish a factory within our industrial park. While this project holds promise, I must express my reservations regarding a particular aspect: the tax exemption for the first 2 years and a 50% reduction for the subsequent 3 years. In my view, a company investing in Shisong Town would prioritize profitability. Thus, tax incentives are of secondary importance. Upon hearing Zhong Ye's remarks, the attendees exchanged glances, surprised by his stance. Wang Zhijiang, taken aback by Zhong Ye's unexpected approach, promptly interjected, "Secretary Zhong, our government has an agreement with Zhua's Sunshine Company regarding this tax concession. As their initial investment is substantial, they are not only establishing a factory, but also intend to assist us in constructing the greenhouse facilities for Shisong Town once our experimental fields yield results. By raising these concerns now, might we not risk giving the impression that we are reneging on our commitments, undermining the trust of the company? Currently, there are numerous investment solicitations in the market that require government funding. Yet our financial situation does not permit us to contribute financially ourselves." Zhong Yi responded with an air of ease. "Comrade Zhijiang, if enterprises are not profitable, who would come to invest in our Shisong Town? What does this indicate? It implies that other companies could equally replace Zhua's Sunshine here in Shisong Town." Ma Guosheng chimed in. "Indeed, I support Secretary Zhong's perspective. Our government should not be constrained by the notions of enterprises. Our Shisong melons are our trump card, and this is something that cannot be undermined by any other place." Kai Fu observed Ma Guosheng's demeanor with some exasperation. In just a few days, he had already aligned himself with Zhong Yi. He then voiced his thoughts. "I believe Mayor Wang's viewpoint is sound. If our Shisong Town truly goes back on its word, Zhuas could withdraw their investment and abandon the factory, and the repercussions would be significant. Attracting new investments would become exceedingly challenging." At this moment, Yuan Kemming remained silent, merely observing the unfolding events, while the publicity and organizational committee members refrained from commenting. Wang Zhijiang spoke again. "Secretary Zhong, if we were to inform Zhua's Sunshine Company that we will no longer offer tax exemptions, and they decide to withdraw their investment, would you be able to find another company willing to settle in Shisong Town under the same conditions in a short time?" Zhong Yi responded with unwavering confidence. "Absolutely. Our Shisong melons are so unique. How can we not attract numerous enterprises? Mayor Wang, think long-term, even if we raise the conditions a bit. I firmly believe other companies will still be interested." Zhong Yi was quite confident about the reinvestment endeavor. The Shisong melons represented a significant bargaining chip with promising developmental prospects. Moreover, as the head of the township now, unlike before, he could ensure that the enterprises he attracted would not be influenced by any other local factors. Only enterprises brought in through his efforts could showcase his capabilities and achievements, liberating him from the label of merely reaping benefits from others. Wang Zhijiang countered. "In that case, Secretary Zhong, if we notify Zhua's company today and they withdraw their investment, would you be able to find a suitable enterprise to settle in and establish a factory within 5 days? We cannot allow this to hinder the progress of our Shisong melon industry. Furthermore, let me clarify Zhua's conditions for our Shisong Town. First, the investment involves constructing greenhouses across the town, except in areas that must cultivate wheat and rice, with a 50-50 profit share on the melons sold. Second, the investment in the factory aims to produce products related to the melons and distribute them alongside the melons throughout the province and eventually nationwide. Third, priority employment would be given to the local populace of Shisong Town." Upon hearing these conditions, Zhong Yi did not perceive them as particularly challenging, as he was merely a high-achieving graduate from the Chinese department, lacking deep insight into commercial matters and unaware of the difficulties embedded within these stipulations. "No problem. It won't even take 5 days. 3 days will suffice." Zhong Ye's face radiated confidence, while Wang Zhijiang lamented that the most daunting situation within the system arises when outsiders are well-informed. Wang Zhijiang found it difficult to counter. "In that case, Secretary Zhong, what if you fail to fulfill this?" Zhong Yi calmly remarked. If within 3 days I fail to find enterprises that can enter our Shisong town with the tax exemption, as I stated, and according to the 2 conditions you mentioned, then I, Zhong Yi, shall henceforth refrain from any involvement in matters concerning the Shisong melon industry, leaving all authority to you, Mayor Wang. Although Wang Zhijiang lamented Zhong Ye's immature approach, it was, in fact, the outcome he desired. Given that Zhong Ye had influenced the development of Shisong town, Wang Zhijiang felt compelled to act accordingly. In the presence of witnesses, after the conclusion of the party committee meeting, Zhong Yi promptly made his way to Jiangzhou, the provincial capital. Meanwhile, Wang Zhijiang hurried towards the Shigua Hotel during lunchtime. Zhuolin had ordered her dishes and was seated in a private room when, moments later, Wang Zhijiang entered. "Mayor Wang, you've arrived," Zhuolin exclaimed, rising to greet him. Zhuolin's company had firmly established itself in Shisong town. Once seated, Wang Zhijiang looked at Zhuolin with a hint of helplessness. "Ms. Zhua, the reason I called you here today is to discuss something rather unpleasant." Zhuolin was aware of Zhong Ye's arrival, yet the specifics of the situation behind him remained unclear. She did not anticipate that merely a few days later it would directly affect her. Remaining composed, Zhuolin responded, "Mayor Wang, please feel free to speak. I am not new to business and am accustomed to addressing problems as they arise." Wang Zhijiang gazed earnestly at Zhuolin. "Ms. Zhua, you may already know that our Shisong town's party secretary has just been reassigned. The newly appointed individual is named Zhong Yi, and his uncle is the governor of Jiangdong province." The last 5 words left Zhuolin somewhat stunned. The governor of Jiangdong province was indeed a significant figure, one she had never dared to imagine encountering. "Wang Mayor, what does Secretary Zhong intend to do that would impact me?" Zhuolin inquired uncertainly. "He advocates for the cancellation of one of the clauses in our previously signed agreement, specifically the tax exemption. We initially agreed to a full exemption on corporate income tax for the first 2 years, followed by a 50% reduction in the subsequent 3 years." Wang Zhijiang stated directly. At that moment, Zhuolin's expression darkened. The tax exemption policy, established by Wang Zhijiang, was indeed crucial for enterprises. Zhuolin's investment in Shisong town was substantial. The tax reductions in the initial years would allow her company to quickly recoup funds, enabling a faster market capture and elevating the reputation of Shisong melons, which would, in turn, benefit the Zhua family company. Zhuolin's demeanor swiftly returned to calmness. "Mayor Wang, I came to Shisong town with sincere intentions to invest and collaborate. This tax exemption directly affects the extent of my company's growth. Is Secretary Zhong not forcing me to withdraw my investment?" Chapter 83. Pei Yong's response. Zhuolin felt a twinge of frustration. Her greatest fear was indeed the change of government leadership, which could easily render her a casualty in political strife. She had not anticipated such a swift development. Wang Zhijiang regarded Zhuolin earnestly. "Since I have brought you to Shisong town, I assure you that your efforts will not be in vain. Here's what you can do. Formally announce your withdrawal of investment and closure, yet there is no need to remove anything. Simply leave 2 staff members to oversee matters." Zhuolin gazed at Wang Zhijiang in confusion. "Mayor Wang, what does this mean? Zhang, do you trust me?" "In just a couple of days, the newly appointed party secretary of the town, Zhong Yi, will be pleading for your return." Wang Zhijiang's face bore an expression of unwavering confidence. Zhuolin had always believed in Wang Zhijiang's abilities, for he had consistently delivered on his promises. Wang Zhijiang, undeterred, asserted that Zhua's company held its greatest competitive edge in the fruit industry, a core strength not easily replicated by mere financial resources. "Very well then, we shall proceed as Mayor Wang suggests. I will announce the withdrawal of our investment and wait a little longer." Meanwhile, at noon, Zhong Yi was dining in a private room of a hotel in Jiangzhou with a friend. "Xiao Yi, what prompted your urgent summons today? Is there something of great importance?" Pei Yong was puzzled, as Zhong Yi rarely sought his company. The closeness between officials and businessmen often attracted unwanted attention, and the Zhong family was particularly cautious of their public demeanor. Pei Yong enjoyed a cordial relationship with the Zhong family and was engaged in the clothing business in Jiangzhou, where prime retail locations were scarce. Thanks to his connection with the Zhong family, he had managed to thrive in the area. Thus, whenever the Zhong family requested his assistance, He obliged without hesitation, recognizing that without them, his success would be significantly diminished. Uncle Pei, I have recently been appointed as the party secretary of Shisong Town, adjacent to Jiangzhou. Upon hearing Zhong Ye's announcement, Pei Yong's eyes lit up. Oh, congratulations. Come, let me toast your new position. Previously, you were not in a leadership role, but now things have changed. You must have something specific in mind for summoning me today. Speak freely, and I shall assist you. Zhong Yi, feeling at ease, acknowledged Pei Yong's financial success over the years and pondered briefly. Uncle Pei, we have discovered that the soil in Shisong Town is suitable for cultivating cantaloupes, a fruit native to the northwest region. Therefore, I wish to invite you to invest in this venture. Pei Yong furrowed his brow at Zhong Ye's proposal. Xiao Yi, while cantaloupes are indeed promising, I have no experience in the fruit industry. Wouldn't it be more prudent to invest in establishing a garment factory instead? Zhong Yi sighed slightly. Unfortunately, that may not be feasible. The Zhou family had initially invested in Shisong Town, but I raised concerns regarding unreasonable tax exemptions. I want to replace them with your investment to showcase my achievements. Pei Yong understood that even if the venture did not yield substantial profits, assisting the Zhong family was a priority, and he was determined to give it his all. However, he recognized the importance of conducting thorough research before making such decisions. Xiao Yi, how about this? I will first investigate the circumstances surrounding the original Zhou company, and then consult with my business acquaintances. Since this is an unfamiliar industry for me, it is wise to gather information before proceeding. Pei Yong believed it prudent to ascertain the specifics before committing, as entering the market without adequate knowledge could lead to complications far worse than opting out of investment altogether. The complexities of business meant that identical capital could yield vastly different outcomes depending on the company involved. Zhong Yi acknowledged Pei Yong's reasoning, and after finishing their meal, he returned to Shisong Town, while Pei Yong sought out his business associates to inquire about the Zhou company. Upon Zhong Ye's return to the office, his secretary entered. Secretary, recently, Zhou's Sunshine Company announced its withdrawal from investments in our Shisong Town, yet they have left a few individuals behind, seemingly awaiting something. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Withdrawal is withdrawal. I will soon find other companies willing to invest here, and they will not be tax-exempt. This move by Zhong Yi is a means to establish his own credibility. What Wang Zhijiang can accomplish, I can achieve as well. Confidently, Zhong Yi responded to his secretary. However, once Wufeng exited, his phone rang. Hello, uncle. Xiao Yi, I heard that you angered the original investors of Shisong Town into withdrawing. You must not hinder the development of our town. Zhong Hongtao expressed his confusion. After all, he secured the position of the town party secretary by trading his sentiments with Fang Mingqing. His nephew must cherish this opportunity. Uncle, I have my own plans. Rest assured, the conditions previously discussed between Zhu's company and Shisong Town included a complete exemption from corporate income tax for the first 2 years, followed by a 50% reduction for the next 3 years. That is exceedingly unreasonable. How can we, as a government, be exploited by a private enterprise in such a manner? Those funds could accomplish much for the citizens. I have already contacted Uncle Pei, and he is willing to invest in Shisong Town. He has instructed me to await his message. Zhong Hongtao found no fault in his nephew's thoughts and understood that he intended to extricate himself from the accusations of opportunism. However, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. While your approach is feasible, it must be executed swiftly. Progress is being made on all fronts in Shisong Town, and we must ensure that local development is never compromised. That is non-negotiable. I understand, uncle. You can be assured. Just as he hung up, Pei Yong's call came through. Xiao Yi, I just inquired with some business associates and clarified matters regarding Zhu's Sunshine Company. The situation appears rather challenging. Pei Yong initially regarded the investment as a potential loss, viewing it as merely a means to reciprocate the Zhong family's kindness, knowing that future cooperation would require their assistance. However, he discovered that the reality was more complex. Zhong Yi, perplexed, asked Uncle Pei, "Can't you simply establish a fruit company?" Zhong Yi believed that Pei Yong would not shy away from assisting merely due to potential losses. Pei Yong's expression turned grave. Xiao Yi, here's the issue. I have just confirmed that Zhua's Sunshine's core competitive advantage lies in its comprehensive supply chain and distribution system, which extends throughout Jiangdong province and even the entire nation. The melons from Shisong town can be rapidly distributed across the province and country. This is not something I can achieve merely by investing money. Establishing such a supply chain and distribution network will take at least 2 to 3 years. I fear that my efforts would not yield results at the same pace as Zhua's. I also have acquaintances who know General Zhua of Zhua's company. Acquiring her company is out of the question, as it is currently in a phase of rapid growth. From the perspective of Shisong town, it indeed aligns perfectly with her company. Chapter 84. Zhong Ye's resignation. Upon hearing Pei Yong's words, Zhong Yi comprehended that the issue transcended mere finances. While it might be feasible to have Pei Yong enter the fray, the melons of Shisong town were already in extensive cultivation and nearing maturity within 2 months. To expedite their launch across the province and nation, collaboration with Zhua's company was imperative. There was simply no time to waste. It became clear why Wang Zhijiang had exuded such confidence during the meeting. In an instant, I felt a pang of regret for my hasty actions. My understanding of commercial matters remains woefully inadequate, and I cannot fathom why Wang Zhijiang would choose a company like Zhuoshi for Shisong town. Yet, I found myself unwilling to concede. Uncle Pei, is there truly no other company in Jiangdong province with a comparable supply chain and distribution network? Pei Yong sighed in response. Xiao Yi, the current fruit market is predominantly occupied by small vendors. There are hardly any professional fruit companies. Zhuoshi's Zhu Lin has been deeply entrenched in this industry for many years. The company has reached a significant scale. Indeed, no one in the province can rival them. Moreover, few have considered that fruit requires a robust supply chain and distribution system. With this explanation, I began to accept the situation. After concluding the call, I resolved to approach Zhu Lin in hopes of persuading her to reinvest. Otherwise, delaying the development of Shisong town would be a grave error. As a member of the Zhong family, I understood the fundamental principles at play and promptly instructed my secretary to ascertain Zhuoshi's location so that I could hasten to Jiangzhou. Within the office of Zhuoshi's Sunshine Company, Zhu Lin was feeling somewhat agitated. Although the investment in Shisong town had only just commenced, it had already consumed a considerable amount of funds, significantly impacting the company's national strategy. At that moment, a knock on the door heralded the entrance of my secretary. President Zhu, a certain Zhong Yi is here to see you. He claims to be the secretary of the Shisong Town Party Committee. An expression of disbelief crossed Zhu Lin's face. Wang Zhijiang's words had proven remarkably prescient. Just a few days had passed, and he was indeed seeking her out. Please escort him to the reception room. I will be there shortly, she instructed, all the while reaching for her phone. Mayor Wang, this is Zhu Lin. You were right. Zhong Yi has come to my company. A sense of vindication washed over her. On the other end of the line, Wang Zhijiang was equally surprised by the rapid development, even quicker than anticipated. He replied calmly, That's good, but President Zhu, do not rush to agree to anything immediately. It would be prudent to apply some pressure. Do not fear him. He may attempt to exert pressure on you. But rest assured, I am here to support you. Zhu Lin nodded in understanding. Very well, Mayor Wang. I comprehend. We cannot concede so easily. Or who knows how they will continue to trouble our Zhuoshi in the future. After ending the call, Zhu Lin stood and proceeded to the reception room. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhong Yi rose to his feet. The secretary gestured for the introductions. President Zhu, this is Secretary Zhong from Shisong Town. Secretary Zhong, meet our President Zhu. Zhong Yi smiled warmly and extended his hand. President Zhu, it is a pleasure. I am Zhong Yi, the secretary of the Shisong Town Party Committee. Though Zhu Lin was irked, she maintained decorum, her expression neutral as she replied coolly, Secretary Zhong, your presence is an honor. Noticing Zhu Lin's demeanor, Zhong Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness, but business must proceed. Once seated, the secretary brewed tea and exited the room. President Zhu, I shall be forthright. I am here to discuss continuing Zhuoshi's previous investments in Shisong Town, Zhong Yi stated directly. Zhu Lin took a sip of her tea, setting it down with an air of nonchalance. Secretary Zhong, this situation seems rather inappropriate. Previously, it was you who advocated for the removal of the tax exemption clause from our agreement with Shisong Town, which led us to announce our withdrawal of investment. Chairman Zhua, this is all a misunderstanding. My prior lack of knowledge about your esteemed company was my oversight. For the sake of the citizens and development of Shisong Town, might I implore you to reconsider and uphold the previous agreement? Rest assured, I shall adhere strictly to the terms this time. Zhong Yi's demeanor was exceedingly humble. However, Zhuo Lin perceived a lack of genuine sincerity. Secretary Zhong, with a mere word from you, my investment in Zhuo's enterprise could be rendered null and void, compelling me to exit. Now, with another word, I must return to invest again. What will happen should you wish for my departure in the future? Zhuo Lin candidly expressed her thoughts without reservation. Zhong Yi momentarily found himself at a loss. After regaining composure, his expression turned grave. Chairman Zhua, I believe my attitude has been quite sincere. If you refuse to grant me any leeway, I fear your company may struggle to progress. Do you know who stands behind me? Zhuo Lin remained undeterred. The provincial governor Zhong. I am aware he is your uncle, but what of it? I conduct my business lawfully and ethically. Would Governor Zhong unjustly lead my company to ruin? Though she spoke boldly, Zhuo Lin felt a pang of trepidation. It would be all too easy for Zhong Hongtao to target her. Yet the thought of Wang Zhijiang offered her some solace. Should her company face difficulties, Wang Zhijiang would undoubtedly intervene. He, too, had influential connections, having previously assisted her brother in enrollment, yet had never resorted to intimidation. Zhong Yi was surprised that invoking his uncle failed to intimidate Zhuo Lin and felt somewhat helpless, while leveraging his uncle's influence was possible. Getting him to deal with Zhui's company was entirely implausible. At a position like Zhong Hongtao's, one must avoid any illicit actions, lest competitors discover them, making further advancement virtually impossible. Seeing that further discussion was futile, Zhong Yi departed, while Zhuo Lin retrieved the recorder from her pocket, placing it securely in her office safe. This recording held significant importance. Should the provincial governor be mentioned, it could prove useful should a day of reckoning arise. A businessman must possess a degree of cunning. Zhuo Lin then relayed the details of the recent meeting to Wang Zhijiang, who concurred with her assessment. Just after hanging up, Zhuo Lin received another call. Chairman Zhua, this is Shi Chonglin. Mr. Shi, good day. What a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Zhuo Lin replied, somewhat puzzled. For Shi Chonglin was a well-known businessman from Jiangzhou, and their acquaintance was limited to a few encounters in commercial settings. A friend has sought my assistance to meet with you regarding some matters and would like me to facilitate an introduction. Oh, certainly. Your request is one I would gladly honor. When would it be convenient for you? I am currently at the office. Shall I bring him over now to discuss matters at your company? Would that work for you? Yes, absolutely. Half an hour later, Shi Chonglin arrived with his companion. In the reception room, the three exchanged handshakes, and after introductions, Zhuo Lin realized that the individual before her was none other than Xin Songming, the secretary of the party committee of Mengsu Town in Wuchang County. Chapter 85. A sudden turn. Mengsu Town is adjacent to Shisong Town, and Secretary Shun has spoken up. President Zhua, the primary reason for my visit today, facilitated by Chenglin, concerns matters related to our Mengsu Town. Secretary Shun, our Zhua family has no collaboration with your town. Do you have a new variety of crops you wish to sell? Zhuo Lin inquired, puzzled, as Mengsu Town itself was well aware that there was no fruit cultivation there. Xin Songming turned to Zhuo Lin and explained, Indeed, President Zhua, I have noticed that our neighboring Shisong Town has recently embarked on extensive cultivation of cantaloupes. Since Shisong Town borders Mengsu Town, I wondered if we might also consider planting them. Consequently, I sought the expertise of professionals for an on-site evaluation, which indicated that it was worth a trial. We proceeded, and to our delight, the fruits are indeed developing and will be ripe in 3 months. I thought of your esteemed company and wished to request your assistance in marketing them. However, our cultivation area is rather limited. Currently, we can only plant in a small portion of the land. Upon hearing Shun Songming's words, Zhuo Lin felt a sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, she had dismissed an arrogant town committee secretary, and now she was faced with a secretary who purportedly served the people's interests. She couldn't help but reflect on the contrasting demeanor of these officials. Zhuo Lin's expression turned somewhat resigned. Secretary Shun, as you might be aware, our company has already reached an agreement with Shisong Town and has invested in establishing a factory there. You see, unexpectedly, Shin Songming smiled slightly. President Zhua, I'm already aware that you have withdrawn your investment due to tax exemption issues. Given how Shisong Town treats its investors, why remain fixated on a single location? My hope is that your company could assist our town in marketing the cantaloupes. Moreover, as the town committee secretary, I assure you that should you choose to invest in Mengsu Town and establish a factory here, we will welcome you warmly and treat you with utmost courtesy. Offering conditions that surpass those of Shisong Town, Zhuo Lin felt a surge of reluctance. She was not well acquainted with Secretary Shun, who appeared to be nearing 40, yet only held the position of a town committee secretary, likely lacking substantial backing. Her admiration for Wang Zhijiang stemmed not merely from his persona, but also from his fearless demeanor when facing prominent provincial leaders such as Zhong Hongtao. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Secretary Shun, I appreciate your interest in our Zhuo family business. However, this is a significant matter for our company. Let us exchange contact information, and I shall provide you with a response in due course. Would that be acceptable? Of course. We shall not intrude further. Please continue with your endeavors. After exchanging phone numbers, Shen Songming took his leave. He had not anticipated finalizing any agreements today. Rather, he understood that opportunities must be seized, and he was eager to achieve some political accomplishments. Once Secretary Shun and President Shi departed, Zhuo Lin promptly dialed Wang Zhijiang's number. My dear Wang, this is Zhuo Lin. I have an update. Just now, Secretary Shen Songming from Mengsu Town approached me, stating that they are also cultivating cantaloupes and wish for my assistance in selling them and potentially investing in a factory there. Zhuo Lin candidly relayed the entire situation. Wang Zhijiang was taken aback. In the bureaucratic system, many aspired to ascend, and who would pass up an opportunity when it arose. He smiled gently. Might I inquire if you're considering investing in a factory in Mengsu Town, President Zhuo? Zhuo Lin responded with a hint of trepidation. Mayor Wang. No. Our dealings have not been of recent origin, and I have faith in your character and capabilities. Rest assured, I shall not seek opportunities elsewhere. Zhuo Lin values not only Wang Zhijiang's skills, but also his connections. Her confidence in the face of someone as formidable as Zhong Hongtao speaks volumes of her profound backing. For a businessman to thrive in the environment of Huagua, it is imperative to cultivate friendships within the political sphere, and Wang Zhijiang has secured Zhuo Lin's trust. I am grateful for General Zhuo's confidence. However, I believe that if Mengsu Town can cultivate crops, the news will surely cause a stir in Shisong Town. Wang Zhijiang chose his words carefully, for this matter was not one he wished to handle openly. Political strife is best kept in the shadows. Zhuo Lin nodded slightly. Understanding. I comprehend, Town Head Wang. I know how to proceed. The very next morning, a piece of news spread like wildfire in Shisong Town. Mengsu Town began to experiment with cultivating melons, prompting the town's party secretary, Shen Songming, to approach Zhuo's company in hopes of attracting investment to establish a factory. The leadership in Shisong Town expressed their discontent regarding the new party secretary. Although their whispers remained private, even Ma Guosheng harbored a certain disdain for this newcomer. Meanwhile, in the county committee office, Han Peng was engrossed in his work when his secretary, Wei Tao, hurriedly knocked and entered. Secretary, there's trouble in Shisong Town. The melon cultivation project was progressing smoothly, but the newly appointed party secretary, Zhong Yi, Wei Tao recounted the details with urgency. Han Peng's frown deepened with each word. This is utter nonsense. The welfare and development of the citizens of Shisong Town are at stake, not a child's game. Regardless of your uncle being Governor Zhong, one must adhere to political decorum. He picked up the phone and dialed. Hello? Is this Comrade Zhong Yi? This is Han Peng from the county committee. Zhong Yi, at his desk, was puzzled. Secretary Han. Greetings, this is Zhong Yi. I have heard that you were responsible for expelling Zhuo's company from Shisong Town. Is that true? Han Peng questioned directly. Zhong Yi furrowed his brow at Han Peng's bluntness, thinking, my uncle is the governor. Must you be so forthright? Secretary Han, I believe the conditions offered to Zhuo's company were unreasonable, a tax exemption policy for the first 2 years, and a 50% reduction in corporate income tax for the following 3 years. Thus, I sought to revoke this policy, and unexpectedly, Zhu's company withdrew its investment. Zhong Yi responded truthfully, yet the subsequent statement caught him off guard. You are aware that just yesterday, Mengsu Town, which is under the jurisdiction of Wuchang County, has approached Zhu's company in hopes of attracting investment to establish a factory there. They, too, can cultivate melons, and their conditions are even more favorable than those of Shisong Town. Han Peng stated flatly, his tone devoid of any inflection. Zhong Yi was taken aback. This. Secretary Han, I was unaware. Unaware? How can you, as the top leader, not know? Were you not to find a company superior to Zhu S immediately? Where is it? Han Peng was also feeling the pressure. Wang Zhijiang had gone to great lengths to develop Shisong Town, and everyone could see it. To come in and undermine that effort was simply unforgivable. Zhong Yi contemplated the situation, realizing that he had no choice but to yield, even if it meant sacrificing his own reputation. Who could endure such a situation? If it weren't for your uncle being the governor, you would undoubtedly face disciplinary action or even be reassigned. Han Peng then spoke earnestly, Comrade Zhong Yi, I don't care what methods you employ. You must resolve this matter swiftly. I will report the situation truthfully to Governor Zhong. Han Peng's message was clear. If you fail to handle this, I cannot penalize you. But once I inform Governor Zhong, you must ensure that this issue is resolved satisfactorily. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed not to provide an explanation to everyone. I understand, Secretary Han. I will address it immediately. After hanging up, Zhong Yi calmed down and reflected on the events. Since Secretary Han had called, it indicated that Mengsu Town indeed had plans for cultivating melons and had approached Zhuolin. However, Zhuolin could easily invest in Mengsu Town directly. Yet there had been no indication that she had agreed to their proposal. Moreover, the road construction in Shisong Town was something Mengsu Town lacked, and its circumstances were not as favorable for melon cultivation as those of Shisong Town. What was this news about? Zhong Yi suddenly lifted his head to glance toward Wang Zhijiang's office, and it dawned on him that this was directed at him. A wry smile crossed his face. Wang Zhijiang was certainly not an ordinary person. Yet, one thing puzzled him. What made Wang Zhijiang so trustworthy in Zhuolin's eyes? That he could face even a powerful figure like his uncle without fear? Zhong Yi now realized that he needed to seek Wang Zhijiang's assistance to resolve this matter. Just then, the phone rang again. Shaoye, just now, your county party secretary, Han Peng, reported the situation to me. I warned you about this previously, but I must say, I am somewhat disappointed this time. Zhong Hongtao's voice was calm, yet exuded authority. Uncle, I acknowledge my mistake in not understanding the situation beforehand. It is my fault, and I will find a solution right away. Zhong Yi responded, his voice trembling slightly, still feeling uncertain. Zhong Hongtao did not elaborate much further, only emphasizing, remember what I said earlier. Everything must prioritize the development of Shisong Town and the welfare of the people. After hanging up, Zhong Yi made his way to Wang Zhijiang's office. Secretary Zhong, Guoming, Guangming, brew 2 cups of the fine tea I brought back from the capital for Secretary Zhong to taste. Wang Zhijiang greeted Zhong Yi with a warmth that suggested nothing had transpired. Zhong Yi was taken aback. Despite his previous antagonism, Wang Zhijiang remained so cordial. After Song Guangming prepared the tea and stepped out, the two sat on the sofa. Mayor Wang, let me be direct. This situation is indeed my fault. Please let me know what I can do. I only hope that Mayor Wang can facilitate Zhui's return to continue investing in the development of Shisong Town. I admit my understanding of business matters is insufficient, but the development of Shisong Town and the well-being of its citizens take precedence. I hope we can mend our differences and collaboratively advance the development of Shisong Town. Zhong Yi's words were indeed quite sincere. He lowered his head in humility. However, he did not expect Wang Zhijiang to agree immediately, as his intentions towards Wang were evident to everyone. Everyone values their own dignity. To his surprise, Wang Zhijiang smiled slightly and said, Secretary Zhong, I comprehend your sentiments. Rest assured, the Zhou family will return tomorrow. I do not require anything from you, Secretary Zhong. I only hope that we can collaborate to develop Shisong Town together. Secretary Zhong, The bureaucratic path is long and winding. Who does not have a few people they cannot abide? I, too, have refuted your uncle, Governor Zhang, at the Provincial Standing Committee meeting. My primary concern lies with the welfare of the populace and local development. Everything else is of little consequence. Hearing Wang Zhijiang's demeanor and words, Zhang Yi felt a profound disparity between them. Their perspectives were not on the same level. While he viewed others as rivals, they merely regarded him as an immature youth. Remarkably, he did not raise any demands. One must recognize that Wang Zhijiang's requests at this juncture were quite reasonable, and Zhang Yi found it difficult to refuse. With a sigh, Zhang Yi replied, "Zhijiang, from this moment onward, we are allies. As for my uncle, I will explain matters to him. You need not dwell on it. Let us work together to foster the development of Shisong Town." Wang Zhijiang responded, "Very well, Secretary. I hold great admiration for Governor Zhang. Anyone who achieves such a position has undoubtedly made significant contributions to their locality and the people. We are still young and must learn much from our predecessors." This statement was a genuine reflection, as in 1997, anyone who became a provincial governor was undoubtedly a person of true talent and expertise, all being central management cadres. Subsequently, Wang Zhijiang informed Zhuolin that he had reconciled with Secretary Zhang and would not be investing in Mengsu Town, but would assist them with sales. After reporting to Secretary Han, Zhang Yi called his uncle, Zhang Hongtao. Zhang Hongtao was somewhat astonished by Wang Zhijiang's move, agreeing without raising any demands and even suggesting that Wang learn from someone like himself. This piqued Zhang Hongtao's interest, and he increasingly felt that Qin Limin and Tan Guoming were genuinely keen on Wang Zhijiang. Otherwise, why would Tan Guoming have agreed to assign his nephew to serve as the party secretary of Shisong Town? It seemed that his actions were of little consequence in Tan Guoming's eyes. "Shaoye, please convey to Wang Zhijiang that if he needs assistance in the future, he should not hesitate to reach out to me. He is welcome to dine with me in the provincial capital when he has the time." Zhang Hongtao was eager to meet Wang Zhijiang in person and discern the reasons behind his favor with Tan Guoming and Qin Limin. "Understood, uncle." Zhang Yi felt a twinge of confusion. He had never received such treatment himself. His uncle always spoke of official matters and never hinted at personal intentions. Meanwhile, in the capital at noon, Li Guocheng, the second generation of the Li family, sat in his study, having hurriedly retrieved the appraisal report that morning. Upon seeing it, he felt a tumult of emotions. He could hardly believe such a fortuitous turn of events had transpired. Realizing that Wang Zhijiang had brought about such significant change for the Li family and his longtime friend. Although it is shocking, the truth remains undeniable. Now that it has been established, the only question that remains is how to proceed with the matter. Given the sensitive nature of the Zhou family's secrets, Li Guocheng decided to wait for his father's return to make a definitive decision. By 8 p.m., the busy Li Lao finally returned home and entered his study, with Li Guocheng following closely behind and closing the door. "Is the result in? How is it?" Li Lao inquired, somewhat anxious, as Zhou Lao was also his comrade. Among the members of the seventh group, Zhou Lao shared the closest bond with him. However, due to this matter, the Zhou family had become reclusive over the years, rarely mingling with others. Chapter 87. The invitation is confirmed. "Indeed," Li Guocheng replied calmly. Hearing this affirmation, Li Lao felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all these years, old Zhou has endured much. What are your thoughts? You and Zhou Zhijiang grew up together. You are quite familiar with one another. With a sigh, Li Guocheng responded, "Father, I believe it would be prudent to discuss this with Xiao Jiang first and seek his opinion. Although the situation is settled, it would not be wise to inform Zhijiang hastily, especially since Wang Zhihe is reluctant to return to the Zhou family." Li Lao nodded in agreement. This matter indeed required careful handling. Otherwise, it might lead to misunderstandings between the Li and Zhou families. On the morning of July 16th, in the office of Shisong Town, Wang Zhijiang was at work when his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Xiao Jiang, it's Li Guocheng," came the steady voice on the other end. Immediately, Wang Zhijiang stood up, responding warmly, "Ah, it's my second uncle. Greetings. It's a pleasure to hear from you." "Indeed. This is my first time calling you. I must thank you for your assistance regarding Shaoyang. Unfortunately, we both had commitments when you visited the capital, so we missed the chance to meet. Li Guocheng was increasingly impressed by this newly recognized nephew, who not only aided the Li family, but also elevated his own son among the most distinguished of the capital's third generation, garnering attention even from the higher echelons. Wang Zhijiang replied modestly, "Second uncle, you flatter me. Both you and Li Lao are individuals I greatly respect. As a younger generation, I still have much to learn from you." Li Guocheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Xiaojiang. The reason I called today is to follow up on what you mentioned a few days ago regarding seeking your brother Wang Zhijiang's biological parents, correct?" "Yes, second uncle. I truly appreciate your help. Liang Gu informed me that if there are no results from your end, I might need to offer a generous reward through advertisements." Wang Zhijiang was somewhat surprised that Li Guocheng had reached out to him specifically about this matter. "Indeed, I have uncovered some leads based on the photographs you provided, but they are not yet confirmed. I plan to visit you tomorrow, as it happens to be Saturday, to discuss this further and also meet your brother," Li Guocheng stated directly. This revelation left Wang Zhijiang even more puzzled. After all, seeking one's biological parents was a normal request, and it seemed entirely reasonable for his second uncle to lend a hand. However, given that my uncle holds a prominent position and is often preoccupied with work, one would think there is no need for such meticulous caution. Although Wang Zhijiang harbored doubts, he did not dwell on them. After all, he had yet to meet his uncle, and a meeting would not be amiss. "Very well, uncle. I shall bring my younger brother to meet you at the Jiangwo restaurant in Jiangzhou tomorrow at noon. Does that suit you?" "Certainly. I shall see you tomorrow at noon." After work that afternoon, in the same private room, Li Guocheng had ordered the dishes and awaited Zhou Zijuan's arrival. Before long, Zhou Zijuan stepped in. "Old Li, last time it was my promotion. This time, I am curious to hear what you wish to discuss." Zhou Zijuan spoke candidly, as he preferred not to grow too close to others in public, especially given that they all belonged to the elite families of the capital. He believed it prudent to avoid private meetings, as he simply desired to lead a tranquil life in his later years. Li Guocheng shot Zhou Zijuan a glance. "What is this? If there is nothing on your mind, you can't even spare a moment for drinks? You truly don't appreciate the finer things. This is exquisite wine I pilfered from my father." Zhou Zijuan regarded Li Guocheng with a sense of resignation. In truth, Li Guocheng was his closest friend. It was not merely because he hailed from the Li family. Rather, they had been childhood companions, and Li Guocheng genuinely treated him as a friend. No matter how long they had been apart, their bond remained strong. "Take the day off tomorrow. I would like you and your sister-in-law to accompany me for a stroll around Jiangzhou." Li Guocheng expressed his intention. Zhou Zijuan looked at him in confusion, bewildered by the sudden suggestion. Before he could voice his thoughts, Li Guocheng continued, "I'll bring your sister-in-law along as well. We shall all go for a leisurely outing in Jiangzhou. It's for our own relaxation. No refusals. Otherwise, it would be a slight to me. Over all these years, have I ever made any demands of you?" Hearing Li Guocheng's words, Zhou Zijuan felt speechless. "You're not taking us to Jiangzhou to meet anyone, are you? Just so you know, I won't be attending any meetings. We are unfamiliar with Jiangzhou. We need someone to show us around. As I mentioned last time, my son was fortunate to make such a profit through a friend of his, and that friend is the one who will guide us." Thus, the following day, Zhou Zijuan, accompanied by his wife, joined Li Guocheng and his spouse on an early flight to Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, Wang Zhijiang was preoccupied with the affairs of the town, all steadily progressing. After work, he hurried home to Kaidong City. Upon arriving, he was greeted by his younger siblings, and the family enjoyed a warm dinner together, which filled Wang Zhijiang with nostalgia. "I have an announcement to make. I intend to purchase a new house for us all," he declared. "Father, mother, what do you think?" His father remained silent, but his mother, Qi Mei, inquired with surprise, "Has your manuscript fee come in?" "Brother, is the new house spacious?" "I desire a larger room with plenty of sunlight, not too far from school." His younger sister, Wang Zhiyan, appeared carefree and immediately began voicing her wishes. Wang Zhihua, however, refrained from making demands and simply glanced at his sister. Wang Zhijiang felt that his home was indeed too small. In this day and age, such residential buildings lack elevators. making it quite troublesome to navigate the stairs. Moreover, the distance to his younger sibling's school was considerable. Thus, Wang Zhijiang aspired to purchase a residence closer to his parents' workplace and his sibling's school. Although their home boasted 4 rooms, they were merely 2 large rooms partitioned into smaller spaces. Originally designed as 3, the situation felt rather cramped. Recently, he had contemplated buying a new home for his family, but his busy schedule had hindered him from returning. Now, he truly found himself in a position of financial comfort. He affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and reassured her, "Do not worry. This time, I will buy you a spacious home, ensuring you have a sunlit room of your own." After dinner, Wang Zhijiang shared his brother's situation with their parents, mentioning only that he would take his brother to meet a police friend the next day, deliberately omitting any details regarding matters concerning the Li family, which he deemed confidential. He then summoned his brother to his small room. "Jihe, tomorrow at noon, I will take you to Jiangzhou to meet an elder. He is a superior of mine and a seasoned police officer. I previously asked him to assist in locating your biological parents, and it seems we have made some progress. I would like to discuss this with you to facilitate the search." Upon hearing his brother's words, Wang Zhi's expression shifted, touched by the prospect of soon receiving news. Although uncertain whether they would find anything, the existence of clues offered a glimmer of hope. "All right, brother, I will follow your lead. But if we do find them, can I still stay at home?" Wang Zhihe inquired anxiously, gazing at Wang Zhijiang. With a gentle smile, Wang Zhijiang patted his brother's head. "Silly boy, this is your home. You can stay as long as you wish. Don't overthink it. Tomorrow morning, we will go house hunting together. If you have any requests, just let me know. We are family, understand?" At that moment, Wang Zhihe beamed. "Brother, I would like a larger room, but the biggest should still be reserved for Xiaoyan." Thus, early the next morning, the family set out to meet with a real estate agent. Wang Zhijiang had already decided where to buy, instructing the agent to take them directly to the properties. In the city of Kaidong, there were no formal commercial residences, unlike the provincial capital, so only one agent, an older sister, was available. After viewing 2 or 3 options, Wang Zhijiang felt particularly satisfied with one of the family-style buildings due to its proximity to his parents' workplace and his sibling's school. This building was a standalone villa resembling a family housing unit, featuring 6 spacious rooms and a yard. Observing his mother's eyes light up at the sight of the house, Wang Zhijiang couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of money. The actual area, including the yard, was nearly 400 square meters, and the decor was quite appealing. However, the price was steep at a staggering 800,000, which left his parents somewhat astounded. Qimei looked at her son with concern. "Xiaojiang, why is this house so expensive? I think we should consider something smaller. That smaller one we saw earlier seemed adequate." "Mom, rest assured, your son's finances are sufficient, and all earned through honest means. You can feel at ease living here." Wang Zhijiang has already received over 1.5 million in manuscript fees, not to mention the more than 10 million resting in his bank account. Furthermore, the value of such a property is bound to soar in the future. All the contracts and necessary procedures have been completed, and they are simply awaiting the transfer on the next business day. His younger siblings are quite elated, their eyes sparkling with joy as they look at Wang Zhijiang, particularly Wang Zhiyan, who is thrilled at the prospect of her soon-to-be-acquired spacious, south-facing room. Wang Zhijiang has also transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother, Qimei, to purchase some new furniture. They will essentially be moving into their new home next week. As 10:30 approaches, Wang Zhijiang heads towards Jiangzhou with Wang Zhihuan in tow. Meanwhile, Li Guocheng and his companions, having landed in the morning, head straight to the Jiangwo Hotel. Li Guocheng, now spending his son's money, feels quite confident and knows how to enjoy himself, allowing Zhou Zijuan to follow his lead. Wang Zhijiang arrives at the door of Li Guocheng's hotel room, knocking gently. The door swings open to reveal Li Guocheng, whose appearance is surprisingly refined for the Vice Minister of Public Security. Wang Zhijiang extends his hands. "You must be Minister Li." "Greetings, I am Wang Zhijiang." He refrains from addressing him as second uncle in front of his brother to avoid any misunderstandings. Li Guocheng, equally understanding, is taken aback by Wang Zhijiang's striking looks, which defy the typical image of a bureaucrat. "Ha! Xiaojiang, I did not expect you to be so handsome. You certainly rival our Xiaoyang. Li Guoqing shakes hands with Wang Zhijiang. However, upon noticing Wang Zhihua's countenance behind him, he is further convinced. This must be your brother, Wang Zhihua? Yes, Minister Li. Allow me to introduce you. This is my brother Wang Zhihua. Zhihua, you may address him as Uncle Li. Wang Zhijiang introduces them, and although Wang Zhihua is puzzled as to why his brother calls him minister while he himself addresses him as uncle, he obediently greets, "Hello, Uncle Li." The three take their seats on the sofa, while Li Guoqing's wife, Shang Qiu, goes to chat with Zhou Zijuan's wife, Dailin. Xiaojiang, the purpose of my visit is twofold. First, to express my gratitude for your assistance to Xiaoyang, and second, to take a leisurely trip to Jiangzhou with some friends. Since we are not well acquainted, I hope you can show us around. I would also like to learn more about your brother's situation. Li Guoqiang articulates his intentions for the trip, and Wang Zhijiang finds no objection to it. Recognizing that the primary aim is to unwind with friends while also meeting him and his brother. Minister Li, I am well acquainted with Jiangzhou, having attended university here. It truly is a splendid place to relax, with numerous scenic spots. Wang Zhijiang responds warmly. By the way, Xiaojiang, I have seen your brother's necklace. I believe it is time to return it to him now. Li Guoqiang remarks, reluctantly handing the necklace back to Wang Zhihua. Wang Zhijiang accepts the necklace and passes it to his brother, who carefully stows it away. Previously, when his brother mentioned taking the necklace for investigation, Wang Zhihua hesitated for quite some time before ultimately agreeing after Wang Zhijiang's persuasion. Now, seeing his cherished necklace has brought him peace of mind, and he puts it away, as it is the only memento left to him by his biological parents. Li Guoqiang is a rather traditional individual. Although the technology he employs is new from the Ministry of Public Security, he remains steadfast in his own judgment. Upon encountering Wang Zhiha, he finds a striking resemblance to old Zhou, which brings him some reassurance, especially with the necklace that can corroborate this connection. He inquires about the specifics of Wang Zhijiang's past, particularly where his brother was adopted from the orphanage, and asks about some of Wang Zhiha's childhood memories, though Wang Zhiha struggles to recall much due to his tender age. Xiaojiang, Xiao, my friend is here for lunch. Let us dine together. Li Guoqiang extends an invitation, which Wang Zhijiang readily accepts. Li Guoqiang first visits Zhou Zijuan's room, where he finds his wife and sister-in-law engaged in conversation on the sofa, while Zhou Zijuan sips tea nearby. Old Zhou, sister-in-law, my junior is here as well. He attends a local university and is quite familiar with the area. Let us have lunch together, Li Guoqiang states, prompting a knowing glance between Zhou Zijuan and his wife Dailin, who nod in agreement. Li Guoqiang secures a private room and requests Wang Zhijiang to order some specialty dishes. He instructs the two brothers to wait in the room while he goes to fetch the others. Wang Zhiha feels somewhat anxious. As a second-year high school student, he experiences a bit of social anxiety. Observing his brother's demeanor, Wang Zhijiang reassures him, "It's just a meal. They are merely your elders." Chapter 89. The meeting feeling somewhat calmed by his brother's words, Wang Zhiha stands as the door to the private room swings open. Li Guoqiang and his wife, Shang Qiu, enter, followed by Zhou Zijuan and his wife, Dailin. Li Guoqiang approaches the brothers and introduces them. Xiaojiang, this is my wife, Shang Qiu, and this is Wang Zhijiang, the best friend of Xiaoyang. Shang Qiu possesses the poise of a refined lady, her beauty reminiscent of Li Guoqiang's. Upon seeing Wang Zhijiang, she assesses him and notes with surprise that he appears even younger than her own son. Madam Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Zhijiang, and this is my younger brother, Wang Zhiha. He greets her. Shang Qiu smiles gently, greetings. So you are Xiaojiang. Xiaoyang has mentioned you, and I wish to express my gratitude in person during this visit. She adds playfully, no need for formalities. You may call me Ani from now on. Shang Qiu is unreserved, believing it inconsequential for Wang Zhiha to hear. Of course, Ani. Wang Zhijiang responds, though Wang Zhiha appears puzzled. Zhiha, address them as Bo and Ani. I recently took a godfather, and these two are his younger son and daughter-in-law. Wang Zhijiang turns to his brother, offering a hint. Wang Zhiha's confusion dissipates. Bo, Ani, greetings. Zhou Zijuan and Dailin observe Wang Zhijiang, taken by the young man's impressive demeanor. Yet they find themselves momentarily taken aback by Wang Zhijiang's presence, especially when Zhou Zijuan observed Wang Zhijiang's momentary daze. He couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance between the young man and himself. This resemblance evoked memories of a certain incident. Beside him, Dai Lin was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at Wang Zhijiang, and the two exchanged a brief, meaningful glance. Moreover, why did these two refer to their elders as second uncle and second aunt? Did that not imply calling Li Laogong Grandpa Li? He had never heard of such descendants from the Li family, especially with the surname Wang. At that moment, Li Guocheng stepped forward to introduce the two brothers to Zhou Zijuan and his wife. Old Zhou, my dear sibling, allow me to introduce this young man, our guide for this trip to unwind. This is my junior, Wang Zhijiang, the mayor of a town beneath Jiangdong, a recent graduate from the finance department of Jiangdong University, and the closest friend of our Xiao Yang. And beside him is his brother, Wang Zhijiang. Li Guocheng then leaned closer to Zhou Zijuan and whispered, "This Wang Zhijiang is the one who helped our Xiao Yang become the most prominent figure among the third generation in the capital. My father has acknowledged him as a god-grandson. Xiao Jiang, Xiao He. This is my good friend Zhou Zijuan and his wife Dai Lin." Hearing Li Guocheng's words, Zhou Zijuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the vast fortune of over 800 billion was facilitated by the young man before him. Moreover, given Li's stature, it was implausible that he would acknowledge a god-grandson for such a trivial matter. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Zhou Zijuan gazed at Wang Zhijiang, astonished that he was so young yet held the position of mayor. Although he had served in the military, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the political arena. This was no small feat. However, upon glancing at Wang Zhijiang, Zhou Zijuan felt a mix of emotions. Even Dai Lin, after hearing the introductions, cast a lingering look at Wang Zhijiang. Her heart stirred. Wang Zhijiang, observing the couple before him, was equally astonished. After all, Li Guocheng was from the Li family, and he would not casually befriend just anyone. Those who could become his friends were certainly not ordinary individuals. He had not anticipated that the individuals he brought along would be from the Zhou family. The Zhou family had been rather low-key in later generations, likely due to their dwindling numbers, and it seemed they were gradually fading from public view, primarily due to the absence of male heirs. Their principal influence lay within the military. Wang Zhijiang's understanding of the Zhou family was somewhat superficial, but he recognized that the current period represented the zenith of their power, with old Zhou still in command. The individual before him was likely in an ascendant phase, presumably serving in the military district of the capital. Wang Zhijiang's familiarity with the Zhou family was not as profound as with other families, primarily because their influence resided chiefly within military circles. His younger brother was an enthusiast of military affairs, closely monitoring the movements of various military districts, which led Wang Zhijiang to pay more attention and ultimately recognize that this person was likely the newly promoted chief of staff for the capital garrison district. Such leadership positions were typically disclosed to the public. Wang Zhijiang took the initiative to extend his hand to Zhou Zijuan, saying, "Uncle Zhou, Aunt, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Zhijiang. Welcome to Jiangdong for a respite. This is my younger brother, who is in his second year of high school and has come along due to some matters with our second uncle. I hope you don't mind." "Greetings, Uncle Zhou." "Greetings, Aunt." Wang Zhijiang chimed in, following suit. Zhou Zijuan smiled in response. "Not at all. Since you're a junior of Old Li, we shall address you as Xiao Jiang. Just like him, we have come to Jiangdong for a brief escape, and we appreciate your assistance." After speaking, he cast a peculiar glance at Li Guocheng, pondering how someone as young as Wang Zhijiang could possibly have business with a deputy minister of the Ministry of Public Security. Meanwhile, Dai Lin fixed her gaze upon Wang Zhijiang, not diverting her attention until she noticed that his discomfort was palpable, at which point she shifted her focus to Wang Zhijiang. Once everyone was seated, the dishes began to arrive. Just as they were preparing to dine, the door to the private room swung open, revealing two men adorned with tattoos on their arms. "We reserved this room for today. You may leave," one of the tattooed men stated expressionlessly, directing his words at Wang Zhijiang and the others. Upon seeing these two individuals, Li Guocheng's expression darkened. We are dining here. On what grounds do you demand we leave? Wang Zhijiang, equally perplexed, thought to himself, didn't anyone consult the almanac before stepping out today? Even a simple meal has turned cumbersome. He stood up and addressed the two men. This is our reserved private room. I kindly ask you to vacate it. The tattooed men merely laughed. Oh, quite feisty, aren't you? Young man, some people are not to be trifled with. It would be wise to find another place to dine and avoid unnecessary trouble. At that moment, the hotel manager entered, bowing slightly with a smile directed at Wang Zhijiang and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. I am the manager of this establishment. My surname is Jiang. Would it be possible for you to switch to another room? I can ensure that the dishes are freshly prepared for you. Manager Jiang felt quite helpless, as he was well aware that this particular individual was not someone to provoke. Wang Zhijiang frowned. Manager Jiang, we originally reserved this room, and the dishes are nearly served. Are you really assisting others in forcing us out? Is this the business philosophy of your hotel? The manager approached Wang Zhijiang and whispered, you may not be aware, but the individual arriving shortly is the son of our city's executive vice mayor. He is accustomed to dining in this room, and others have invited him for a meal today. Upon hearing Manager Jiang's words, Wang Zhijiang quickly reached for his phone and sent a text to his future father-in-law, Qin Limin, stating that his uncle and Zhou Zijuan were not ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Qin Limin, who was resting at home, was taken aback upon receiving Wang Zhijiang's message, which urgently requested he bring the police to the Jiangua Hotel's room 101, as a leader from the central government was in danger. Knowing Wang Zhijiang's character, he understood that such a claim could not be made lightly. Without pausing to think, he promptly called the vice mayor of Jiangzhou City and the director of the municipal police, Bao Guohai. Comrade Guohai, I don't care where you are right now. You must hastily gather your team and head to room 101 of the Jiangua Hotel. Locate a comrade named Wang Zhijiang and follow his instructions to ensure the safety of the leader from the central government. I am also on my way there. Qin Limin spoke as he stood up and headed out the door. Fortunately, the Jiangua Hotel was in close proximity to the municipal government, allowing him to arrive in mere minutes. In this era, the hotel primarily catered to official receptions, and the 8-point regulation had yet to be established. Although these ruffians could likely be dealt with independently, Wang Zhijiang did not dare to take chances. Should any mishap occur, Qin Limin, as the city's party secretary, would undoubtedly face repercussions, an outcome Wang Zhijiang wished to avoid at all costs. Li Guocheng overheard Manager Jiang's quiet conversation and interjected, humph, as a public servant, is it acceptable to indulge one's children in their whims simply because of a modicum of power? As the Deputy Minister of Public Security, Li Guocheng found such behavior utterly contemptible. Meanwhile, Zhou Zijuan remained passive, preferring to let Li Guocheng take the lead, as he was accustomed to a low-profile demeanor. Wang Zhihe cast a fearful glance at his brother, Wang Zhijiang, attempting to reassure himself internally. At that moment, a man in his late 20s, elegantly dressed and accompanied by several followers, appeared outside the door. His demeanor, however, was somewhat frivolous and playful. Noticing the occupants still present in the private room, he frowned and spoke up. Manager Jiang, why are there still people in the room? I have a meal invitation and business to discuss shortly. Two tattooed men flattered as they approached Kong Haoqing, saying, Brother Cheng, these fellows are quite oblivious, still seated here preparing to dine. Wang Zhijiang remained remarkably composed, declaring, We shall dine here today. No one is leaving. Kindly vacate the premises, as I have already notified the police. Wang Zhijiang sought to avoid unnecessary trouble. Knowing that his uncle and the General Zhou were formidable figures, it was best to avert any conflict. Hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Kong Haoqing regarded him with a hint of amusement. You didn't even see us make a call, yet you claim to have alerted the authorities. Are you trying to fool someone? Besides, even if you did call the police, what difference would it make? Who would dare intervene with me present? What Kong Haoqing did not anticipate was Wang Zhijiang directly contacting the city committee secretary, Qin Limin. Manager Jiang, observing the unfolding situation, felt a headache coming on. It appeared that the occupants of this private room were indeed formidable. Li Guocheng then stood, his expression serious as he addressed Kong Haoqing. I truly did not realize that such arrogance existed locally. The police dare not act? Do you believe this is your domain? At that moment, another individual approached the door, causing Wang Zhijiang to glance over in confusion. However, before the newcomer could spot him, he walked straight toward Kong Haoqing with a deferential expression. Young Master Kong, I had intended to invite you to lunch, but upon calling Manager Jiang, I discovered this room was already booked. Perhaps we could move to another room instead? Kong Haoqing dismissed him with disdain. President Ding, I intend to dine in this room today. What? Do you think these people can turn the tables on me? Brother, what brings you here? Wang Zhijiang called out, stopping Ding Jian in his tracks. Ding Jian turned in surprise, realizing it was Wang Zhijiang. Junior brother, what are you doing here? Wang Zhijiang replied nonchalantly. I'm here accompanying my elders for a meal. Brother, why are you inviting this individual to dine? He gestured toward Kong Haoqing. Ding Jian hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Although Wang Zhijiang was potentially the future son-in-law of Secretary Qin Limin, Kong Haoqing's father was the executive vice mayor of Jiangzhou. He genuinely could not ascertain whether Wang Zhijiang could be of assistance. If he could not, it would only serve to burden his junior brother further. Wang Zhijiang discerned Ding Jian's embarrassment, yet he felt compelled to seek clarity. For this senior had indeed assisted him considerably. The villa's renovation had commenced, and just recently, he had introduced him to Zhuo Lin of the Zhuo family. Wang Zhijiang recognized these gestures and contemplated how he might reciprocate in the future. Senior, rest assured, should you require anything, do not hesitate to confide in me. You can trust me. I am here to assist you. Wang Zhijiang declared with unwavering conviction as he gazed at Ding Jian. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Jian approached Wang Zhijiang and spoke softly. Junior, I intend to delve deeply into the building materials business in Jiangzhou. The construction materials I require are typically sourced from other regions, as those available in Jiangzhou are prohibitively expensive. However, this young Master Kong insists that I procure materials exclusively from his company, threatening to impede my operations in Jiangzhou and to have the tax authorities harass my business. I wish to invite him to dinner to discuss this matter. Upon hearing his senior's concerns, Wang Zhijiang's expression turned grave. The abuse of power truly undermines the business environment. How many entrepreneurs will suffer due to their lack of connections? Local development is stunted by such individuals who foul the broth for everyone. Kong Haoqing could no longer contain himself. You seem to be enjoying your conversation, as if I were invisible. You helping him? Ding. It appears you have no intention of resolving this matter. Then I shan't waste my time on you. Along. Get rid of these people. Do not let them disturb my meal. Kong Haoqing was poised to expel the intruders, and his subordinate Along began to usher the group away. Stop. What are you doing? At that moment, Qin Limin and the director of the Public Security Bureau, Bao Guohai, arrived on the scene. Seeing that Wang Zhijiang was unharmed, they intervened to prevent the tattooed men from taking action, and Qin Limin breathed a sigh of relief. The tattooed men were momentarily taken aback by the sudden arrival of so many police officers, yet they were not overly concerned. Confident in Brother Cheng's connections that could withstand the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau, Kong Haoqing, however, was perplexed. He had always revealed his identity without excessive confrontation and had not faced difficulties until now. Yet, he now recognized the vice mayor of Jiangzhou, Qin Limin, and the director of the Public Security Bureau, Bao Guohai. At this juncture, Qin Limin issued a directive. Arrest all these colorful individuals and take them away. Conduct a thorough investigation and ensure that any misconduct is met with severe punishment. Chapter 91. Qin Limin's shocked Kong Haoqing did not recognize Qin Limin and mistakenly assumed he was a subordinate of Bao Guohai. Thus he approached Bao Guohai. Uncle Hai, what is the meaning of this? Why are you arresting me? Bao Guohai was incensed. His face flushed as he glared at Kong Haoqing, rebuking him sternly. Who is your Uncle Hai? What are you doing? This is Secretary Qin of the Municipal Committee. Bao Guohai had a decent relationship with Kong Haoqing's father, the executive vice mayor Kong Wenlin, and was aware of the latter's son's misdeeds, but he felt it inappropriate to speak out, having once received a favor from Kong Wenlin. Now, he believed he had done enough by merely warning Kong Haoqing. Upon hearing the title Secretary Qin, Kong Haoqing suddenly realized, recalling the familiar visage of Qin Limin. "Hello, Secretary Qin," he exclaimed, instantly transforming into a compliant figure, standing at attention. "Humph, this is utterly outrageous. Comrade Guohai, take him as well. Subject him to the same rigorous investigation and report back to me afterward." Qin Limin could hardly be bothered to acknowledge Kong Haoqing, whom he had only heard of before and never encountered. However, he was astonished by the audacity displayed in broad daylight. After Bao Guohai escorted Kong Haoqing and his subordinates away, Qin Limin approached Wang Zhijiang directly, inquiring, "Xiao Jiang, are you all right?" Wang Zhijiang, visibly relieved, responded, "We are fine, Secretary Qin. Thankfully, you arrived promptly. Otherwise, I would have had to intervene myself. Dealing with a few petty thugs is trivial, but it could have caused trouble for my future father-in-law." Meanwhile, Ding Jian looked on in envy, astonished to meet the esteemed Qin Limin, a figure he had only seen on television, and surprised by the regard this provincial committee member and secretary of Jiangzhou held for his junior. Wang Zhijiang then turned to Ding Jian, saying, "Brother, you can continue with your business without worry. If anything arises, just give me a call. I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't keep you." Ding Jian understood the situation and took his leave. At this moment, Qin Limin turned his attention to the others present, recognizing that several were not ordinary individuals. "Xiao Jiang, what brings you here today?" Wang Zhijiang hesitated. First glancing at Secretary Liu, he beside Qin Limin. Understanding the unspoken cue, Qin Limin said, "Xiao Liu, please step outside and close the door. Ensure that no one enters." Once the door was shut, only Qin Limin and the remaining individuals remained. Wang Zhijiang looked at Li Guochang, who finally spoke up, "Xiao Jiang, who is this?" Wang Zhijiang solemnly introduced, "This is Comrade Qin Limin, a member of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee and secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. Moreover, he is my future father-in-law." After this revelation, Wang Zhijiang cast a questioning glance at Li Guochang, who upon hearing the words future father-in-law, nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Zhijiang continued, "Secretary Qin, this is Vice Minister of Public Security Li Guochang." Li Guochang was somewhat perplexed. When had this provincial committee member and municipal secretary become Wang Zhijiang's future father-in-law? It couldn't possibly be due to the Li family. Perhaps Qin Limin had long recognized Wang Zhijiang's potential, which was indeed impressive, even without the Li family connection. Wang Zhijiang's prospects were anything but ordinary. Upon realizing the significance of Wang Zhijiang's introduction, Qin Limin was taken aback. How had his future son-in-law come to know such an influential figure? He was surprised to find himself benefiting from Wang Zhijiang's connections. Attaining a vice-ministerial rank meant he was now among the ranks of central management officials, but establishing ties with the upper echelons of the capital was exceedingly challenging. Although Li Guochang was with the Ministry of Public Security, his father was none other than Li Lao. The Li family was a formidable entity. Once one reached a certain level, everyone was aware of the presence of the second generation, and this individual was one of them. Qin Limin stepped forward, extending his hand. "Minister Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Qin Limin, secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. I sincerely apologize for the events of today. My work has clearly not been up to standard, and I regret any distress caused." Li Guochang, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the connection to Wang Zhijiang, returned the handshake. "Secretary Qin, every organization has its bad apples, and your timely arrival was indeed fortuitous. I have come this time to unwind with friends, allowing Xiao Jiang to serve as our guide. Xiao Jiang is my junior, well acquainted with Jiangzhou, making him an ideal choice. Oh, allow me to introduce my wife. And this is my friend, Lao Zhou, Zhou Zijuan, who holds the esteemed position of Chief of Staff at the Beijing Garrison Command." Li Guochang felt it was inevitable to disclose identities. After all, Qin Limin is Xiao Jiang's future father-in-law, thus he is a part of our circle. And so introductions were made. Upon hearing Li Guochang's introduction, Zhou Zijuan and his wife warmly greeted Qin Limin with a handshake. Qin Limin was suddenly reminded of old Zhou. This man bore a striking resemblance to him, and, being accompanied by the second generation of the Li family, was likely one of the more reclusive members of the Zhou family. The Zhou family members tend to lead rather private lives. This made Qin Limin almost eager to summon Wang Zhijiang to inquire why these two, both from top families in Beijing, would dine with a mere township mayor. Li Guocheng had Wang Zhihai's matters on his mind and turned to Qin Limin once more. Secretary Qin, let us exchange contact information when you visit Beijing next. We shall reconnect, and I will host a fine gathering over drinks. We have pressing matters today, you see. Qin Limin understood immediately. Very well. You may continue your conversation. Let us exchange contact details. Xiao Jiang, it is your duty to attend to your two elders. This task must be executed well. Do you understand? Wang Zhijiang nodded. Rest assured. I understand. After ensuring Wang Zhijiang was briefed and exchanging contact information with Li Guocheng, he took his leave. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihai nudged his elder brother, Wang Zhijiang, who comprehended the hint. His younger brother, a military enthusiast, now regarded Zhou Zijuan with considerably more enthusiasm than before. Wang Zhijiang feigned surprise at just now recognizing Zhou Zijuan's identity. Uncle Zhou, did you know? My younger brother is a fervent military aficionado, having been fascinated by matters concerning your esteemed forces since childhood. Now his eyes are practically sparkling at the sight of you. At that moment, Dai Lin couldn't help but gaze at Wang Zhihai. That's wonderful. It's perfectly normal for a young boy to be interested in the military. Xiao, he. How old are you now? Are you in high school? Wang Zhihai responded, shedding his earlier shyness. Auntie, I am 18 years old and currently in my second year of high school. Zhihai, Uncle Zhou is an actual major general of our illustrious Huagua, a genuine military leader. Wang Zhijiang earnestly introduced his brother. Chapter 92. The truth revealed. Zhou Zijuan smiled at Wang Zhihai. If you truly wish to visit the military, I can arrange it. Each year, students come to our base for tours. Wang Zhihai's eyes lit up at Zhou Zijuan's words. Uncle Zhou, is that true? Can I really visit the military? Brother, can I go? Wang Zhijiang was pleasantly surprised by Uncle Zhou's accommodating attitude towards his brother's interests. Uncle Zhou, wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? After all, military management is quite strict, and you must be extremely busy. We would want to impede your work on account of Zhihai. Not at all. We can choose a day off, and Xiao he should be on summer vacation now, right? Zhou Zijuan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, however, Zhiha is still quite young. If he truly goes, I shall undoubtedly accompany him. Next time, I will check the scheduling. Wang Zhijiang then turned to his younger brother. Zhiha, rest assured, I will definitely take you to the military base in the future, all right? Wang Zhiha contemplated that his brother had work obligations, and their parents were busy at their jobs. It would not be feasible for him to go alone, so he merely nodded in agreement. Zhou Zijuan then directed his gaze towards Li Guocheng, inquiring, Old Li, you mentioned that Xiao has sought you out for something. What could a high school student possibly need from a deputy minister of public security? Upon hearing Zhou Zijuan's response, Li Guocheng felt the moment was ripe. Oh, I see, it was Xiao Jiang. He is acquainted with our little Liang and knows I work in the Ministry of Public Security. He wishes for my assistance in helping his brother, Xiaohe, find his biological parents. As Li Guocheng spoke, he gestured towards Wang Zhiha. What? Zhou Zijuan, taken aback by Li Guocheng's revelation, abruptly rose and raised his voice. He suddenly recalled his confusion over why Li Guocheng had insisted on bringing him and his wife to Jiangzhou for a leisurely respite. It seemed he had orchestrated this visit for that very purpose. Meanwhile, Dai Lin, upon hearing Li Guocheng's words, trembled slightly as she pointed towards Wang Zhiha. Are you saying that Xiaohe is searching for his biological parents? Wang Zhijiang looked at Zhou Zijuan and his wife with a hint of perplexity. Uncle Zhou, are you all right? At that moment, Li Guocheng reminded the couple. Old Zhou, why so agitated? Please sit down. Zhou Zijuan, realizing his breach of decorum upon hearing Li Guocheng's admonition, hastily retook his seat, placing his hand atop his wife's to soothe her nerves. Li Guocheng continued. Xiao was brought back by a Xiaojiang from the welfare home when he was 3 years old. However, Xiaojiang has always been aware of his brother's desire to find his biological parents. Unfortunately, Xiao's memories prior to the age of 3 are quite vague, leaving us with scant clues. Thus, Xiaojiang entrusted me with the task of searching for them, and if I am unable to find them, I will offer a significant reward for any leads. This trip to Jiangshou serves as both a respite and an opportunity to gather more details about Xiao's situation. Old Li. So regarding Xiao, Zhou Zijuan began, but Li Guocheng interjected. All right, old Zhou, let's eat. After our meal, we shall explore the surroundings. With that, Zhou Zijuan set aside his urgency, and the group dined while discussing the local customs and attractions of Jiangzhou. After the meal, Li Guocheng took his wife and the two brothers to his room, while he led Zhou Zijuan and his wife to their quarters. Once inside, Zhou Zijuan closed the door, and the two could no longer contain themselves. Zhou Zijuan grasped Li Guocheng's hand firmly. Old Zhou, speak candidly with me. Did you bring us here specifically for this matter? Do you have any concrete evidence to prove that Xiaohe is indeed our son? Yes, please clarify, they urged. Xiaohe bears such a striking resemblance to our Zijuan, and even shares similarities with his grandfather. Li Guocheng regarded them earnestly. Old Zhou, sister-in-law, indeed, I did not bring you here merely for leisure. It is for this very matter. As for evidence, I possess it. Please, take a look for yourselves. As he spoke, Li Guocheng retrieved from his bag a photograph of Wang Zhijiang's necklace, along with the paternity test results. Zhou Zijuan and Dai Lin gazed at the photograph featuring the Clover military badge, their eyes brimming with tears of exhilaration. In those tumultuous times, many high-ranking officials faced oppression, resulting in Zhou Zijuan, Dai Lin, and their son becoming separated. Despite years of searching, they had found no leads, save for the singular clue of the Clover military badge inscribed by Zhou Zijuan himself. The heart-wrenching loss of their son had led Dai Lin into a state of profound longing, rendering her unable to conceive again. This sorrow was the reason the Zhou family had withdrawn from society, preferring a reclusive existence. Li Guocheng gestured toward the report. This paternity test report, which I obtained during our meal that day using your belongings along with Wang Zhijiang's hair, confirms that he is indeed your son. If you have any doubts, you may conduct another test. With trembling hands, they opened the report, and upon reading the final page, Dai Lin could no longer contain her tears, which fell upon the paper. Zhou Zijuan, too, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, yet a radiant smile adorned his features. Although they had nearly relinquished hope of finding their son 5 years prior, they had long been aware of advancements in paternity testing. In her fervor, Dai Lin could not restrain herself. She clutched the report and dashed toward the door to reunite with her son. Observing this, Li Guocheng swiftly positioned himself in front of her. Sister-in-law, please do not act impulsively. If you go out to identify your son, will he even recognize you? His words momentarily stunned Dai Lin, while Zhou Zijuan grasped her hand. Alin, do not rush. Rest assured, we have found our son this time, and he will not be lost again. Once seated, Li Guocheng recounted the events that led to their discovery. In truth, their ability to locate their son was largely owed to Xiao Jiang. Without Xiao Jiang's unwavering determination back then, their son would have undoubtedly grown up in an orphanage, devoid of the love and care he now received from Xiao Jiang's parents, who treated him as if he were their own. Moreover, had Xiao Jiang not been capable of aiding the Li family, their paths might never have crossed, and they would not have been able to find their son. Li Guocheng emphasized that he had merely assisted. The true credit belonged to Wang Zhijiang. Zhou Zijuan regarded Li Guocheng with earnestness. Old Li, I can see that Xiao Jiang is genuinely devoted to his brother. Normally, who would go out of their way to help find the biological parents of someone who is not their own flesh and blood. Li Guocheng confirmed that Wang Zhijiang was indeed seeking his biological parents, which left Zhou Zijuan and his wife in a state of barely contained excitement. However, they refrained from questioning Li Guocheng until he revealed the truth. They should first find a reason for Wang Zhijiang to stay and spend a few days together, after which he would speak privately with Wang Zhijiang to gauge his thoughts. In Chapter 93, Assistance, the concern arose that if they found him, the brother might leave to return to his biological parents. Thus, Xiao Jiang was sincerely considering his brother's well-being, wishing to prevent any regrets in his life. It was evident that Xiao Jiang's parents would undoubtedly treat their son well. Li Guocheng concurred. You are absolutely right. I have also learned that Xiaohe and his sister Wang Zhijiang are attending the finest high school in Kaidong City, and Xiao's academic performance is also outstanding. making it quite feasible for him to gain admission to a prestigious university in the capital in the future. Moreover, Zhijiang has recently spent 800,000 yuan in Kaidong City to purchase a spacious villa, aiming to enhance their living conditions, which clearly demonstrates his affection for his younger brother. Since the paternity test revealed the truth, Li Guocheng has dispatched personnel to monitor the movements of the Wang family. As a leader in the Ministry of Public Security, managing such matters is remarkably straightforward. Zhou Zijuan found himself momentarily at a loss. Old Li, what do you think we should do to win Xiao's recognition? Indeed, in our moment of excitement, both Zijuan and I were left without a plan. What do you suggest we do? Dai Lin similarly turned her gaze toward Li Guocheng. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Guocheng raised his head. I propose that we first disclose the facts to Zhijiang. If he is willing to assist us, then given Xiao's reliance on him, it would be considerably easier for Xiao to accept you. They have shared a bond for over a decade. Zhou Zijuan and Dai Lin nodded in agreement upon hearing Li Guocheng's analysis. They had observed in the private room that Wang Zhijiang indeed held a deep trust and reliance on his brother. Meanwhile, in Li Guocheng's room, Shang Qiu was engaged in conversation with Wang Zhijiang, while Wang Zhijiang stood outside, receiving a call from Qin Limin. Zhijiang, we have thoroughly investigated Kong Haoqing. He typically relies on his father's connections to engage in the business of building materials. Though some of his activities are somewhat questionable, they are not severe. Being the son of a deputy mayor, he would not act recklessly without considering the consequences. Wang Zhijiang perceived that Kong Haoqing was nothing more than a spoiled rich kid. Many individuals like him are ruined by excessive indulgence. Some may wonder if the police will intervene. Yet the police are also human, and being human entails having self-interest. As long as it is not a criminal offense, who would be willing to jeopardize their career by clashing with the son of a prominent official? Kong Haoqing's conduct does not resemble that of a thug. If he were to threaten someone in a manner that jeopardizes their safety, he could indeed face imprisonment. Therefore, Qin Limin ultimately decided on a fine and administrative detention of 15 days as punishment. Secretary Qin, let us handle this matter in an official capacity. I will communicate with Minister Li afterward. Wang Zhijiang understood that Qin Limin's call was prompted by a fear that Li Guocheng might be dissatisfied with the outcome. Although Qin Limin had Li Guocheng's contact number, he would not intrude unless it was genuinely necessary. Qin Limin sighed. Very well, let this matter be settled as such. By the way, Zhijiang, come over for dinner at my home tonight. I have already spoken to Xiaolan about it. We will wait for you. No matter how late it gets, do not refuse. Qin Limin was eager to inquire further about Wang Zhijiang's connections with individuals like Li Guocheng and Zhou Zijuan, as the disparity was too vast for him to believe without first-hand evidence. Wang Zhijiang could only smile wryly. All right, Secretary Qin. I anticipate arriving around 6 this evening. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhijiang noticed a text message from Li Guocheng, requesting him to come to room 306 for a discussion. As the earlier call had not gone through, he informed his second aunt and Wang Zhijiang before proceeding to find Li Guocheng. However, upon knocking and entering the room, Wang Zhijiang sensed a peculiar atmosphere. Li Guocheng and Zhou Zijuan exchanged glances with him that seemed somewhat restrained. After greeting Wang Zhijiang to sit on the sofa, Li Guocheng spoke first. Zhijiang, the situation is this. Uncle Zhou has a matter he wishes to discuss with you. Wang Zhijiang looked at Zhou Zijuan in confusion. Uncle Zhou, what can a mere town mayor like me possibly do for you? Zhou Zijuan was momentarily at a loss for words, while Li Guocheng directly handed a paternity test report to Wang Zhijiang. Zhijiang, take a look at this. Wang Zhijiang inspected the document with curiosity, discovering it to be a paternity test report. He thought to himself, has my second uncle already found clues about my brother's biological parents? However, when he reached the final page and saw the result, he was momentarily stunned, for the name listed was none other than Zhou Zijuan himself. This is... Wang Zhijiang could hardly articulate his disbelief as he glanced between Zhou Zijuan and his wife, then back at Li Guocheng. Second uncle, is this report genuine? He asked, struggling to grasp the situation. After all, in his previous life, he had never seen the parents of his brother come looking for him. Yet now, they seemed to have located his biological parents so swiftly. Li Guocheng sighed seriously. Indeed, I have known Lao Zhou since childhood, and I am well aware of his family circumstances. The photograph you asked Xiao Liang to bring me, when I saw the necklace, I recognized it immediately, which is why I advised Xiao Liang against issuing a reward announcement. Upon hearing Li Guocheng's words, Wang Zhijiang realized that today's events had likely been orchestrated by him. With a slight sigh, Wang Zhijiang turned to Zhou Zijuan and his wife. I understand now, since this has been confirmed. You call me here to assist in helping my brother accept you. He also grasped why Zhou Zijuan and his wife had been so emotionally charged when mentioning the search for their biological parents earlier in the private room. Their gazes brimming with tenderness towards his brother. Zhou Zijuan earnestly addressed Wang Zhijiang. Xiao Jiang, let me explain our family situation. You should be aware of my father. During that era, we faced considerable hardships as a couple. Wang Zhijiang sat quietly on the sofa, listening intently as Zhou Zijuan recounted the history of the Zhou family. When Wang Zhijiang learned that his brother was the last surviving male heir of the Zhou family, a sense of melancholy washed over him. His brother was indeed the grandson of old Zhou, and he realized that it was inevitable for his brother to return to the Zhou family in the future. The Zhou family was not an ordinary clan. It was one of the most powerful military families in Huagua, its significance beyond dispute. Moreover, both old Zhou and Zhou Zijuan held prominent positions. If it were desired for his brother to have a brighter and more prosperous future, returning to the Zhou family would undoubtedly be the superior choice. Reflecting on this, Wang Zhijiang could not help but chuckle ruefully. Now I understand why Zhihe has such a passion for the military. It turns out to be a hereditary trait. Turning to Zhou Zijuan and his wife, he declared, I comprehend now. I will assist you with this matter. As for Zhihe, I had previously approached him about seeking his biological parents. Although his memories before the age of 3 are quite murky, he could not recall you. It was only recently that I asked him if he wished to find his biological parents, and upon his agreement, I began to assist in the search. Chapter 94. The son-in-law arrives therefore. Do not worry. He will accept you. However, I believe it will require some time, as Zhihe has just come of age and is still quite sensitive about many matters. Upon hearing Wang Zhijiang's response, Zuzijin and his wife felt considerably reassured. At that moment, Dai Lin gazed at Wang Zhijiang with a hint of longing in her eyes. Xiao Jiang, what do you think we should do? Is Xiao He returning this afternoon? Dai Lin, a woman deeply affected by the loss of her son years ago, had nearly given up hope 5 years prior. Now, unexpectedly, her son had been found. She yearned for her son to be by her side at all times. Wang Zhijiang, observing the eager expressions of Zuzijin and his wife, felt a twinge of helplessness. However, since his younger brother was on summer vacation, it seemed unreasonable to send him back. Yet, keeping him with them might also raise questions. After contemplating the situation, Wang Zhijiang addressed the 3 of them. I propose this. I will invite my sister over as well, and we can tell Zhihe that they both have summer vacation, so they can enjoy some time together. Otherwise, if he stays with us alone, he might find it strange. Wang Zhijiang thought that if his brother was to stay and unwind, it would be best to include his sister. He felt a pang of guilt for not having taken her out in his previous life. Zuzijin and his wife nodded in agreement, visibly relieved by Wang Zhijiang's arrangement. Dai Lin suggested, should we consider changing to places that Xiao He and his sister would enjoy? It doesn't seem matter to us whether we go or not. The others concurred, and Wang Zhijiang ultimately altered their plans from Baiyan Mountain to venues like the Ferris wheel and roller skating rink, popular spots favored by the youth of today. He also arranged for his sister to be sent to the hotel, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, his sister Wang Jian greeted him with a carefree demeanor. Elder brother, you must take me along next time. I'm glad you invited me this time. Otherwise, when second brother returns home and tells me, I'll be quite upset. Wang Jian bore a striking resemblance to Wang Zhijiang, yet retained an innocent charm characteristic of her youth. Zuzijin and his wife looked on with admiration, feeling fulfilled by the sight of their son and daughter. However, when Wang Zhijiang introduced his sister to the others, Wang Jian displayed a hint of shyness, moving closer to Wang Jie. Second brother, why are there so many of us going out to play today? Wang Jie shrugged. I don't know. At 2 o'clock, they finally set off. With Wang Zhijiang's assistance, Wang Zhijiang and Zhijiang became more familiar with each other, their conversations growing less reserved. Moreover, with his sister's lively presence, the atmosphere gradually warmed. They returned to the hotel around 5 o'clock, where Wang Zhijiang arranged rooms for his brother and sister, planning to enjoy another day of fun tomorrow before he called Qianlan. Xiaolan, have you finished work? I'm coming over for dinner tonight. Did your father tell you? Oomph. You remembered to call me, did you? Have you been so busy that you almost forgot you have a girlfriend? Qianlan responded, her voice tinged with playful irritation. Oh, my queen, I have indeed been too busy. It is my fault. Wang Zhijiang began to charm her with his smooth words once more. After finishing work, Qianlan and Wang Zhijiang went to purchase some gifts together. It felt inappropriate to visit for the first time without bringing something. Qin Limin's home, a small villa arranged by the government, was modest in size yet ample for the three of them. Upon opening the door, Qin Limin greeted warmly, Xiao Jiang. How wonderful to see you. Please come in. There's no need for such formality. His face was illuminated with a smile, entirely devoid of the sternness typically associated with a city party secretary. Wang Zhijiang entered with a beaming smile as well, saying, It's only proper for a first visit. Indeed, I appreciate your sentiment. It should be somewhat formal. As my daughter's boyfriend and potentially my future son-in-law, a certain decorum is expected. Qianlan observed her father's countenance with mild confusion. Dad, are you all right? Qin Limin casually replied, I'm perfectly fine. Now, hurry to the kitchen and assist your mother. I'll have a chat with Xiao Jiang. At that moment, Qin Limin's wife, Fei Chuanxia, emerged from the kitchen and approached Wang Zhijiang. You must be Xiao Jiang. I've heard so much about you from Lao Qin. Although Xiao Lan hasn't mentioned much, I must say, you are indeed quite handsome. It's clear why my daughter is smitten. Hello, Aunt Fei. I'm Wang Zhijiang. I've heard about you from Xiao Lan. Please, converse with Lao Qin. The dishes will be ready shortly, and Xiao Lan will help me. With that, she joined Qianlan in the kitchen. Wang Zhijiang and Qin Limin settled onto the sofa. Sipping tea. Secretary Qin, Wang Zhijiang began, but Qin Limin waved his hand. Xiao Jiang, in my home, feel free to address me as Qin Shu from now on. The reason I invited you today, aside from your relationship with Xiao Lan, is to inquire about this afternoon's events. I must express my gratitude. I understand you reached out to me for my own sake. Qin Limin was acutely aware that Wang Zhijiang was looking out for him. Had those subordinates of Kong Haoqing taken action against Minister Li and Advisor Zhou, the consequences would have been grave, potentially affecting many in Jiangzhou and even the province. The Li and Zhou families held significant influence, and given that Elder Li was notorious for his high expectations of officials, any incident involving the sons of these two prominent families would place him, as the city party secretary, in a precarious position. Qin Shu, we are all on the same side. I will certainly assist when needed. The incident this afternoon was merely a dispute over a private room, Wang Zhijiang asserted. Qin Limin regarded Wang Zhijiang earnestly. I must ask, why would Minister Li's youngest son and Advisor Zhou's son travel all the way to Jiangzhou to dine with you and your brother? He could no longer contain his curiosity, having pondered all afternoon how a mere town mayor could possibly associate with individuals of such stature. Wang Zhijiang offered a wry smile. Qin Shu, there are matters I cannot divulge, but I can assure you that I am simply myself, without any other identity. It is merely a coincidence that I have crossed paths with the Li family. Minister Li and Advisor Zhou are childhood friends, and they came to Jiangzhou to unwind, with me as their guide. Wang Zhijiang finds himself in an inextricable situation. The matter of Li Lao and Jiang Lao acknowledging him as a godson is one that cannot be openly discussed, as it necessitates discretion. The policies surrounding institutional reform are also entwined with the Li family, making them equally sensitive. As for the issue concerning his younger brother, Wang Zhihua, it becomes even more intricate, involving the future of the Zhou family. Chapter 95. The first visit. Qin Limin perceives Wang Zhijiang's predicament. Understanding that when it comes to the illustrious Li and Zhou families, which are among the paramount red families in Huagua, many matters remain confidential, even from his future father-in-law. However, what perplexes Qin Limin the most is Wang Zhijiang's younger brother, Wang Zhihua, merely an 18-year-old sophomore, whom Wang Zhijiang need not have brought along for dinner. Furthermore, Wang Zhijiang's explanation seems overly simplistic, with Minister Li and Advisor Zhou occupying such high positions and leading busy lives. Why choose Jiangzhou as a respite? Especially when its scenery is hardly commendable on a national scale? Qin Limin nods in agreement, stating, I understand, but you must remain grounded. Do not let your association with the Li family inflate your pride. As a public servant, your duty is to prioritize the development of the locality and its people. Wang Zhijiang concurs, responding, Uncle Qin, I comprehend. There are matters I cannot disclose at present, but I shall certainly inform you when the opportunity arises. Hearing Wang Zhijiang's words, Qin Limin feels a sense of relief, reassured that he is not being dismissed. He adds, I did not report today's events to Secretary Tan, as they are not significant, and I feared I could not adequately explain your presence. Once the meal is prepared, the group gathers at the table, with Qin Limin selecting a fine bottle of wine to honor his future son-in-law. As Wang Zhijiang enjoys a couple of glasses, he begins to feel at home, directly inquiring of Qin Lan, Xiao Lan, how is the renovation of the house progressing? Caught off guard by his sudden question, Qin Lan replies, My senior brother is renovating quite swiftly. It's almost complete. Qin Limin and his wife exchange puzzled glances, with Fei Chunxia voicing her curiosity. Xiao Lan, have you purchased a house? Blushing at the inquiry, Qin Lan's mother smiles knowingly. Wang Zhijiang, however, is unreserved, stating, Aunt Fei, yes. We bought a villa in Wutong District. It's just under 200 square meters, and I plan for Xiao Lan and me to live there. You two are welcome to stay as well, since there are plenty of rooms. Ah, splendid. I've heard from friends that Wutong District is beautifully constructed, though I imagine it's not inexpensive. Fei Chunxia responds, glancing at her husband with a questioning gaze. Internally, she wonders how her future son-in-law, a mere town mayor, could afford such an expensive property. Qin Limin, sensing his wife's apprehension, offers her a reassuring glance before addressing Wang Zhijiang. Since you have already acquired the house, shall you and Xiao Lan begin preparing for your future together? He is acutely aware that the Li family must have thoroughly investigated Wang Zhijiang's background. If he were indeed corrupt, they would not have taken an interest in him. Thus, even with the purchase of the villa, Qin Limin has never doubted Wang Zhijiang's integrity. Upon hearing her father's words, Qin Lan, disregarding the flush on her cheeks, replied, Dad, it is only natural for a man to marry and a woman to wed. Moreover, we are quite satisfied with Xiaojiang. We have already purchased the house and are preparing for renovations. Besides, Xiaojiang is an official, and this marriage is part of the evaluation for officials. As Qin Liming has candidly stated, Wang Zhijiang wore a broad smile as he remarked, Uncle Qin, I will find an opportunity to take Xiao Lan home to meet my parents. Qin Liming looked at the two with a sense of satisfaction, while Qin Lan felt an overwhelming shyness. Wasn't this all happening a bit too quickly? Yet, deep within, she harbored a sense of happiness, occasionally envisioning the scene of her wedding to Wang Zhijiang. Fortunately, there is still some time for preparations. The formal ceremony would likely not occur until next year. After finishing dinner, Wang Zhijiang and Qin Lan went out for a stroll. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, not far from Qin Liming's home, the executive vice mayor, Kong Wenlin, was reading in his study when he received a call from Bao Guohai. Director Kong. Hello, Comrade Guohai. Is there something the matter? Kong Wenlin inquired, puzzled. It was rare for anyone to disturb him during his leisure time unless it was an urgent matter. It's like this, Director Kong. Your son has been taken to the Dashi Street police station. Please come over. Bao Guohai spoke with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing Bao Guohai's words, Kong Wenlin furrowed his brow. What exactly is going on? I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. During lunch, Secretary Qin from the municipal committee suddenly called me, instructing me to bring people to Box 101 at the Jiangwo Hotel. And there I found your son ejecting dining guests. Bao Guohai's concise account left Kong Wenlin feeling uneasy, as he sensed a certain unfamiliarity in Bao Guohai's tone, which contrasted sharply with their usual rapport regarding his son. I will head there immediately, Kong Wenlin declared, rushing toward the police station. Inside the interrogation room, Kong Haoqing felt somewhat anxious. Typically, when minor issues arose, leniency was often afforded, but this time, Facing Qin Liming made the situation markedly different. Outside the police station, Bao Guohai and the station chief, Tian Dushing, awaited Kong Wenlin's arrival. Tian Dushing frowned as he looked at his former superior, Mayor Bao. The situation with Director Kang's son isn't too serious, is it? Tian Dushing knew Kong Haoqing well. He had stirred up trouble more than once, and, as the head of the local police station, it was indeed a cause for concern. However, Kong Haoqing was an astute individual. Usually, his misdeeds resulted in little more than fines or administrative detention, which blurred the lines of accountability. Especially considering his father's position as executive vice mayor, which warranted some deference. Yet today was peculiar, as it was his former superior personally escorting Kong Haoqing. Bao Guohai, feeling slightly agitated, glanced at Tian Dushing. Mind your own affairs. Some matters are beyond your purview. Be cautious not to get burned. Tian Dushing prudently fell silent. Before long, Kong Wenlin's car arrived. The secretary stepped out to open the back door, and Kong Wenlin alighted without uttering a word, directly instructing the two to discuss matters in the office. Upon arriving at the director's office, Kong Wenlin took a seat on the sofa and inquired about Bao Guohai. Speak freely. What exactly is going on? Kong Wenlin gazed intently at Bao Guohai, who sighed in response. Director Kong, the matter is as I mentioned over the phone. Your son instructed his associates to evict others from a private room. At that time, there were 6 individuals dining within, and I only recognized one of them, the mayor of Shisong Town in Landong County, Wang Zhijiang. I have heard that he is the son-in-law of Secretary Qin. Chapter 96, Kong Wenlin's Dilemma. Moreover, it was Wang Zhijiang and Secretary Qin's daughter who discovered and rescued Secretary Tan's son and the 3rd generation of Malaysia's wealthiest man, Guo Chengfeng, during their perilous encounter at Baiyun Mountain. I witnessed this incident firsthand, which is why I could recognize him. Secretary Qin had also instructed me that your son must face severe punishment, and those delinquents should be thoroughly investigated and similarly penalized. Bao Guohai expressed his confusion regarding Secretary Qin Liming's actions earlier that day. Even if he is your future son-in-law, a simple phone call would suffice to have the situation managed. Why did Secretary Qin, as a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and the mayor of Jiangzhou, feel the need to personally intervene? Kong Wenlin, hearing Bao Guohai's response, felt perplexed. He was aware of Secretary Qin Liming's daughter's romantic involvement, having once contemplated whether his own son could win her affection. However, he blamed his son for lacking ambition, as she seemed utterly uninterested. He also sensed that Secretary Qin Liming had no genuine need to be personally involved. Kong Wenlin contemplated deeply, looking at Bao Guohai. It appears the issue lies with others. I refuse to believe that Secretary Qin Liming would disregard all decorum, fully aware that it was my son involved. Kong Wenlin reasoned that despite Secretary Qin Liming's higher rank, they operated within the same city, where cooperation and support were essential. It seemed implausible that his son's actions in commandeering a private room would warrant such a loss of face, let alone a call for harsh retribution. Bao Guohai nodded in agreement. The 4 individuals appeared to be 2 couples, indicating familiarity with Wang Zhijiang. Furthermore, Wang Zhijiang specifically traveled from Shisong Town to Jiangzhou to dine with them, which underscores their connection. What will be the outcome of my son's punishment? Kong Wenlin inquired of Bao Guohai. The latter wore a resigned expression. 15 days of administrative detention, along with a fine. Secretary Qin has already cautioned me that this leniency is granted only due to your standing. Such a conclusion left Kong Wenlin feeling quite troubled. As a deputy department head, advancing further in his career would prove challenging. Although administrative detention would not leave a permanent record, the political review could have dire implications. At the level between deputy and full department head, one cannot afford any blemishes. The competition is fierce, and those conducting political assessments would not show favoritism. Everyone is acutely aware that if the administrative detention and fines against his son were substantiated, Kong Wenlin's political aspirations would likely come to a halt. Bao Guohai recognized the severity of the situation for Kong Wenlin. Director Kong, Secretary Qin has requested that I submit a report on the results promptly. Given that your son remains in the interrogation room, the meaning conveyed by Bao Guohai is quite straightforward. Should you be unable to conceive of an alternative solution, I shall have no choice but to proceed with the formalities as dictated by Secretary Qin. After pondering for a moment, Kong Wenlin replied, "Please wait a moment. I will call you shortly. I will immediately seek out Secretary Qin. Rest assured, if it proves impossible, I will ensure you are not placed in a difficult position." With that, Kong Wenlin proceeded to the interrogation room to glance at his son. Upon seeing his father, Kong Haoqing felt a flicker of hope for release. Kong Wenlin, however, maintained a stoic expression and delivered a single admonition. "I cannot guarantee a favorable resolution this time. If you wish to avoid your father facing dismissal, I advise you to remain low-key henceforth." Understanding the gravity of the situation, which involved Secretary Qin, a figure of higher stature than his father, Kong Haoqing merely nodded in acquiescence. Communication between the father and son was already sparse. At that moment, Kong Wenlin's wife arrived. Her expression darkened with frustration upon learning she was not permitted to see their son in the detention room. As soon as she spotted Kong Wenlin, she seized his arm. "Wenlin, what has our son done this time? Can't I even go in to see him?" Kong Wenlin, shedding his usual gentleness, retorted sharply, "A doting mother often spoils her child. Is it only when you bring me down from my current position that you will be satisfied? How many times must I remind you that I lack the time to manage your child? Could you not be a bit stricter?" Without waiting for a response, he entered the vehicle and departed. Shortly thereafter, the car arrived at Qin Limin's doorstep, where he knocked on the door. Just as Qin Limin finished a call with Wang Zhijiang, insisting he must come for dinner that evening, he heard the knock and surmised who it was. Opening the door with a composed demeanor, he greeted Comrade Wenlin. "Please come in. I anticipated your arrival." Seated on the sofa, sipping tea, Kong Wenlin, unable to contain his urgency, spoke first. "Secretary Qin, do you think there is any hope for my son's release? I have discussed this with Comrade Guahai. Your son's predicament is, in part, a consequence of my consideration for you. Our work necessitates mutual support. Do you truly believe I would act without cause to offend you?" Qin Limin countered. Kong Wenlin, with a serious expression, replied, "I wish to understand the reasoning behind this. You are aware of the repercussions your son's situation has on my career." Qin Limin sighed. "I comprehend. This outcome pertains to your political trajectory. At our level, any blemish jeopardizes advancement. I can tell you candidly that it is not because of my future son-in-law, but due to several individuals from the bureaucratic system in the capital." Kong Wenlin was taken aback by this revelation. It involved officials from the capital, adding a layer of complexity. He had not anticipated that Qin Limin's future son-in-law, Wang Zhijiang, a mere town mayor, would have connections within the capital's governance. No wonder Qin Limin felt compelled to intervene personally. Yet, Kong Wenlin could not suppress his lingering dissatisfaction and inquired, "What ranks do these individuals hold that necessitate such severe punishment for my son? Surely, there were no dire consequences?" Qin Limin immediately donned a serious expression. "I cannot divulge their identities. I can only say this. Had I arrived even slightly later today, had violence ensued,